Chapter 1. A Start at a Restaurant. The Awakening of Deep Blue. In the grand nation of Daxia, within the province of Su, lies the city of Shujing. As the sun descends into the horizon, the bustling streets are alive with the mingling of traffic and pedestrians. Li Jingchen strides along the thoroughfare, his expression devoid of emotion. The words of his girlfriend, Li Mingyao, echo hauntingly in his mind as they parted ways. Li Jingchen, despite your unwavering support for my education these past 2 years, you have only awakened an A-level ability. It is evident that you shall never gain admission to the University for Ability Practitioners. I cannot remain with someone who cannot aspire to such heights. Let's part ways. From now on, we inhabit different worlds. I wish for no one to know of our past relationship. I am aware of the sacrifices you have made for me these 2 years. However, for someone of my appearance, your occasional conversations and invitations to dine are more than enough compensation. Her tone was frigid, her words sharp as daggers. As the traffic light turns green, Li Jingchen moves forward with the crowd, feeling a mix of disbelief and resignation. Goodness, there are always those insipid individuals, regardless of the realm. Especially those with such mediocre personas, it is truly disheartening. 3 days prior, upon his arrival in this world known as Blue Star, Li Jingchen experienced a surge of excitement upon discovering the existence of extraordinary abilities. Although he had called upon the system for what felt like an eternity, it had yet to respond. Nonetheless, he had harbored hope that, as a transmigrator, he would at least awaken an S-level ability. To his dismay, he discovered he had only manifested the lowest tier, an A-level ability. To add insult to injury, he had been unceremoniously dumped by his childhood friend and girlfriend, who had grown up in an orphanage. Reflecting on the relentless sacrifices made by his previous self to support Li Mingyao, he felt a deep sense of injustice at the indifference she displayed during their breakup. A devoted admirer, who ends up with nothing in the end. Lost in thought, Li Jingchen approached the entrance of a restaurant named Blue Ocean, pushing the door open with practiced ease. "Xiaoqing, what brings you here so early today? Have you completed your ability awakening?" The middle-aged manager, clad in his work attire, looked at Li Jingchen with a mix of surprise and warmth. "Indeed, A-level," Li Jingchen replied flatly. "It seems that the University for Ability Practitioners may be out of reach," he added, nodding in acknowledgement, his expression inscrutable. Beyond abilities, this world is also plagued by ferocious beasts, bloodthirsty creatures that pose a significant threat. Gaining admission to the university requires participation in combat examinations against these beasts. Yet, with only an A-level ability, Li Jingchen's potential for harm was akin to that of a mere electric baton. The probability of passing the combat examinations was virtually non-existent. Hey, do not lose hope. An A-level ability is still an ability. It is certainly superior to the existence of us ordinary folk without any abilities. With just 10 days remaining until the college entrance examinations, if you put in the effort to enhance your physical condition and skills, you may yet find a chance to gain admission to the University for Ability Practitioners. Wang Haidun paused, then sighed, patting Li Jingchen's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Li Jingchen understood these were merely words of solace. While physical prowess, mental acuity, and skill are indeed measures of an ability practitioner's strength, they pale in comparison to the importance of the ability itself. Though it is not entirely impossible to become powerful solely through training the body and mind, such individuals are exceedingly rare. How about you focus on preparing for the college entrance examination these days and refrain from part-time work at the shop? Rest assured, your salary will remain unaffected. No need, Uncle Wang. I have made the decision to abandon martial studies in favor of the literary examination. But the literary exam is still quite some time away. It won't interfere with your part-time job. Li Jingchen smiled, graciously declining the shopkeeper's kind offer. The college entrance examination is divided into martial and literary tracks. Success in a martial examination allows one to attend a university for those with special abilities, while the literary examination consists of answering questions in a classroom, leading to a life as an ordinary person. As an orphan without any particular skills, Li Jingchen was fortunate to have secured a part-time job in a harmonious work environment with decent pay. He did not wish to relinquish this opportunity. After all, unlike others, he lacked familial support. In truth, with government aid and his part-time earnings, Li Jingchen could manage quite well if not for the financial support he provided to his ex-girlfriend. Unfortunately, all his earnings were spent on Li Mengyao. What was particularly vexing was that each time Li Mengyao came to collect money, she did so with an air of entitlement. Occasionally, she would even express dissatisfaction if the amount was insufficient. After selflessly dedicating so many years, not even holding hands, and still reflecting on whether I could have done better, this is truly a form of emotional manipulation. Li Jingchen shook his head in disbelief. After changing into his work uniform, he prepared to commence his duties for the day. At the Blue Sea restaurant, his responsibilities primarily involved serving plates and assisting with various tasks. Xiao. At that moment, the manager, Wang, called out to Li Jingchen, hesitating as if contemplating his words. "What is it, Uncle Wang? Please, go ahead." Wang had always been considerate towards Li Jingchen. Despite being a part-timer, his salary was on par with that of full-time employees, and he was permitted to leave early if necessary without any deductions from his pay. Wang set down the phone, a look of awkwardness crossing his face. The kitchen staff member responsible for slaughtering chickens, Xiao Sun, just called to say he cannot make it today. "We are short-handed in the kitchen. What do you think?" "I understand, Uncle Wang. I'll go assist in the kitchen." "Great. Since it's your first time handling the slaughtering, there's no need to finish off 100 chickens. Just do what you can. Rest assured, I will compensate you as if you had completed the full task." Li Jingchen agreed and made his way to the kitchen. Though the Blue Sea restaurant was not particularly large, it had established itself as an old brand in Shujing City, boasting numerous chain locations. The signature dish, 3-cup chicken, was particularly renowned, with its ingredients freshly sourced each day. After greeting the kitchen staff, Li Jingchen approached a row of cages. He opened one and pulled out a rooster. As the rooster was yanked from its confinement, it flapped its wings vigorously in a futile struggle. Yet, Li Jingchen's grip was like a vice, firmly holding onto its head regardless of its frantic attempts to escape. Since the anomalies of 2 centuries ago, when the blue star underwent a transformation, many original species had evolved into ferocious beasts. This occurrence was not uncommon. Just 3 days prior, he had seen a news report about a pig at a slaughterhouse in the west of the city that had suddenly mutated into a frenzied wild boar. Thankfully, the slaughterhouse's security team had swiftly intervened, preventing any casualties. In other words, I end this moment. Li Jingchen found himself engaged in the act of slaughtering a chicken, an endeavor that carried with it the unforeseen possibility of the fowl transforming into a fearsome beast. Fortunately, the chickens delivered to the Blue Ocean restaurant undergo thorough inspection, rendering the likelihood of mutation into a monstrous creature exceedingly minimal. Otherwise, I would truly hesitate to undertake this task. Among the various positions within the restaurant, aside from the head chef and the manager, the role of slaughtering chickens commanded the highest remuneration. This was precisely why Li Jingchen had chosen to embrace this occupation. He sought to augment his earnings. Despite the fact that he could no longer attend the university for individuals with extraordinary abilities, he still needed to make a living. With such thoughts in mind, Li Jingchen grasped the kitchen knife firmly. With a swift motion, the rooster met its demise. Just as he was poised to proceed with the next step, an unexpected voice echoed in his ear. "Ding! You have slain a rooster. Ability points 1. Name: Li Jingchen. Level: Awakened. Ability: Weak Electricity. Physique: 110 Vitality. Spirit: 100 Hz. Skill: Knife Technique Beginner. Ability points 1. Li Jingchen was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, tears streamed down his face. I am indeed no mere imposter in this realm. Chapter 2. Strengthening Through Slaughter. Enhancing Power. The panel meticulously detailed Li Jingchen's various attributes. After a thorough explanation from the system, Li Jingchen comprehended the operational mechanism. Extraordinary points could be obtained by slaying ferocious beasts. By consuming these extraordinary points, one could enhance physical strength, mental acuity, and skill levels. Strictly speaking, chickens also qualify as unevolved ferocious beasts, thus allowing the acquisition of extraordinary points as well. Li Jingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of earning extraordinary points by slaughtering poultry and livestock was indeed highly feasible, although confronting ferocious beasts could yield greater extraordinary points. It was far less safe compared to killing chickens. With this thought, he glanced at the panel and silently commanded, "System, increase my vitality. Physical strength, 110 vitality 1101. The vitality had risen by 0.1. This meant that one extraordinary point could augment an attribute by 0.1. Astonishing. A vitality elixir worth tens of thousands only provided a mere 2 points of vitality after a month's consumption. Yet, by merely slaying a single chicken, he had directly boosted his vitality by 0.1. If he were to dispatch 20 chickens, it would equate to the benefits of an expensive vitality elixir. Moreover, the key advantage of using extraordinary points was that it required no time investment and bore no side effects. Li Jingchen felt an intense surge of energy coursing through him. The process of bleeding and plucking the feathers was executed seamlessly, and he quickly extracted another rooster from the cage. With a swift stroke, the rooster met its demise. Extraordinary points. 1. Mental acuity. 100 Hz 1001 Hz. Indeed, mental acuity could be enhanced as well. Physical strength and mental acuity are the two foundational attributes for all extraordinary beings. The elevation of these two attributes significantly amplifies the efficacy of both combat techniques and extraordinary abilities. Newly awakened individuals are referred to as awakeners, with initial attributes typically set at 100. Li Jingchen's vitality at 110 was commendable but still fell short of excellence. Some prodigies, having awakened to higher levels, could achieve terrifying heights of 150 in these foundational attributes. Not to mention, after practicing body refinement techniques, their attributes could soar even higher. This combination of advantages is precisely why ordinary awakeners cannot compete with those geniuses. However, that pertains to the average individual. Now that I possess a system, continuously slaying monsters to grow stronger and surpass those prodigies is merely a matter of time. Li Jingchen clenched his fists, his eyes radiating fervent ambition. The system could enhance not only the two foundational attributes, but also skills and combat techniques, which are crucial factors in determining an awakener's combat prowess. There are 6 levels of proficiency: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and perfection, each significantly surpassing the previous tier, particularly in combat techniques. Although Li Jingchen could not yet practice them, their potency was renowned. The two foundational attributes serve as the bedrock of everything. First, he must elevate his vitality and mental acuity. Once his physical conditioning improves, he can then focus on enhancing his skills. Awakeners can earn a living far more easily than ordinary individuals. Eventually, he could even undertake missions to slay ferocious beasts, purchasing equipment and combat techniques. Even the dream of enrolling in the university for individuals with extraordinary abilities seems within reach. The future is promising indeed, once a person harbors hope. Their motivation and spirit undergo a remarkable transformation. Even the pace of mundane tasks, such as slaughtering chickens, accelerates significantly. Li Jingchen pulled another chicken from the cage, the blade descending swiftly. Ability points. 1. Proceed. This batch comprises 100 chickens, ample for me to slay. Ability points. 1. Ability points. 1. With rapid movements. As Li Jingchen earned another ability point, he allocated it to enhance both his physique and mental acuity, with the system continually augmenting his attributes. Li Jingchen felt an invigorating warmth enveloping his entire being. After 2 consecutive hours of slaughter, he felt neither fatigue nor mental fog. Instead, his mind became increasingly lucid. This is the benefit derived from the elevation of one's vitality and spirit. Time flew by. Habitually, Li Jingchen reached into the cage only to find it empty. Jolting him from his trance, has 100 chickens truly been dispatched so swiftly? Alas, it feels somewhat insufficient. System. Access the panel. Name. Li Jingchen. Level. Awakened. Ability. Weak electricity. Physique. 119 vitality. Mentality. 101 Hz. Skill. Beginner's knife technique. Ability points. 0. Both mental acuity and physicality are of equal importance. However, for Li Jingchen at this stage, prioritizing the enhancement of his physique holds greater significance. In just 2 hours, he elevated his vitality by 9 points, which is nearly equivalent to consuming 4 vitality pills. Remarkable. 4 vitality pills would cost 100,000 yuan. Unfortunately, the Blue Sea restaurant only stocks 100 chickens daily. To further enhance his abilities, he would need to seek alternative sources, perhaps a slaughterhouse. However, gaining entry requires a recommendation from an acquaintance. He should consult Uncle Wang. With this thought, Li Jingchen tidied the area and prepared to seek Wang Hai. At that moment, the kitchen door swung open. A girl with twin ponytails and a slight baby fat entered, her eyes widening in surprise upon seeing the neatly slaughtered chickens. Brother Jingchen, have you really finished off 100 chickens? The girl's name is Chen Xiaomei, a local student who works part-time at the restaurant. However, She is only a first-year high school student, 2 years junior to Li Jingchen, making her his junior in school. Her shy demeanor often causes her to blush whenever he greets her. "Oh, Xiaomei, why are you in the kitchen instead of helping at the front desk?" Li Jingchen inquired amiably, finding her quite endearing. "Uncle Wang sent me to see if you needed assistance," Xiaomei replied, her cheeks flushed. "Really? Can it be that you can slaughter chickens too?" "No matter, these are already done. Just help me push them to the kitchen. I have matters to attend to and must find Uncle Wang," Li Jingchen said, handing her a small cart with a smile before exiting the kitchen. "Oh, okay. Brother Chun," Xiaomei replied, flustered as she accepted the cart. Watching Li Jingchen's retreating figure, she hesitated, wanting to offer him comfort. However, observing Li Jingchen's seemingly unperturbed demeanor, Xiaomei could not help but feel a flicker of admiration. After enduring such a significant blow, Brother Chen remained utterly composed. His mindset is truly formidable. "What? Xiao Chun, you claim you have slaughtered 100 chickens." Wang Hai, who was attending to guests at the front desk, widened his eyes upon hearing Li Jingchen's words. Slaughtering chickens is no trivial task. 100 chickens represent a day's worth of work. And you two managed to complete it so swiftly. Indeed, one cannot underestimate those who have awakened their extraordinary abilities. They far surpass us ordinary individuals. Uncle truly did not misjudge you. Here, take this 200 yuan. You have exceeded your task today, and the remaining time is yours to allocate as you wish. Wang Hai cheerfully pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Li Jingchen. One of the reasons Li Jingchen enjoyed his part-time job at the Blue Ocean restaurant was that once he completed his day's workload, he could leave, unlike the unscrupulous businesses of his past life, where no matter how quickly one worked, there was always another task awaiting. "Thank you, Uncle." Li Jingchen accepted the money without hesitation, chuckling as he tucked it into his pocket, and then proceeded to discuss matters concerning the slaughterhouse. Wang Hai pondered for a moment. "I do indeed know people at the slaughterhouse. However, while the pay is high, there have been reports of ferocious beast mutations occurring there recently. It is quite dangerous. Are you certain you wish to go?" Wang Hai replied after a brief contemplation. "I wish to earn a bit more money," Li Jingchen said, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. "Very well. I shall assist you in making the necessary contacts. But, Xiao Chun, with your remarkable speed in slaughtering chickens, if I find myself short-staffed in the future, you must remember to come and lend a hand. Rest assured. Just give me a call whenever you need assistance," Li Jingchen chuckled. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Slaughtering 100 chickens in merely a couple of hours would yield him 100 ability points, which Li Jingchen found exceedingly agreeable. With 200 yuan in hand, Li Jingchen indulged himself with a bit of luxury, taking a taxi directly to the slaughterhouse located in the western outskirts of the city. There were 3 positions available: chicken, pig, and cow slaughtering. Payment was based on the number of items processed. However, as it was his first visit, he would only be allowed to start with chicken slaughtering. Manager Lu of the slaughterhouse regarded Li Jingchen with suspicion. The young man appeared too youthful, which made him somewhat apprehensive. Had it not been for Wang Hai's recommendation, he would not have even considered him. There was a possibility of encountering mutated beasts at the slaughterhouse. Nevertheless, we have a dedicated security team in place, with a first-tier ability user station for safety. There should be no significant issues on that front. However, as a temporary worker, you will need to sign a waiver. Manager Lu stated. One would expect that upon hearing this, Li Jingchen would decline. Yet, without hesitation, Li Jingchen took a pen and swiftly signed his name. Leaving Manager Lu momentarily taken aback. "I underestimated you. This young lad is remarkably decisive." Chapter 3. Arrival at the slaughterhouse. Xiao Wang, please take Li Jingchen to his workstation. Manager Lu said with a smile, summoning one of the slaughterhouse employees, a youth with dark skin, appearing exceedingly honest, who seemed only a few years older than Li Jingchen. "My name is Wang Lei, and I work in the cow slaughtering area. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me later." Wang Lei, with a hearty smile, guided Li Jingchen in changing clothes. He also purchased a bottle of cola from a vending machine nearby and handed it to Li Jingchen, saying, "While slaughtering chickens is relatively safe, one must still be wary of the possibility of them turning into ferocious beasts. Once they mutate into such creatures, regardless of the circumstances, one must flee." Last year, a colleague of mine who was slow on his feet lost an arm to a mutated giant-beaked chicken. Wang Lei's face reflected a sense of nostalgia. Soon, under Wang Lei's guidance, Li Jingchen became familiar with his workstation. Noticing Li Jingchen's growing comfort, Wang Lei bought him another bottle of cola before returning to his own duties. "This guy is quite decent," Li Jingchen mused as he seized a rooster. With a swift motion, the bird met its end, eyes wide open. Ability point 1. Haha, it actually works. Li Jingchen exclaimed with unbridled joy, his hands moving rapidly, one after another. Ability point 1. Physique, 119-1191 vitality. Ability point 1. Ability point 1. Physique, 119-1119-2 vitality. The exhilaration of enhancement enveloped Li Jingchen as he slaughtered and progressed simultaneously. Nearby, an older brother, eager to teach, initially intended to share his chicken-killing techniques, showcasing his status as a veteran of the poultry farm. However, upon witnessing Li Jingchen's swift and precise movements, dispatching a chicken every 5 seconds without pause for 2 consecutive hours, his jaw dropped in astonishment. The words of advice he had wished to share were stifled. This young man is impressive. Wang's recommendation truly holds weight. When Manager Lu conducted his rounds, he too was taken aback by Li Jingchen's speed, unable to refrain from giving him a thumbs up. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and a worker rushed in, panic-stricken. Manager, trouble. There has been a mutation in the cattle slaughtering area. Someone has been attacked. Manager Lu's expression shifted drastically as he dashed toward the cattle area. Quick. Summon the security team, he urged. Why has there been another mutation? This is the second occurrence this week. The elder brother beside him turned pale and sighed heavily. Do such incidents happen often in our slaughterhouse? Li Jingchen inquired, intrigued. The man shook his head, replying, if such occurrences were frequent, who would dare to work here? Our pay may be high, but we cannot risk our lives. This week has been unusually turbulent. If it continues like this, I may need to consider a career change. Before long, Li Jingchen witnessed a team storming into the cattle area. The leader, a robust figure, bore skin that darkened as he moved, resembling a metallic sheen. A strength-enhancing ability, steel muscles, Li Jingchen recognized with a hint of envy. Some in his class had awakened this ability, significantly boosting their strength and defense. Abilities are categorized into elemental, enhancement, mental, recovery, natural, and special types, with enhancement being the most common. Soon, the commotion subsided. Manager Lu emerged from the slaughterhouse area. His complexion pale, accompanied by 3 members of the security team. The burly captain led the way, followed closely by 2 others who bore a stretcher. Vanishing before the eyes of the crowd, a life had been lost. Wang Lei, who had just guided him through his familiar workstation, was dead. Li Jingchen learned of this tragic news from a fellow worker. The image of Wang Lei's honest smile flashed through his mind as he glanced at the 2 bottles of cola on the table. Momentarily weighed down by a sense of sorrow, the exhilaration from his physical enhancement was somewhat dulled. The ferocity of the beast was far more perilous than he had imagined. Ordinary people stood no chance against such creatures. Strengthening oneself was the only means of self-preservation in this world ravaged by feral beasts. It was not only in the slaughterhouse where one might encounter these monsters. Even while strolling down the street, one could fall victim to a beastly attack. Although the city defense forces stood guard, there were still occasional breaches, allowing beasts to infiltrate the city, resulting in countless ordinary lives lost. No place was truly safe. Mere physical enhancement would not suffice. It seemed necessary to devise a means of acquiring a weapon and a method for body refinement to ensure his survival. Li Jingchen silently finished the cola on the table and resumed his task of slaughtering chickens. This time, his speed improved yet again. With each chicken he dispatched, he earned 1 ability point, 1 ability point, 1 ability point. Li Jingchen continued his relentless work until a colleague called out to him, at which point he realized it was already evening, time to clock out. Upon checking his system panel, he discovered he had accumulated a remarkable 200 ability points. This meant that in just one afternoon, he had slaughtered 200 chickens. If titles were awarded in this world, he would surely qualify for the moniker of Rooster Slayer by now. He opened the system panel. Name, Li Jingchen level, awakened ability, weak electric, physical strength, 120 vitality, mental strength, 101 Hz skill, basic blade technique, ability points, 200. Could it be that his blade technique could also be upgraded? Did enhancing skills require 200 ability points? Previously, Li Jingchen had only needed a single ability point to augment his attributes. This immersive experience of slaughtering chickens had allowed him to amass 200 ability points. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jingchen made his decision. System. Allocate 150 points to physical strength and 50 points to mental strength. In the next instant, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his entire body. His limbs tingled pleasantly, and his mind cleared as though recovering from a cold. Physical strength, 120 to 135 vitality, mental strength, 101 Hz, 106 Hz in terms of vitality alone. While he still fell short of the prodigies, he was now comparable to those top-tier students. With a suitable weapon and a body refinement method, gaining admission to a reputable ability user university through the ability examination would undoubtedly be within reach. A physical strength of 120 points marked the threshold between ordinary individuals and ability users, although those with over 120 points were not yet deemed true ability users. They were classified by the authorities as privileged, enjoying various benefits. For instance, the most common is the possession of infinite self-defense rights. When receiving his wages, he observed Manager Liu in conversation with the head of the security team. Upon the arrival of Li Jingchen, Manager Liu forced a smile and retrieved a stack of banknotes from his drawer. He extracted 5 bills and handed them to Li Jingchen, stating, "I have never encountered someone who can dispatch a chicken so swiftly. Well done, young man. This is your earnings for the day." Li Jingchen accepted the money, somewhat astonished, as the average wage for a day's work is merely 200 yuan. To his surprise, he received 500 instead. This marked the highest daily income he had ever earned after working for such a long time. With his enhanced physique, even his speed in dispatching chickens had improved. For the first time, Li Jingchen truly experienced the benefits that strength could bestow. His labor was indeed superior to others. "Hey, are you an awakened? What level of ability do you possess?" The head of the security team gazed at Li Jingchen in astonishment, sensing his impressive physique. With a snap of his fingers, Li Jingchen conjured a flickering arc of blue and white electricity at his fingertips, demonstrating a level of weak electrical ability. "Perhaps I misjudged you." The head of the security team chuckled, choosing not to pursue the matter further. After Li Jingchen departed, Manager Liu sighed and remarked to the head of the security team, "Captain Sun, 2 individuals have already perished within the week. We cannot afford to lose anyone else. Rest assured, the mutations of the ferocious beast will not occur so frequently. After 2 incidents this week, I suspect we will see a lull. However, you can count on me, Manager Liu. I will ensure that the brothers intensify their patrols." Chapter 4. Testing at the Martial Arts Academy. Encounter with Li Mingyao. Upon leaving the slaughterhouse, Li Jingchen did not immediately return home. Instead, he sought out a bathhouse to cleanse himself before heading back to his cramped rental apartment. The room measured less than 10 square meters, furnished only with a bed, a cabinet, and a toilet, nothing more. Although small, it was meticulously clean. Li Jingchen gazed silently at the photo on his bedside table, a snapshot of his former self alongside Li Mingyao. The backdrop depicted a beach where his former self beamed with joy while Li Mingyao maintained a stern expression. This memory flickered through Li Jingchen's mind. It was a day when Li Mingyao casually expressed her desire to see the beach, prompting him to scrimp and save for half a year to purchase a ticket to the neighboring city. Now, with the threat of ferocious beasts, commuting between cities had become exorbitantly priced. However, since Li Jingchen had opted for a standard hard seat, Li Mingyao had sulked all day, displeased with the arrangement. With a sigh, Li Jingchen crumpled the photograph and discarded it into the trash bin. He then collapsed onto his bed, contemplating his upcoming objectives. First and foremost, he needed to acquire a suitable weapon for self-defense. Otherwise, should he encounter a beast on the road, lacking an appropriate weapon could lead to a swift demise. Additionally, it would be prudent to obtain a body-enhancing technique to significantly bolster his physique. At present, his swordsmanship was at a novice level. If circumstances permitted, it would be ideal to acquire a combat technique specific to swordplay as well. A body enhancement technique paired with an appropriate weapon would undoubtedly elevate his prowess significantly. Li Jingchen pondered these ambitions. The art of combat is exceedingly costly, with a single tome fetching tens of thousands. Next in line is the body refinement technique, which is priced at a minimum of around 100,000. The most affordable option is weaponry, where one can procure a blade for merely a few thousand. Alas, my current savings amount to a mere 3,000, rendering me incapable of purchasing any of these. Li Jingchen gazed at the ceiling, shaking his head in despair. A mere 10 days remained until the martial arts examination. Should I gain admission to a prestigious academy for extraordinary abilities, many powerful techniques would be available for free. Otherwise, I must procure them on my own. Initially, Li Jingchen had intended to remain at the slaughterhouse, gradually enhancing his strength. However, the recent death of Wang ignited within him an urgent desire to grow stronger. Well, every grand edifice rises from the earth. I shall linger at the slaughterhouse for a couple more days to bolster my physique before considering anything else. He contemplated, however. Venturing outside the city is not feasible for now. Tomorrow, I might visit a martial arts hall to test my current prowess. With a newfound sense of purpose, Li Jingchen promptly closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The night passed without incident. Upon the break of dawn, Li Jingchen followed his memory to the nearest establishment, a modest 3-story building. While the space was not particularly expansive, its decor was quite refined, and the sign bore the name Tunglong Martial Arts Hall in an elegant script. This martial arts hall had been in operation for 6 months, making it relatively new in Shujing City. It was said that the hall's owner was a second-tier awakened supernatural being with nature-based abilities, capable of transforming into a formidable bear. Li Jingchen recalled the introduction of the Tunglong Martial Arts Hall as proprietor. His memory was vivid, as he had long desired to study there. But financial constraints had thwarted his ambitions. "Hello, welcome to Tunglong Martial Arts Hall. How may I assist you?" Upon entering, he was greeted by a counter where a young woman with dark hair and a bright smile stood. Her eyes sparkled upon seeing Li Jingchen, and she warmly welcomed him. With sharp brows and bright eyes, he was an uncommon sight of such handsomeness in Tunglong Martial Arts Hall. "I would like to book a testing room to evaluate my abilities," Li Jingchen stated. "Certainly," the young woman responded, nodding before retrieving a wristband from the counter and handing it to him. She gestured towards the interior of the hall, saying, "There happens to be an available room right now. Just proceed down the hallway and enter the 3rd room marked for testing. The fee is 500 daxia coins for an hour." All right." Li Jingchen winced as he handed over the coins, which represented a significant portion of his hard-earned savings. Only those who have truly toiled for their earnings understand the difficulty of acquiring wealth. "Would you like me to accompany you?" the young woman inquired, her smile widening with enthusiasm. Li Jingchen shook his head in refusal. "No need." "Hey, Li Jingchen, what are you doing here? Are you following me? Are you unwell? Did I not tell you to stop bothering me? You creep." Just as Li Jingchen was about to head towards the testing room, a scornful female voice rang out from behind him. Even before he turned around, the tone conveyed a palpable disdain. The sound was all too familiar. Li Jingchen turned his head indifferently and, as expected, he caught sight of Li Mingyao glaring at him with disdain from a distance. Beside her stood a heavily made-up girl, whom Li Jingchen recognized as Song Xiangxiang, the social butterfly of their 6th high school. It was rumored that she was entangled with several boys simultaneously. To his surprise, Li Mingyao had aligned herself with Song Xiangxiang. Birds of a feather truly flocked together. Li Jingchen had no intention of engaging with Li Mingyao. He merely cast her a fleeting glance before preparing to turn away. This action, however, infuriated Li Mingyao. The once obedient follower who would come running at her beck and call now dared to disregard her. A wave of inexplicable fury surged within her. She stepped forward, grasping Li Jingchen's arm and disdainfully exclaimed, "I'm speaking to you. Are you deaf? Are you stalking me? Let me make this clear. There is no possibility for us to reconcile, so you might as well give up. Moreover, I am now with Bai Xiao. So please refrain from appearing before me in the future. Otherwise, if Bai Xiao gets the wrong idea, I will hold you accountable. You won't even make it into the university for extraordinary abilities. We shall no longer inhabit the same world." Li Mingyao declared with an air of superiority. On the side, Song Xiangxiang watched the scene unfold, a sense of twisted satisfaction bubbling within her. "Humph. In the past, I had feelings for you and wrote you love letters. But you ignored me. Now, look at the humiliation you're facing." Li Mingyao's connection with Bai Xiao was facilitated by Song Xiangxiang, who harbored motives of revenge against Li Jingchen. Witnessing Li Jingchen's embarrassment filled her with a morbid pleasure, as she could already envision the scene of him blushing and fleeing in disgrace. Li Mingyao harbored similar thoughts. No one understood Li Jingchen better than she did. He had always been like a dog trailing behind her, mindlessly obedient. Whenever she displayed the slightest displeasure, he would fearfully bow his head in apology. "Someone like you, even if you awaken formidable powers, is destined to remain a failure. 2 years with you has been utterly revolting," Li Mingyao said coldly. Then, in the next moment, Li Jingchen delivered a sharp slap across her face. Chapter 5. Rising Combat Power, a Brutal Strike. You dare hit me," Li Mingyao exclaimed, clutching her face in disbelief. The sudden turn of events left her momentarily blank. In the next instant, another slap resounded. Li Jingchen shook his hand and coldly regarded the dazed Li Mingyao, uttering 2 words, "Fool." With that, he turned away and headed towards the testing room. Song Xiangxiang opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but upon meeting Li Jingchen's indifferent gaze, the threatening words were swallowed back. That look seemed to carry a hint of murderous intent, something she had only witnessed in certain extraordinary individuals who frequently ventured out of the city. I. He actually dared to hit me. I will kill him." As Li Jingchen walked away, Li Mingyao finally came to her senses. The thought that someone she considered beneath contempt had the audacity to strike her ignited a furious tremor in her lips, and she was consumed by vengeful thoughts of pursuing him for retribution. Yet, she was intercepted by the receptionist girl, who, with a professional smile, stated, "I'm sorry, but fighting is prohibited in this martial arts school. Why didn't you say anything when he attacked me?" Li Mingyao seethed, her anger boiling over. However, within the confines of the Tunglong Martial Arts School, she refrained from causing a scene. The receptionist shrugged. "I apologize, it happened so quickly that I didn't see it. Otherwise, I would have intervened. But now, you cannot engage in fighting here at Tunglong Martial Arts. You." Li Mingyao furiously pointed at the receptionist, her eyes nearly ablaze. Just as she was about to retort, Song Xiangxiang pulled her aside and whispered a few words in her ear. After a moment of hesitation, a malicious glint flashed across Li Mingyao's face as she gazed in the direction Li Jingchen had departed, her expression transforming into one of satisfaction. "Yes, that's exactly what I'll do. I will ruin Li Jingchen's reputation. He dares to strike me. I shall ensure he fails his literary examination." Li Mingyao contemplated reporting him. According to the laws of Daxia, an ordinary person who assaults someone on the street could face 7 days of detention, leaving a permanent mark on their record. With such a record, not only would he be barred from participating in martial examinations, but even literary ones would be out of reach. Li Mingyao was well aware of Li Jingchen's circumstances. He was merely a lowly-level mutant with a physique just over 100, classifying him as an ordinary person. Dare to strike me? Prepare for detention, she thought bitterly. With a criminal record, no company would employ him, and he would be relegated to a lifetime of menial work at the Blue Ocean Hotel. In her vengeful thoughts, she completely overlooked the fact that everything she had ever eaten or worn had been provided by Li Jingchen's hard work at the Blue Ocean Hotel. Unbeknownst to them, Li Jingchen had already entered the testing room. This was a space of about 20 square meters, cushioned with thick mats on the floor, while the walls were lined with sturdy silver-colored metal. Beneath each metallic surface were gravity sensors designed to measure the force exerted by the test taker against the walls. A screen nearby displayed the test taker's strength. In one corner stood a weapons rack, adorned with a variety of armaments. Li Jingchen approached the rack and selected a hefty long knife. The defenses of fierce beasts were formidable, and ordinary metal weapons could not breach their protection. Only weapons forged from the special Asmara alloy could penetrate such defenses. Weapons, much like mutant abilities, were categorized into 9 distinct levels. The weapon Li Jingchen now wielded was crafted by the Obsidian Weapons Company, ranking among the highest. During this period, most individuals coming to the martial arts school for testing were students from the vicinity, preparing for the martial examination scheduled 10 days hence. To ensure fairness in the examination, candidates were permitted to bring only weapons and battle attire of the designated level. The Tunglong Martial Arts School thoughtfully provided a range of weapons in the testing room, accommodating students of varying strengths with weights spanning from 30 to 100. Li Jingchen weighed the options for a moment and found that the 60-weight weapon was perfectly suited for him. The instant he grasped the blade, a plethora of techniques surged into his mind. He was intimately familiar with the maneuvers of slashing, striking, flicking, and cleaving with the long sword. The blade danced through the air, creating a mesmerizing display. In mere moments, Li Jingchen felt his entire body invigorated, his energy and blood flowing with newfound vitality. With his movements in sync with his techniques, he approached the humanoid target positioned at the center of the room. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength and shouted, "Slash!" As his hand rose and the blade fell, a flurry of sword shadows cut through the air, accompanied by a thunderous crash. The long sword struck the target with tremendous force. Simultaneously, a number appeared on the screen mounted on the wall. 175 cards. 175 cards. The magnitude of his strength astonished Li Jingchen. The card is a unit of measurement for attack intensity. One card is equivalent to the power of a firecracker. An astounding 175 cards could send a person flying several meters and even shatter a stone sculpture upon impact, clearly demonstrating the destructive potential of an awakened individual. Note: a firecracker contains approximately 0.2 grams of black powder, with each gram releasing energy equivalent to about 3,000 joules. Thus, 175 cards equate to the power of approximately 2 grenades. Typically, an awakened individual without utilizing combat techniques has an attack power of around 100 cards, as was evident in Li Jingchen's previous test. However, with the enhancement of his physique, his attack power had significantly increased. Although, in terms of sheer attack strength, he still lacked the capability to contend with a first-tier ferocious beast he could likely slay a newly mutated beast that hadn't yet advanced in rank. This was all without practicing body tempering techniques. Should he engage in such training, even the most basic methods would elevate his physique by several points. Coupled with combat techniques, he might very well stand a chance against a first-tier beast. After experimenting for a while longer, Li Jingchen gained a clearer understanding of his abilities. Just then, the time for the room's usage expired. Reluctantly, he set down the weapon, realizing the significant advantage this formidable blade provided. He needed to devise a plan to acquire one for himself. "You are Li Jingchen, correct?" A voice, tinged with authority, called out as he was about to close the door. Instinctively, he turned to see two individuals in security uniforms, one older and one younger, approaching him under Li Mingyao's direction, their expressions serious. Chapter 6. "My dear, I have been assaulted. Did you report the incident?" Li Jingchen asked, his expression turning peculiar as he glanced at Li Mingyao, his gaze growing colder. What a situation. It seemed she intended to jeopardize his future directly, ruthlessly pushing him into a corner. Had his physique not yet ascended, he might have truly fallen victim to Li Mingyao's schemes. "Humph, Li Jingchen. How dare you lay a hand on me? Have you forgotten your own identity? You, a social disgrace who resorts to violence at the slightest provocation, ought to reflect on your actions in the Public Security Bureau. Rest assured, I will ensure that the incident of your arrest will be widely publicized in our class, leaving you unable to even participate in the upcoming written examination." Li Mingyao stood behind the officer, pointing at Li Jingchen with a twisted expression of malice. The two officers before her had been summoned through connections made by Bai Zihao, whom Li Mingyao had contacted earlier. Let us not forget that Li Jingchen is merely an ordinary individual, even if he were an awakened being with a physique reaching 120 vitality. Possessing an unrestrained right to self-defense, Li Mingyao was confident she could see him confined to a detention center. Meanwhile, Song Xiangxiang, a bystander, cast a scornful glance at Li Jingchen, eager to witness how he would respond. Alas, it was unfortunate that the venue's owner was absent today, as he could have provided assistance to this student. The receptionist sighed at the unfolding scene. "Did you just call me a disgrace?" Li Jingchen asked, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the haughty Li Mingyao. The former sycophant now dared to stare at him with such audacity, prompting Li Mingyao to erupt in indignation. "What's wrong with scolding you? You pathetic man. A shameless scoundrel who strikes women." Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Mingyao felt a blur before her eyes, followed by a sharp pain across her face. Slap. Slap. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her mind momentarily blank as she gazed at Li Jingchen. She never anticipated that, even in the presence of the officers, he would have the audacity to strike back. "Are you out of your mind?" Song Xiangxiang exclaimed, equally astonished, pointing at Li Jingchen. Just moments ago, Li Jingchen had ignored her, but upon noticing her accusatory gesture, he instantly recognized that she was no virtuous character. Given Li Mingyao's lack of intellect, it was clear she would not have thought to summon the officers. This was undoubtedly Song Xiangxiang's idea. "You dare to point at me. It seems you harbor ulterior motives as well." With that thought, Li Jingchen wasted no time. He summoned his strength, creating a gust of air as he propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful kick to Song Xiangxiang's chest. Bang! The impact sent her crashing against the bar. Whether it was due to Li Jingchen's excessive force or her own agitation, Song Xiangxiang rolled her eyes back and fainted. "You actually dared to strike in front of us. Cease this at once." The two officers exchanged glances, both shouting in anger, yet their feet remained planted. Had they truly failed to witness Li Jingchen's actions? Wasn't he merely an ordinary person with an awakened ability of less than 100 in physique? Yet, the speed and force he had just displayed were anything but ordinary. His physical strength must be at least 120, if not more. How did this contradict what they had been informed of over the phone? "This student, you have physically assaulted someone." The elder officer exchanged glances with the younger one and discreetly signaled him. The young officer quickly moved towards the testing room. Recalling that Li Jingchen had just emerged from there, a glance at the testing records would reveal the truth of his abilities. With a fleeting glance inside, the youthful officer's pupils dilated sharply, quickly signaling a number to the elder officer. The elder officer's eyes widened momentarily before returning to normalcy. Smiling at Li Jingchen, he remarked, "Young man, you are an awakened. According to the laws of the Great Xia, awakened individuals possess the right to unlimited self-defense when faced with threats. It appears we have misunderstood the situation. However, resorting to violence against women is rather inappropriate. Perhaps next time, a different venue would be advisable." He awkwardly glanced at Li Mingyao, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. "So, may I take my leave now?" Li Jingchen cast a discerning look at the two. having sensed their dubious nature from the start. "Of course, you may," the elder officer replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and forcing a smile. Li Jingchen regarded them both with a penetrating gaze, but chose not to press further. He placed the key on the bar counter, exchanged a few words with the front desk girl, and exited the Tunglong martial arts hall. As the elder officer watched Li Jingchen's retreating figure, he let out a long sigh of relief. "That was close. I nearly offended someone formidable." For a high school student to inflict 175 damage if he doesn't falter, he is destined to become at least a third-tier esper. Such an individual is far beyond the reach of a mere security officer like myself. The Security Bureau deals with ordinary citizens. We have no jurisdiction over the privileged classes of awakened and espers. In fact, had it not been for the direct call from the young master of the Bai family today, we would not have been inclined to intervene at all. That young man is exceedingly handsome. The front desk girl gazed in admiration at Li Jingchen's departing silhouette. She also held disdain for Li Mingyao and Song Xiangxiang, thinking it shameful that they failed to appreciate such a striking and powerful young man, resorting instead to insults and abuse. Once everyone had departed, Li Mingyao finally emerged from her stupor. In the next moment, a tempest of fury surged within her, threatening to explode her chest with rage. Trembling, she didn't even consider why the officers had left. Grabbing her phone, she dialed Bai Ziheo's number. When the call connected, she took a deep breath. Her expression filled with malice, yet her voice took on a pitiful tone. "Hello, darling. I've been attacked." In a villa in Xujiang City, Bai Ziheo hung up the phone, his expression impassive. Beside him, Bai Ruifeng observed his younger brother's demeanor with surprise and inquired, "What's the matter, little brother?" "Nothing much, just a minor issue." "Brother, how long are you back this time?" "I have some uncertainties regarding the training of the body refinement technique and the use of abilities. Could you teach me?" Bai Ziheo shook his head. What is your physical strength now?" 190, just 10 points short of 200, Bai Ziheo replied, his tone marked by pride. Bai Ruifeng, taken aback, expressed approval. "Not bad. Once you reach 200 in physical strength, you can advance to a first-tier esper. At that point, you should seek professional certification at the Esper Association. It would be advantageous for the martial arts examination. You might even contend for the top spot in the Xujiang City martial arts exam. Few can achieve a physical strength of 200 before high school graduation." Indeed, Bai Ziheo's face beamed with a sense of accomplishment. Achieving first-tier esper status before the martial arts exam is a rare feat in all of Xujiang City. Moreover, with his elemental talent of wind, Xujiang City's martial arts examination champion truly holds great promise. Thus, Bai Ziheo began to cultivate diligently alongside his elder brother, casting aside thoughts of Li Mingyao entirely. She was merely a trifling distraction. Having spent only a small sum on a few bags, she fancied herself adored. Were it not for her slight beauty and her awakened talent, which bestowed some value upon her, Bai Ziheo would hardly have acknowledged Li Mingyao's existence. Throughout the evening, Bai Ziheo remained unperturbed by her plight. It was only after his training that his spirits soared, and he pondered before dialing the phone of a subordinate who had been trailing him. "Find a time to teach someone a lesson for me. Their physique is likely around 120, possessing great abilities, though they may have other means as well. Just a good thrashing will suffice, nothing excessive. I wish to avoid any distractions before the martial arts examination," Bai Ziheo stated calmly. The Bai family is a well-known and fortunate clan in Xujiang City. The offspring of such a prominent family must weigh their actions far more carefully than ordinary individuals. Allowing Li Mingyao to stew in her predicament for a day was intended to remind her of her subordinate position. Moreover, arranging for someone to discipline her was a demonstration to those around that even a mere plaything is not to be trifled with. Bai Ziheo regarded the awakened individual with a mere physique of 120 with indifference. Chapter 7. The goal the following day. Li Jingchen had a light breakfast before returning to the slaughterhouse. "Back again, little Li? Are we killing chickens once more?" Manager Lu inquired with a smile. "Indeed." Li Jingchen nodded in response. "Excellent. Business is booming, and the boss has decided to raise everyone's wages. The reward for killing a chicken has increased by 10. If you're slaughtering cattle, it's a 20 increase." Manager Lu continued cheerfully. Noticing that Li Jingchen harbored no intention of switching roles, he awkwardly smiled and departed. It seemed yesterday's events had left an impact. Li Jingchen's eyes flickered. He did not believe such a wage increase was without reason. Although he was uncertain about the ability points awarded for slaughtering pigs or cattle, he recognized that should they mutate into ferocious beasts, their destructive power would far exceed that of a chicken's transformation. While Li Jingchen could currently deal 175 points of damage, that was contingent upon wielding grade weapons. With only a regular kitchen knife at his disposal, he was uncertain whether he could contend with a ferocious beast. He was unwilling to take that risk. Presently, it appeared that killing chickens offered a higher cost-benefit ratio and was considerably safer. Before long, Li Jingchen arrived at the production line. He observed a number of unfamiliar faces around him. The older colleague who had stood beside him the previous day had been replaced by another older man. It seemed my suspicions were confirmed. The turnover rate was alarmingly high, prompting the wage increase. Nevertheless, it happened to benefit me. With this thought, Li Jingchen skillfully began to slaughter chickens. With a swift motion, a chicken lay lifeless at his feet, leaving the new uncle beside him momentarily stunned. This young worker appeared remarkably adept at his task. The act of slaughtering a chicken has become remarkably proficient, far beyond what one would expect from a newcomer. This level of skill suggests at least 3 years of experience. Perhaps I'll invite him for a drink this evening to forge a closer connection and glean some secrets of chicken slaughtering. Unbeknownst to Li Jingchen, his colleague harbored these thoughts while he had already entered a state of flow. With each chicken he dispatched, he earned 1 ability point. Physique, 1, 351 health. Physique, 1, 351, 352 health. This time, Li Jingchen planned to allocate all his points to physique. Once he raised his physique to 150, he would then enhance his mental acuity. Mental prowess significantly influences reaction speed and sensory perception, both crucial during actual combat. Before long, the morning slipped away. Name, Li Jingchen. Level, awakened. Ability, weak electricity. Physique, 152 health. Mental, 110 Hz. Skill, beginner's blade technique. Ability points 2. The speed at which he slaughtered chickens had improved compared to yesterday. If this pace continued, he could elevate his physique to 180 by afternoon. The rate of enhancement was astonishing. Li Jingchen felt exhilarated. It is noteworthy that some prodigies with awakened abilities only had physiques fluctuating around 170 at this stage. The top-ranked individuals in the city barely reached 190. Yet here he was, a newly awakened talent, having raised his health to 150 in just 2 days. Solely from slaughtering chickens. If he were to engage in hunting larger livestock or venture outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts, the speed of enhancement would undoubtedly accelerate. Clenching his fists, he felt an immense surge of power coursing through him, as if he could easily fell a cow with a single punch. Breathe, stay calm. This newfound strength is merely an illusion. The more powerful one feels, the more cautious one must be. Ferocious beasts pose far greater dangers than one can imagine. At the very least, he needed to elevate his physique to 170 before considering the purchase of an effective weapon and the prospect of hunting beasts outside the city. It would be prudent to remain close to the city walls, avoiding deep forays into the wilderness. A weapon of sufficient caliber would cost at least 50,000. So he would need to devise a plan to acquire funds. As he contemplated while devouring his meal, the pile of dishes before him startled the colleague who had intended to strike up a conversation. Observing Li Jingchen deep in thought, he refrained from interrupting. If all else fails, perhaps he would need to consider applying for a loan. Li Jingchen was resolute, as a solitary individual without support. He had to rely solely on himself. Though he had a few close friends at school, they were all students, and it felt inappropriate to ask them for money. Alas, if only there were 8 more days until the martial arts examination, he would prefer to linger in the slaughterhouse and gradually develop his skills. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. Rest assured, Mr. Sun, we have recruited 2 more awakened individuals to join the escort team. We guarantee that the previous incident will not occur again. On a sweltering afternoon, the summer cicadas sang outside. A throng of individuals clad in suits surrounded a middle-aged man with a square face, slightly plump yet not cumbersome, as he inspected various sections of the slaughterhouse. Manager Liu, ever obsequious, trailed behind the square-faced man, explaining and patting his chest in assurance. Accompanying them were Liu Tian, the captain of the security team, and other members of the guard. I, Sun Guoyang, have established my standing in Xujiang City through integrity and a genuine concern for my employees. You must enhance the patrols in this slaughterhouse. Should any ferocious beasts mutate, they must be eradicated immediately. We cannot allow any harm to come to our workers. Furthermore, compensation for the families of the deceased must be administered promptly. Additionally, I shall personally provide them with 200,000 in condolence payments. Sun Guoyang stated with utmost seriousness. He is a magnate in the food service and real estate sectors of Xujiang City, owning several large shopping malls, the slaughterhouse, and the Blue Ocean restaurant among his enterprises. Indeed, in Xujiang City, Any venture related to dining seems to bear his influence. Ah, Commander, your character remains unchanged. Captain Li Jingchen chuckled, affectionately complimenting him. Chapter 8, Brother. Do not smash it, it's utterly dead. Both he and Sun Guoyang had previously served in the Southern Military District, with Sun Guoyang being his former commander. Had it not been for a grievous injury sustained by Sun Guoyang during a wave of ferocious beasts, rendering him unable to fight, and Li Jingchen also incapacitated, they would likely still be on the battlefield. However, upon retiring, leveraging connections from the military district, Sun Guoyang made his way in Shuzhong City, prompting Li Jingchen to seek his patronage. Curse these damn beasts. One day, we shall eradicate them all. Sun Guoyang's face contorted with hatred. As they conversed, they arrived at the poultry slaughtering area. Suddenly, the alarm rang out, a cacophony of bells echoing throughout the slaughterhouse. Li Jingchen's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. The beast detection device has sounded the alarm. Another beast has mutated. Quickly, ascertain which area it is. Manager Lu's face paled. Yet again, a beast mutation occurred. Particularly during the boss's inspection, a veritable calamity. Captain, it's confirmed. It's the chicken slaughtering area. A team member reported breathlessly. The threat posed by mutated beasts in the chicken slaughtering area is indeed less severe than that of the cattle area, yet mishandling could still result in fatalities. Xiao Lu, which security personnel are in the chicken area? Have them move there immediately. We shall proceed to assist. Sun Guoyang remained calm, directing the response. Upon hearing the commander's inquiry, Li Jingchen's complexion darkened, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Commander, there is no one in the chicken area. With the boss present for inspection, everyone rushed to ensure his safety. No personnel were dispatched to other sections. No one anticipated that, within mere minutes, a mutation would occur. What? Then why aren't you moving quickly? Sun Guoyang was incensed. Without further ado, he led the way towards the chicken slaughtering area. Li Jingchen and the others hastily followed, inwardly lamenting their dire predicament. It is over. Another life is about to be lost. The monstrous beast has mutated and is now capable of inflicting harm, and this transformation occurred in a mere minute, prior to its metamorphosis into a ferocious creature. Even an ordinary individual could easily vanquish the common rooster, rendering it akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. However, once it transforms into a beast, the tables turn entirely. An ordinary person stands no chance against such a creature. Take, for instance, the giant beak chicken. Although it does not possess any extraordinary rank, its pecking force can effortlessly pierce a centimeter of steel. One can only imagine the horror if it were to strike a human. In the slaughtering area, Li Jingchen moved with fluid grace, his blade falling decisively as one rooster after another met their demise beneath his hand. Ability points, 1. Ability points, 1. Deep Blue. Grant me more. Upon seeing the 180 points of ability displayed on the panel, Li Jingchen unhesitatingly allocated them all to his physique. In the next moment, a warm surge coursed through his limbs, enveloping him in a comforting embrace akin to a soothing soak in a hot spring during winter. Physique, 152,170 vitality. With regard to vitality alone, my current level is comparable to those top-tier geniuses in prestigious schools. If I were to practice the body tempering technique, my vitality could easily surpass 190. This is exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Li Jingchen was beside himself with excitement. Just 2 days prior, he was merely a lackluster individual with no hope of even entering a university for ability users. Now, he had risen to a level sufficient to gain admission into a prominent ability university. And this transformation occurred in just 2 days. This does not even account for the enhancements from the body tempering technique and skills. Once I cultivate the body tempering technique, my strength will undoubtedly soar even higher. Li Jingchen's mind raced with thoughts of securing a loan to purchase a body tempering manual and weaponry. At his age, possessing a physique of 170. Although still at the first level of ability, obtaining a loan would be a breeze. The future looks incredibly bright. With such thoughts, Li Jingchen felt an immense sense of well-being, even breaking into a cheerful tune. Huh, why are you all staring at me? Li Jingchen looked around at his co-workers, only to find that everyone was watching him with expressions of fear. Could it be that his earlier excitement led them to believe he was unhinged? Puzzled, he suddenly realized something was amiss. They were not gazing at him, but rather at what lay behind him. A dreadful thought struck him, and his expression changed dramatically. Chow. Surely, I cannot be so unfortunate. Behind you, a beast has mutated. Run quickly. Finally, someone broke free from their terror. Trembling as they pointed at what lurked behind Li Jingchen, their face pale as they turned to flee. The others soon followed suit, fleeing in a panic, and chaos ensued. Suddenly, a rush of heated breath accompanied by a powerful gale surged from behind Li Jingchen. The giant beaked chicken, eyes glinting with menace, lunged toward him, intent on pecking this detestable human to death. At the very moment when the giant beaked chicken was about to peck at itself, the habit of slaughtering chickens urged Li Jingchen to instinctively reach out and grasp the creature's neck. "Little brother, quickly get away." Lu Tian, who had rushed over from the cattle slaughtering area, was taken aback by this scene. For an ordinary person to attempt to grasp the neck of a giant beaked chicken with one hand was tantamount to courting death, not to mention ordinary folks. Even awakened individuals with a physique reaching 140 would likely not dare to do such a thing. Manager Sun Guoyang was equally bewildered, lamenting internally that he felt as though he might have to pack up and leave. A flicker of sympathy crossed Sun Guoyang's eyes. Judging by the other's appearance, he was not much older than his own daughter. He was still a mere child. However, in the next moment, everyone stood frozen in place. Li Jingchen single-handedly seized the giant beaked chicken by the neck and swung it forcefully towards the ground. Boom! The tremendous force pressed down on the chicken's head, and the sturdy cement floor was smashed into a deep pit. The giant beaked chicken emitted a clucking sound, exerting all its strength to struggle. But the hand upon its neck felt like a mountain, rendering it utterly immobile despite its feeble attempts. Clang! Li Jingchen raised the kitchen knife, and with a decisive motion, he brought it down harshly upon the chicken's neck. Crack! The knife shattered into fragments. What the heck? Even an unranked beast has such tough defenses? Li Jingchen was momentarily stunned, but without a second thought, he swung his fist down upon the giant beaked chicken's head. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. This was Li Jingchen's first real encounter with a ferocious beast, and he showed no mercy whatsoever. Killed 1 giant beaked chicken. Earning 40 ability points after a considerable time had passed, a voice broke the silence, sounding as if it were gulping down saliva. "Hey, brother, stop hitting it. It's dead." Manager Lu stared blankly at Li Jingchen, who was pinning down the giant beaked chicken, utterly perplexed. When had he recruited such a formidable individual? Could it be that the other party was also an awakened one? The workers who had rushed over, eyes wide in disbelief, gazed at Li Jingchen in astonishment, collectively swallowing hard. Goodness, the beast that had instilled fear in them was actually smashed to death by this young man with his bare fists. Is it now commonplace for chicken slaughterers to be this impressive? Chapter 9. Exorbitant tutoring fees. Hey, brother, are you an awakened one? Lu Tian's eyes sparkled as he gestured for others to carry away the carcass of the giant beaked chicken, his gaze fixed intently on Li Jingchen. He had sensed something extraordinary about Li Jingchen previously, initially thinking he may have misjudged. Now it seemed he had not erred. The young man before him was undoubtedly an awakened individual, his strength rivaling that of Lu Tian himself. Lu Tian's thoughts churned. Well, old Lu, you've even learned to joke with me now, Sun Guoyang remarked with a chuckle, glancing at Lu Tian. You didn't mention arranging a security team in the chicken slaughtering area earlier. That was merely to frighten me, wasn't it? Anyone capable of crushing a ferocious beast with their bare fists is no weaker than you, Lu Tian. Sun Guoyang truly had no idea when the factory had recruited such a powerful awakened individual. As for those not part of the security team, Sun Guoyang had never considered that possibility. Who could possibly crush a giant beaked chicken barehanded, if not someone from the slaughtering team? 10 minutes later, they arrived at the manager's office. After clarifying the situation, Sun Guoyang cast a peculiar glance at Li Jingchen and inquired, "Young man, are you implying that you are here as a part-timer?" "Indeed," Li Jingchen replied with a smile. This revelation rendered Sun Guoyang's expression even more bizarre as his gaze instinctively shifted towards Manager Lu and Lu Tian, both of whom appeared utterly bewildered and perplexed, clearly unaware of this detail. Observing that Li Jingchen was not jesting, Sun Guoyang's mind began to race. Years of business acumen allowed him to swiftly grasp the crucial information. This young man, Li Jingchen, was undoubtedly a prodigy, and moreover, he was currently in need of financial resources. "Boss Sun, if there's nothing pressing, I shall return to my poultry duties," Li Jingchen said, rising to leave. With only an hour left before quitting time, he wished to slaughter a few more chickens to enhance his physical prowess. Strictly calculated, the strength gained from killing 20 chickens equated to the effect of a 40,000 yuan energy elixir, without any side effects or the need for time to recuperate. "Wait, young man. Please, do not call me Mr. Sun. That feels too formal. Brotherly, your recent dispatch of the giant beaked chicken has been of immense assistance to me. I must express my gratitude properly. What is your bank account number?" Sun Guoyang hastily interjected. Li Jingchen was taken aback, but upon contemplating the connection, he refrained from declining the offer. Initially, he had only been focused on the 40 ability points acquired from the giant beak chicken. However, upon reflection, he realized that by eliminating the suddenly mutated beast, he had indeed spared the slaughterhouse considerable losses. Accepting a token of appreciation was only reasonable. With this in mind, Li Jingchen provided his bank account number. Sun Guoyang promptly entered it into his phone, and the next moment, Li Jingchen received a text notification. 20,000 yuan has been credited to your account. Wow, 20,000. Li Jingchen's heart trembled. He had presumed the compensation would be a mere few thousand, but to his astonishment, it amounted to 20,000. He had never encountered such a sum of money before. To put it in perspective, the average salary in Daxia is only around 4,000 yuan. A few white-collar workers and technical professionals earn upwards of 7 or 8,000, with those exceeding 10,000 being quite rare. Moreover, individuals like Li Jingchen, engaged in part-time work, typically earn only 1 or 2,000 yuan a month, not accounting for living expenses. For an ordinary person, managing to save 2,000 yuan a month is already a remarkable feat, while 20,000 may seem substantial to many. It would take an average person at least 8 years of diligent saving to amass such an amount. Li Jingchen initially aimed to feign composure, but he could hardly suppress a broad grin that revealed his white teeth. Thank you, brother Sun. With this, I can secure both weapons and body enhancement techniques. If there are any funds remaining, I might even invest in training for combat skills. He contemplated a shopping spree later on. Observing the delight on Li Jingchen's face, Sun Guoyang realized he had made a wise decision, his own expression radiant with joy. Brotherly, you jest. It is I who should be thanking you. Indeed, brotherly. Our factory's security team is in need of personnel. Would you be interested? Your prowess should be comparable to Lu Tian's by now. And I can offer you the same remuneration, 30,000 yuan per month. An awakened being capable of slaying a giant chicken with bare hands is certainly someone worth cultivating. Nearby, Manager Lu displayed an envious expression. Though he held the position of manager at the slaughterhouse, his monthly salary was a mere 8,000 yuan, far inferior to that of the ability user Lu Tian. At such a young age, Li Jingchen's ability to command 30,000 yuan a month made him the epitome of success. However, Manager Lu did not harbor resentment, recognizing Li Jingchen's evident strength. Even if he sought employment elsewhere, he could easily earn over 10,000. No, thank you. I can manage with some part-time work. I am about to participate in the martial arts examination, so I cannot come to work. Had it been previously, Li Jingchen would have readily accepted the offer. However, with the system at his disposal, the prospect of earning 30,000 yuan per month paled in comparison to the importance of enhancing his abilities through slaying chickens, leading him to decline the offer. Sun Guoyang was taken aback, staring at Li Jingchen in disbelief. Participating in the martial arts examination? Brother, you're not still in school, are you? Yes, I'm in my 3rd year of high school this year, Li Jingchen replied cheerfully. Thus, I cannot come to work. Seeing that Li Jingchen seemed sincere, Sun Guoyang's gaze toward him grew more serious. To be able to kill a giant chicken with bare hands before even participating in the martial arts examination was impressive. Sun Guoyang had once fought ferocious beasts on the battlefield, so he understood the implications perfectly. A genius. This young man named Li Jingchen was undoubtedly a genius. If he does not falter in the future, he will at least become a 3rd-tier martial artist. A 3rd-tier martial artist is the level of the mayor of Xujiang City. I must befriend him. In a flash, dozens of thoughts surged through Sun Guoyang's mind, all of which he subsequently dismissed. After some time, Sun Guoyang formulated a plan and smiled at Li Jingchen. Brother, what a coincidence. My daughter is in her 2nd year of high school and plans to participate in the martial arts examination next year. However, she is somewhat lacking in practical skills, and I was just thinking of finding a tutor to strengthen her before the examination. I wonder if you would be interested? Rest assured, it would only take a few hours and would not interfere with your training. The remuneration will be substantial, 20,000 yuan per hour. What do you think? Sun Guoyang said with anticipation. Li Jingchen was momentarily stunned, a thought flashing through his mind. Wow, 20,000 yuan per hour for tutoring. Do wealthy individuals really spend money so lavishly? However, instead of immediately agreeing, Li Jingchen curiously inquired, Boss Sun, with a tutoring fee of 20,000 yuan per hour, you could surely hire some advanced 1st-tier ability users. Why seek me? Chapter 10. Treasure Pavilion. Li Jingchen was well aware of his own worth. Although he could kill a giant chicken with bare hands, at this stage, he was certainly not worth a tutoring fee of 20,000 yuan per hour. Some formal 1st-order ability users struggle to earn a living. Sun Guoyang offered a wry smile, his expression tinged with resignation. My dear brother, you may not be aware, but my daughter possesses a rebellious spirit and an overwhelming pride. Coupled with her recently awakened advanced abilities, she is currently in a phase of self-importance. I did arrange for her to receive one-on-one training from a first-order ability user, but as you know, those who take on such training jobs in our city of Xuzhang vary greatly in skill. My daughter believes that their abilities are inferior to her own. Additionally, her ranking in the Blue Network battles is quite respectable, rendering her impervious to the guidance of others. However, you are different. Possessing such prowess at merely a senior high school level, she would undoubtedly respect you. If you were to tutor her one-on-one, she would surely listen. Sun Guoyang explained. Li Jingchen was familiar with the Blue Network that Sun Guoyang mentioned. It is a virtual combat platform developed by Daxia, where many ability users often engage in simulated battles. However, access requires matching terminal devices, which can cost a fortune. Li Jingchen had only tried it once at school and had not used it since. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that a 1 or 2 hour tutoring session would not significantly impede his schedule. Furthermore, the crucial aspect was that Sun Guoyang had access to the Blue Network's login terminal, allowing him to benefit from it during the tutoring sessions. Moreover, Li Jingchen had yet to engage in battle with peers of his ability level and was eager for the opportunity. Believing that Li Jingchen might be dissatisfied with the fee, Sun Guoyang hastily increased the offer. Brother, it's 30,000 for an hour. All right, Boss Li, I accept. However, the timing for the tutoring shall be at my discretion. Li Jingchen replied directly. Excellent. No problem. Sun Guoyang responded eagerly. In a bid to ensure Li Jingchen wouldn't refuse, he promptly transferred 60,000 yuan to Li Jingchen's bank account. It seems that with strength comes ease in earning. Li Jingchen gazed at the cold figure of 260,000 Daxia coins in his bank account, feeling a surge of emotions. He was acutely aware that this windfall was a stroke of luck, otherwise, acquiring money would not come so swiftly. With newfound wealth, Li Jingchen dismissed any thoughts of poultry slaughter and departed the slaughterhouse, heading straight for the ability user trading building. He intended to procure weapons and body refinement techniques. After Li Jingchen left, Lu Tian approached Sun Guoyang, looking somewhat puzzled. Brother Liang, ISNTA 200,000 reward alongside 30,000 per hour for tutoring a bit excessive? A tinge of jealousy colored his inquiry, as he considered that even as a first-order ability user, he had never received such favorable treatment. You don't understand, Sun Guoyang replied, casting a glance at Lu Tian with a faint smile. He had discerned that Li Jingchen had relied purely on brute force to defeat the giant beak chicken, indicating that he had not yet practiced body refinement techniques. If he could vanquish such a formidable opponent without any training, one could only imagine the terrifying levels of power he would achieve upon mastering body refinement techniques or even combat skills. It was likely that he would rival first-order ability users. Among all the senior students in Xuzhang schools, those possessing such strength could be counted on one hand. The future achievements of the individual in question are undoubtedly limitless. Although Sun Guoyang was curious as to why such a gifted candidate faced financial difficulties, he recognized the necessity of seizing this opportunity to cultivate a relationship with Li Jingchen. Offering assistance in times of need is far more valuable than merely embellishing an already prosperous situation. With this thought in mind, Sun Guoyang picked up his phone and dialed his daughter. Hello, my dear. I have found you a remarkable teacher. Rest assured, they are exceptionally skilled. What is their ranking on the Blue Network? What level of ability do they possess? I didn't inquire about that, but I assure you, their strength is formidable. The Ability User Trading Center is located in the heart of Xuzhang City, several dozen miles from the slaughterhouse. Li Jingchen, not one to hesitate, hailed a taxi without delay. Seated in the back, he opened the system panel. Name, Li Jingchen, level, Awakener, ability, weak electricity, physique, 170 vitality, mentality, 110 Hz, skill, beginner sword technique, ability points. 221 The giant beak chicken is a fearsome beast of the non-tiered class, yielding 40 ability points upon defeat, equivalent to the number awarded for slaying 40 ordinary chickens. Given this calculation, it seems that slaughtering chickens might still offer greater cost-effectiveness, safety being a crucial factor. However, at the slaughterhouse, I can typically dispatch over 300 chickens in a day, earning 300 ability points. Conversely, if I were to target giant beak chickens, I would only need to slay 7 or 8 to achieve a similar yield. This estimation is based on the weaker variant of the giant beak chicken. Should I encounter a more powerful beast, the vitality points gained would undoubtedly be greater. Perhaps a single kill could equate to the ability points earned from an entire day of chicken slaughtering. Thus, it appears that to swiftly enhance my prowess, I must indeed seek out these formidable beasts, Li Jingchen mused. With only 8 days remaining until the martial examination, he needed to expedite his progress. Ideally, he aimed to attain the status of a Tier 1 ability user before the examination and to elevate his skill proficiency to intermediate or even advanced levels. Clearly, remaining at the slaughterhouse would not suffice to meet this rapid upgrade demand. If only I could purchase livestock for slaughter, but alas, my finances are insufficient, and acquiring live poultry requires a license, which is rather cumbersome. It seems a journey beyond the city is in order. However, prior to that, I must procure weapons and a body tempering technique. Li Jingchen had deliberately reserved over 200 ability points for this very purpose, intending to buy the body tempering technique for immediate practice. With resolve in his heart, Li Jingchen no longer hesitated. Soon, the taxi arrived at the location of the Ability User Trading Center. It is merely a collective term, not confined to a single building. Referring to it as a commercial street would be more accurate. Since the emergence of ability users and ferocious beasts, the lives of people have undergone a profound transformation. Various industries have sprung up, all designed to cater to the needs of ability users. Take this commercial street, for instance. It is the most bustling and prosperous area of Xuzhou City, yet every establishment along the street pertains to ability users. The Treasure Pavilion, reputed for its favorable reviews online, offers goods at prices lower than those found in larger stores. This must be the place. Guided by memory, Li Jingchen arrived in front of an elegantly rustic 2-story building. Upon entering, a beautiful shop assistant clad in a black silk qipao approached with a warm smile, showing no signs of neglect due to Li Jingchen's youth. Nearby, another staff member thoughtfully poured him a glass of lemon water. The online ratings proved to be trustworthy, and Li Jingchen nodded in silent approval. The level of service can truly reflect the quality of a store. Esteemed ability user, how may I assist you? The shop assistant in the black silk qipao inquired. Guiding Li Jingchen to a genuine leather sofa, she promptly presented a platter of fruits and beverages, respectfully awaiting his request. The honorific esteemed ability user delighted Li Jingchen, exemplifying professionalism at its finest. I wish to purchase a long sword. A weapon of level 8 would suffice, and I also seek a body tempering technique, Li Jingchen articulated. Certainly, here are all our styles of level 8 long swords, crafted by Obsidian Company's latest designs. We offer various weights, and should you have any special requests, we can also accommodate custom orders. Additionally, here are our body tempering techniques, available in both first and second levels, the shop assistant replied with a smile, presenting a tablet. Li Jingchen promptly dismissed the notion of a custom order, as time was of the essence, and such options often came with exorbitant prices that he could not afford. Upon receiving the tablet, he perused the detailed listings of various long swords and body tempering techniques to assist customers in determining the appropriate weapon weight. The attentive assistant had also brought samples of various weights. Li Jingchen first examined the 50-weight sword he had used at the Tinglong training hall. It felt lighter. No, the weight hadn't changed. It was his strength that had increased. He pondered, realizing that with the pace of his growth, a 50-weight sword would undoubtedly be insufficient. I shall opt for an 80-weight sword, he decided, as it balanced perfectly in terms of both price and weight. If it proved inadequate later, he could always upgrade. Soon, Li Jingchen selected a sword that was entirely ink black, reminiscent of an ancient Tang sword. Its price was just right at 50,000 Daxia coins. With the remaining 210,000 Daxia coins, he could afford a high-level first-tier body tempering technique. Contemplating this, he declared, I'll take this one. Please show me the actual item. Certainly, esteemed ability user. The assistant responded, her respect for Li Jingchen deepening upon noticing his choice of an 80-weight weapon. Given his age, it was evident that he was preparing for the upcoming examination for abilities. Most awakened individuals she had encountered recently chose weapons weighing 50 or, at most, 60. The ability to wield an 80-weight weapon indicated an extraordinary physical prowess. With this thought, the assistant's tone grew increasingly gentle, her gaze toward Li Jingchen becoming more fervent. At only 22, she was not much older than him. If she could strike up a conversation with this promising young awakened individual, her future would undoubtedly be bright. However, as it was work hours, she refrained from directly asking for his contact information, planning to wait for a more opportune moment. Li, please attend to the other guests. I shall take care of this young gentleman, The middle-aged man dressed in a vintage blue robe said, approaching Li Jingchen while gesturing to the black silk cheapao attendant. Certainly, boss, the attendant replied, albeit with a hint of regret, yet she did not dare to defy her superior's request, glancing back wistfully as she went to serve the other patrons. Once the black silk cheapao attendant departed, the man in the blue robe smiled and extended his hand toward Li Jingchen. Greetings, young brother. I am Tang Xian, the proprietor of the Treasure Pavilion. Should you require anything, feel free to speak directly to me. As he spoke, Tang Xian discreetly assessed Li Jingchen, perceiving that he was a student preparing for the martial examination. It was evident that someone of his age wielding an 80-grade weapon must possess a physique of at least 160. In Xujiang City, such individuals were regarded as prodigies, prompting Tang Xian's desire to cultivate a friendship. Li Jingchen nodded, indifferent to who received him, and followed Tang Xian to the counter. Inside, a plethora of weapons was meticulously displayed, including the long sword he had chosen. Tang Xian, with a genial demeanor, retrieved the long sword, straining slightly as he handed it to Li Jingchen. A thought crossed Li Jingchen's mind. It seemed Tang Xian was merely an ordinary person. This was understandable, for not all who engaged in the business of extraordinary equipment were themselves endowed with abilities. Such individuals were scarce. Li Jingchen accepted the sword, finding its weight to be just right, and he twirled it in the air, performing a flourish. Although it was merely a grade weapon, it sufficed for his current needs. Just as he was about to express his desire to purchase it, his peripheral vision caught sight of another display case nearby. There, a long, slender dark red sword adorned with intricate engravings captured his attention. Tang boss, what grade of weapon is that? Li Jingchen inquired, noting the absence of a grade label. The weapon's formidable appearance led him to speculate that it must at least be a grade weapon. Tang Xian followed Li Jingchen's gaze, momentarily taken aback before responding with a hearty smile. Young brother, you are not the first to ask about that. However, this weapon is not made of Asmar alloy. It is merely crafted from ordinary steel. It was discovered by an extraordinary individual who collaborated with my treasure pavilion in a den of ferocious beasts. They believed it to be a treasure and brought it here to sell. Yet, upon our inspection, we found it to be just an ordinary weapon. It is displayed here solely for its impressive design, serving merely as decoration. With a grand gesture, Tang Xian continued with an open-hearted tone. I see that you are a straightforward person. If you fancy this sword, I shall gift it to you. His intention in coming here was primarily to befriend Li Jingchen, and a weapon was a small price to pay for such a connection. Li Jingchen, taken aback by Tang Xian's exuberance, exchanged a glance with him. It seemed that Tang Xian was somewhat overly enthusiastic. Nevertheless, Li Jingchen did not decline, smiling as he nodded. Then I shall gratefully accept this gift, Tang boss. The imposing longsword that Li Jingchen encountered was truly remarkable, even suitable for display as a decorative piece in one's home. After all, it was a gift. After browsing for a while longer, he selected a body refinement technique and departed from the treasure pavilion. Having spent 260,000 Daxia coins, only 10,000 remained in his possession. However, he felt it was undoubtedly worth the expense. A pang of regret flickered within him. Yet the sight of the two weapons sheathed at his waist and the body refinement technique in hand brought him considerable solace. The steel bone body refinement technique promised a significant enhancement to the practitioner's physique and defense. With advanced training, one's bones would harden to the strength of steel, transforming the body into a formidable weapon. As Li Jingchen perused the introduction to the steel bone body refinement technique, he noted that mastery of the basics would require several days. System, grant me enhancements, he called out. Upon uttering these words, he felt a cacophony of cracking bones and resonating sinews throughout his body. His muscles undulated like waves, rising and falling in a rhythmic motion. Steel bone body refinement technique. Beginner, name, Li Jingchen level, awakened ability, weak electricity, physique, 195 vitality, mental strength, 110 Hz skills, basic swordsmanship. Steel bone body refinement technique, beginner, ability points, 21. The initial steel bone body refinement technique had augmented his vitality by 25 points, bringing it to 195. With a physique of 200 and an attack power of 500, qualifying him as a first-tier awakened. In less than 3 days, he had ascended from an ordinary individual to nearly the level of a first-tier awakened, impressive indeed. Among high school students, it was rare to attain first-tier awakened status before the martial examination. As of now, Li Jingchen had not heard of any students at his school achieving such a feat. However, as the martial examination approached, Those top students striving for admission to prestigious Awaken universities would undoubtedly spare no effort in enhancing their abilities. And a few might reach first-tier strength, though likely not many. After all, Xuzhou City was relatively small. Initially, his goal was merely to secure an undergraduate position. But now it seemed feasible to aim for the elite Awakened universities, if he could further elevate his strength in the coming days. Even the 4 renowned Awakened universities of Daxia might be within his grasp. With his spirit soaring, Li Jingchen began to formulate his plans for the future. He intended to venture beyond the city to hunt ferocious beasts. However, as night fell, it was unwise to venture out. Contemplating this, he made his way home. Was it him? 2 figures trailed behind Li Jingchen. One, a youth of approximately 17 or 18 with a buzz cut and earrings, pointed at Li Jingchen's back and inquired. "MHM," Li Mingao nodded obediently, a flicker of resentment flashing in her gaze as she observed Li Jingchen. The slap she had received last time had left her face swollen, costing her tens of thousands to fully recover. Is young Master Bai too busy to come? Recently, young Master Bai has been striving to reach first-tier awakened status and has no time to attend to such trivial matters. Sun Nan cast a sidelong glance at Li Mingao, thinking that this green tea truly considered herself significant. Bai Xiao was merely toying around. How could he possibly come in person? The mere fact that he had deigned to come was already a testament to his regard for her. The prospect of challenging a first-tier ability user. Bai Xiao's strength had escalated at such an astonishing rate. Li Mingao felt a lingering dissatisfaction in her heart over Bai Xiao's failure to stand up for her. However, upon hearing that Bai Zihao aimed to reach the first-tier ability user threshold, she instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes widening in disbelief. In our Xuzhou City, it seems no one has yet achieved the status of a first-tier ability user before the martial arts examination this year. Attaining certification as a first-tier ability user could significantly enhance one's score in the martial arts assessment. Indeed, one must consider Bai Xiao's esteemed status. After all, he is a prodigious talent among ability users. Reaching the level of a first-tier ability user before the martial arts examination should be a mere formality for him. Yet, there is one point you have overlooked. Xuzhou City does have individuals who have achieved first-tier ability user status prior to the martial arts examination. To my knowledge, Yu Ningma from the first high school and Sun Mingyang from the second high school are also striving towards that goal. It is even said that Yu Ningma's physique has already reached 210. The only thing hindering her certification as a first-tier ability user is her mental fortitude. Moreover, Senior Sun Mingyang is even more exceptional. With mere talent at the level of a first-tier ability user, he can stand shoulder to shoulder with luminaries like Yu Ningma and Bai Zihao. It is truly perplexing how he manages to do so. Sun Nen wore an expression of envy. Though he prided himself on being a talent with his level of ice-freezing abilities, his physique was only at 150 points. Despite considering himself gifted, he realized he was on an entirely different tier compared to Yu Ningma, Sun Mingyang, and Bai Zihao. With Bai Zihao's current prowess, he could already challenge the 4 prestigious academies. 200 in physique for a first-tier ability user, Li Mingao murmured, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She had not anticipated Bai Zihao's strength to be so formidable. With a physique of 200, it seemed she might not reach that level even after another year. A sense of urgency surged within her. She felt as though she could no longer manipulate Bai Zihao with the same ease as she had with Li Jingchen. No, I must accelerate my own progress, she resolved, bitterness towards Li Jingchen simmering within her. If it weren't for wasting 2 days on him, my physique would undoubtedly be stronger by now. Li Mingyao's thoughts darkened. She contemplated that had she not squandered her time on Li Jingchen, perhaps she could have already aligned herself with Bai Zihao, establishing a powerful connection. Enough of this. I shall not waste any more time. After teaching Li Jingchen a lesson, I must return to my training, Lu Nan stated, waving his hand. Observing Li Jingchen's figure enter the building, he gestured for Li Mingao to wait, then stepped inside after him. After all, he was merely a weakling who had only awakened a low-tier electricity ability. With his own mid-tier ability and a physique of 150, he could easily overpower him. Indeed, Li Mingao obediently replied, a surge of satisfaction coursing through her, as if she could already envision Li Jingchen kneeling and begging for mercy. Meanwhile, Li Jingchen sat in his rented apartment, fiddling with the newly acquired weapon. He had named his mid-tier weapon Shattered Star, while the seemingly ordinary weapon was dubbed Red Fluff. The blade, entirely crimson and reminiscent of a classical work of art, is aptly named Hongfu. Its weight is significantly lighter than that of the Shattered Star, rendering it seemingly an ordinary weapon. Li Jingchen swung it a few times, murmuring to himself, He had an inkling that this long knife was extraordinary, yet it appeared to be merely a commonplace armament. With a swift motion of his wrist, he slashed the blade towards the edge of the table. Instantly, the corner fell away, revealing a smooth and even surface. It was indeed quite sharp. He could take it along as a backup when venturing outside the city. Knock, knock, knock. Who could be seeking me? Upon hearing the knocking, Li Jingchen was somewhat taken aback. Typically, no one would come looking for him, especially since he had already paid his rent. Grasping the shattered star firmly, he cautiously peered through the peephole. Upon discovering a youth of similar age, he opened the door with a puzzled expression. Who are you looking for? You must be Li Jingchen, correct? You need not concern yourself with who I am. Do you recognize her? Lunan replied with a light chuckle, sidestepping to reveal Li Mengyao, who was following closely behind. Upon seeing Li Mengyao, Li Jingchen immediately understood the situation. Narrowing his eyes, he directed his gaze at Lunan. So, it is Li Mengyao who has sent you to confront me? Not quite, but it is close enough. Since you are aware of my intentions, will it be you who takes action, or shall I do so? Lunan spoke casually, his hand resting in his pocket. Though we may not belong to the same social class, we are both seniors in high school. I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply forfeit the hand that struck Li Mengyao, and we shall consider the matter resolved. As he spoke, Lunan's right hand slowly rose. A chilling aura began to coalesce around his palm, and soon, his entire hand was enveloped in frost. Wisps of white mist ascended, causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. Lunan's gaze bore into Li Jingchen as he placed his hand gently upon a nearby fire hydrant. In the next instant, the hydrant transformed into a mass of ice, and with a light strike of his fist, it shattered into countless pieces. If you prefer not to act yourself, I can assist you. However, at that point, it will not merely be the loss of a hand that you face, Lunan remarked, his tone brimming with confidence. In such a scenario, one could easily deduce the choice to be made. Behind him, Li Mengyao gazed at the fragmented hydrant, a flicker of envy crossing her eyes. Among all abilities, elemental powers were undoubtedly the most formidable. In contrast, her awakened healing ability was of little use in combat. If Lunan's physical prowess were to increase, gaining admission to a prestigious academy for ability users would be a mere formality. Lunan shared this sentiment, faced with someone as feeble as Li Jingchen. He could hardly muster the effort to engage. Such was the undeniable strength of abilities. Observing the shattered hydrant, Li Jingchen contemplated the sheer force required to achieve such destruction through physical strength alone, estimating it would necessitate at least 140 points of physical power. Yet, abilities could effortlessly accomplish this feat. A serious expression settled on Li Jingchen's face as he contemplated his next move, suddenly launching a powerful punch towards Lunan. Chapter 13. A pummeling, regretful Li Mengyao. Leaving the city, Lunan's pupils constricted sharply. He had never anticipated that Li Jingchen would suddenly erupt with such ferocity. Yet, what astonished him even more was the astonishing speed of Li Jingchen. It was so swift that he hardly had time to react. Instinctively, Lunan crossed his arms to block Li Jingchen's punch, but in the next moment, boom, it felt as though he had been struck head-on by a speeding truck. Lunan experienced an overwhelming force crashing against his arm. The bones in his arms emitted a distressing crack under such immense pressure, and in the blink of an eye, his chest caved in. The sheer power of Li Jingchen's blow sent him flying, crashing heavily against the wall of the corridor, causing him to roll his eyes back and lose consciousness. Indeed, physical prowess is the foundation of all. The disparity in their physiques was so vast that even the aid of supernatural abilities proved futile, unless, of course, the level of ability was exceptionally high. Li Jingchen slowly retracted his fist, observing the wisps of cold air dissipating in the steam of his surging vitality, lost in contemplation. The ease with which he had sent Lunan flying was not only due to Lunan's carelessness, but, more fundamentally, a testament to his own physical dominance. His physique was at least 50 points superior to Lunan's, a qualitative difference. Unless Lunan possessed exceptionally high skill proficiency or formidable combat techniques, he could not hope to compensate for the gap in physical strength solely with supernatural abilities. However, it seemed that Lunan had not mastered such skills. Or perhaps he had but failed to employ them. Fighting is one thing, but incessantly complaining is another. Villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter, a clear indication of someone unaccustomed to the realm of anime. Li Jingchen rolled his eyes in exasperation. With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Li Mengyao, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. In the dimly lit corridor, he slowly advanced towards her, step by deliberate step. Li Aiken, this is all a misunderstanding. He forced me into this. It wasn't my choice. Li Mingyao stammered, retreating in terror, her hands frantically gesturing in explanation. Her mind was a whirlwind of shock and confusion. Had Li Jingchen really just sent Lunan flying with a single punch? How could this be possible? She knew better than anyone his capabilities. He was nothing but a worthless individual awakened to a low-level ability. Otherwise, she would not have ended their relationship. Li Mingyao struggled to comprehend the situation, her emotions a tumultuous blend of fear and complexity. Aiken, everything that happened before was just a joke on my part. I was merely testing your sincerity. Now I realize you are the one who truly loves me, and I will continue to be your girlfriend. As she gazed at Li Jingchen, now less than 2 meters away, her voice was tinged with desperation, tears brimming in her eyes. Faced with his oppressive presence, she found herself devoid of even the slightest courage to resist. As she spoke, she deliberately tugged at her collar, revealing a generous expanse of flawless skin. I'm sorry, but I do not fancy driving a bus. However, your current appearance has imparted a profound truth to me. Strength truly alters one's perception of the world. Li Jingchen did not even flinch. He raised his arm and delivered a resounding slap across Li Mingyao's face. Smack, smack, dual strikes from both hands. Until Li Mingyao was left with a face resembling that of a pig, she ceased her actions, coldly uttering, "Get out of here with that little brat. How dare you strike me? Li Jingchen, may you meet a dreadful fate. Bai Xiao will surely teach you a lesson on my behalf. No, please don't hit me. I'll leave right away." Li Mingyao, dazed from the blows, took a moment to regain her composure, then began to furiously berate Li Jingchen. However, upon witnessing him emotionlessly raise his right hand, she abruptly fell silent. Ignoring the unconscious Lu Nan, she scrambled down the stairs, even harboring resentment towards Lu Nan, cursing him as useless. If it weren't for his incompetence, she wouldn't have been struck at all. Truly, she was a green tea type, selfish to the core. Li Jingchen observed the panicked retreat of Li Mingyao before glancing at the unconscious Lu Nan crumpled in the corner. With a sigh of exasperation, he approached, grasped Lu Nan by the legs, and unceremoniously tossed him out of the window like refuse. The physique of an awakened individual was remarkably resilient. A fall from the 3rd floor would not prove fatal. Once she had fled a considerable distance, Li Mingyao finally halted, her chest heaving violently. With a lingering sense of dread, she cast a fearful glance at Li Jingchen's residence, truly shaken by the shadow he had cast over her. Yet, more than fear, a sense of bewilderment filled her mind. She could not comprehend how Li Jingchen's strength had surged so dramatically. Was he a concealed awakened? Or did he possess some other extraordinary talent? Li Mingyao's expression fluctuated between darkness and light. Indeed, there were historical records in the Great Xia of certain awakened individuals whose powers could not be tested. Moreover, there existed a group of individuals with relatively low ability levels who exhibited remarkable talent and cultivation. However, such individuals typically did not reach the same heights as those with higher ability levels. A sudden pang of regret pierced through Li Mingyao. Had she known, she would have delayed the breakup. Given Li Jingchen's currently displayed strength, he would undoubtedly gain admission to a prestigious academy for awakened individuals. At that point, with just a slight exertion of her influence, she could effortlessly claim his training resources as her own. Just then, a sharp pain on her face jolted her back from her regretful reverie, transforming it into a raging fury. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Li Jingchen's residence and vowed, "How dare you strike me? Aside from Bai Xiao's whip, no one has ever laid a hand on me. Li Jingchen, you will pay for this." It was indeed a lingering nightmare, an unending ordeal. She needed to consider relocating. Back in her room, Li Jingchen poured himself a drink, pondering thoughtfully. Although the Great Xia did not prohibit battles among awakened individuals, fatalities would draw scrutiny from the Awakened Association. Particularly, students in their final year who had recently awakened were prime targets for the association's attention. With merely 7 days until the martial examination, Li Jingchen was disinclined to waste any more time on Li Mingyao. With these thoughts in mind, he tidied up briefly and proceeded to a nearby 5-star hotel, booking a luxurious suite. Although he could not afford tens of thousands for combat skills, he had no qualms about spending a couple of thousand for a night's stay. Furthermore, as his strength grew, earning money would become increasingly effortless. Li Jingchen would not impose difficulties upon himself when it comes to enjoyment. A night passed in silence. The following day, on the outskirts of Fujian City, the captain of the city wall patrol, Lin Tao, looked at Li Jingchen in astonishment and hesitantly inquired, "Young man, are you truly intending to venture outside the city alone? Do you not have companions or a mentor accompanying you?" "No, I am alone," Li Jingchen replied with a smile. The majority of the area outside the city is occupied by ferocious beasts, making it rather perilous. The role of the patrol was not only to prevent ferocious beasts from invading the city, but also to dissuade those ordinary individuals lacking strength from recklessly running outside. After all, despite the terrifying tales of these beasts, there were still some sheltered within the city walls who, having never encountered a ferocious beast, were curious to witness one. Such incidents were not uncommon and had even resulted in numerous casualties. Some individuals truly struggled to comprehend the danger. Hence, Shujin City had assigned the patrol the responsibility of verifying the identities of those attempting to leave the city. Naturally, those certified by the Ability Users Association were exempt from questioning, but it was evident that Li Jingchen did not possess such credentials. Moreover, given his youthful appearance, if not for the two imposing blades he carried crossed behind his back, Lin Tao would have outright denied him passage. Very well, but do exercise caution, Lin Tao advised. Although the ferocious beasts outside Shujin City were not as dangerous as those in the wilderness, they were still not to be trifled with by ordinary awakened individuals. Our patrol does have personnel patrolling the wild. Should you encounter danger, you may seek assistance from our men. Seeing Li Jingchen's determination to proceed, Lin Tao refrained from further persuasion and gestured for his comrades to allow him to pass. Once Li Jingchen had moved farther away, a border guard approached Lin Tao and, observing Li Jingchen's departing figure, hesitantly asked, "Captain, are we truly allowing him to go? Shunti, we have tried to dissuade him. Is there any point in persuasion?" Lin Tao replied, "In just a few days, the martial examination will take place. Who wouldn't wish to take a chance in these last few days? Whether he returns depends solely on his luck. Even after the onslaught of ferocious beasts, the protection of ordinary citizens by the Great Xia nation remains a matter of great concern." As Li Jingchen navigated through the ruins of the city, he felt a surge of emotions. The earlier scene reminded him of his homeland in a previous life, which also prioritized the safety of its citizens above all else. This place appeared to have once been a small town, now reduced to ruins and transformed into a paradise for ferocious beasts following their invasion. A thin mist hung in the air as the sun began to rise. It seemed to have rained recently outside the city. With water trickling down the remnants of walls and the ground somewhat muddy, Li Jingchen cast his gaze around, taking in the desolation and decay. Rusted car wrecks lay scattered, and billboards swayed precariously. From the signs of collapsed buildings, one could still faintly discern the word "can." In the distance, strange howls occasionally echoed. There were indeed ferocious beasts nearby. Listening closely, it seemed to be the howl of a gale wolf. Li Jingchen sprang onto the wreckage of a bus, peering into the distance. While the outskirts of Shujin City were not as perilous as the wilderness, one must still exercise caution due to the presence of first-tier ferocious beasts. However, the swift-winged wolf is merely a beast of the non-entry level. Although its strength surpasses that of the giant-beaked chicken to a considerable extent, it remains limited. Given its current power, as long as one exercises caution, the risks should be minimal. Let us embark on a hunt. Resolute in his decision, Li Jingchen stealthily approached the source of the roaring sound. As anticipated, he discovered a swift-winged wolf, roughly the size of a calf, dozing atop the wreckage of a car. This creature possessed a terrifying length of 3 meters, with shoulders measuring a daunting 1.2 meters. Its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, dripped saliva incessantly. The car wreck was riddled with small, corrosive holes. Initially, Li Jingchen intended to launch a surprise attack. However, as he approached within 10 meters of the swift-winged wolf, it suddenly opened its eyes, its copper bell-like gaze fixating on him with alarming intensity. Upon realizing he was human, the wolf's mouth split open, emitting a bloodthirsty growl before it lunged towards Li Jingchen with lightning speed. The remnants of the car sank deeply under the creature's weight. Truly deserving of its name, the speed was astonishing. Li Jingchen swiftly sidestepped the wolf's assault, internally astonished by its velocity. It was no wonder that ordinary individuals stood little chance against such ferocious beasts. The speed exhibited by this swift-winged wolf far surpassed that of a tiger, and this was merely a non-entry-level beast. Li Jingchen could only fathom the terrifying lethality of a first-tier beast. Evading the wolf's attack, Li Jingchen pressed forward, gripping his blade tightly, moving in tandem with his weapon. As the wolf pivoted, he struck down fiercely. The vulnerable spot lay within its waist, the tofu waist being its Achilles heel. With a resounding clang, a harrowing howl erupted as Li Jingchen's strike crushed the wolf's midsection, nearly cleaving its body in two. Yet, astonishingly, the swift-winged wolf remained alive. Ignoring the knife lodged in its bones, its eyes gleamed with ferocity as it lunged to bite Li Jingchen's arm. Reacting quickly, Li Jingchen released the hilt of his blade and retreated, delivering a powerful punch to the wolf's snout. Another anguished howl echoed. With Li Jingchen's formidable physique, boasting a strength of 195, his punch could shatter stone. This blow carried at least a ton of force. The wolf's entire snout caved in under the impact. In a swift motion, Li Jingchen drew the Hoshio blade from behind and thrust it towards the wolf's eye. The eyes, being the most vulnerable area, yielded easily to the ordinary weapon. Gripping the hilt firmly, Li Jingchen twisted with force. The wolf's body convulsed several times before falling still. One non-entry-level Swift Wind Wolf slain, 60 ability points awarded. Only after the system notification rang out did Li Jingchen withdraw his blade from the creature's skull. The intelligence of these beasts far exceeded human expectations. They were cunning and frequently feigned death. In class, Li Jingchen had heard tales of the Swift Wind Wolf's deceptive tactics. A certain awakener had attempted to hunt a Swift Wind Wolf, believing it to be dead, only to approach for skinning. The result was that the Gale Wolf leapt up and severed its neck. However, with the system at Li Jingchen's disposal, there was no need to worry about the ferocious beast feigning death. A mere non-tier Gale Wolf could provide him with 60 ability points, translating to 6 points when allocated to attributes. If one were to further convert this into the cost of pills to enhance vitality, it would amount to at least 60 to 70,000. Indeed, hunting ferocious beasts outside the city yields ability points much faster. Not to mention, the carcass of the Gale Wolf could be brought back to the city and sold for great xia currency. Li Jingchen couldn't help but muse. The ferocious beast is indeed a treasure trove. Even the corpse of a non-tier beast is worth at least 10,000. While pondering, Li Jingchen dragged the Gale Wolf's body into a building for storage. He intended to continue hunting ferocious beasts, as carrying the Gale Wolf's carcass would be inconvenient. He planned to return after his hunting endeavors to collect the corpses. Gripping the star-shattering blade in his hand and inserting the red Buddha into his back, Li Jingchen suddenly felt something amiss. Why does it feel oddly heavier? The red flute blade seems to have gained weight. Li Jingchen weighed it thoughtfully in his hands. Perhaps it is merely an illusion. The weight of the blade should not change. Dismissing the thought, he proceeded towards the area where the Gale Wolf was howling. Kill a non-tier Gale Wolf, ability point 60, several miles away, in a desolate intersection. Li Jingchen extracted the star-shattering blade from the Gale Wolf's skull and methodically dragged its body back to the building. He placed the two Gale Wolf carcasses together. With Li Jingchen's current physique, dragging the Gale Wolf's body required no effort whatsoever to prevent the scent of blood from attracting other ferocious beasts. He even dug a shallow pit to partially bury the Gale Wolf. The sense of smell in ferocious beasts is exceptionally acute. The stench of blood could easily lure in other formidable creatures. Having completed this task, Li Jingchen resumed his hunting. Kill a non-tier Gale Wolf. Ability point 60, kill a non-tier Gale Wolf. Ability point 60, kill a non-tier Gale Wolf. Ability point 60, Chapter 15. Why have the ferocious beasts disappeared from this area? From dawn to dusk, throughout the day, Li Jingchen himself was unaware of how many Gale Wolves he had slain. System, open the panel. Name, Li Jingchen. Level, awakened ability, weak electric, physique, 195 vitality, mentality, 110 Hz skills, beginner swordsmanship, beginner steel bone refinement, ability points, 1141,140 ability points. It is indeed far more profitable to hunt ferocious beasts outside the city. Upon seeing the panel display over 1,000 ability points, Li Jingchen could not contain his excitement. If he were to slaughter chickens at a slaughterhouse, he could at most earn a little over 400 ability points in a day. Yet now, outside the city, the skill points gained are more than double that of chicken slaughtering. Although the risks are greater than killing chickens, the path to becoming stronger inherently requires one to face danger unflinchingly. Moreover, given Li Jingchen's current prowess, he faces no threat from non-first-tier beasts like the Gale Wolf. As long as he does not encounter a first-tier ferocious beast, his attribute points and the body enhancement technique can be augmented. First, he shall elevate his physique to 200, subsequently enhancing his mental capacity and then improve his skills. The mental attribute significantly influences combat reactions and sensory nerves, playing a crucial role in actual combat. A considerable disparity between physical and mental attributes could lead to cognitive delays, commonly referred to as lag. Such an impact can occasionally prove fatal. Spirit, 110 Hz, 160 Hz ability points, 500 instantly. Li Jingchen felt his mind sharpen, and the surroundings became vividly clear. It was as though a thin mist had dissipated, revealing a brilliant expanse. Furthermore, his auditory, tactile, and olfactory senses were significantly heightened. Crackle. Blue arcs of electricity danced upon Li Jingchen's hands, and even his weak electrical abilities had grown considerably stronger. Previously, it was akin to a mere electric baton, but now it could rival a tremor device. Ability points, 640. The current enhancement of my spirit will not yield substantial benefits, leaving me with 640 points. I shall elevate my physique to 200. Then proceed to enhance my skills. Physique, 195 vitality, 200 ability points, 50. Once my physique reaches 200, it seems that vitality cannot be further increased. It appears I have reached my physical limit. To continue enhancing my vitality, I must upgrade my body enhancement technique to break through. Li Jingchen sensed the changes within. The human body has its limits. Much like a glass can only hold a finite amount of water. Only by transcending these limits through the body enhancement technique can vitality be expanded. Naturally, as proficiency in the body enhancement technique increases, the vitality of the awakened will also rise. Some awakened individuals, in their pursuit of rapid advancement, prioritize the cultivation of body enhancement techniques, opting to break through before their vitality reaches its peak. However, this approach yields a lower ceiling compared to fully maximizing attributes before breaking through. Yet, with Li Jingchen possessing a system, he need not make such choices. With this thought, Li Jingchen's gaze turned towards the steel bone body enhancement technique. System: enhance my steel bone body enhancement technique. Steel bone body enhancement technique. Beginner, steel bone body enhancement technique. Intermediate, ability points, 200. Name, Li Jingchen. Level, awakened ability, weak electricity, physique, 260 vitality. Mental, 160 Hz. Skill, sword technique. Beginner, steel bone body enhancement technique. Intermediate, ability points, 440. With 440 ability points remaining, should I allocate them to my mental attribute, I would now surpass into the first tier of awakened abilities. However, my combat arsenal is somewhat lacking. I shall first enhance my sword technique. The proficiency of skills directly reflects in practical combat, holding equal importance to fundamental attributes. The two are mutually reinforcing. Just as two awakened beings of identical attributes and realms engage in battle, the one with superior skills will undoubtedly possess greater strength than their lesser skilled counterpart. Skill: basic knife techniques. Intermediate, 200 ability points. In an instant, memories of knife training surged through Li Jingchen's mind, melding seamlessly with his muscles and nerves as if he had truly devoted decades to mastering the art of the blade. His hands danced gracefully, the star-shattering knife twirling in a dazzling display. His previous combat skills had been exceedingly crude. Had he possessed intermediate knife techniques earlier, he could have reduced the time taken to slay the Gale Wolf by at least 20%. Observing the long knife in his grasp, Li Jingchen could not help but reflect. Indeed, with each ascension to a new realm, one's perspective and understanding evolve. Retaining 200 ability points for unforeseen circumstances, he felt sufficiently prepared to continue the hunt. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away, 6 border patrol soldiers were convening after their rounds. "It's quite strange," remarked a youthful soldier with a cherubic face, scratching his head curiously at the scarred veteran, Wang. "We've patrolled for most of the day and encountered not a single ferocious beast." "Wang, have you cleared them all out?" Wang Lei paused, taken aback. "Huh? We haven't spotted any beasts either. I thought you were the ones who had done the clearing." They both turned to a middle-aged man with a square face. "Old Li, was it your team that handled this?" The square-faced man shook his head, exuding a look of disbelief. "You know my capabilities. I'm merely an ordinary awakened individual, not even a first-tier ability user. How could I possibly clear out all the nearby ferocious beasts?" This left the group in a state of confusion. Besides their daily patrols, there was rarely anyone else in the vicinity. Could it be that some influential figure from the city had come to fish with explosives? This situation could escalate quickly. If a powerful individual from the city was involved, it would be manageable, but if it were other ferocious beasts, the implications would be dire. "Young lad, use your ability to scout," the square-faced man commanded decisively. The cherubic-faced youth, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly activated his ability. He possessed a unique affinity with nature, allowing him to communicate with nearby small animals. Although not a combat ability and incapable of coaxing animals into battle, it served as an invaluable reconnaissance tool. After a brief moment, a crow flapped its wings and approached, landing on the young man's shoulder and affectionately nuzzling his cheek. The youth placed a hand atop the crow's head, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings. Upon opening his eyes, he pointed in a specific direction. "The answer lies in that direction. Can you discern whether it is a human or a ferocious beast?" Wang Lei inquired. The cherubic-faced youth shook his head. "This crow is quite timid and wouldn't venture too close. It can only provide us with a rough direction. We need to investigate further ourselves. Let us proceed." We must ascertain the situation. If it is indeed a ferocious beast, we shall withdraw and report to the captain. The square-faced man resolved, receiving no objections from the others. If all the nearby ferocious beasts had been eradicated, and if this were indeed the doing of a beast, then its strength would undoubtedly exceed what they could handle. Soon, the six approached the direction indicated by the crow, concealed behind a building. They peered forward and beheld a young boy facing off against a gale wolf. A few individuals exchanged glances, each harboring a hint of confusion. A young lad? Surely. He could not have single-handedly vanquished all the ferocious beasts surrounding him. It seemed improbable. Judging by the boy's appearance, he was likely still a student, perhaps here to hone his skills before the martial examination. It was reasonable to conclude that these beasts were not his doing. However, the audacity it took to venture alone beyond the city walls was indeed remarkable. The youthful figure with a cherubic face worried for the boy's safety and contemplated rushing to his aid, only to be restrained by a middle-aged man with a square jaw. Shaking his head, the latter advised, "Let us wait a moment longer. We can intervene at any time to rescue him, yet it is prudent to observe first." After a brief consideration, the cherubic-faced youth acknowledged the wisdom in this counsel and ceased his movements. The group once again held their breath, lying in wait. The truth of whether the young boy had cleared the area of beasts would soon be revealed through his confrontation with the gale wolf. Even if the boy were to falter against the creature, with 6 of them present, rescuing him from the gale wolf's clutches would prove quite manageable. Chapter 16. The house was burgled. Just as I intended to return to the city, another one appears. How fortunate. Li Jingchen watched as the gale wolf barreled towards him, a grin spreading across his face. He was so disinterested that he didn't even bother to draw his star-shattering blade. As the gale wolf lunged at him, he elegantly sidestepped its attack and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! With that single blow, the gale wolf's massive skull shattered like a watermelon, blood and brains splattering across the ground. After a few convulsions, its body lay still. With Li Jingchen's current physique, coupled with his intermediate swordsmanship, slaying a beast of inferior rank was as effortless as chopping vegetables. Were it not for the impending darkness, he might have considered delving deeper into the wilderness to seek a first-tier beast for further practice. Slayed an inferior rank gale wolf, earning 60 ability points. As the system notification chimed, Li Jingchen grasped the gale wolf by its tail, hoisting it onto his back, preparing to transport it to his designated storage location before dragging it back to the city. Name, Li Jingchen. Level, awakened. Ability, weak electricity. Physique, 260 vitality. Mentality, 180 Hz. Skills, intermediate swordsmanship, intermediate steel body cultivation. Ability points, 520 through relentless hunting. Li Jingchen had elevated his mentality to 180 points. With 520 ability points remaining, he contemplated saving them to learn a new combat technique. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. The rewards of hunting beasts beyond the city far outweighed those of a month's labor at the slaughterhouse. Suddenly, Li Jingchen turned sharply to look behind him. With his heightened senses, he became acutely aware of every movement within a 50-meter radius, discerning even the slightest disturbances. During the earlier confrontation with the gale wolf, he had failed to notice the presence of another being within the nearby structure, now revealed to him. Encountering humans outside the city could often prove more perilous than facing ferocious beasts. A wave of vigilance washed over Li Jingchen as he tightened his grip on the star-shattering blade, calling out towards the source of the presence. "Come out. Little brother. Do not be alarmed. We are members of the Xujiang City Patrol Corps and harbor no ill intentions. We have observed that the ferocious beasts in this vicinity have been eradicated, and out of caution, we approached to investigate." 6 individuals emerged from behind the wall, raising their hands to signify their benign intentions. Each gaze directed at Li Jingchen was filled with reverence. They pointed to the gale wolf behind him and inquired cautiously, "Young brother, have you hunted all the gale wolves around here?" "Indeed," Li Jingchen replied, noticing their uniforms adorned with border defense insignia, which eased his wariness somewhat. Nevertheless, he maintained his grip on the fragmented star blade and reflected before responding, "I have hunted them, approximately several dozen, I suppose." Gasped. The astonishment was palpable as they exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their disbelief. Although the gale wolf is not classified among the elite beasts, its prowess should not be underestimated. To single-handedly hunt dozens of gale wolves, could this young man be an extraordinary ability wielder? A prodigious talent at such a tender age? If he were older, they might find it easier to accept, but his youthful appearance rendered it almost surreal. "Since there is nothing more, I shall take my leave," Li Jingchen declared, dragging the gale wolf as he retreated into the distance. The group was left exchanging glances until, After a prolonged silence, a middle-aged man with a square face finally spoke. This young brother appears to be only 17 or 18. What level of strength did we possess at that age? Enough already, it stings. However, this upcoming martial examination promises to be quite the spectacle. When did Xujiang City produce such a formidable talent? I've never heard of him before. Upon returning to the dilapidated 6-story building where he stored the Gale Wolf carcasses, Li Jingchen felt elated. Today had been nothing short of a bountiful harvest. With nearly 30 Gale Wolf bodies, even if each were to fetch merely 10,000 Daxia coins, that would amount to 300,000. Not to mention, the actual value of a Gale Wolf exceeds 10,000. The market price is at least 15,000. Ultimately, he could expect to sell for a minimum of 400,000 Daxia coins. For 100,000 Daxia coins could procure a volume of blade techniques. That could serve as his ultimate weapon. Unable to suppress a cheerful tune, Li Jingchen began to contemplate how he would transport all these Gale Wolf carcasses back. However, as he stepped into the building, he froze in disbelief. What the hell? Where are my Gale Wolves? The pile that once comprised 30 carcasses now lay ravaged. Reduced to fewer than 10. The rest had vanished without a trace. Li Jingchen's expression shifted from red to pale, his mood oscillating between despair and disbelief. As he struggled to breathe at the thought of losing 20 bodies, equivalent to 200,000 Daxia coins. Had someone pilfered his spoils? No, wait. These are claw marks? The carcasses have been devoured by a ferocious beast. Circling around, he soon spotted claw imprints on the ground, each nearly half a meter long, and his demeanor grew grave. It seemed an unknown beast had been lured here by the scent of blood. The half-meter-wide claw print suggests that this fearsome beast is at least 5 meters long. Could it be a first-tier ferocious creature? Li Jingchen's mind raced. With the myriad of beast species, he could not immediately recollect which one had appeared. However, remaining here without knowledge of the enemy's strength would be folly. Moreover, darkness was soon to fall, and the wilderness at night is far more perilous than during the day. Without hesitation, Li Jingchen found a nearby vine and wrapped the remains of the swift wolf's corpse, securing it to his back. He swiftly departed the area. Barely 15 minutes after Li Jingchen's departure, a ferocious beast, entirely cloaked in azure scales, violently toppled a 6-story building. From a distance, this creature resembled a leopard but was several times larger, measuring a formidable 5 meters in length. Its tail had morphed into a scorpion stinger, glimmering ominously as it moved. Upon discovering the previously bountiful ground now stripped bare, the beast's originally orange vertical pupils turned crimson with fury. It roared thunderously towards the heavens, frenziedly pursuing Li Jingchen's scent. Damn human vermin, daring to steal its food. In the eyes of this beast, humans were mere prey to be trampled at will. Now, audaciously pilfering its possessions, such an act was unforgivable. Outside the city walls, Li Jingchen halted, turning his gaze toward the source of the roaring, his eyes narrowing slightly. It turned out to be a first-tier lower-level beast, the scorpion-tailed leopard. The creature that had stolen my resources, so it was you. Li Jingchen recalled hearing this name from his teacher in class, and it suddenly clicked in his mind. The scorpion-tailed leopard was among the more formidable of the first-tier lower-level beasts. Typically, even a first-tier lower-level ability user endowed with exceptional powers would require a combined effort to subdue it. Given my current strength, I am uncertain whether I would prevail against the scorpion-tailed leopard. However, it might be prudent to avoid confrontation. I prefer scenarios where I can dominate effortlessly. I shall return to tally my gains and seek retribution later. Li Jingchen mused as he approached the base of the city wall. Here, he would find relative safety. For even the scorpion-tailed leopard would not dare venture too close to human fortifications alone. Chapter 17. Advanced Blade Techniques. Captain, someone is approaching. What the hell? So many swift wolves? On the city wall, one individual pointed in astonishment. The newcomer, capable of single-handedly slaying such numerous swift wolves and dragging a dozen corpses, possessed a physique no weaker than my own. At the very least, they must be a first-tier lower-level ability user. Captain Lin Tao observed the mountainous figure, his expression grave. While a single swift wolf's weight might be manageable, dragging a dozen would require extraordinary strength. When did this person go out? I recall no ability users leaving. Lin Tao furrowed his brow in contemplation. Just then, as the figure drew closer, Lin Tao finally discerned the newcomer, his eyes widening in surprise. It's you? I can hardly believe it. I never expected, brother, that you would be a first-tier ability user. It appears I underestimated you. After a while, Li Jingchen entered the city. Lin Tao gazed at the corpses of the Gale wolves trailing behind him, unable to suppress his admiration. Li Jingchen merely chuckled in response. Indeed, his prowess was not misjudged. He had just elevated his abilities today. Captain Lin, if there is nothing urgent, I shall take my leave for the city. I may frequently venture out. And I hope you will facilitate my excursions, he stated. Certainly, certainly, Lin Tao replied with a smile. It was advantageous for them to have such powerful abilities leaving the city, as it alleviated much of their burden. Captain, we have just discovered a formidable ability user who single-handedly dispatched no less than 30 gale wolves, cleansing the nearby ferocious beasts outside the city. As Li Jingchen walked on, Wang Lei returned with his patrol team and reported to Lin Tao. 30 gale wolves. Was it a young man? Lin Tao inquired, astonished. Wang Lei nodded vigorously. Captain, have you seen him? Lin Tao did not respond immediately, but gazed thoughtfully in the direction Li Jingchen had departed. Contemplating, it seems my younger brother Li's strength surpasses my expectations. Dragging so many gale wolf corpses into the city was no trivial feat along the way. It became evident that some individuals even took out their phones to capture images of Li Jingchen, yet none dared to approach him, instead wearing expressions of reverence. Although they were merely low-tier ferocious beasts, the ability to slay so many was indeed a power that ordinary people could only admire. Moreover, given his youthful appearance, it was clear he was a prodigy. Upon arriving at the treasure pavilion, the black-clad attendant promptly informed the owner of Li Jingchen's arrival. Shortly thereafter, Tang Xian approached with a beaming smile. Upon seeing the corpses of the gale wolves, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Little brother, you have slain so many gale wolves, impressive. As he spoke, Tang Xian couldn't help but feel astonished. The last time Li Jingchen had visited, he had merely intended to foster investment relations and hadn't perceived his strength as particularly remarkable. However, it was now evident that Li Jingchen's capabilities far exceeded his imagination. With this thought, Tang Xian's smile grew even warmer. Boss Tang, there are only 13 left. Could you calculate the price for me? Li Jingchen placed the corpses at the entrance, offering a wry smile. Tang Xian astutely caught the nuance in Li Jingchen's words and exclaimed in surprise. Did you indeed slay more than 13 gale wolves? Don't mention it. I took down nearly 30, but a scorpion-tailed leopard intercepted me, Li Jingchen replied, somewhat exasperated. Next time I venture out, I shall definitely take vengeance on that leopard. To have slain the scorpion-tailed leopard, your strength is indeed extraordinary, Tang Xian remarked, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Clearly, he had underestimated Li Jingchen's abilities. To vanquish 30 gale wolves with such ease was remarkable. Could it be that Li Jingchen had already reached the rank of a Tier 1 ability user? Well, an 18-year-old Tier 1 ability user. Tang Xian's face radiated awe. With a wave of his hand, staff from the treasure pavilion promptly removed the corpse of the swift-wind wolf. Tang Xian smiled and remarked, Brother, I shall not profit from you. I offer you a price of 16,000 for each one. What do you think? Oh, 16,000 for each? Li Jingchen's eyes glimmered. Prior to the sale, he had inquired about the market value of an intact swift-wind wolf corpse, which typically fluctuated between 120,000 and 140,000. Thus, Tang Xian's direct offer of 16,000 was indeed substantial. For 13 wolves, that would amount to 208,000. His earlier declaration about having slain 30 swift-wind wolves and his intentions to hunt scorpion-tailed leopards was a deliberate strategy to convey to Tang Xian that this transaction was not merely a one-time affair. He was capable of hunting even more formidable beasts. With a suitable price on the table, he would certainly return to sell here again. In Xujiang City, the business of supernatural beings was rife with competition. Commercial rivalries were commonplace. Securing a stable supply would undoubtedly enhance the treasure pavilion's reputation over other establishments in Xujiang City. Is there something you require of me in exchange for such a generous offer, Tang boss? Feel free to speak plainly, Li Jingchen said. Taking a sip of the tea offered by the staff, Tang Xian's eyes flickered with surprise as he regarded Li Jingchen, whose demeanor had grown significantly more serious. The young man's perceptiveness was astonishing. He immediately discerned Tang Xian's intentions. This was not the mindset one would expect from a youth. This individual was destined for greatness. His potential was boundless. Tang Xian thought to himself, rubbing his hands together, and said with a smile, to be honest, I do have a small request. When you next hunt the scorpion-tailed leopard, would you consider selling the corpse to me as well? Rest assured, I will offer you a price surpassing any external offers by 20%. The treasure pavilion was eager to expand its market in beast transactions, but lacked a stable supply chain. Tang Xian had approached several individuals without success until Li Jingchen appeared. That's not an issue. Where I sell it matters little to me. Doing business with Tang boss is certainly more straightforward, Li Jingchen replied with a chuckle. After some further conversation, he expressed his desire to purchase a combat technique. Tang Xian cheerfully summoned the staff and handed a tablet to Li Jingchen for him to browse. Choose any book you like, and I'll give you an 85% discount. To cultivate a good relationship with Li Jingchen, Tang Xian was willing to be generous. After a considerable time, Li Jingchen slowly set down the tablet, exhaling deeply. Tang boss, let us wait until tomorrow for me to buy the combat technique. Goodness, are there really so many people wielding blades? Why are combat techniques so exorbitantly priced? The cheapest one is nearly 350,000. Even with an 85% discount, I cannot afford it. Once outside the treasure pavilion, Li Jingchen couldn't help but vent his frustration. He had thought that possessing 200,000 made him wealthy, only to discover that he couldn't even purchase a first-tier combat technique. Absurd. It was utterly outrageous. It seems I must wait until my next return from the city to purchase further combat techniques. With 400 unused ability points at my disposal, I might as well enhance my swordsmanship for the time being, thereby augmenting my strength. Li Jingchen pondered, invoking the system to allocate his ability points towards his sword technique. He was uncertain how many ability points would be required for subsequent advancements in swordsmanship, but he knew that each enhancement below the advanced level demanded 200 points. Skill: Swordsmanship Intermediate, Swordsmanship Advanced, Ability Points 200. Chapter 18. Instruction in an instant. A multitude of memories pertaining to sword practice surged into Li Jingchen's mind. He felt as though he had transformed into a dedicated swordsman, enduring seasons as he tirelessly honed his craft day after day without respite. The moment he grasped the shattered star battle blade again, it felt as if he was holding an intrinsic part of himself. At that moment, the sword became an extension of Li Jingchen's will. With effortless grace, the blade melded with his being. Was this the essence of advanced swordsmanship? Indeed, it was formidable. His current strength had increased significantly compared to before. Contemplating this, Li Jingchen took hold of the red fluff, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. He could now be certain that the red fluff blade had indeed become heavier. Could it be that it was not an ordinary sword after all? It seems that during his next excursion outside the city, further experimentation is warranted. With 200 ability points remaining, Li Jingchen decided to reserve them for combat techniques in the future. With these thoughts, he returned to his hotel. After indulging in a refreshing shower to cleanse himself of the lingering scent of blood, he prepared to enjoy a restful slumber. Upon returning from the outskirts, he found himself considerably less anxious and agitated regarding the martial examination. With his current prowess, he was assured admission into at least a prominent university for ability users. If he exerted himself further in the following days, he might even secure a spot in one of the 4 most prestigious universities in the Great Xia. As he drifted in and out of sleep, the sound of a ringing bell roused Li Jingchen from his reverie. Grasping his phone from the bedside, he glanced at the time. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. He had only managed 2 hours of rest after falling asleep. However, with his current physique, sleeping only 4 to 5 hours a day was sufficient to restore his energy. 2 hours was ample for now. Could it be Boss Sun? Perhaps it pertains to the tutoring matter? The image of Sun Guoyang flashed in his mind, and he anticipated the purpose of the call. As expected, once the call connected, Sun Guoyang exchanged pleasantries before stating his purpose. Apologies for the interruption, brotherly. Do you recall our previous conversation? I wonder if you have time now. Sun Guoyang spoke courteously. Li Jingchen contemplated for a moment, initially inclined to decline. However, recalling that Sun Guoyang had previously deposited 60,000 Great Xia coins into his account, which he had since spent, he felt somewhat awkward. He had agreed to help out of financial necessity, yet now earning 60,000 coins seemed far less daunting. Nonetheless, Li Jingchen was not one to renege on his commitments and prepared to acquiesce. However, the brief moment of silence led Sun Guoyang to misunderstand the situation, prompting him to speak up. Brother, I understand that the martial arts examination is approaching, and having you train my daughter is taking up your valuable time. Therefore, I shall not put you in a difficult position. I will add an extra hour at an additional 20,000 daxia coins to the previously agreed price. Furthermore, the 60,000 daxia coins already paid will be included in this arrangement. Please send me the address. Li Jingchen was tempted to utter a dismissive remark. Nevertheless, the revised price of 50,000 daxia coins for an hour was quite enticing. With just 2 hours of instruction and the 200,000 in his account, he could afford to purchase martial skills. At that moment, curiosity about Sun Guoyang's daughter stirred within him. What kind of rebellious girl could compel Sun Guoyang to invest so heavily in hiring a tutor? After much contemplation, he finally agreed, hoping that Mei Mei would benefit from training under Brotherly. Perhaps next year, she might even have a chance to challenge the prestigious 4 major academies. Yet he sighed. wishing for a harmonious relationship between the two. In a lakeside villa district in Shujing City, Sun Guoyang sat on the sofa, removing his glasses to rub his nose. He had been deeply concerned about his daughter. Over the past 2 years, he had hired no fewer than 10 tutors for her, only to see 9 of them leave in frustration, and one had even sustained serious injuries during a practical training session with her. This left him, as a father, utterly distressed. My dad has hired another tutor for me, Sun Xiaomei said from a beautifully decorated pink room on the 2nd floor of the villa. With her hair and twin ponytails dyed yellow, she wore a pink short-sleeved shirt and blue denim shorts, reclining in a virtual pod while conversing with someone. I really don't understand what my dad is thinking. Those tutors he hired are not as capable as I am. They're just here to take his money. Only my dad would believe them, she remarked, chewing bubblegum and popping a bubble with a look of disdain. Your father is concerned about your skills. However, some of the tutors he previously hired did possess commendable abilities, came a melodious voice from the communicator. Sun Xiaomei shrugged, but none can compare to your prowess, Sister Ningma. If anyone should teach me, it should be you. Sister Mo. With your current abilities, you should be able to apply for first-level ability certification soon, right? Yes. I only need 3 more points in spirit, but the breakthrough should happen in the next couple of days. I'll be going to the Ability Association for first-level certification then. The clear voice replied. Sun Xiaomei's tone turned envious. That's incredible. I wonder when I will become a true ability user. Your talent is not lacking. As long as you diligently practice the methods I taught you, you can certainly reach first level by your senior year, the voice assured her with a smile. Sun Xiaomei nodded eagerly. Once I send this tutor my dad hired away, I will seriously practice what you've taught me. Mo. The person she had just spoken with was Yu Ningma, the top genius and belle of the first high school, who was considered the most promising candidate to achieve the highest score in the martial arts examination in Shujing City. Though Sun Xiaomei was a year younger than Yu Ningma, she held great admiration for her. However, Yu Ningma's father and Sun Guoyang were comrades in arms, which forged a close bond between Sun Xiaomei and Yu Ningma from a young age. Yu Ningma would occasionally offer guidance on Sun Xiaomei's cultivation. Sun Xiaomei's disdain for the teachers invited by Sun Guoyang stemmed from her belief that they could not compare to Yu Ningma's prowess. After all, Yu Ningma had awakened a high-level ability, and her marksmanship had reached an advanced level. Setting aside her extraordinary powers, it was nearly impossible to find anyone in Shujing City who had honed their shooting skills to such a degree during their senior year. Conversely, the teachers her father had hired for her were, at best, of intermediate skill level, with some even being merely beginners. Learning from them would only hinder her progress. Lost in thought, she heard Sun Guoyang's voice calling from downstairs, announcing the arrival of the teachers. Sun Xiaomei curled her lip and grabbed the long gun hanging on the wall before heading downstairs. Influenced by Yu Ningma, she had also been practicing marksmanship, achieving an intermediate level of proficiency. Let me wield this gun and show you that I am not so easily taught. It's the perfect opportunity to practice the technique that Sister Momo taught me. No one in Shujing City has managed to break it yet. With a smile revealing her 2 pearly white canine teeth, she thought, Li, I entrust my daughter to you. There's a bit of a situation at the company, so if you need anything, just reach out to my wife. Li Jingchen entered the address provided by Sun Guoyang, initially taken aback by the lavish decor. But he maintained a composed demeanor and nodded. Boss Sun, you carry on with your business. Li, have a cup of tea first. I've already called for Xiaomei. She will be down shortly, said Mrs. Sun, who was elegantly dressed and impeccably poised, pouring tea for Li Jingchen. Meanwhile, her gaze subtly assessed him from head to toe. Li Jingchen left a positive impression on her. Apart from being handsome, he exuded an inner cleanliness that was appealing. However, she could not help but wonder about his youth. He appeared only a few years older than her daughter, leading her to question whether he possessed substantial skill. Though Mrs. Sun felt uncertain, she refrained from expressing her doubts since he was invited by her husband. She resolved to observe him closely when he taught her daughter. Li Jingchen expressed his gratitude and settled onto the sofa to wait. Soon, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Chapter 19. Are you, a senior, teaching me? Descending the spiral staircase was a refreshing-looking girl dressed in a short-sleeved top and shorts, sporting twin ponytails, and carrying a 2-meter-long gun on her shoulder. Her gaze towards Li Jingchen was filled with scrutiny and skepticism as she involuntarily asked, Hey, you can't be the teacher my dad found for me, can you? You're way too young. You look like a student. Upon first seeing Li Jingchen, Sun Xiaomei was momentarily taken aback by his looks. However, the realization that he was meant to teach her, combined with his youth, led her to suspect that her father had been deceived. Well, I'm currently in my senior year. Li Jingchen rose from the sofa with a smile, responding to her. Sun Xiaomei was momentarily taken aback, her large eyes widening in disbelief as she retorted, "What can a senior high school student like you possibly teach me? I am well aware of the prodigies in every high school in Xujiang City, and it seems you are not among them." As a rebellious youth, Sun Xiaomei frequented various forums. The 6 high schools in Xujiang City collectively established a forum named Future Stars of Xujiang, meticulously documenting the top 10 promising talents in this year's martial arts examination. Sun Xiaomei did not recall any mention of a Li Jingchen. She only remembered that not long ago, a student from the 3rd high school, who had awakened a weak electrical ability and had recently been dumped by his girlfriend, was reportedly named Li Jingchen. However, it was likely just a coincidence. Otherwise, with her father's keen insight as a seasoned veteran from the battlefield, he would never hire someone of mediocre standing. "I am not a genius, so my name would certainly not be recorded on that forum," Li Jingchen replied calmly. His candid response left Sun Xiaomei momentarily at a loss for words, and she pouted in disbelief. "So, does that mean your ability is quite formidable? Are you also at the level of abilities?" "I am not at that level." Li Jingchen slowly shook his head. "Nor am I at the advanced level." Could it be that you possess a higher level ability?" Sun Xiaomei exclaimed in confusion. "But I recall that no one in Xujiang City has awakened to such abilities this time, right? Could it be that the authorities are concealing their true powers from the outside world?" Sun Xiaomei paused, her finger resting on her lips as she furrowed her brow in contemplation. Moments later, she broke into a smile, revealing 2 small dimples as she exclaimed, "I never expected my father to have such incredible connections, managing to recruit a genius with high-level abilities to tutor me. If Sister Momo were to find out about this hidden gem, she would surely be astonished." "No, I am at the level of abilities," Li Jingchen interjected, snapping his fingers, causing a blue-white electric arc to dance at his fingertips. After a moment, the arc extinguished as if it had never existed. "It is a weak electrical ability." Madame Sun, who had been silent until now, initially delighted at her husband's acquisition of a genius with high-level abilities to instruct their daughter, suddenly froze as she heard Li Jingchen declare his ability level. Had her husband been deceived? Sun Xiaomei, who had just ascended the stairs, stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Li Jingchen, her mind momentarily blank. After a while, she exclaimed, "Oh my. You're not the one who was dumped by his girlfriend, are you? It's been 20 minutes since I arrived. If you wish to converse with me, that is permissible, but it will incur a fee. By the way, my tutoring fee is 50,000 xia coins per hour," Li Jingchen stated, glancing at the time on his phone. "And indeed, Mr. Sun has already settled the payment." "What? 50,000 for an hour? Why don't you just go rob a bank? Is your charge really 50,000 per hour?" Sun Xiaomei exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Realizing that Li Jingchen was not joking, she fell silent, desperately wishing he would leave. Upon hearing Li Jingchen mention that his father had already made a payment, Sun Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with mischief, and she flashed a sweet smile at him. "Of course, guidance is essential. Teacher Li, I happen to have a shooting technique that requires your expertise. This place is not suitable. Let us proceed to the training ground in the backyard." With that, Sun Xiaomei grasped her long gun and made her way toward the villa's rear yard. Li Jingchen, noticing the sudden change in her demeanor, sensed something amiss. However, as she had framed it as a request for guidance, he felt compelled to follow her to the backyard. Prior to their arrival, he had keenly sensed Sun Xiaomei's vital energy fluctuations, which were rather modest, hovering around 150. Should someone overhear him remarking that a sophomore with a vitality of 150 was not particularly high, they would surely be appalled. After all, some seniors barely surpassed 140. And yet he deemed 150 as insufficient? But such comparisons were relative. Against Li Jingchen, a vitality of 150 indeed paled in comparison. With his overwhelming foundational attributes, he harbored no fear of Sun Xiaomei conjuring any tricks. Seeing this, Madame Sun hurriedly followed, contacting Sun Guoyang as she did so. A sense of foreboding washed over her, not out of concern for her daughter, but rather for Li Jingchen. She recalled the last time her daughter had worn such an expression. The teacher who had come to instruct her had ended up hospitalized for an entire month. "You are my father's appointed teacher, so naturally, you must be stronger than me. Therefore, I shall unleash my full strength in our bout. Oh, I nearly forgot to ask, if I happen to injure you, you won't hold me accountable for medical expenses, will you?" Upon reaching the training ground, as Li Jingchen surveyed the surroundings, he was interrupted by Sun Xiaomei's unexpected query. He cast a sidelong glance at her. This training area, spacious in excess of dozens of square meters, was devoid of obstacles save for a weapons rack. allowing for ample movement. He replied, "If you manage to injure me, not only will I absolve you of any medical fees, but I shall also refund your training fees." Deal. You said it. Elemental ability, Gale. Second tier peak combat technique, Godslayer Spear. No sooner had Li Jingchen finished speaking than a shadow darted past him with the swiftness of a leopard. The long gun in Sun Xiaomei's grip seemed almost enchanted, reaching his face in the blink of an eye. With a resounding clash, Li Jingchen parried the strike. He felt an immense force surge through his arms, the intensity surpassing even that of a gale wolf's charge. Yet, he managed to stabilize his defense, despite her seemingly modest vitality of 150. The combination of her elemental ability and second-tier peak combat technique allowed her to unleash an attack strength comparable to that of a first-tier lower-level ability user. Indeed, one should never underestimate any practitioner of abilities. Li Jingchen's gaze sharpened, a flicker of caution igniting within him. Sun Xiaomei's physical prowess was lacking, had it been greater. The outcome of this encounter might have been uncertain. Kill. 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 Sun Xiaomei's face transformed, losing all semblance of sweetness and adorability, replaced instead by a fierce aura of bloodlust. She lunged forward with her spear, her eyes gleaming with a crimson intensity, as though harboring a deep-seated grudge against Li Jingchen. The God-slaying spear truly lives up to its name, exuding an aura of lethal ferocity. However, given Sun Xiaomei's current temperament and level of mastery, it appears she is ill-equipped to wield such a martial skill. This technique is forged in the crucible of battle, characterized by an unyielding intent to kill. Without formidable mental fortitude and unwavering resolve, one can easily succumb to the throes of negative emotions, much like Sun Xiaomei at this very moment. She resembles someone driven to madness, her eyes ablaze with crimson fury as she relentlessly fires at Li Jingchen. The blood-red tip of her spear swirls ominously, each thrust creating a thunderous disturbance in the air. Sun Madam, witnessing this scene, is rendered speechless and can only frantically dial her phone. Enough. The final technique of the God-slaying spear resounds. You lack the strength to master this martial skill. It is time to cease. Li Jingchen, resolute and unhesitant, suddenly draws his blade. The fragmented star longsword pivots, delivering a powerful strike that collides with the tip of Sun Xiaomei's spear. The spear is sent flying from her grasp, causing her to stagger back several paces and fall clumsily to the ground. As if awakening from a stupor, she gasps for breath and stares at Li Jingchen in disbelief, exclaiming, "You actually blocked my God-slaying spear. Are you not the bottom tier of your class? How could you possibly withstand my assault?" Abilities are not absolute. The essence lies in the mastery of combat techniques and one's level of cultivation. You wield the God-slaying spear but can only unleash a fraction of its true potential due to your insufficient mastery. Moreover, my cultivation far exceeds yours. So it is only natural that you cannot best me, Li Jingchen replies, slowly sheathing his sword while gazing intently at Sun Xiaomei. His desire for mastery over martial skills intensifies within him. To harness a martial skill that can exert power exceeding one's own by nearly double is tantamount to possessing a lethal trump card. What is your cultivation level? Sun Xiaomei keenly detects a hint of insight in Li Jingchen's words. She scrambles to her feet, wide-eyed with curiosity, as if finding solace in this revelation. It seems her marksmanship is not lacking. Rather, her cultivation is simply inferior to Li Jingchen's, explaining her defeat. If they were on equal footing, she is certain she would prevail. I am currently a sophomore, while Li Jingchen is a junior, 1 year my senior. It is only expected that I would struggle against him, she reassures herself. As one who prides herself on her genius, she cannot accept being so easily bested by a peer. With a serious demeanor, she asserts, if the disparity in our cultivation is too great, it serves no purpose for training. Lower your level to match mine, and let us compete again. Rest assured, I will allow you to refrain from using the God-slaying spear. Li Jingchen scoffs, somewhat incredulous. It is common knowledge that excessive use of martial skills one cannot control leads to a period of weakness. He reflects on this and replies with a calm demeanor, to forcibly employ a martial skill beyond your control, unless you can vanquish your opponent in a single blow, will only result in a prolonged state of vulnerability. Your current state must barely allow you to exert even half of your usual strength, am I right? You may rest for half an hour, and then we shall resume our sparring. Stealing a glance at the time, it seems that half an hour has already elapsed. Another half hour of rest, and $50,000 shall be mine. No need, I shall directly consume a blood essence pill. Sun Xiaomei waved her hand dismissively, then reached into her shorts pocket to retrieve 2 blood essence pills, popping them into her mouth like candy. In no time, her previously feeble energy was entirely restored. Li Jingchen's lips twitched slightly. What a fortunate rich kid. Thankfully, the martial arts examination prohibits the use of personal elixirs. Otherwise, there would be no competition. I will lower my strength to match yours. You may initiate the attack. Watch the spear. Whoosh. Sun Xiaomei assumed a stance and, in a flash, dashed towards Li Jingchen. The long spear in her hand danced, transforming into a silver-white dragon, striking at all vital points around Li Jingchen, sealing off his defenses. A glimmer of pride flickered in Sun Xiaomei's eyes. She had merely stated that she would lower her strength to an equal level. Yet she had not mentioned the prohibition of using abilities. Her advanced ability, combined with intermediate proficiency in spear techniques, surely rendered her superior to Li Jingchen, who only possessed a basic ability. In the next moment, Li Jingchen casually stepped back a pace, flipping the shattered star knife in his hand, accurately locking it against the tip of her spear. With a swift motion of his wrist, the shattered star knife, as if an extension of his own arm, deftly deflected Sun Xiaomei's thrust. The spear clattered to the ground, its tail vibrating with a resonant hum. Sun Xiaomei stood frozen in place, her eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed at the spear that had been sent flying. In that fleeting moment, she had barely comprehended what had transpired. Murmuring to herself as she looked at her hands, "Have I lost again? Your strength is commendable for a sophomore. However, your vitality and spirit are lacking. Focus on enhancing your foundational attributes in your future training, and you should have no trouble with the upcoming Academy for Advanced Abilities," Li Jingchen remarked. Although he had matched his vitality to Sun Xiaomei's level, the disparity in mental acuity and combat technique could not be bridged by mere attributes. Sun Xiaomei likely had little practical combat experience. Her moves were overly rigid and lacked variety. Moreover, her excessive emphasis on skill and technique had overshadowed the importance of enhancing her foundational attributes. It was entirely reasonable for her to face defeat. Li Jingchen voiced his thoughts to Sun Xiaomei. Upon hearing his words, her small face displayed a look of indignation, and she instinctively wished to retort. Yet, recalling their two encounters, she felt deflated. The evidence spoke volumes. She had indeed lost, quite thoroughly. In fact, it could be said there was no chance of victory. Furthermore, her opponent was only a year her senior. Even when battling Sister Momo, she had not faced such a decisive defeat. Could it be that Li Jingchen's prowess surpassed that of Yuningma, who was expected to claim the top spot in the Xujiang City martial arts examination? This seemed impossible. Such formidable strength, yet he had never displayed it before. Even when his girlfriend broke up with him, he had shown no sign of it. Hiss. This is a deliberate act of diminishing others' regard for oneself, intentionally inviting others to underestimate one, only to astonish them during the martial examination. How terrifying is such restraint? How formidable is such a temperament? In an instant, Sun Xiaomei concocted a multitude of scenarios, branding Li Jingchen as a nefarious character. Her gaze towards him shifted dramatically. No. I must inform Sister Imo about Li Jingchen's capabilities. During the martial examination, we must be wary of this cunning individual. Time is nearly up. Today's lesson concludes here. Li Jingchen glanced at the clock and sheathed his star fragment blade, saying, "That's enough for today." Mrs. Sun, having been mesmerized by the earlier combat, only came to her senses when she saw Li Jingchen return the blade to his back, hastily offering him a cup of tea. Her demeanor underwent a complete transformation. "Li Xiaga, you must be weary. Please, enjoy a cup of tea." Among the 10 instructors she had hired for her daughter, each had practical combat experience. Yet, none had so effortlessly defeated her daughter as Li Jingchen had. Although she lacked understanding of the abilities of extraordinary individuals, it was evident that Li Jingchen's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. The hourly tuition of 50,000 was truly worth every penny. At that moment, the villa's front door swung open with a loud crash. Sun Guiyang, disregarding the sweat on his brow, hurried in. His face etched with concern. "Didn't I instruct Xiaomei not to use the God of Death gun? Why did she use it again? Is Li Jingchen unharmed? Have we called a doctor yet?" Chapter 21. Some talents are beyond comprehension. He had been in a meeting at his company when he received a call from his wife. Upon hearing that Sun Xiaomei was engaged in combat with Li Jingchen using the God of Death gun, Sun Guiyang was taken aback. This weapon was a technique he had brought back from the military, and he understood its power and characteristics better than anyone. While its might was undeniable, Sun Xiaomei, with her current prowess, was utterly incapable of wielding it. If she lost control, it could very well lead to a tragedy. Li Jingchen was someone he had invited over, and a senior in high school at that. Should anything happen, Sun Guiyang feared he would be haunted by regret for the rest of his life. "Dad? What brings you back?" Sun Xiaomei asked, bewildered by her father's sudden return. Noticing that no one was injured and that her spear was lodged in the ground, Seemingly knocked from her grip, Sun Guoyang felt a wave of curiosity. Mrs. Sun recounted the events to him, and soon, Sun Guoyang grasped the situation. His expression shifted to one of astonishment, as if he were re-evaluating Li Jingchen. He let out a long breath. Li Laudi, I did not expect to underestimate you. It seems third high school harbors such a prodigy. Old Jiang has truly kept this one hidden well. Old Jiang, as referred to by Sun Guoyang, was the principal of third high school and an old acquaintance of his. He had previously believed Jiang to be a straightforward individual. Having often criticized third high school for lacking talent during their drinking sessions, asserting that they would surely be overshadowed by other schools in the upcoming martial examination. Yet, unbeknownst to him, there was a hidden gem like Li Jingchen. He resolved to have a serious talk with old Jiang. Unbeknownst to many, Li Jingchen's prowess has witnessed a remarkable enhancement over the past few days, a fact that the principal of third high school is entirely oblivious to. Boss Sun, your esteemed daughter's talent is commendable. Aside from her lack of practical experience and the shortcomings in her foundational attributes, there are no significant issues. It would suffice to strengthen these two aspects moving forward. Additionally, the Killing God Spear technique should be practiced with caution until one possesses the requisite mastery. Otherwise, it may lead to mental complications, Li Jingchen stated earnestly. Very well, young brother Li. I have taken note of all your insights. Sun Guoyang responded with a grave expression. After returning from military service, he had been preoccupied with business, neglecting the guidance of his daughter. Now, with Li Jingchen astutely identifying her training deficiencies, he felt that inviting Li Jingchen was indeed the right decision. After further discussion, as the hour grew late, Li Jingchen rose, preparing to take his leave. Boss Sun, unless there are any pressing matters, I shall take my leave. Wait, young brother Li. Sun Guoyang quickly called out, rising to fetch something from his study. Upon his return, he held a secret manual in his hands, which he solemnly presented to Li Jingchen. Brother, had it not been for your formidable strength, my daughter's use of the Killing God Spear could have resulted in significant trouble. I must offer you an explanation. This is a second-tier pinnacle technique. The Killing God Spear, which I brought back from my military service. Although it is primarily a spear technique, it is versatile enough to encompass various weapons. As long as one possesses a profound understanding of swordsmanship, it can equally serve as a killing god blade. Please accept it as a token of my oversight. I implore you to take it. I am confident that with your strength and temperament, you will unlock the true potential of this technique. Li Jingchen gazed at the technique being offered by Sun Guoyang, astonished. Several thoughts crossed his mind. This person is indeed worthy of camaraderie. A first-tier technique alone is valued at over 300,000, let alone this pinnacle second-tier technique. Moreover, it is a military secret, the worth of which is incalculable. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jingchen curiously inquired, Brother Sun, can a military secret be practiced by outsiders? Rest assured, young brother. This technique is one I learned from an esteemed elder in the military, and it does not strictly qualify as a military secret. Moreover, the elder had specifically instructed me to pass on this technique to promising talents I encounter. After all, it is intended for slaying ferocious beasts, should humanity prove strong. The elder would be pleased. Sun Guoyang chuckled. Then I shall not be modest. I owe a debt of gratitude to both Boss Sun and the esteemed elder. Li Jingchen acknowledged, no longer hesitating as he accepted the technique from Sun Guoyang. He felt a newfound respect for both Sun Guoyang and the military elder, who, despite the notion of collectively combating ferocious beasts to enhance human strength, demonstrated admirable character by selflessly sharing their created technique with others. Furthermore, Sun Guoyang's willingness to gift him the technique during such a crucial time before the martial examination was commendable. Regardless of Sun Guoyang's intentions, Li Jingchen could not disregard this gesture of goodwill. Haha, the young friend jested, all in the name of humanity's struggle. If we could eradicate the ferocious beasts in our generation, then our descendants would be spared the horrors of war. Upon witnessing Li Jingchen accept the offering, Sun Guoyang's smile grew ever brighter. After some further conversation, Li Jingchen rose to take his leave. He had just witnessed the true might of the god-slaying spear and was filled with an insatiable desire to cultivate. Old Sun, you're so readily bestowing a second-tier pinnacle combat technique upon Li Jingchen? Sun Madam hesitated, if I recall correctly. Ning Mo is also participating in the martial examination this year, is she not? After Li Jingchen departed, Sun Madam spoke thoughtfully. Sun Guoyang's face flashed with a smile as he sipped his tea, chuckling. Are you concerned that Li Jingchen may become a rival to you, Ningma? Do you believe that, regardless of whether I grant him this technique, he would not compete with Ningma based on his prowess? Yet Sun Madam wished to counter, but momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Sun Guoyang shook his head and stood, gazing into the distance as if recalling something, his expression complex, his tone laden with emotion. You have yet to witness the world of the extraordinary. You do not comprehend that some prodigies cannot be constrained in their growth. They will always find the opportunity to shine brilliantly, until they reach a stature that compels everyone to look up in awe. By that time, even our current standing might only allow us to gaze in admiration. However, while these talents have yet to fully blossom, if we can seize the moment, even if we leave a trace of goodwill, it will yield boundless benefits in the future. Sun Madam was taken aback. In her decades of knowing Sun Guoyang, this was the first time she had witnessed him bestow such high praise upon another. Her eyes brightened with realization as she pondered, "Old Sun, if I'm not mistaken, our daughter still lacks a suitor, does she not? Humph, what genius. Just because he defeated me? I refuse to believe he can surpass Sister Imo." Returning to the second floor, Sun Xiaomei was indignant upon hearing her father's assessment. Though Li Jingchen was formidable, in her eyes, he could not compare to Yu Ningma. Humph. If you all think Li Jingchen surpasses Sister Mo, I shall inform her. We shall see in the Blue Network. With this thought, Sun Xiaomei lay back in the virtual pod and connected with Yu Ningma. Chapter 22. You've been dumped upon returning to the hotel. Li Jingchen eagerly took out the God-slaying spear technique to delve into its mysteries. The God-slaying spear embodies an unwavering killing intent, standing resolutely amidst the chaos of battle. When cultivated to perfection, one could even grasp the essence of the will to kill, delivering strikes that inherently possess a mental assault. Moreover, it can be adapted to various weapons. If one practices with a blade, it becomes the God-slaying blade. If with a sword, it transforms into the God-slaying sword. Such a formidable combat technique, the creator of which must be a true genius. Li Jingchen's eyes glimmered with admiration as he thought, "System, grant me the knowledge to learn the God-slaying spear." Skill, God-slayer blade, beginner level. Name, Li Jingchen. Level, awakened. Ability, weak electricity, physique, 260 vitality, mentality, 180 mental energy, skills, advanced swordsmanship. Intermediate steel body refinement. Beginner God-slayer blade, ability points, 20 indeed. It has seamlessly transformed into the God-slayer blade. I shall test its power at the martial arts school tomorrow. Li Jingchen felt a surge of anticipation, yet it was already late, prompting him to postpone his visit until the following morning. The next day, as the sun rose in the east, Xujiang City regained its vibrancy. Li Jingchen returned to the Tunglong Martial Arts School and opened a testing room. His muscles expanded like a mighty dragon. With the star fragment blade, he executed slashes, chops, thrusts, and stabs, before delivering a powerful strike against the testing target. A thunderous crash echoed as the target quivered violently, and a large number appeared on the screen. 670 calories. 670 calories. It was more than 4 times greater than his previous test. Li Jingchen's eyes sparkled. Last time, his score had been 170 calories. This time, it soared to 670. The attack strength of a first-tier low-level ability user was only 500 calories, which meant that Li Jingchen's current assault had surpassed that of many first-tier low-level ability users. With 260 vitality and advanced swordsmanship, in terms of single-round attack strength, I have already surpassed the average first-tier low-level ability user. If I can elevate my mental energy, I will be ready to undergo the certification for first-tier ability users. Li Jingchen couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Time to test the God-slayer blade. A surge of inspiration struck him, and he grasped the star fragment blade, his eyes flashing crimson as an overwhelming bloodlust surged within him, though he managed to suppress it with sheer willpower. God-slayer blade. A flash of crimson light illuminated the training room as the star fragment blade transformed into a blood-red dragon, fiercely striking the central testing target. A resounding boom reverberated through the room. The testing target, as if cut through butter, was cleaved in two from top to bottom. The cushioning mat beneath also split open with a long gash, the cracks resembling a spider web, extending several meters outward. The central target was connected to the wall via cables, which were now severed, rendering it inoperative. Li Jingchen turned his gaze to the screen, which indeed displayed nothing. He scratched his head in confusion. This testing room was designed for first-tier ability users, and the target was equipped with first-tier asthma alloy, capable of withstanding the attacks of upper first-tier ability users. Yet, the target had been destroyed by my strike. Does this mean my attack has surpassed that of upper first-tier? Truly, the pinnacle of second-tier combat techniques. The God-slayer blade is indeed formidable. Li Jingchen marveled, his heart racing with astonishment. This was accomplished without a high-tier ability. If he were to possess a high-tier ability, the combination of the God Slayer blade, advanced swordsmanship, and a high-tier ability would undoubtedly unleash an even greater power. It might even allow him to transcend into a second-tier ability user, just like Sun Xiaomei, who, through the synergy of her combat skills and abilities, had unleashed combat prowess beyond her own limits. In comparison to Sun Xiaomei, my advantage lies in my robust vitality, enabling me to wield the blade of the God of Death continuously, rather than succumbing to weakness after a single use. With my current strength, I believe I am capable of slaying a first-tier ferocious beast. It is time to venture outside the city and hunt once more. Acknowledging my own capabilities, Li Jingchen immediately began to formulate his next plan. The incident of the stolen corpse of the Gale Wolf still weighed heavily on his mind. Contemplating this, he decided to return the testing room to the front desk. The front desk staff, already familiar with Li Jingchen, greeted him with a smile. "Young man, I see you visited our Tunglong martial arts school several times. Would you consider enrolling in our intensive training class? Our master will personally instruct you, and we guarantee a significant enhancement in your abilities within a week, ensuring you achieve excellent results in your martial examination. It's only 200,000 Daxia coins, and our master rarely takes on disciples." The front desk girl, enthusiastic in her pitch, could tell that Li Jingchen was not short on funds, considering the weapons he bore, which were worth at least several 100,000. Securing Li Jingchen as a client would suffice to support her for several months. However, Li Jingchen simply smiled and declined before departing. The front desk girl appeared disappointed but refrained from pressing further. Their master had specifically instructed them to avoid excessive promotion to potential clients. The martial arts school should attract customers through prowess, lest they drive them away. As she pondered, the girl opened the testing room door to tidy up the space. Upon entering, her eyes widened in shock at the sight before her, while Li Jingchen remained oblivious. Already en route to the city's outskirts. "Is that him? The one who defeated you?" In an upscale CAF, Bai Zihao, dressed casually, sipped his coffee while following the direction pointed by Li Mengyao. "That's him, brother Bai. You must stand up for me." Li Mengyao nodded vigorously, her gaze toward Li Jingchen flashing with resentment. After being chastised by Li Jingchen previously, she had initially intended to swallow her pride. She had genuinely felt fear. Li Jingchen's eyes seemed capable of murder. However, now that Bai Zihao had successfully advanced to a first-tier ability user, Li Mengyao believed that with Bai Zihao's strength, punishing Li Jingchen would be effortless, thus fueling her desire for revenge. Bai Zihao scrutinized Li Jingchen, narrowing his eyes as he observed him for a considerable time before glancing back at Li Mengyao's face. "What's the matter, brother Bai? Why do you keep staring? Is my makeup smudged? You're making me blush." Li Mengyao twisted her body, feigning shyness. "Let us part ways. From now on, let us each walk our own paths, strangers to one another." Bai Zihao set his coffee down, leaving without a backward glance, not sparing Li Mengyao a single look. Li Mengyao stood there, dumbfounded, until she finally realized Bai Zihao had vanished. For the sake of a superficial flirt, I risk offending a rival of equal strength? I am not a fool. Bai Zihao thought, his expression one of disbelief. He awakened a unique combat intuition, and upon confronting Li Jingchen, he sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from him. This indicated that Li Jingchen's strength was on par with his own. Wasn't Li Mengyao involved with Li Jingchen before? Has she lost her senses? How could she not see such a prodigy? Moreover, when did Xujiang High School acquire such a remarkable figure? This complicates matters. There are only 3 admission slots for the 4 prestigious schools. Initially, it was assumed that the 3 slots would be divided among Yuning Mo, Sun Mingyang, and himself. But now with Li Jingchen in the mix, the situation has become rather troublesome. No, he must continue his training. Chapter 23. Exiting the city again. The azure-scaled serpent, had someone been observing him? Li Jingchen cast a doubtful glance behind him. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though someone was scrutinizing him from the rear. However, when he turned around, the sensation vanished. After searching for some time without discovering anything amiss, he decided to dismiss it and continued his journey beyond the city walls. Aside from Li Mengyao, he seemed to have no formidable enemies in Xujiang City. At the city gate, a throng of individuals had gathered. It appeared to be a group of students attempting to exit the city, but Lin Tao was not allowing it, tirelessly reiterating the dangers that lay outside. Upon noticing Li Jingchen approaching, Lin Tao abandoned the group and greeted him with a smile. "Little brother, are you heading out of the city so soon again?" "Yes, isn't the martial arts examination approaching? I need to engage in some real combat outside the city." Li Jingchen replied with a smile, Gesturing towards the crowd in the distance, he curiously inquired, "What are they up to?" "Ah, don't mention it." With the martial arts examination nearing, many senior students are banding together to venture out and hunt ferocious beasts for practical experience. Consequently, these middle school students are itching to join them, wishing to venture out and hunt beasts as well. I've been preventing them from leaving. Yet they are causing quite a ruckus here, Lin Tao shrugged in exasperation. You would think none of them have even awakened their abilities. And the strongest among them barely exceeds a physique of 100. Isn't this just courting death? Lin Tao's expression turned serious as he recalled something. By the way, little brother, although you're strong, you must exercise caution this time. A first-tier low-level beast, the scorpion-tailed leopard, has recently emerged outside the city and has injured several people. Our border patrol has attempted to encircle it multiple times, but it has managed to escape each time. I suspect this beast's strength is quite extraordinary. It is likely on the verge of breaking through to the mid-tier. Mid-tier? That is perfect. It will be worth a fortune. Li Jingchen mused with a grin as he stroked his chin. Lin Tao was taken aback, unsure of the meaning behind Li Jingchen's words. Just as he was about to inquire, Li Jingchen had already waved him off and stepped out of the city. Would Li Jingchen truly attempt to hunt that scorpion-tailed leopard? Surely, he couldn't be serious. After all, wasn't he just a senior in high school? In the desolate ruins of the city, an abandoned off-road vehicle lay sprawled across the center of the road. Creak. A pair of brown combat boots pressed down upon the off-road vehicle, causing it to sink slightly. The owner of the boots was a young man, standing at 6 feet tall, with a stature as straight as a pine tree, and sharp eyebrows and bright eyes that resembled shining stars. He bore a war blade in each hand, one as dark as ink and the other vivid as blood. It is indeed Li Jingchen, who has ventured beyond the city to hunt ferocious beasts. It seems that the number of these creatures is significantly diminished compared to his previous expedition. Could this be attributed to the increased presence of people? Li Jingchen furrowed his brow as he gazed into the distance. Having been outside the city for 2 hours, he had encountered only a non-threatening beast, the giant beaked chicken, and the toothsome rat, with no other ferocious beasts in sight. Conversely, the students participating in practical training outside the city had encountered numerous creatures, as well as several martial arts teams guiding their trainees and honing their skills. It appeared that the surge in the number of individuals venturing out was indeed the reason behind the scarcity of beasts. To hunt these creatures, one must delve deeper into the wilderness. With my current strength, as long as I do not venture too far, it should not pose a significant challenge, Li Jingchen mused. The regions densely populated by high-ranking beasts had already been designated as wilderness zones and were under strict surveillance by the Daxia authorities. The wilds surrounding other cities predominantly hosted low-tier, first-level beasts. Naturally, given the vast expanse of Daxia and the astonishingly rapid reproduction and advancement of these creatures, one could never be entirely certain that high-tier beasts were absent from the outskirts of urban areas. Exercising caution should suffice. Let us proceed. With a swift motion, Li Jingchen propelled himself forward, vanishing from sight in a matter of moments. Soon, he found himself deep within the thicket, where the underbrush was dense and towering ancient trees loomed overhead, far removed from the ruins of the city. The leaves of the ancient trees obscured the sunlight, allowing only a few rays to penetrate and casting a shadowy pall over the surroundings. Li Jingchen treaded cautiously, suddenly halting in his tracks. His body instinctively leaned back. In the next instant, a sharp arrow whizzed past, striking the very spot where he had just stood and creating a sizable crater in the earth. A first-tier lower beast. The azure scale snake. As the dust settled, Li Jingchen discerned the nature of his assailant. Whoosh! Missing its mark, the azure scale snake sprang forth once more, its triangular eyes and 2 sharp venomous fangs starkly visible. Li Jingchen's expression remained impassive as he drew his blade with a resounding clang. The flash of the blade was as swift as lightning, dancing like a silver serpent. The azure scale snake was fast, yet Li Jingchen was swifter. In the blink of an eye, he struck the triangular head of the creature. With a sizzling sound, he sent the azure scale snake flying. Li Jingchen took a step back, his expression slightly grave. What immense force! Once more, seizing the opportunity, he pursued the azure scale snake relentlessly. This marked his inaugural confrontation with a first-tier beast, and it appeared to be no more than a trivial endeavor. After several more clashes, Li Jingchen thrust his blade into the ground, pinning the azure scale snake down. The lengthy creature writhed a few times before succumbing to silence. 1 first-tier lower azure scale snake killed. 100 ability points earned. Ability points, 215. This was nearly double the ability points awarded by the Gale Wolf. Excellent. The cost-performance ratio is remarkably high. Li Jingchen felt that the battle with the azure scale snake had required little exertion, akin to his first encounter with the Gale Wolf when he had first left the city. Of course, he was well aware that this was due to his enhanced strength. Had he encountered the azure scale snake during his initial foray beyond the city, he would likely have ended up as mere excrement of the creature. Upon reaching the first tier, ferocious beasts exhibit a strong territorial instinct, suggesting that there are likely no other first-tier beasts in the vicinity. It is time to relocate. Li Jingchen skillfully skinned the azure-scaled serpent, extracting its gallbladder to place in his backpack. The azure-scaled serpent is primarily valued for its skin and gallbladder, making it considerably simpler to process than the Gale Wolf. For this expedition beyond the city, Li Jingchen had specially acquired a custom backpack designed for convenience in collecting items. With all the zippers fully opened, it boasts an impressive capacity nearing 2 cubic meters. Moreover, it is equipped with leak-proof containers, making it exceedingly practical for storing the serpent-esque gallbladder. Having organized his belongings, Li Jingchen continued to explore the surroundings. Killed a non-tier beast, Gale Wolf, granting 60 ability points. Killed a non-tier beast, giant-toothed rat, granting 55 ability points. After consecutively eliminating several non-tier beasts, Li Jingchen remained unhurried. First-tier beasts possess defined territories, typically. Where one first-tier beast exists, there will not be another within several kilometers. He accessed the system panel. Chapter 24. The feud between the Tunglong Martial Arts School and the Violent Bear Martial Arts School. Name: Li Jingchen. Level: Awakened ability: Weak electricity, physique, 260 vitality, mentality, 180 Hz skills, advanced swordsmanship. Intermediate steel bone forging technique, beginner god of killing blade, ability points, for 135 outside the city. One may encounter anything, thus ensuring strength is paramount. It is essential to enhance his abilities further. System: enhance my mentality. Li Jingchen's physique has already reached the level of a first-tier ability user. Yet he is still 20 points short in mentality. Had it not been for his sharp combat intuition and heightened senses during the battle with the azure-scaled serpent, evasion would have been far more challenging. If the physique represents the limbs of the body, then mentality can be likened to the brain. Without rapid neural responses, even the strongest physique is rendered ineffective. Mentality: 180 Hz to 200 ability points, 200 in an instant. Li Jingchen perceived the world sharpening into clarity, with the surrounding scenery appearing to slow down, as if time itself had been momentarily stretched. It is no wonder that the distinction between first-tier ability users and awakened individuals is so pronounced. The disparity in neural response is monumental. With my current reaction time, I could likely discern the trajectory of a bullet. He decided to test his ability once more. With a snap of his fingers, arcs of electricity danced across his fingertips, emitting a sizzling sound. He struck a nearby tree trunk, instantly scorching its rough surface. The potency of his ability had indeed increased slightly, yet it still proved to be of little practical use. It seems that, in the short term, relying on his abilities in combat is futile. How splendid it would be if ability points could be utilized to upgrade abilities. Li Jingchen found himself momentarily frozen, as if struck by a sudden realization. His eyes growing ever brighter. Of course, if basic attributes and skills can be upgraded, why not abilities? The absence of a plus sign next to the ability does not necessarily imply that it cannot be upgraded. It may simply be due to insufficient ability points. How many ability points are required for an upgrade? 2,000, 5,000, or perhaps even 10,000. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Among the 6 categories of supernatural abilities, the elemental powers are undoubtedly the most formidable. If his weak electrical ability could advance and upgrade, even reaching the first or second tier would yield a tremendous enhancement to his strength. Contemplating this, Li Jingchen was filled with a fervent desire to unleash his might and accumulate sufficient ability points for his enhancement. Yet he restrained himself. The strong remain strong. If he continued to hoard ability points without enhancing his power, encountering a formidable beast would spell disaster. The most cost-effective strategy would be to first elevate his strength, at the very least achieving a first-tier upper position or pinnacle. Only then would he be worthy of saving ability points. With newfound clarity and a sense of purpose, Li Jingchen pressed deeper into the woods. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, at a dilapidated temple, a group of men and women clad in matching uniforms sat together, taking a moment to rest. At the entrance, the second-tier lower-level ability user Wang Tunglong sat cross-legged on the ground, vigilantly scanning the surroundings while imparting combat techniques against beasts outside the city to his students. The most numerous beasts outside the city are the Gale Wolves. Although Gale Wolves are tierless beasts, Their speed and attack power are not to be underestimated. If your dual attributes are below 130 and your ability is below Tier 1, you'd be wise to turn and flee upon encountering them. Otherwise, you risk being torn to shreds. I've sent Xiaolu to scout the area. Once we ascertain the distribution of the beasts, I will lead you for practical training, ensuring you are not overwhelmed during the martial examination. Wang Tinglong explained earnestly. The Xiao Wang he referred to was another instructor at the Tunglong Martial Arts School. The youthful participants were students in his special training program. The duration was 1 week, with each student's fee amounting to 200,000 Daxia coins. With 7 students, that totaled 1,400,000 Daxia coins. It was only due to his status as a second-tier ability user and the impending martial examination that such an opportunity for profit arose. Ordinarily, such chances were rare. Despite Wang Tinglong's rapid earning capacity as a second-tier ability user, his expenses flowed just as swiftly. Not to mention the astronomical costs of weapons, battle uniforms, and training elixirs. Recently, due to competition with the Violent Bear Martial Arts School, the business of Tunglong Martial Arts had been declining, forcing Wang Tinglong to subsidize the school's operation with his own finances. Master, I have returned. A robustly curved woman entered through the temple door, her tight-fitting combat attire accentuating her figure. With cascading golden waves and a fair, beautiful face, her appearance, however, bore a tragic aspect. What happened? What transpired? Did you encounter a beast attack? Wang Tinglong exclaimed, rising abruptly, his expression darkening as he noticed Su Xia's arm hanging limply, blood dripping steadily. The previously lively students fell silent, their eyes filled with concern as they turned towards Su Xia. Many among them had trained under her. A first-tier ability user of formidable strength. Injured as I am, could there be a lurking danger in this vicinity? It is not a ferocious beast, but rather an encounter with individuals from the Violent Bear Martial Arts Academy. 3 instructors from that academy are nearby, hunting ferocious beasts. They harbored malicious intentions towards me. Yet I managed to elude them using my illusionary abilities, thus escaping their clutches. Su Xia spoke, her heart still racing with trepidation. The Violent Bear Martial Arts Academy. Their audacity is simply intolerable. Come, let us reclaim our honor. I shall see if the Violent Bear Martial Arts Academy can maintain its arrogance in the presence of Wang Tinglong. Which direction? Lead the way. Wang Tinglong snorted coldly, striding purposefully towards the temple exit. He felt compelled to address this matter. With 2 martial arts academies in fierce competition, if the instructors from his academy were assaulted and he, as the head, did not take a stand, no one would come to his academy to teach in the future. Moreover, there were students present, and those willing to invest 200,000 Daxia coins in their training were undoubtedly of considerable wealth and status. If he failed to rectify this situation, word would spread through these students, potentially leading to the closure of Tunglong Martial Arts Academy. Class Leader Jiang, do you think we will be in any danger? A petite girl with glasses timidly inquired, glancing at the person beside her. She and Jiang Yingxue were both from Class 6 of the 3rd High School. Jiang Yingxue, being the class leader, was known for her responsibility and strength, making her the go-to person for any concerns. Well, the head of Tunglong Academy is a level 2 ability user, one of the more formidable masters among the martial arts academies in Xujiang City. We should be safe. Even if a conflict arises between the Violent Bear Academy and Tunglong Academy, it is unlikely to affect us students, Jiang Yingxue mused before smiling reassuringly. Then I can rest easy, Tang Ruashi said, patting her chest in relief. Chapter 25. Encountering the scorpion-tailed leopard again, eliminated a level 1 inferior beast, the blue-scaled snake. Earning 100 ability points, Li Jingchen wielded his blade, severing the blue-scaled snake that had lunged toward him. Only after the system notification rang out did he approach to skin and deb one the creature. This marked the second level 1 inferior ability beast he had encountered. However, he had yet to catch sight of his next target, the scorpion-tailed leopard. Contemplating, Li Jingchen recalled that the last appearance of the scorpion-tailed leopard seemed to be drawn in by the scent of blood from the Gale wolf. Rather than passively searching, he decided to proactively set a trap to see if he could lure the scorpion-tailed leopard in. With this thought, he left the corpse of the blue-scaled snake in place and went in search of other beast carcasses nearby. A pile of corpses from several beasts accumulated, with the blue-scaled snake atop, accompanied by the Gale wolf and some lesser beasts beneath. This mound resembled a small hill, emanating a potent stench of blood. Li Jingchen climbed a tall tree, crouching atop it to await his quarry. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Aside from a few lesser beasts that had succumbed and become part of the gruesome pile, the scorpion-tailed leopard had yet to materialize. Just as Li Jingchen began to wonder if the leopard had vacated the area, a dark figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Standing atop a heap of carcasses, it indulged in its feast with abandon. Its dark, sleek fur shimmered like satin under the sun, flowing gracefully with each movement. The enormous venomous stinger at the end of its tail swayed rhythmically, indicating its delight in the meal. This must be the scorpion-tailed leopard. Its prowess has evidently ascended. Although it has not fully evolved to a mid-tier rank, it undoubtedly surpasses the lower tier by a considerable margin. How splendid! If I manage to slay this scorpion-tailed leopard, it could fetch at least 100,000 great xia coins. Perhaps even more. Li Jingchen held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the gluttonous creature below. He refrained from making a hasty move. While the beast's strength far exceeded that of ordinary predators, its habits bore some resemblance to those of lesser beasts. After a hearty meal, agility and activity would become sluggish, providing the perfect opportunity for Li Jingchen to strike. Although his combat prowess had been tested at the Tunglong Martial Arts Academy, exceeding the upper tier, battles are not solely determined by attributes or strength of attack. Timing, environment, tactics, and even luck can significantly influence the outcome. Unless one party possesses overwhelming power, victory is never guaranteed. Yet, Li Jingchen clearly did not have the upper hand against the scorpion-tailed leopard. The creature below savored its meal, blissfully unaware of the watchful eyes observing from a distance. Soon, it had devoured the remains of a dozen fierce beasts, licking its lips with a satisfied expression. This place was vastly superior to its previous territory, where food was scarce and competition fierce. Here, it had yet to encounter a foe stronger than itself, allowing it to reign supreme with an overwhelming sense of security. With a contented belch, the scorpion-tailed leopard prepared to depart, seeking a spot to rest. Its path led it directly beneath the tree where Li Jingchen was concealed. Now was the moment. Li Jingchen's eyes narrowed, gripping the shattered star blade tightly, channeling his vitality into his legs. He propelled himself off the trunk, descending like a bolt from the blue. Die. The blade whistled through the air. The scorpion-tailed leopard sensed danger, its amber eyes devoid of emotion lifting to meet Li Jingchen's gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, it lashed out with its claws. The ground erupted in chaos as the force of its strike sent debris flying, even causing nearby trees to bend backward under the gust. In the next instant, clang! The shattered star blade collided fiercely with the leopard's claws, sending sparks flying. Such formidable claws! Li Jingchen's gaze sharpened. In the following moment, a whoosh sliced through the air as the leopard's stinger lashed toward him like a whip. The protagonist recoiled sharply, evading the attack while casting a grave look at the scorpion-tailed leopard. Indeed, a beast worthy of being included in the curriculum, for its formidable strength surpasses that of ordinary predators. The reaction speed and ferocity displayed by the scorpion-tailed leopard could easily outpace an inferior beast of the first rank by several streets. How? It seemed that the scorpion-tailed leopard had been provoked by Li Jingchen, perceiving humans as mere prey that dared to attack it. Such audacity could not be tolerated. In the next moment, the scorpion-tailed leopard let out a roar, launching itself towards Li Jingchen like an arrow released from a bowstring. As it charged, azure blades of wind coalesced around its body, sealing off Li Jingchen's surroundings. As one of the more formidable beasts of the first rank, the scorpion-tailed leopard not only possessed formidable offensive capabilities but also wielded the elemental prowess of the wind. Excellent! Li Jingchen felt no fear. Instead, he advanced with determination. Gripping the Starbreaker blade tightly, he surged forward to engage the scorpion-tailed leopard in combat. Previously, he had dispatched other first-rank beasts with relative ease. However, this scorpion-tailed leopard proved to be his equal, igniting a fervor within him rather than fear. Battling an opponent of comparable strength not only pushed him to his limits, but also illuminated his shortcomings. In this encounter, Li Jingchen discerned that his weakness lay in his agility. Though his offensive power was sufficient, his speed fell short, causing him to occasionally resort to a defensive stance against the scorpion-tailed leopard's swift movements. Your usefulness has come to an end. It is time for you to perish. Blood God Blade. Li Jingchen's eyes flashed crimson as he shifted from a single-handed grip to both hands on the sword, taking a bold step forward to unleash a crimson arc of blade energy from his weapon. The overwhelming aura of slaughter emanated from this strike, momentarily stunning the scorpion-tailed leopard. In that instant, it was transported back to its youth, hiding in a cave while witnessing its mother engage in a deadly struggle with another fearsome beast. The sheer terror of that memory threatened to engulf it. Yet, in the next moment, the scorpion-tailed leopard jolted back to reality, attempting to evade. But it felt a chilling sensation at its neck. Blue blood sprayed forth, and the leopard's pupils began to dilate, vitality rapidly fading away. Li Jingchen intended to deliver a finishing blow, but suddenly had a thought. He switched his grip and drew the scarlet whip from his back, plunging it into the scorpion-tailed leopard's neck in place of the Starbreaker blade. The massive form of the leopard convulsed a few times before falling completely still. You have slain the mutated first-rank beast, scorpion-tailed leopard. Ability points gained, 290, current ability points, 620. To receive such a bounty of ability points was indeed surprising. This scorpion-tailed leopard was truly extraordinary. Li Jingchen felt astonished. During their battle, he had sensed that this leopard was not merely of the first rank. Its intelligence surpassed that of ordinary beasts. The term mutated beast was new to him. Such creatures must be rare, if all beasts possessed such prowess. Humanity might as well surrender without a fight. With a sigh of contemplation, Li Jingchen approached the scorpion-tailed leopard, preparing to take it back to the city. Since it is a mutated ferocious beast, its value must certainly be higher. There may even be aspects of worth that Li Jingchen is unaware of. Therefore, Li Jingchen has no intention of dismantling it himself. After all, if it were to be damaged, it would result in a significant loss. I almost forgot about Hongfu. Chapter 26, Malice, the transformation of Hongfu. Indeed, the weight has noticeably increased. It seems my perception was not mistaken. This is certainly no ordinary weapon. Li Jingchen held the blade before him, scrutinizing it carefully. One must trust one's instincts. Upon first seeing Hongfu at the treasure pavilion, Li Jingchen sensed that this blade was extraordinary. Now it is evident that he was correct. Could it be that slaying a ferocious beast alters the weight of Hongfu? Or perhaps there are conditions of which I am unaware. It seems that upon returning to Shuzhong City, I must consult someone. Tang Xian would surely be oblivious. Otherwise, he would not have allowed me to stumble upon such a find. I wonder if Teacher Ji knows. As Li Jingchen pondered over those he was acquainted with who might understand the uniqueness of Hongfu, a bespectacled figure with thinning hair suddenly appeared in his mind. Jilin, the history and ferocious beast studies teacher from the 3rd high school, class 6. He specializes in elucidating the habits and weaknesses of various ferocious beasts. Moreover, Jilin possesses extensive knowledge on niche topics, making him an exceptionally erudite individual. Li Jingchen contemplated what pretext he might use to visit him. Just then, he caught a sound, abruptly gripping the hilt of his blade and casting his gaze backward. Oh, young brother, this scorpion-tailed leopard seems rather extraordinary. Did you slay it? 2 men and a woman emerged from the thicket. Clad in black combat attire and wielding weapons, they exuded a fierce aura. Among them, a middle-aged man with a scarred face gazed intently at the corpse of the scorpion-tailed leopard behind Li Jingchen, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Li Jingchen, succinct and vigilant, appraised the trio. Encountering humans in the wilderness poses dangers that are not lesser than those posed by ferocious beasts. Furthermore, they were quite a distance from the city, and any occurrence would go unnoticed. Dear brother, please do not be alarmed. We are from the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall, here to hunt ferocious beasts outside the city, and harbor no ill intentions towards you. We are merely curious. This scorpion-tailed leopard appears somewhat different from others. Likely a mutated ferocious beast. To have single-handedly slain a mutated scorpion-tailed leopard, your prowess is indeed remarkable. Are you from Shuzhong City? Another member of the group. A young man with triangular eyes wielding a long knife noticed Li Jingchen's cautious expression and waved his hands with a friendly smile, indicating he meant no harm. His gaze reflected curiosity. To have independently vanquished a mutated scorpion-tailed leopard, one must be at least a first-tier ability user. Such a young first-tier ability user must certainly not be an insignificant individual, yet I have no recollection of him. Upon hearing the name of the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall, Li Jingchen felt a stir of recognition. It seemed to be on par with the Flying Dragon Martial Arts Hall. The hall master is also a second-tier ability user. When passing by, Li Jingchen had glanced inside and noted that the decor was even more lavish than that of the Flying Dragon Martial Arts Hall, with feast to match. It is said that the Tunglong Martial Arts Academy and the Baoxiong Martial Arts Academy have long been embroiled in competition. If there are no further matters to discuss, I kindly ask you to leave, as I intend to transport this scorpion-tailed leopard back to the city. Li Jingchen chose not to respond to the triangular-eyed youth's inquiry, instead ushering everyone away. A flicker of displeasure crossed the youth's gaze, and the smile on his face diminished noticeably as he exchanged a glance with the scar-faced middle-aged man. The latter shook his head, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. The triangular-eyed youth expressed a look of regret, yet he refrained from making any further moves. silently observing as Li Jingchen dragged the scorpion-tailed leopard away. "Boss, are we truly allowing this young man to leave?" he lamented. "This mutated scorpion-tailed leopard is worth quite a fortune. It could rival several first-tier ferocious beasts." The triangular-eyed youth wore an expression of disappointment, unwilling to concede. They had been outside the city for 2 days, yet had barely hunted down a few first-tier ferocious beasts. The sole female member of their group mirrored his sentiment, her eyes gleaming with avarice. "Moreover, that red longsword he possesses appears to be extraordinary. It must be quite valuable. If we could detain him, our expedition would be a resounding success. And in this desolate wilderness, even if we were to kill him, no one would discover our involvement." Although the Great Xia government prohibits unwarranted killings among abilities users, such regulations do not extend beyond the city limits. Murder and plunder are commonplace in these parts. Our trio has engaged in such deeds numerous times. To possess the strength to slay a scorpion-tailed leopard at such a young age, this youth is no ordinary foe. He may even be the offspring of a notable figure from Xujiang City. If we were to eliminate him, it might lead back to us. The scar-faced man continued. "Let us observe a bit longer. By the way, third, do you not have an acquaintance in the Public Security Bureau? Have him investigate this young man's background." Wang nodded, noting that the Public Security Bureau also handled population statistics. While they could not pinpoint his exact identity, they could employ a process of elimination to exclude those with connections. With that, she retrieved a specialized communication device and reached out to her paramour. Their flirtatious exchanges were enough to make anyone blush, yet the scar-faced man and the triangular-eyed youth remained unfazed, their expressions unchanged. Soon, Wang Li set down the device, smiling as she declared, "I have inquired, and among the renowned talents, there is none who bears resemblance to him. This young man is either not from Xujiang City or has merely stumbled upon the injured scorpion-tailed leopard. It is rare for such creatures to appear in Xujiang City, likely having been driven from their territory elsewhere. It is probable that he found the injured beast by chance. Nevertheless, to have slain an injured scorpion-tailed leopard, this young man must be at least a first-tier low-level abilities user. Let us pursue him. The Tenglong Martial Arts Academy members are likely nearby. We must capture this young man before they arrive, or else Wang Tenglong will surely thwart our plans," the scar-faced man decisively proclaimed. He boldly set off in the direction Li Jingchen had taken, concurrently strategizing aloud. "I will approach him first, feigning casual conversation to draw his attention. Old 3. Use your freezing ability to restrain that young man's movements. If he retaliates, I will immediately hold him in check. Old 2. Employ your blade techniques to block his escape route, and finally, I shall deliver the fatal blow. If we coordinate effectively, we can eliminate him in one swift strike." A sinister expression flickered across the scarred middle-aged man's face. They had employed this strategy countless times before. Given the youth's appearance, it was evident he lacked substantial worldly experience. This time victory was virtually assured. Chapter 27. The youth's naivety danger, indeed, lurks everywhere, and it seems these individuals will not relent easily. They are likely devising a plan to deal with me at this very moment. Li Jingchen set down the corpse of the scorpion-tailed leopard, seated himself upon the ground, and stroked his chin in quiet contemplation. Although the others had appeared amicable on the surface, Li Jingchen perceptibly sensed the greed and malice glinting in their eyes. After some reflection, Li Jingchen summoned the system panel. "This was my first encounter in battle with abilities users. Judging by the aura exuded by the 3, they were at least of the first tier, lower echelon. Furthermore, the scarred middle-aged man's strength could potentially reach the mid-tier of the first level, with 600 ability points. Even if I concentrated entirely on enhancing my physique, I still might not be able to contend with these 3. The only chance of triumph lay in catching them off guard." Li Jingchen silently calculated. If it were merely one of them, he would be completely unafraid. Yet the trio, evidently well coordinated, presented a formidable force that could not be simply summed up as 1 + 1. Additionally, the existence of their abilities was an unknown factor. Li Jingchen was unaware of the specific powers they wielded. Should a conflict arise, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Thus, it was imperative to strike first, employing a thunderous assault to eliminate the strongest among them before systematically dismantling the others. The decision of how to allocate the 600 ability points became crucial. Dismissing enhancements to physique and mental acuity, he was left with options for body refinement, blade techniques, and combat skills. Allocating all 600 points to body refinement might elevate his physique to the threshold of 400, achieving the mid-tier of the first level. Yet it would not guarantee dominance over the 3 adversaries. On the other hand, enhancing his blade techniques could potentially elevate them to master level, though the cost for further advancement remained uncertain. Among those Li Jingchen knew, none had attained mastery in blade techniques, leaving him unaware of the true strength such mastery might confer. Under normal circumstances, he would eagerly seize the opportunity to experiment. However, with the enemy so close at hand, a miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. The only viable method he could foresee for significantly augmenting his power in a short span was the God-slaying blade. With this in mind, he resolved, System, grant me the God-slaying blade. Skill, God-slaying blade, beginner to intermediate, ability points, 200 skill, God-slaying blade, intermediate to advanced. Ability points, 200 skill, God-slaying blade, advanced to master level, ability points, 200 as his ability points dwindled rapidly. Li Jingchen upgraded the God-slaying blade directly from the beginner level to master level. In an instant, Li Jingchen felt the scene transform, finding himself in a blood-red realm. The world was drenched in crimson, resembling an apocalyptic vision. The atmosphere was thick with the essence of destruction and slaughter, a savage presence swirling within Li Jingchen's heart. Soon after, he beheld a blood-colored figure rushing towards him, clad in blood-soaked garments and wielding a blood-stained blade. The figure's visage remained obscured, save for the glaring ruby eyes that shone vividly. This crimson specter, brandishing a 7-foot-long blood knife, appeared as the very embodiment of carnage, obliterating everything that dared to obstruct its path. It seemed as though this blood-soaked entity was born solely for the purpose of slaughter. Surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, countless creatures reduced to lifeless husks beneath the arc of its blade. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that most of these corpses were fierce beasts, though the scene bore an ethereal quality, lacking in realism. The terrifying intent to kill sent tremors through Li Jingchen's spirit. In the next moment, he found himself transformed into the blood-clad figure, besieged by a relentless tide of ferocious beasts. The onslaught was overwhelming, an endless wave that threatened to engulf him in despair. Yet, the blood-colored figure within him felt no trace of fear. The long knife in his grasp moved without hesitation, slicing into the horde of beasts with unyielding force. Kill, kill, kill. Slay the beasts. Vanquish the heavens. Annihilate the earth. Destroy the deities. The 7-foot blade danced through the air, tearing through the flesh of the beasts, blood splattering everywhere, coalescing into a towering intent to kill. In that fleeting moment, the only thing that endured in the cosmos was the will to slaughter. The illusion dissipated swiftly, and before Li Jingchen could fully absorb the experience, a sharp pain pierced his mind, returning him to reality. In the depths of the forest, he abruptly opened his eyes while seated atop the corpse of a scorpion-tailed leopard, a fleeting glimpse of brutal killing intent vanishing like smoke. What a terrifying aura of murder! What was that illusion? Was it a rite of passage to master-level battle techniques, or merely a function of the system? Li Jingchen gasped for breath, his pallor reflecting an inner dread. For a brief moment, he had felt an overwhelming urge to remain lost in the throes of slaughter, the consequences of which were dire, being consumed by that murderous intent, reduced to a mere machine of killing. How many fierce beasts had the creator of this technique slain to forge such a skill? Next time, he must not act recklessly. He must only advance when his mental fortitude is sufficiently robust. Otherwise, he might find himself overwhelmed by the psychological impact of the technique, leading to his downfall. Li Jingchen mused. Sun Xiaomei's mastery of the killing blade was merely at the novice level, and even she showed signs of losing control over her consciousness while wielding it. Li Jingchen had thought the killing blade was merely a second-tier technique, believing that with his 200 mental strength, he would have no trouble mastering it. However, the experience of nearly losing himself in that illusion revealed to him just how gravely mistaken he was. The killing blade was indeed something arcane, entirely different from ordinary techniques, which explained its formidable power. Despite the harrowing experience, he had nonetheless gained mastery over it. With a flick of his wrist, a flash of crimson light glimmered in his eyes. The killing blade was unleashed. In the following moment, a 3-meter arc of blood-red light surged forth, vanishing in an instant. A multitude of towering ancient trees crashed to the ground, leaving behind an unfathomable chasm upon the earth. Such terrifying power. This force exceeds at least 3,000 calories. It surpasses the capabilities of a second-tier low-level ability user. However, the consumption is far too great, given my current physical and mental state. The blade of the god of death can unleash at most 3 strikes before I am rendered powerless. Li Jingchen silently sensed the depletion within his body. The blade of the God of Death is a technique derived from the mastery of the God of Death's knife, powerful enough to slay a second-tier low-level ability user. With this trump card, Li Jingchen felt a profound sense of security. He took the shattered star knife and drew 2 gashes across his clothing, rendering it tattered, while also wreaking havoc upon the surrounding trees. Li Jingchen then sat cross-legged atop the corpse of the scorpion-tailed leopard, quietly recuperating his vitality. After a brief moment, 3 figures appeared, one after the other. Observing Li Jingchen, who was in a meditative state, the scar-faced middle-aged man wore an expression of surprise and cast a wary glance around. "Oh, young man, why are you sitting here?" As he spoke, he exchanged glances with the squinty-eyed youth and Wang Li, who swiftly moved to encircle Li Jingchen from both sides. Cough, cough. It's the 3 instructors. Don't mention it. I was just walking when an unfamiliar ferocious beast emerged from nowhere and injured me. If I hadn't fled quickly, I might not be alive right now. Li Jingchen coughed forcefully, a look of lingering fear etched on his face. He turned to the scar-faced middle-aged man with a pleading gaze, saying earnestly, "Instructors from the Savage Bear Martial Arts Hall. Could you please assist me in transporting the corpse of this scorpion-tailed leopard back to the city? I will compensate you for your efforts." Haha. We're all on the same side. Discussing compensation is too formal. Come, my friend, I happen to know a bit of medicine. Let me see if I can help treat your injuries. Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight crossed the scar-faced middle-aged man's face. Noticing the damaged trees around, he suspected no foul play and approached Li Jingchen with a friendly smile. The squinty-eyed youth and Wang Li exchanged glances, revealing disdain and contempt, and also moved to encircle Li Jingchen. The youth was naively transparent, so easily revealing his injuries. It was likely that he was too gravely wounded to escape. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so indiscreet. Chapter 28. The Blade of the God of Death. Slay, slay, slay. Li Jingchen, pale-faced, watched as the scar-faced man approached him step by step, making no attempt to defend himself, appearing genuinely injured. Observing Li Jingchen's inaction, the scar-faced man's vigilance waned. It seemed this young man was truly harmed. 20 meters, 15 meters. Once within 5 meters, he would be in the optimal range for attack. And the scar-faced man was confident he could subdue Li Jingchen with a single strike. He didn't even need the assistance of Wang Li or the squinty-eyed youth. Just at that moment, sizzle, as the scar-faced man prepared to strike, he felt the scene before him shift. He found himself amidst a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. The overwhelming aura of murderous intent left the scar-faced man horrified. In the next second, a crimson blade of light seemed to cleave towards him from the blood-soaked realm. The scar-faced man attempted to evade, yet the body, overwhelmed by a surge of murderous intent, remained unresponsive. Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped the neck. In the next moment, the illusion dissipated. The scarred face felt as though something obscured his vision, casting a shroud of darkness. He attempted to swipe away the obstruction, but discovered that his hands could not be lifted. With a thud, the scarred man collapsed to the ground, his wide-eyed head rolling away. My abilities are of the lightning element, and I still have ample time to save her life. My daughter has just been born. I do not wish to perish here. This was the last flicker of consciousness for the scarred man. Consumed by regret for encountering an insurmountable obstacle and an overwhelming reluctance to depart. In the next instant, consciousness plunged into darkness. The abrupt turn of events left the triangular-eyed youth and Wang Li momentarily stunned, bewildered by the recent occurrence. They could only observe the boy before them, who had raised his blade, unleashing a mysterious crimson flash. Then, their elder brother, who had attained a higher realm of ability, was cleaved asunder. The boy's aura clearly did not correspond to that of a higher-tier adept. How could their brother have been vanquished in a single stroke? Sister, quickly, employ your illusions. This individual is peculiar. We must unite. The triangular-eyed youth reacted first, gritting his teeth as he charged towards Li Jingchen. Leaping through the air, he wielded his knife as if to cleave a mountain, double wave blade. Die! His visage contorted with malice, but before he could approach Li Jingchen, the latter flicked his wrist, unleashing another blood-red flash. The God of Death's blade struck. However, this time the crimson flash appeared slightly diminished compared to the previous one. Yet it still cleaved the triangular-eyed youth's form in twain. Blood and flesh scattered across the ground. The triangular-eyed youth crashed heavily from the sky, his body severed. The first strike of the God of Death's blade bore the greatest power, with subsequent strikes diminishing in strength. Yet even a mid-tier adept like the triangular-eyed youth could not withstand it. With a thud, Wang Li sank to her knees, her complexion ashen and her body trembling like a leaf in the wind. The two strikes from Li Jingchen had shattered her courage entirely. In her heart, only boundless dread remained. Not to mention resisting, she lacked even the courage to flee. Spare me, little brother. I was compelled by them. If you grant me mercy, I am willing to give everything. Wang Li knelt, her delicate frame quaking, her face pale as parchment. As she spoke, she lowered her collar slightly, revealing depths of pale skin that incited curiosity about their measure. A battle had taken place. This surge of abilities belongs to Wang Yao. Wang Tianlong, tracking the trio of the scarred man, suddenly gazed ahead, his expression grave. The Wang Yao he referred to was the name of the scarred man. Wang Yao's power had evidently ascended. This energy signature indicated a minimum threshold of a higher tier adept. Who were they battling against? Having fully recovered, Su Xia furrowed her brow, sensing the distant fluctuations, and inquired. Uncertain, it could be ferocious beasts or perhaps other supernatural beings engaged in the slaughter. The rampant beasts wreak havoc, and these scoundrels are turning against one another. Truly despicable. Forward. Let us pursue. I shall teach them a lesson. Wang Tenglong's face bore the intent to kill, and as he spoke, he let out a low growl, his muscles suddenly swelling. Dark, golden totemic patterns rapidly spread from his neck to envelop his entire body. With a resounding crack of bones, his upper body transformed into a towering bronze bear, standing 3 meters tall. This was Wang Tenglong's enhancement ability, the transformation into a bear. By infusing his being with the essence of a bear-like beast, he could harness its formidable strength. The creature he had morphed into was the mid-tier ferocious beast, the earth-violent bear. Although he could only partially transform due to his current lower-tier ability, his power now surpassed that of an average lower-tier supernatural being. What an impressive ability. If only I possessed such strength, sighed Tang Ruashi, with a hint of envy and discouragement. Unfortunately, I have only awakened a natural healing ability. Whether I can even gain admission to a university for supernatural beings remains uncertain. Do not despair. Your physical and mental strength should soon reach 130, right? With a few more days of training, gaining admission to an undergraduate school for supernatural beings will be well within your reach, the class monitor Jiang Yingxue whispered reassuringly, albeit with a touch of envy in her tone. Although our class is an elite one, only one person awakened a higher level ability this time. And it is merely a reconnaissance type. Oh, how I wish I could possess the same abilities as Master Wang. Otherwise, we wouldn't be subjected to ridicule by those from Class 5. Come now, let us not dwell on such thoughts and catch up. Battles between supernatural beings are rare. We must seize this opportunity to observe closely. Jiang Yingxue's fair and charming face radiated excitement as she eagerly pulled Tang Ruashi to follow in Wang Tenglong's footsteps. The other boys and girls, witnessing this, hastily followed suit. If they were on their own, they would certainly not dare to be so bold. However, with Master Wang, a powerful second-tier supernatural being, by their side, their courage swelled. Before long, Wang Tenglong arrived at the site of the battle. Master Wang, save me, please. Upon seeing Wang Tenglong and his group, Wang Li felt as if she had encountered a savior. Forgetting about pleading with Li Jingchen, she crawled towards Wang Tenglong in a frantic scramble. Wang Tenglong, observing the corpses of the scar-faced middle-aged man, Wang Yao, and the triangular-eyed youth, along with the tearful Wang Li crawling towards him, was momentarily taken aback. Just 2 minutes ago, he had sensed Wang Yao's energy fluctuations. How had he become a corpse so quickly? And what had happened to Wang Li, who had been so bold before? Just as Wang Tenglong furrowed his brow to inquire, he witnessed a blade piercing through Wang Li's chest. Immediately after, a young man pulled the weapon from her body. Wang Li's eyes widened in shock, her hands weakly reaching forward before she collapsed to the ground with a thud. Are you their accomplice? Li Jingchen squinted slightly, gazing at the bear-like figure that had abruptly appeared before him. Though he did not recognize this person, the imposing presence suggested that this individual possessed immense strength. The individual before him possessed a formidable enhancement ability, far surpassing that of the 3 others. A second-tier ability user. Li Jingchen's heart sank involuntarily. The god of death had already unleashed 2 strikes, yet the final blow was significantly weaker than the previous ones, and enhancement abilities were renowned for their defensive prowess. It seemed unlikely that the last strike could vanquish the second-tier ability user standing before him. However, he was confident he could retreat unscathed. Li Jingchen silently calculated in his mind, his hands instinctively tightening around the star-shattering blade, a murderous intent brewing within him. Chapter 29, Astonished Classmates. A brother's request for a word. Young brother, I harbor no ill intentions. I am not affiliated with them. Wang Tingluan's pupils constricted in sudden alarm, and he hurriedly explained. As he spoke, his bear-like upper body gradually shrank, relinquishing his ability and revealing his human form. In that fleeting moment, he had sensed a chilling danger emanating from the young boy before him, a sensation he had only felt during life-threatening crises. Could it be that this boy possessed the capability to slay him? How could that be possible? The youth appeared to be merely a student, and here he was, a second-tier ability user. Director Wang? Li Jingchen exclaimed in surprise. He had not recognized him in his bare form, but now, upon closer inspection, he realized it was Wang Tingluan, the head of the Tunglong Martial Arts Academy. Do you know me, young man? I have no recollection of you. Wang Tingluan replied with a chuckle. I reside near the Tunglong Academy and frequently visit to test my skills. Li Jingchen responded with a grin. I had even considered enrolling under you, but alas, my finances are lacking. Wang Tingluan was quite reputable in Shujing City. And given the long-standing rivalry with the Violent Bear Martial Arts Academy, it was improbable that he was allied with the scar-faced man. Li Jingchen's wariness lessened somewhat, yet he did not relax his grip on the star-shattering blade. Enrolling under me? Frequently testing at Tunglong? Unable to pay tuition? Wang Tingluan was momentarily taken aback by Li Jingchen's words. He glanced at the 3 corpses on the ground and the mound-like body of the scorpion-tailed leopard, all evidently slain by Li Jingchen. An ability user with such power hardly seemed like someone in need of martial training. Although confident in his own abilities, Wang Tingluan had not yet deluded himself into thinking he could mentor such a prodigy. As for the claim of being unable to pay tuition, that left him utterly bewildered. His mind raced, but he could not recall having encountered Li Jingchen before. I am merely the weakest in my class, a bottom dweller. The director likely does not remember me. I wonder what brings you here. Li Jingchen interrupted Wang Tingluan's musings with a curious inquiry. Wang Tingluan's lips twitched, and he cast another glance at the 3 corpses on the ground. His curiosity piqued about where Li Jingchen attended school. Such strength, and yet he claimed to be the weakest in his class? Was the entire class composed of second-tier users? Letting out a deep breath, Wang Tingluan finally voiced the purpose of his visit. At this moment, Su Xia, Tang Ruoxi, Zhang Yingxue, and their companions, who had been pursuing Wang Tinglong and the others, arrived at the scene. They stood frozen before the multitude of corpses scattered around them. Upon spotting Li Jingchen, Zhang Yingxue couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, Li, what are you doing here? Li Jingchen, is that really you?" On the way back, class leader Zhang Yingxue widened her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering, as she sought confirmation from Li Jingchen once more. "Class leader, you've asked that question 800 times on this journey. If it's not me, then who could it be? We've only been apart for 5 or 6 days, Li Jingchen replied, somewhat speechless. He hadn't anticipated encountering a classmate in such a place. Usually, Li Jingchen was rather inconspicuous in Class 6 of Senior Year 3, but Zhang Yingxue was exceptionally kind, often looking out for him in various ways. This had led the original owner of his body to wonder if Zhang Yingxue harbored feelings for him. However, Li Jingchen understood that this was merely a reflection of Zhang Yingxue's warm-hearted nature. "Indeed, it's you. I and the class leader were beginning to think we had mistaken the person," Tang Ruoxi interjected, her eyes occasionally darting up and down, astonished as she observed Li Jingchen. She and Zhang Yingxue had witnessed Li Jingchen dispatching Wang Li moments ago, although they were uncertain of the strength of the 3 individuals. The fact that Li Jingchen had injured coach Su Xia from the Tunglong Martial Arts School indicated that all of them were certainly above the first tier of ability users. The concept of first-tier ability users felt distant to them, yet Li Jingchen had managed to slay 3 individuals. Did this imply that Li Jingchen was also a first-tier ability user? "Li, you must have slain that scorpion-tailed leopard as well, right? Your strength?" Zhang Yingxue inquired hesitantly, aware that inquiring about another's strength could be seen as impolite. Yet her curiosity was insatiable. Roughly at the first tier, Li Jingchen pondered before providing a conservative estimate. His mental and physical attributes had both reached 200, with his physique soaring to 260. Although he had not undergone a combat power assessment, Li Jingchen was confident that his strength had indeed ascended to the first-tier level. The reason why his system panel still displayed his status as an awakened was simply that he had yet to advance further. A first-tier ability user should not be capable of simultaneously eliminating Wang Yao and the other 3. A first-tier ability user should not instill a sense of danger in me, Wang Tinglong mused to himself as he carried the corpse of the scorpion-tailed leopard. He had arrived by following the battle fluctuations of Wang Yao. From the moment he sensed the battle until its conclusion, merely 2 minutes had elapsed. This meant that Li Jingchen had managed to kill Wang Yao and the others within that brief span. Such prowess was something even he, a second-tier ability user, might struggle to replicate so swiftly. However, Wang Tinglong kept these thoughts to himself. A first-tier ability user. Li, you truly are a first-tier ability user. Jiang Yingxue suddenly leaped up, her beautiful eyes wide with incredulity as she gasped in astonishment. Although she had suspected it beforehand, hearing it directly from Li Jingchen made it all the more astonishing. This sensation is akin to discovering that a seemingly inconspicuous individual, who has remained in the shadows, is, in truth, a formidable figure of immense influence. In the realm of everyday life, it mirrors the astonishment one feels upon learning that an ordinary-looking person possesses the wealth of the world's richest. It is a profound dissonance, a striking incongruity. Are you not an extraordinary being? Jiang Yingxue inquired with hesitation. I understand now. I have unraveled the mystery. At that moment, Tang Ruashi interjected, her expression illuminated with the thrill of revelation. Classmate Li must not have merely awakened an extraordinary ability. It is undoubtedly a power of immense strength, deliberately concealed by our principal. The aim is to astound everyone during the martial arts examination, leaving the first and second high schools in utter disbelief. Tang Ruashi cast a knowing glance at Li Jingchen, as if seeking affirmation. Jiang Yingxue, while sensing something amiss, found the notion somewhat plausible, lost in contemplation. Indeed. I would appreciate your discretion regarding my abilities, Li Jingchen remarked, a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, as he cautioned the two. Yet, he merely uttered this in passing, not genuinely expecting them to keep his secret. With so many witnesses to his display of power, confidentiality was hardly feasible. Moreover, on the day of the examination, Li Jingchen had no intention of concealing his prowess. His aspiration was to gain admission to a prestigious university for extraordinary beings. The notion of hiding his abilities was simply impractical. Rest assured, classmate Li, we shall keep your secret, Jiang Yingxue assured him, her tone brimming with enthusiasm. Recently, the students from the first and second high schools have been mocking us on the forums. Even the others have joined in, ridiculing our lack of talent. Humph. With you, classmate Li, we shall surely leave them astounded. Jiang Yingxue lifted her elegant neck, her smile reminiscent of a cunning little fox. As the class monitor, she held a strong sense of collective honor for her school. The relentless taunts on the forums had left her feeling stifled, yearning to retaliate. When Li Jingchen suggested not to boast about his abilities, it was merely a subtle hint, a non-specific display of pride. Surely, classmate Li would not mind, would he? Jiang Yingxue stole a glance at Li Jingchen and, lowering her voice, conspired with Tang Ruashi, occasionally breaking into triumphant smiles. Brotherly, may I have a word with you? Once Li Jingchen had concluded his conversation with the female classmates, Wang Tinglong approached him. You are, Master Wang, Li Jingchen acknowledged, following Wang Tinglong to a more secluded spot. Wang Tinglong glanced around to ensure their conversation remained private from the eavesdropping crowd before lowering his voice to speak. Brother, as you know, the Daxia government strictly prohibits conflicts among extraordinary beings. While such skirmishes do occur, they are typically conducted in secrecy. However, your recent defeat of 3 first-tier extraordinary beings from the Violent Bear Martial Arts School, witnessed by so many, may lead to complications. Wang Tinglong spoke with a grave expression. Continuing, the master of the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall, Lu Hetian, wields considerable influence in Shujing City. He is, in fact, a second-tier ability user. Upon his return to Shujing City, he is likely to target you, my dear brother. I am aware that with your prowess, you need not fear Lu Hetian's intentions. Moreover, I can surmise that Wang Yao and his associates may have been motivated by greed to strike first. However, should this matter be investigated, it will inevitably lead to some complications. Especially with the martial arts examination approaching, any distraction caused by this incident could potentially impact your performance during the assessment. Wang Tinglong chuckled. Li Jingchen listened intently, recognizing the validity of Wang Tinglong's speculations. Nonetheless, he felt no trepidation. As an 18-year-old first-tier ability user, he was an undeniable prodigy, and the authorities would not trouble him over such trivial matters. In fact, they might even send a warning to Lu Hetian. Yet, Li Jingchen refrained from interrupting Wang Tinglong, curious to discern his intentions. My dear brother, you must have heard of the discord between Tinglong Martial Arts Hall and the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall. To be candid, my rivalry with Lu Hetian extends beyond mere business disputes. We harbor personal grievances that have escalated to a point of no return. However, the financial backing of the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall surpasses that of Tinglong Martial Arts Hall, and we have suffered significant losses in previous confrontations. The recent demise of Wang Yao and his companions is undoubtedly a substantial blow to the reputation and power of the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall. Particularly, if it becomes known that they were slain by our Tunglong Martial Arts Hall, the repercussions for them will be even more severe. Therefore, my dear brother, if you consent, let us attribute the deaths of Wang Yao and his associates to Tunglong Martial Arts Hall. What do you think? Wang Tinglong said with a smile, extending a hand. However, I shall not ask for your assistance without compensation. I offer you 500,000 Daxia coins, along with unrestricted access to any facilities of Tunglong Martial Arts Hall. Consider it a token of my gratitude. Agreed, Li Jingchen replied, smiling. Wang Tinglong's proposal was indeed advantageous for him. The carcass of the scorpion-tailed leopard was worth at least 100,000, and coupled with the 500,000 Daxia coins offered by Wang Tinglong, he could acquire an excellent combat technique. After all, martial arts skills do not come cheap. Upon returning to Shujing City, the border defense commander, Lin Tao, was momentarily taken aback when he saw Li Jingchen carrying the scorpion-tailed leopard's carcass. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Jingchen made his way to the treasure pavilion alone. Meanwhile, Wang Tinglong, accompanied by Su Xia, began strategizing on how to publicize this incident effectively. Jiang Yingxue and Tang Ruoxi also bid farewell to Li Jingchen. At the treasure pavilion, Tang Xian sat in his office, savoring tea while listening to his subordinates report on the recent activities of their competitors. He had long been aware that the treasure house intended to venture into the beast business, but he was surprised to learn that they were already capable of procuring first-tier lower-level beasts. This posed quite a dilemma for him. Tang Xian tapped his fingers, his expression turning rather grim. The treasure house was an old rival of the treasure pavilion, and both establishments were preparing to enter the beast market. Although these beasts were ferocious, their flesh contained considerable energy. Ordinary individuals who consume it can enhance their physical well-being, making it a highly sought-after commodity. Tang Xian initially believed that the treasure pavilion would take some time to replenish its stock, yet to his surprise, it was now available for sale. Meanwhile, the treasure pavilion had yet to establish a partnership with any ability users for supply. A delay in progress translates to a significant setback for the treasure pavilion. I wonder how things are faring with Brotherly. I hope he manages to slay a couple more low-tier ferocious beasts this time. For now, we must focus on selling what we have to stabilize our customer base, Tang Xian mused. Although a first-tier ability user had not been found for collaboration, discovering Li Jingchen, who is capable of defeating low-tier ferocious beasts, is indeed a stroke of good fortune amidst the misfortune. Boss, Brotherly has arrived, announced a black-clad staff member. Entering with an astonished expression, he has brought quite a number of ferocious beast corpses. You should come and see. At this, Tang Xian's eyes sparkled, and he abruptly stood up from his chair, abandoning his tea to rush toward the door. Wonderful. It seems Brotherly has had a bountiful harvest. Could it be that he has truly hunted a first-tier ferocious beast? Boss Tang, here are my spoils from this outing. Please appraise them, Li Jingchen said with a smile, unzipping his bag to reveal the treasures within. On the ground lay the massive corpse of a 5-meter-long scorpion-tailed leopard, a low-tier first-tier ferocious beast, the azure scale serpent, and a low-tier first-tier ferocious beast, the giant-toothed mouse. And what is this? A mutated ferocious beast, the scorpion-tailed leopard. As Tang Xian approached to examine the collection and the colossal creature on the floor, his eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, have you stumbled upon the lair of a first-tier ferocious beast? 12 first-tier ferocious beasts in total, and 1 scorpion-tailed leopard nearing mid-tier strength. Li Jingchen's harvest far exceeded his expectations. Tang Xian was taken aback. Considering that Xujiang is a small city, there are not many ability users capable of slaying such numerous ferocious beasts. If this had been accomplished by a team or a middle-aged ability user, Tang Xian would not have been as astonished. However, he knew that Li Jingchen was only 18 this year and had yet to participate in the martial examination. Brother, you have truly alleviated my urgent predicament. Including the scorpion-tailed leopard S-corpse, I can offer you 520,000 great Xia coins. What do you think? After a moment, Tang Xian proposed his price. That sounds acceptable. Boss Tang, I wonder if you have any agility-related combat techniques available? Li Jingchen acknowledged Tang Xian's offer. Having researched market prices in advance and realizing that Tang Xian's offer was significantly above the market average, I do possess several agility combat techniques. Though they are all first-tier techniques, I am uncertain if they will meet your standards, Tang Xian replied thoughtfully. summoning the black-clad staff member to bring over a tablet that meticulously recorded all the agility combat techniques available at the treasure pavilion. After a brief glance, Li Jingchen noted that the selection was rather limited, with only first-tier techniques, the highest being first-tier upper level. The level of first-tier techniques is somewhat lacking. Since Boss Tang does not have what I seek, I shall explore other places, Li Jingchen said with a smile as he prepared to take his leave. Tang Xian's face flickered with embarrassment as he rose to see him off. Indeed, the treasure pavilion was rather modest in scale. This is also a drawback of the small shop. While one seeks to collaborate with formidable practitioners of extraordinary abilities, such powerful individuals often look down upon such establishments. Tang Xian surmised that Li Jingchen was unlikely to visit his shop again. Perceiving Tang Xian's thoughts, Li Jingchen chuckled lightly, but rest assured, Boss Tang. The next time I hunt a ferocious beast, I shall return to Treasure Pavilion to sell it. At that time, I expect a fair price from you. Brotherly, have no worries. I will offer you 20% above the market price for any ferocious beast you bring to my shop. A smile instantly graced Tang Xian's face. Chapter 31. The Origins of Hong Fu. Soon, Li Jingchen procured a martial skill of body techniques from the ability user trading building. The second-tier pinnacle technique, Thunder Flash Step. It requires a physique above 250 and the possession of lightning-type abilities for cultivation. The higher the level of the lightning-type ability, the swifter the cultivation. Upon reaching perfection, one can unleash up to 200% of their speed. Excellent. It is perfectly suited for my training. A smile tugged at the corners of Li Jingchen's mouth. Although he only possessed a weak level of lightning-type ability, it was still sufficient to cultivate this technique. Moreover, with the system support, he need not concern himself with the speed of his training. However, he currently lacked ability points, rendering him powerless to invest in enhancements. Thus, he stored away the body technique he had purchased for a hefty sum of 800,000 Daxia coins and returned to his hotel. Now that he had funds, Li Jingchen promptly upgraded his hotel accommodations from a luxurious suite to a presidential suite. He had not yet contemplated purchasing a home, as he would soon be participating in the martial examination and would undoubtedly leave Shujin City afterward, making homeownership there unnecessary. He had 3 matters to address. First, to consult teacher Ji Linchuan regarding the Hong Fu knife. Second, to seek out a place to acquire some ability points to initiate his training in the body technique. And lastly, it seemed he still owed Sun Xiaomei a lesson, which she appeared to be reminding him about. Reclining on his bed, Li Jingchen contemplated his upcoming tasks. He checked his phone, noticing several missed calls and text messages from Sun Guoyang inquiring about his availability for a lesson with Sun Xiaomei. A brief rest. Then I shall tackle the first matter, he mused, closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep. Though a first-tier ability user possesses a significantly stronger physique than the average person, they have not yet reached the point of foregoing rest. They still require sustenance and sleep. The following day, the sun shone brightly. Li Jingchen awoke, feeling invigorated. A wave of hunger washed over him, prompting him to indulge in a buffet breakfast at the hotel restaurant before heading out. Ji Linchuan resided in a garden community not far from there. He decided to bring 2 bottles of wine with him. After purchasing 2 bottles of Lu Liang liquor from the supermarket, Li Jingchen hailed a taxi to Ji Linchuan's residence. Prior to his arrival, he had already contacted Ji Linchuan, who provided him with the address. Building 3, Apartment 302. This was the place. Li Jingchen knocked on the door, and soon he heard footsteps approaching, followed by a young woman in an apron opening the door. You must be Li the student? Old Ji is in the study. Come in quickly. Oh dear, look at you, arriving without bringing anything. The woman chided lightly, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. Li Jingchen smiled as he handed over a bottle of liquor. Politeness is often misunderstood. One must discern between mere pleasantries and genuine sentiments. He had come seeking assistance from Ji Linchuan and could not arrive empty-handed. Before long, Li Jingchen found himself in the study, face to face with Ji Linchuan. Xiaoyu, why do I feel your aura has changed? Ji Linchuan, in his 30s and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, was not an ability user. He scrutinized Li Jingchen with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. The last time he had encountered Li Jingchen, the latter appeared timid and hesitant, reluctant to meet anyone's gaze. Yet now, his eyes were sharp and his posture as upright as a pine tree. Everything about him, his expressions, demeanor, and presence, made it impossible for Ji Linchuan to reconcile this figure with the timid youth he once knew. I have been studying under Master Wang Telong, who taught me a method of body tempering. Perhaps it is due to the enhancement of my vitality. Li Jingchen attributed his transformation to Wang Telong. Ji Linchuan accepted this explanation without doubt, nodding in acknowledgement. I have heard of Wang Telong. He is quite formidable, reputed to have reached the second tier of ability. If you can train under him, even if you do not attend an academy for ability users, you will still fare well in the future. Although abilities are crucial, history demonstrates that there have been powerful figures in the Great Xia who possessed only modest abilities yet displayed exceptional strength. Ji Linchuan, aware of Li Jingchen's status as a mere level 1 ability user, offered words of consolation. I have looked into the matter you mentioned on Feixin. Is this the weapon you referred to? May I see it? Ji Linchuan inquired, glancing at the red long knife strapped to Li Jingchen's back. Li Jingchen handed it over, and Ji Linchuan ran his fingers along the blade, unable to suppress his admiration. A fine weapon. However, you may be disappointed. It may not be as extraordinary as you imagine. Ji Linchuan sighed, a look of regret crossing his face. You mentioned that this blade becomes heavier as it absorbs blood. I researched and found a substance called bloodstone, which can absorb blood and increase its internal density. Although I have never encountered bloodstone, if my conjecture is correct, your blade is likely crafted from it. A century ago, the Obsidian Weapon Company experimented with various materials to forge weapons capable of combating ferocious beasts, and bloodstone was among them. They produced numerous weapons using bloodstone, and if I am not mistaken, your long knife was likely forged during that period. However, it was later confirmed that weapons made from bloodstone, while somewhat harder than ordinary weapons and capable of increasing weight with blood absorption, did not possess any other remarkable qualities. They are far inferior to those forged from Asmar alloy. Consequently, the project to create weapons from bloodstone was abandoned, and all such weapons were destroyed. Your weapon must be an oversight in this process. Ji Linchuan took a sip of tea and continued, his face reflecting a hint of perplexity. However, every weapon forged from obsidian bears an encoded record, especially the bloodstone weapons intended for experimentation. Yet this particular blade lacks such documentation, which diverges from the descriptions found in the texts. Could it truly be an ordinary longsword? Li Jingchen furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the sword held before him. He harbored an instinctive belief that this blade was far from simple. It might not be a bloodstone weapon, given the absence of encoding. Yet, if that were the case, its true nature remained a mystery to him. After all, I am merely a teacher from a small town with limited exposure. However, there are certainly individuals at those 4 renowned schools for psychics who would possess the knowledge. If you remain intrigued by this weapon, it would be prudent to consult with the professors from those esteemed institutions. At this point, Ji Linchuan slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling something, his expression turning slightly awkward. Oh, how could I forget? Those esteemed professors aren't so easily accessible. He added, let me do some research, and if I uncover anything further, I will inform you. Thank you, Teacher Ji. Li Jingchen nodded in gratitude. He declined Ji Linchuan's invitation to stay for a meal and departed from his home, clutching the Hongfu sword. In his heart, he had begun to trust Teacher Ji's speculations, yet he resolved to seek verification when the opportunity arose. After all, hadn't Teacher Ji mentioned that those 4 schools of psychics would have the answers? That was perfect. Once he secured admission, he could inquire further. Initially, Li Jingchen's aspirations for the schools of psychics were modest, merely to gain admission. However, he had since grown dissatisfied with merely attending a standard institution. If he were to enroll, it would be at one of the prestigious schools, the Magic City Psychic University, the Canglong Psychic University, the Kyoto Psychic University, or the Shangpan Psychic University. Has Li left? After Li Jingchen's departure, a young woman entered Ji Linchuan's study, carrying a platter of fruits. Yes, I sensed a significant transformation within him, Ji Linchuan remarked, his tone reflective and somewhat distant, as if lost in thought. Perhaps he has encountered some fortuitous event. Chapter 32. Return to the slaughterhouse. Meanwhile, at the Tenglong Martial Arts School, Wang Tenglong's expression was grim. It was no surprise that someone capable of nurturing the Baoxiong Martial Arts School to its current state could devise a method such as the Arena Challenge. Lu Ho was indeed both courageous and astute. Thanks to Wang Tenglong's machinations, news of the Baoxiong Martial Arts School's 3 coaches being eliminated by Tenglong Martial Arts School had spread like wildfire. After a night of brewing, the consensus in Xujiang City was that Tenglong Martial Arts School surpassed Baoxiong Martial Arts School in prowess. No matter how Baoxiong Martial Arts School attempted to explain the situation, the fact that their 3 coaches had been utterly defeated remained an undeniable reality, rendering any explanation rather feeble. In response, Baoxiong Martial Arts School boldly announced their intention to allow their students to challenge Tunglong Martial Arts School, aiming to demonstrate that their training capabilities far surpass those of Tunglong Martial Arts School. Representing Tunglong Martial Arts School in this contest would be none other than Sun Mingyang, the top prodigy from second high school, whose strength had already reached the first tier of psychic ability. This news captured the attention not only of the various martial arts schools within Xujiang City, but also beyond. Even the first high school, second high school, third high school, and the remaining 3 institutions have begun to take notice. Wang Tinglong can foresee that a considerable number of spectators will attend this contest. Unexpectedly, as the martial arts examination approaches, Sun Mingyang has agreed to represent the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall in the competition. It appears that Lu Hetian has made quite a substantial effort. Wang Tinglong is filled with resentment. He never anticipated that at such a critical juncture, a candidate would be willing to enter the arena. It is essential to understand that participating in such contests poses a risk of injury, which would undoubtedly impact performance in the martial arts examination. Wang Tinglong cannot fathom how Lu Hetian managed to persuade Sun Mingyang. Master, whom shall we send to face them? Su Xia inquires, her expression laden with concern. As the coach of the Tinglong Martial Arts Hall, she is acutely aware of their circumstances. This bout is a confrontation among students, with age limited to those under 18. The eligible students at Tinglong Martial Arts Hall are merely awakened ones, and none possess the strength of a level 1 ability user. However, they cannot decline this challenge. Otherwise, Tinglong Martial Arts Hall would have no standing in Xujiang City. At this point, there is only one solution. If I remember correctly, Li Laodi frequently comes to our Tinglong Martial Arts Hall for training, right? I recall promising him free access to our facilities for life. So, would you say that Li Laodi could be considered a student of Tinglong Martial Arts Hall? Su Xia, bring me my phone. We shall have him stand in for Tinglong Martial Arts Hall against Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall. Regardless of the outcome, Tinglong Martial Arts Hall will reward him with 1 million Daxiao coins and a set of combat gear. Is there such a good deal? Li Jingchen was on his way to the slaughterhouse, intending to gather some ability points and familiarize himself with the lightning step when he received a call from Wang Tinglong. His eyes sparkled with interest. He opened his phone and logged into the Xujiang City ability user forum. Indeed, he found the trending topic about the challenge between Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall and Tinglong Martial Arts Hall scheduled for 2 days later. Additionally, there was mention of Tinglong Martial Arts Hall's coaches successfully defeating 3 level 1 ability users from Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall. Now it makes sense. It seems the contest is a tactic employed by Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall for counteraction. Simple yet effective. Sun Mingyang, the prodigy poised to claim the championship of Xujiang City's martial arts examination, will represent Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall. It appears Tinglong Martial Arts Hall lacks confidence, which is why they sought my assistance. 1 million Daxiao coins and a set of top-tier battle attire. Wang Tinglong is indeed quite generous. Li Jingchen mused to himself. A set of top-tier battle attire costs well over 100,000. He had refrained from purchasing any to save money. Wang Tinglong is clearly willing to invest. However, should they win this contest, Tinglong Martial Arts Hall's status in Xujiang City will undoubtedly soar. That 1 million could easily be recouped. This effectively means I am endorsing Tinglong Martial Arts Hall. Nevertheless, it is a mutually beneficial arrangement, so I shall accept. Li Jingchen replied to Wang Tinglong and then set his phone aside. Meanwhile, at Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall, the robust and imposing Lu Hetian sat comfortably in a grand chair. Although technology has advanced to remarkable heights, yet Lu Hetian harbors a profound admiration for the classical culture of the Great Xia. Even the decor of his office is adorned with mahogany furnishings. Wang Tinglong, that old rascal, seeks to suppress my Violent Bear Martial Arts School, does he? I shall see who will be subdued. I refuse to believe that in Xujiang City, Wang Tinglong can find another capable of defeating Sun Mingyang. Lu Hetian wore an expression brimming with confidence. The rules established for this upcoming arena competition stipulate that only students under the age of 18 may compete, with a focus on teaching prowess. Among all the students in Xujiang City, only Yuningma and Bai Zimo possess the ability to contend with Sun Mingyang. However, neither of them has any affiliation with the Tinglong Martial Arts School. Lu Hetian is certain that Wang Tinglong will find no third challenger. The Violent Bear Martial Arts School is destined to triumph this time. Damn it, with the murder of my 3 instructors. If my Violent Bear Martial Arts School does not retaliate, we shall have no standing in Xujiang City. Boom. Sparks flew as the mahogany tables and chairs were instantly reduced to ashes. Though indifferent to the fates of Wang Yao and the others, a show of resolve was necessary. Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude to Sun Mingyang for his assistance in this critical moment for my violent bear martial arts school. Brotherly, what brings you to the slaughterhouse? In the slaughterhouse, Manager Lu was reclining with his legs crossed, engrossed in his phone. Thanks to Brother Li Jingchen's timely intervention last time, he had not only retained his job but had also received a raise of 500 yuan. In great spirits upon seeing Li Jingchen again, Manager Lu promptly rose from his chair, greeting him with the deference one would show to a distinguished guest, offering tea and water. Manager Lu was exceedingly courteous. I merely wished to stroll around the slaughterhouse, while also investigating whether there were any signs prior to the ferocious beast's mutations. I have recently been researching the topic of beast mutations. Li Jingchen fabricated an excuse. Manager Lu paused, pondering. The signs of beast mutation are merely the baring of teeth before the transformation. Are there any other indications? However, being a savvy individual, Manager Lu refrained from pressing further and instead displayed an expression of admiration, flattering Li Jingchen. Ah, brotherly, you are truly ambitious. If you manage to unravel this, it will undoubtedly be a monumental contribution to humanity. Come, allow me to show you around. No need, I can manage on my own. Li Jingchen waved off Manager Lu's offer of companionship and proceeded toward the assembly line. Manager Lu, recognizing the unique relationship between Li Jingchen and his boss, Sun Guoyang, chose not to press the matter further. Snap, snap, snap. Killed a rooster, gained 1 ability point. Killed a rooster, gained 1 ability point. Killed a domestic pig. Gained 2 ability points. Killed a domestic pig. Gained 2 ability points. With a flick of a stone, Li Jingchen walked along, causing the livestock on the assembly line to perish en masse. This left the workers engaged in slaughtering somewhat bewildered, wondering how the animals died before they even began the process. In a short span of time, Li Jingchen amassed 210 ability points, having dispatched all the livestock in the slaughterhouse. Although the acquired ability points are limited, their abundance compensates for the deficiency. However, slaying ferocious beasts yields ability points at a much swifter pace, and the corpses of these beasts can be repurposed. Li Jingchen mused to himself. He has now lost interest in the ability points obtained from the slaughterhouse, as they pale in comparison to the efficiency of hunting beasts outside the city. Unless he were to orchestrate the slaughter of tens of thousands of chickens or pigs in a single day, which would be impractical and likely raise suspicions. After bidding farewell to Manager Lu, Li Jingchen found a secluded spot and immersed himself in the system panel. Chapter 33. Duel. Name: Li Jingchen. Level: Awakened. Ability: Weak Electric. Physique: 260 Vitality. Mentality: 200 Hz. Skills: Advanced Swordsmanship. Intermediate Steel Bone Forging Method. Master Level God of Killing Blade. Uninitiated Thunder Flash Step. Ability Points: 215. Excellent. I have enough ability points to learn Thunder Flash Step. System: Allocate points to Thunder Flash Step. With a crackling sound, as Li Jingchen's words fell, a tingling sensation coursed through his feet, as if countless electric currents were flowing throughout his body, spreading like wildfire in the next instant. Waves of memories regarding the Thunder Flash Step combat technique surged into Li Jingchen's mind, permeating every limb and sinew, as if he had devoted years to mastering it. With a single movement, Li Jingchen left behind a flurry of afterimages, appearing 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. Holy cow, am I seeing things? I could have sworn that person was just in that spot. How did they cover 10 meters in the blink of an eye? Am I seeing ghosts? A young man, who was preoccupied with amusing his girlfriend, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Seeing ghosts? Nonsense. That person is an ability user, and a remarkably powerful one at that. His girlfriend, with a heart-shaped face, shot him a disdainful look. Turning to her bleach-blonde boyfriend, she exclaimed, "Look at him. And then look at you. Humph. If you were an ability user, I wouldn't even hesitate to offer you 20,000 as a dowry. Let us break up. I want to find an ability user as my boyfriend." Wait, don't. The blonde panicked and hurriedly chased after her. Unbeknownst to Li Jingchen, he was wholly absorbed in the exhilaration of mastering the Thunder Flash Step. Truly, it is a second-tier movement technique. With this skill, my strength has increased by at least 30%, and that is only at the initial proficiency level. If I were to attain intermediate or even advanced proficiency, the enhancement would be utterly formidable. The significance of movement techniques in practical combat cannot be overstated. In fact, in some martial arts teachings from Li Jingchen's previous life, movement techniques were considered the most prized skills, passed down only through direct lineage, underscoring their critical role in real combat scenarios. Previously, Li Jingchen relied on his overwhelming physique to charge straight ahead or to crush his enemies with brute force. However, when faced with evenly matched opponents, this approach would certainly backfire. Now, with the addition of a movement technique, Li Jingchen's shortcomings have been rectified. A message from Sun Xiaomei, inviting me to tutor her? Currently, there is no time. Perhaps another day would be better. Li Jingchen hastily replied to a text message. First, he must attend to the matter of sparring with Wang Tinglong and resolve it. The lesson for Sun Xiaomei can wait, after all. It involves a sum of 1 million Daxia coins. Sister Momo, Li Jingchen declined. In the virtual combat network, Sun Xiaomei, adorned in a whimsical cartoon outfit and a cat-faced mask, exhibited signs of frustration. That is all right. I have time tomorrow as well. Let us do it then. Opposite her stood a woman clad in a form-fitting combat suit, wielding a black long gun, her face obscured by a mask. Within the blue network, avatars can be customized, and many choose to conceal their identities for privacy. Although the woman's features remained unclear, her graceful and impeccable silhouette suggested that her appearance was undoubtedly striking. I can hardly wait to witness Sister Momo unleash a beating on him. He dares to claim my marksmanship is lacking. Humph. I learned my skills from you. Sister Momo. To say my aim is poor is to imply that yours is as well. You must teach Li Jingchen a lesson, showing him what true genius looks like. Sun Xiaomei playfully leaned against Yu Ningma, pouting. Yu Ningma affectionately pinched Sun Xiaomei's nose, responding with a hint of exasperation. Rest assured, I shall avenge you. However, if what you say is true, that Li Jingchen can effortlessly deflect your god of death gun, then his prowess is indeed formidable. What? Are you saying, Sister Momo, that you may not be his match? Sun Xiaomei exclaimed, her expression one of shock. Not quite, Yu Ningma chuckled lightly. It may simply require some effort to defeat Li Jingchen. A one-hit knockout may not be feasible. Her words were laced with unparalleled confidence. Before her breakthrough to a first-tier ability user, Yu Ningma had been cautious in her assertions. However, now she had not only ascended to the first tier, but had also honed the God of Death gun technique to an intermediate level. Only those who have genuinely trained in the God of Death technique can comprehend its terrifying nature. Achieving such accomplishments at the senior high school level, Yu Ningma believed there were few peers in Xujiang City who surpassed her. While other cities may boast stronger individuals, in Xujiang City, she could confidently proclaim herself the foremost talent. Phew, that's a relief. I am eagerly anticipating the sight of Li Jingchen being thoroughly beaten. Haha. His expression is sure to be quite amusing. Sun Xiaomei beamed with delight. Meanwhile, Li Jingchen had a light lunch before following the address provided by Wang Tinglong to a luxurious building. The Baoxiang Martial Arts School was far more opulent than the Tinglong Martial Arts School, indicating that Baoxiang was thriving. No wonder Wang Tinglong was so eager to establish a reputation. Li Jingchen gazed up from the ground. The building soared to 20 stories. Its facade adorned with gleaming silver glass. The four characters' central violent bear martial arts hall shimmer brilliantly under the sunlight. From the exterior, it resembles not a martial arts hall, but rather a sophisticated office building. In comparison, the Dragon Rising Martial Arts Hall seems like a quaint little shop tucked away in a rural corner. Remarkably, Wang Tinglong still manages to compete with the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall for business. Quite impressive indeed. Hello, who are you looking for? Two burly men, robust and imposing, stood at the entrance. Dressed in formal suits and wearing earpieces, they halted Li Jingchen as he approached. Their demeanor was not at all abrasive. Rather, it was surprisingly courteous. Brotherly, you've arrived. Come, allow me to escort you. Wang Tinglong's hearty voice rang out just as Li Jingchen was about to respond. He waved his hand toward the two men, signaling them to let Li Jingchen pass. The two evidently recognized Wang Tinglong, offering a respectful greeting before stepping aside. Although there was animosity between the Dragon Rising and Violent Bear Martial Arts Halls, such grievances were confined to the upper echelons. For someone like Wang Tinglong, a second-tier ability user, the two men dared not show any semblance of disrespect. Master Wang, Li Jingchen nodded in acknowledgement. Let us go. Brotherly, the arena is on the top floor. I shall brief you on the current situation. Wang Tinglong gestured for him to proceed and then pressed the elevator button. Once the elevator arrived, he permitted Li Jingchen to enter first before stepping inside himself. This occasion was one where Wang Tinglong sought Li Jingchen's assistance, and his demeanor reflected that. Moreover, having witnessed Li Jingchen's true prowess, Wang Tinglong understood that given time, he might struggle to keep pace with him. Opening the door for Li Jingchen did not weigh heavily on his mind. In fact, he entertained the notion that in the future, When Li Jingchen became a figure of great stature, he might boast about personally having opened the door for him. As the elevator closed, the two burly men exchanged astonished glances. They were well aware of Wang Tinglong's standing, and now they were taken aback that this young man commanded such respect from him. They felt a sense of relief, fortunate that they had maintained a courteous demeanor and had not offended this young man. The elevator ascended to the top floor. With a chime, the doors opened, and Li Jingchen stepped out first. Chapter 34. Have you found a weakling to fill the ranks? At this moment, the top floor was already populated with numerous individuals. Upon seeing the elevator doors part, a young man emerged, accompanied by Wang Tinglong. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Li Jingchen. Filled with scrutiny, surprise, and disdain, each expression distinct, yet most were marked by frowns, seemingly puzzled as to why none of the known geniuses matched Li Jingchen's caliber. Li Jingchen remained undaunted, surveying the surroundings and grasping the layout of the venue. Contrary to his expectations of a raucous underground arena, the atmosphere here was not only quiet but also exceptionally refined. Thick carpets adorned the floor, providing a comfortable footing, and a central area was cleared out, surrounded by dozens of chairs, all of which were already occupied. The individual with slightly graying hair, clad in a white training robe, is Wan Xiao, the vice president of the Xuzhou City Ability Users Association. He is a witness to this competition and holds the highest position among those present. Wang Tinglong pointed to a sprightly old man with a youthful demeanor and white hair. Li Jingchen nodded in acknowledgement. The elder occupied the central position, and the attitudes of those surrounding him spoke volumes. Moreover, within Li Jingchen's perception, this elder posed the greatest threat among the attendees. At that moment, Wan Xiao also noticed Li Jingchen's gaze and returned a smile, a fleeting look of curiosity crossing his eyes. As the vice president of the Xuzhou City Ability Users Association, Wan Xiao was well aware of the many prodigies in the city, and he could confidently assert that none rivaled Li Jingchen. This was intriguing. Had Wang Tinglong forfeited this match, or was there a talent in Xuzhou that he was unaware of? Or perhaps Wang Tinglong had invited someone from outside. Beside Wan Xiao sat Principal Jiang of the 3rd High School. Oh, by the way, it seems you are a student of the 3rd High School, aren't you? Wang Tinglong greeted a middle-aged man with a receding hairline sitting next to Wan Xiao. Principal Jiang responded amicably, even rising to approach Li Jingchen, curiously appraising him from head to toe. He felt that Li Jingchen looked somewhat familiar, as if they had met before. Young friend, have we crossed paths somewhere? Principal Jiang inquired. I am Li Jingchen from Class 6 of the 3rd year, Li Jingchen replied with a smile. He naturally recognized Principal Jiang, as it was during the awakening of his abilities that the principal presided over the event. At that time, when he awakened a level of abilities, Principal Jiang had offered him words of comfort. Li Jingchen held a favorable impression of him, considering him a dedicated educator. Oh, now I remember, you're Li Jingchen, the one whose girlfriend. Ah, how remarkable. You have undergone such a transformation in just a few days, Principal Jiang exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Li Jingchen. Just days prior, during the awakening of his abilities, Li Jingchen had appeared timid and reluctant to make eye contact, embodying a shy demeanor. Yet the young man before him now stood tall, his gaze sharp, exuding an undeniable confidence that was impossible to overlook. The events of last time have bestowed upon me profound clarity, Li Jingchen stated earnestly. I see, Principal Jiang replied with a chuckle, not overly skeptical. After all, history is replete with instances of individuals who, after enduring significant trials, achieved remarkable breakthroughs. Principal Jiang, trusting in Li Jingchen's words, patted him on the shoulder with a smile. It's good to see you have gained this perspective. Make sure to perform well in the upcoming competition. I eagerly anticipate your display. With a hearty laugh, he added, I never expected that the representative of the Tunglong Martial Arts School would be one of my own students. By heavens, we must ensure that Tunglong Martial Arts prevails. Those attending the arena competition had privately placed bets, viewing it as a form of entertainment. However, the majority wagered on the victory of the Bear Martial Arts School, as Principal Jiang also believed that they were destined to win. After all, representing the fierce Bear Martial Arts School in this competition is none other than Sun Mingyang, the prodigy of the 2nd High School, who is expected to contend for the title of top scorer in the martial arts examination of Xuzhou City. In contrast, Li Jingchen has only awakened a low-level electrical ability. Nevertheless, given that Li Jingchen is his student, Principal Jiang will undoubtedly offer his support, even if he is aware that Li Jingchen is destined to lose. Brother, why do I feel as though old Jiang is unaware of your true strength? Wang Tinglong remarked with a hint of surprise. Li Jingchen chuckled softly and replied nonchalantly, perhaps it's because I tend to keep a low profile. Such strength and talent. Yet so unassuming. What a kind-hearted fellow. Wang Tenglong's opinion of Li Jingchen elevated further. After Wang Tenglong's introduction, Li Jingchen became acquainted with nearly everyone present. Besides the vice president of the Ability Users Association and Principal Jiang, there were also many other masters from various martial arts schools. Most of these individuals were second-tier ability users, figures of considerable repute in Shuzhong City. Moments later, the elevator doors opened once more. A youth clad in a silver combat uniform, wielding a black longsword, stepped out from the elevator. His demeanor was aloof, maintaining a steady gaze ahead, as if the entire gathering were invisible to him. Only upon catching sight of Li Jingchen did a fleeting flicker of emotion cross his eyes before vanishing entirely. Following him was Lu Hetian, the master of the Fierce Bear Martial Arts School. Towering over 2 meters, he was even more robust than Wang Tenglong, his figure resembling that of a broadside. 2 disciples from the Fierce Bear Martial Arts School trailed behind him, each wearing an air of arrogance. Student son, I have already reserved a celebratory banquet at the Blue Ocean Hotel. Once the battle concludes, we shall celebrate in style, Lu Hetian remarked cheerfully, casting only a cursory glance at Li Jingchen before shifting his gaze. Prior to arriving, Lu Hetian had inquired about Li Jingchen's background. A weakling with merely a low-level ability, clearly. Wang Tenglong was out of options and intended to forfeit this match. Lu Hetian's eyes swept past Li Jingchen to Wang Tenglong, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. Wang Tenglong's expression darkened instantly, his fists clenching tightly. Master Wang, what grievances exist between you and Lu Hetian? Li Jingchen inquired, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. The demeanor of the two suggested a rivalry beyond mere commercial animosity. Nothing of the past matters anymore, Wang Tenglong replied, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his eyes as he attempted to deflect the conversation with a laugh. Huh, I thought you brought a true master here. Just him? Old Wang. If you wish to concede, just say so. Why force everyone to witness a foregone conclusion? It would be a waste of time. After all these years, I thought you might improve, yet here you are, still a failure. No wonder Ailing chose to part ways with you, Lu Hetian scoffed, turning to Wang Tenglong after taking a seat. How dare you? Wang Tenglong erupted, leaping from his chair, veins bulging on his arms, a dark aura beginning to emanate from him, as if he were on the verge of transformation. What? You refuse to accept the truth of your ineptitude? If you have the guts, step into the ring and prove yourself. Lu Hetian retorted mockingly, rising from his chair, unyielding. Li Jingchen suddenly comprehended the nature of their enmity, the hatred born from the usurpation of a wife. It was no wonder that Wang Tenglong reacted so strongly. Enough. Cease this immediately. What kind of example does this set for the younger generation? A resounding reprimand erupted from Wan Xiao, whose presence as a third-tier ability user cast an imposing aura over the gathering. Flames seemed to flicker around him, rendering the air subtly warmer. The elemental abilities surged with fervent intensity. Chapter 35, The Transformation. The Enigma of Sun Mingyang. Humph. Wang Tenglong and Lu Hetian exchanged cold snorts, refraining from further remarks and settling into silence. In the presence of Wan Xiao, a formidable third-tier ability user and the vice president of the Ability User Association, they dared not act recklessly. The pressure was palpable. I am no match for him, Li Jingchen thought, astonished inwardly. At that moment, Wan Xiao's tone softened. Now that everyone is present, let us commence the competition. Remember, fists and feet are blind. Once you step onto the stage, life and death are in the hands of fate. However, both of you are prodigies of Shuzhong City, so I hope you will exercise restraint and refrain from lethal force. If one of you wishes to concede, please speak up. I will intervene to ensure your safety. Wan Xiao's serious expression seemed particularly directed at Li Jingchen, who sensed that Wan Xiao did not hold much hope for his victory. Li Jingchen nodded to indicate his understanding, while Sun Mingyang remained impassive, his gaze indifferent. Li Jingchen cast a perplexed glance at Sun Mingyang. There was something peculiar about his demeanor. He had encountered many individuals with cold dispositions, but none as emotionally detached as Sun Mingyang. Nonetheless, the world was vast and filled with wonders. Li Jingchen's curiosity remained unvoiced, for it was reasonable that someone as renowned as Sun Mingyang, a genius of Shuzhong City, might possess unique traits. Soon, at the behest of President Wan, Li Jingchen stepped onto the vacant arena. He clasped his fists in salute towards Sun Mingyang. I beg your pardon. Sun Mingyang's eyes flickered momentarily as he nodded in acknowledgement. He scrutinized Li Jingchen with a peculiar tone. I recognize you. You are a Tier 1 ability user. It surprises me that you can compel me to engage. I had thought it would be Uningmo, huh? What do you mean? Li Jingchen furrowed his brow, puzzled by the contradiction in Sun Mingyang's words. Wasn't this contest initiated at Sun Mingyang's behest? Why did it sound as if someone had arranged for him to participate? Before Li Jingchen could inquire further, Sun Mingyang sprang into action. Drawing his long sword from his waist, he unleashed a fierce battle cry. Tier 3 Pinnacle Combat Technique, Extreme Emotion Sword. In an instant, a dazzling light, beyond description, sliced through the air. Li Jingchen felt a tremor in his heart, and memories of his past surged through his mind. Abandoned as a child to an orphanage. Devoid of parents, he had been ostracized by the stronger children. After enduring countless hardships, he had finally reached adulthood, only to awaken a mere Tier 1 combat technique. Even his childhood sweetheart had deemed him unworthy and ended their relationship. A single tear escaped the corner of Li Jingchen's eye, as he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Even with such sorrowful thoughts of life arising within, perhaps it would be better to end it all like this. Yet in the next moment, Li Jingchen was suddenly awakened. How terrifying a combat skill that could stir the deepest emotions of the heart. Li Jingchen abruptly turned to face the front, where Sun Mingyang's sword was less than a meter from his face. If he had been lost in thought for just one more second, he would have been defeated. Fortunately, this was merely a memory of his original self, and Li Jingchen did not feel it deeply. From Sun Mingyang's eyes, Li Jingchen discerned a glimmer of murderous intent. Sun Mingyang intended to kill him. Li Jingchen felt a surge of anger. Stop! Wan Xiao, realizing the situation, leapt from his seat, flames erupting beneath his feet as he charged towards the arena. That brat Sun Mingyang had actually come with lethal intent. Wan Xiao's heart was filled with both rage and indignation. Not only towards Sun Mingyang's ruthless aggression, but also towards Li Jingchen's lack of strength. How could one so weak even withstand a single attack? What business did he have participating in this arena? Principal Jiang and Wang Tinglong also sprang to their feet, astonished and furious. However, as Wan Xiao took action, they refrained from intervening further and instead glared at Lu Hetian. Damn it, Lu Hetian, did you instigate this? Are you serious? Lu Hetian, Li Jingchen is a student of my 3rd high school. If he dies, I will not let you off the hook. Sun Mingyang, you must show mercy. Lu Hetian was also somewhat bewildered, attempting to halt Sun Mingyang. He swore he had not instructed Sun Mingyang to kill. The sudden violence of Sun Mingyang's attack left even him in disbelief. But the sword had been drawn too swiftly. It was utterly unexpected. Even Wan Xiao, a 3rd-tier ability user, could not react in time. The long sword was already poised at Li Jingchen's face. It is over. Do not blame me. I do not wish to kill you. Blame only yourself for revealing your differences. Sun Mingyang murmured in a voice only the two of them could hear. He was acutely aware of the power of this strike. Below the 1st-tier ability users, none could withstand it. Li Jingchen would not even have time to escape from such extreme emotions before it could end his life. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Death would bring no pain, Sun Mingyang thought. But suddenly, zzz, a blue arc of electricity flickered. Li Jingchen's figure abruptly shifted to the right, moving a meter away. The long sword barely grazed his arm, tearing the edge of his garment. Did you just attempt to kill me? Li Jingchen's expression darkened. His gaze cold and sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Sun Mingyang. He managed to escape from the overwhelming emotions of the extreme sword. Sun Mingyang halted his attack, his face filled with astonishment, seemingly not having anticipated that Li Jingchen could evade his strike. His expression became contemplative. Hearing Li Jingchen's inquiry, Sun Mingyang maintained a calm demeanor. Though he spoke with an unexpected fervor, swords are blind. I, Sun Mingyang, have always fought with full force in competitions. Even if you were to perish beneath my blade, it would merely reflect your inferiority in skill. Understood. You indeed wish to end my life. Regardless of who orchestrates this from behind the scenes, you must perish today. Li Jingchen grinned widely, his joy evident. My two young friends, let us not take this too far. Wan Xiao, preparing to intervene against Sun Mingyang, was taken aback by Li Jingchen's ability to evade the latter's attack, his expression one of astonishment. However, upon hearing the exchange between Li Jingchen and Sun Mingyang, he quickly wiped the sweat from his brow. How did this competition escalate to such a perilous level? Principal Jiang observed Li Jingchen, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. He was well aware of the formidable power behind Sun Mingyang's recent strike. It was a force that no one from the younger generation he knew could evade. Even if he were to place himself back in his 3rd-year high school days, he would not have escaped the wrath of Sun Mingyang's sword. It is no exaggeration to state that with just this one strike, Sun Mingyang could easily secure a place among the top 3 in the martial arts examination. If not the top position itself, Yet Li Jingchen had evaded it. Principal Jiang was momentarily bewildered. Is Li Jingchen truly from my third high school? Since when did our institution boast such a remarkable talent? Wasn't he merely an extraordinary ability user? Brother Li's prowess has indeed exceeded my expectations. It seems my worries were unfounded. Wang Tinglong chuckled softly and took his seat. Lu Hetian exhaled in relief. If Sun Mingyang were to kill Li Jingchen, he too would face troubles. But soon, Lu Hetian's expression shifted to concern, though he quickly reassured himself. Evading does not signify that one can contend with Sun Mingyang. Given Sun Mingyang's strength, defeating Li Jingchen is a certainty. Do not employ lethal force. Let the competition continue. Wan Xiao waved his hand dismissively, stepping closer to the two, ready to intervene should the situation worsen. At this distance, he believed that, with his status as a third-tier ability user, he could effectively intervene. Chapter 36. Counterattack. Li, would you like to meet my granddaughter? Who sent you to kill me? Bai Zihao? No, he lacks the capability. Could it be Lu Hetian? Yet, Lu Hetian's earlier expression did not suggest deceit. It appeared to be his first realization of your intent to end my life. Li Jingchen gripped the star-shattering blade tightly, his voice low with inquiry. He had no prior acquaintance with Sun Mingyang, having never even laid eyes on him before. You will never know, or perhaps you will never have the chance to know. Sun Mingyang's expression remained unchanged. A dispassionate gaze directed at Li Jingchen as he slowly raised his sword. A flicker of azure wind energy danced upon the blade. Wind elemental ability. This time, I refuse to believe you can evade my sword. Die, you bastard. Witness my god-slaying blade. Li Jingchen was utterly incensed by Sun Mingyang's provocation. His eyes aflame with rage, a fleeting glimpse of murderous intent flashing across his countenance. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through his arms, channeling into the star-shattering blade. The combat technique, god-slaying blade, was unleashed. With a single stroke aimed at Sun Mingyang, the blade radiated like blood, tearing through the air. With unparalleled speed, it surged towards Sun Mingyang. In that instant, Sun Mingyang felt the world around him turn crimson. Everything around vanished, leaving only the vibrant red of the cosmos. In the distance, a figure clad in crimson stood ominously, and in the next moment, a blade was swung toward him. Sun Mingyang swiftly evaded, attempting to dodge the long knife of the blood-clad figure. With his deft agility, he successfully eluded the attack. However, just as exhilaration surged within him and he prepared to counterattack, he felt a chilling sensation at his neck. The next instant, the world spun around him. He beheld a figure standing with a sword, and it appeared to be his own head. How could this be? Sun Mingyang clutched his neck in disbelief. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. He recalled scenes of his parents toiling day and night to provide for his education, vowing to excel in life. He visualized himself, while his peers engaged in various pursuits, absorbed in books and practicing swordsmanship. He remembered his determination to gain admission to the 4 prestigious universities for extraordinary abilities, aspiring to become a formidable practitioner and rise above the rest, as well as the profound disappointment of awakening only a basic level of power. Finally, he saw a shadowy figure cloaked in a robe, asking him if he desired to gain strength. I am unwilling to accept this. The next moment, Sun Mingyang plunged into darkness. Li Jingchen slowly sheathed his sword, turning expressionlessly to exit the crowd. The sudden shift rendered the atmosphere eerily silent. After a prolonged pause, Wan Xiao was the first to react, gazing in shock at the lifeless body on the ground. Did you just kill Sun Mingyang? Principal Jiang, Wang Tinglong, Lu Hetian, and all others present stared in disbelief at the corpse. They were astonished by the sheer power of Sun Mingyang's strike. They were incredulous that Sun Mingyang, capable of delivering such a blow, was slain by Li Jingchen with equal ferocity. They were astounded by the might of Li Jingchen's strike. It seemed even they could not withstand it. Isn't killing during a competition considered permissible? Li Jingchen replied, it is permissible, but Wan Zhao's expression was inscrutable. He wished to say more but was at a loss for words. Sun Mingyang had struck first, and Li Jingchen's counter was justified. It seemed there was no real issue. Yet, were you two not high school students? Are high schoolers today so ruthless? Is it commonplace to resort to murder over a disagreement? President Wan, you yourself stated that in competitions, blades are merciless. Sun Mingyang's death was merely a testament to his inferiority in skill. If you wish to trouble my student, Old Jiang, shall not permit it. At this moment, Principal Jiang finally grasped the situation, swiftly positioning himself in front of Li Jingchen, his gaze warily fixed on Wan Xiao. Meanwhile, a storm of emotion surged within him. What level of power did Sun Mingyang possess? It was no exaggeration to state that he ranked among the top 3 in Xuzhang City. To think he was slain by Li Jingchen in a single move? What then could be said of Li Jingchen's strength? The mere thought sent waves of excitement through Principal Jiang, who claims that the 3rd high school lacks talent. Is this not a prime example? Wang Tenglong also stepped behind Principal Jiang, shielding Li Jingchen. Whether they could protect him was yet to be seen. But at the very least, they had to show their resolve. What do you take me for, old one? Am I the kind of person you imagine? In Xuzhang City, a prodigious talent has emerged. As the vice president of the Ability Users Association, I cannot contain my delight, yet I cannot intervene. Wan Xiao, rendered speechless, cast a sharp glare at the 2 individuals. I was merely startled by the unexpected turn of events, never anticipating such an escalation. In competitions, where weapons are indiscriminate, it is understandable that Li Jingchen retaliated after Sun Mingyang's lethal attack. It is regrettable, however, to witness the demise of such a gifted individual. Yet, Wan Xiao refrained from voicing this sentiment. A true prodigy is one who grows. The deceased are nothing. Chairman Wan, I suspect that Sun Mingyang was instigated to kill me. You may wish to investigate the forces behind him. Li Jingchen suddenly interjected. Wan Xiao was taken aback, his expression instantly turning grave. Li, are you certain? Absolutely. I had no prior acquaintance with Sun Mingyang. There was no reason for our fates to collide due to the competition between Baoxiang martial arts and Tingluan martial arts. Furthermore, just before the match commenced, Sun Mingyang remarked that he did not expect his target to be me, but rather thought it was Yu Ningma. It seems he had prior knowledge of his intent to kill, with his sights set on Yu Ningma. Li Jingchen recalled Sun Mingyang's initial words. He was entirely unfamiliar with Sun Mingyang. Had there not been external manipulation, there would have been no motive for Sun Mingyang to eliminate him. What a shocking revelation. Rest assured, Li, I am aware of this situation. I will ensure it is reported, and this matter will be thoroughly investigated. Wan Zhao's demeanor turned icy as the rationale behind Sun Mingyang's actions became clear. He felt no further pity upon gazing at Sun Mingyang's lifeless form. Abruptly, he turned to Lu Hetian in the audience, coldly stating, Director Lu, accompany me for a moment. Lu Hetian was taken away by Wan Xiao for some tea, while Sun Mingyang's body was removed by those summoned by Wan Xiao. My dear brother, I did not expect such upheaval during a mere competition. Fortuitously, your strength is formidable. Otherwise, had anything happened, I would bear the weight of guilt for a lifetime. Upon exiting Baoxiang martial arts, Wang Tengluan reflected with a hint of melancholy. He then produced a black bank card from his pocket and handed it to Li Jingchen. This is the remuneration we previously discussed. Given the unforeseen circumstances, 1 million Dian currency seems inadequate. Here, there are 150,000 Dian currency. Take it. As for the tactical gear, simply provide an address, and I will arrange for it to be delivered to you. No need. I will collect it from Tongluan martial arts later, Li Jingchen replied, accepting the bank card with a nod. With this 150,000 Dian currency, this journey has not been in vain. In fact, he had already devised plans on how to spend it. Very well. Since it's nearby, feel free to collect it at your convenience. I must take my leave now. I need to process this incident. Wang Tengluan waved his hand and departed in his Maybach. Only then did Principal Jiang, who had been following closely, approach with a cheerful demeanor. Li, until we uncover the identity of those behind Sun Mingyang, please ensure your safety. If you feel uneasy, you are welcome to stay at my place. Returning to the conversation, it turns out that my granddaughter is in the same class as you. Principal, could your granddaughter be Jiang Xue? Li Jingchen immediately thought of the class monitor, as there was only one Jiang in class 6. Yes, it must be Xiao Xue. He chuckled, inquiring about their relationship. Would you consider staying at the principal's residence for a few days? Since you and my granddaughter are classmates, you would surely have common ground and not feel bored. Principal Jiang chuckled with anticipation. Li Jingchen represented the 3rd high school in the martial arts examination, and Principal Jiang was keen on ensuring nothing went awry for him before the event. It had been years since 3rd high school had placed among the top 3 in Xuzhang City. With Li Jingchen's presence, they were bound to shine. Given Li Jingchen's prowess, Principal Jiang felt confident about this martial arts examination. Even if he couldn't surpass Yu Ningma, he could at least stand toe-to-toe with her. Perhaps he even had a chance at the top spot. No, I have other matters to attend to, Li Jingchen replied, waving his hand in refusal. If he stayed at Principal Jiang's house, how would he venture out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts and enhance his strength? As for those conspiring against him, truthfully, Li Jingchen was not overly concerned. The fact that they had Sun Mingyang act against him clearly indicated they did not wish to expose themselves or that their resources were limited. It was unlikely they would dispatch high-level supernatural beings to eliminate him. With Li Jingchen's current strength, he need not fear anyone below the second tier. Given a few days, even if a second-tier upper-level supernatural being were to come, he was confident he would not be intimidated. Since you are unwilling, so be it. Here is my number. Should you find yourself in danger, do not hesitate to contact me. Oh, by the way, with your current strength, obtaining certification as a first-tier supernatural being is practically assured. If you have the time, it would be wise to visit the Supernatural Association and obtain that certification. It would provide you with additional points in the martial arts examination. Principal Jiang handed him a business card. After chatting a bit longer, he left with a hint of regret. Certification as a first-tier supernatural being could indeed be acquired before the martial arts examination. After Principal Jiang had walked away, Li Jingchen mused. Chapter 37. The fire-scaled boar herd. On his way back, Li Jingchen reflected on the battle that had just transpired. To be honest, he had been somewhat complacent lately. He had underestimated his opponent in that fight. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have certainly faced disaster. Recalling the uncontrollable sorrow he had felt earlier, Li Jingchen still felt a shiver of fear. If those memories had not belonged to someone else, and if he had not been so mentally fortified, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim to Sun Mingyang's sword. I wonder if there are any mental defense techniques. If so, it would be prudent to acquire one. Otherwise, facing techniques like the extreme emotion sword, which can manipulate feelings, would be exceedingly disadvantageous. Moreover, my current strength is still insufficient. If my dual attributes were high enough, Sun Mingyang might not have had the opportunity to strike at all. It is time to bolster my strength. At this moment, it was already 8 in the evening. The stars and moon offered no light. However, with Li Jingchen's current capabilities, there was little distinction between day and night when it came to leaving the city. Today, the guard is not Lin Tao. It has been replaced by an unfamiliar individual named Li Jingchen. Upon seeing Li Jingchen's arrival, there appears to be a hint of skepticism regarding his youth. In response, Li Jingchen unsheathes the star-shattering blade, performing a series of elegant flourishes. To have mastered such advanced swordsmanship at such a tender age is indeed a testament to my underestimation of my younger brother. Sun Ruetian's eyes flicker with gravity. His gaze towards Li Jingchen tinged with astonishment. Is my younger brother preparing to venture beyond the city to hunt the fire-scaled boar? Fire-scaled boar? Li Jingchen is momentarily taken aback, his expression one of confusion. You aren't aware? I assumed you ventured out at night specifically for the fire-scaled boar, Sun Ruetian replies. Recently, there has been a peculiar influx of ferocious beasts migrating towards Shujing City. The last encounter was with a scorpion-tailed leopard. And now there is a horde of first-tier fire-scaled boars. It seems there are dozens of them, congregated at the stadium 30 kilometers away. Numerous teams have attempted to hunt them, yet few have succeeded due to the dangers posed by such a large group. Sun Ruetian shrugs, continuing. While the border defense forces do dispatch teams to eliminate surrounding beasts, they are often limited by manpower and cannot clear all threats. Besides, as long as the beasts do not pose a significant danger to Shujing City, they adopt a gradual approach to the situation. Of course, if powerful ability users venture out to hunt, the border defense forces would welcome such efforts. It is evident that in Sun Ruetian's eyes, Li Jingchen is regarded as a formidable ability user. How intriguing. Such opportunities come without much effort. Li Jingchen's eyes gleam with determination. While others lament the abundance of ferocious beasts, he finds himself wishing for more. After exchanging a few more words with Sun Ruetian and gleaning additional details about the fire-scaled boars, Li Jingchen sets forth from the city. With a swift movement, he covers several dozen meters in an instant, the scenery on either side retreating rapidly. Guided by Sun Ruetian's directions, he soon arrives at an abandoned structure. This appears to be a stadium, where the roars of the ferocious beasts can be faintly heard. The sounds of the fire-scaled boars resonate within. Indeed, there must be a great many. Li Jingchen listens intently, his excitement palpable. The fire-scaled boar is a first-tier lower-level beast, inferior in strength to the scorpion-tailed leopard. Yet they are typically found in groups. Most ability users would avoid them. However, Li Jingchen has no intention of letting this golden opportunity slip away. With that thought, he suppresses his presence and activates his skills, slipping through the collapsed crevice into the stadium. As anticipated, in the expansive center of the circular arena, a dozen or so fire-scaled boars lie asleep on the ground. They resemble wild boars in appearance, but are several times larger. Their bodies are adorned with fiery red scales, and they possess 2 sharp tusks. While a single fire-scaled boar may not pose much of a threat, A charge from a dozen of them would be enough to send even a first-tier upper-level ability user fleeing for their lives. Li Jingchen's eyes gleam with determination. If only his agility and combat skills reached an intermediate proficiency, he could perhaps withstand the charge of the fire-scaled boar horde directly. But for now, Li Jingchen hesitated to confront directly. However, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it forcefully towards a distant pillar. The column, already teetering precariously, collapsed under the impact, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. The fire-scaled boar, drawn by the commotion, turned its fierce gaze towards him. Two of the boars, breaking away from the herd, charged toward him as if to assess the situation. The intelligence of these beasts was not to be underestimated. They exhibited a rudimentary sense of group awareness. It was said that higher-tier beasts could even possess intelligence surpassing that of humans. Now was the moment. With a fierce battle cry, Li Jingchen prepared himself. As the two boars entered the optimal range for attack, he swiftly emerged from behind the structure, executing two rapid slashes. Employing advanced swordsmanship coupled with an impressive physique of 260 points, his strike delivered nearly 800 points of damage. The fire-scaled boar offered no resistance and fell, becoming but a ghost under Li Jingchen's blade. Kill a first-tier inferior beast. Fire-scaled boar, blood points. 100. With one swift stroke, he dispatched one boar and, with fluid motion, thrust his sword into the neck of the second. This time, the creature did not succumb immediately. Its body convulsed in its death throes. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jingchen unsheathed his red whirlwind blade and delivered another decisive blow. Although Teacher Ji had previously claimed that the red whirlwind blade held no extraordinary qualities, Li Jingchen remained skeptical. He intended to verify this assertion further. Kill a first-tier inferior beast. Fire-scaled boar. Blood points. 100. A chorus of howls erupted as the remaining fire-scaled boars, upon witnessing the ambush, became agitated. With ferocious roars, they charged towards Li Jingchen. Dozens of these colossal beasts, each weighing several tons, stampeded forward, causing the ground to tremble as if a mountain were collapsing or a tsunami were surging. Dust billowed, and the surrounding structures began to shed debris, hinting at imminent collapse. Goodness, we must flee. Li Jingchen felt a surge of dread. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his agility technique and dashed away. He ran for what felt like an eternity before finally evading the relentless pursuit of the fire-scaled boars. Perched atop a 6-story building, he cast a wary glance at the vanishing herd of boars. The sheer terror of a horde of beasts is unimaginable. This was merely a group of dozens. He could scarcely fathom the horror of an actual beast tide. Li Jingchen had only seen reports of such calamities in the news, which depicted overwhelming and terrifying disasters, often involving formidable higher-tier beasts. The devastation wrought by a beast tide upon a city would indeed be catastrophic. Yet, such scenarios felt distant to him. All he could do now was focus on enhancing his own strength. With that thought, he turned his attention to the system panel. System. Grant me mental fortitude. Chapter 38. Elevating strength. Master-level body refinement technique. Spirit. 200 Hz 201 Hz ability points 1. Name. Li Jingchen. Level. Awakener. Ability. Weak electricity. Physique. 260 Vitality. Spirit. 201 Hz skills. Advanced swordsmanship. Intermediate steel body forging. Master-level God of Killing Blade. Beginner Thunder Flash Step. Ability points. 213 System. Grant me a realm upgrade. After the mental breakthrough at 201, the long-awaited realm appeared predictably with a plus sign. With 201 points of spirit, 201 physique, and the proficiency of steel body forging reaching intermediate level, one could ascend to a first-tier ability user. As Li Jingchen's words fell, an explosive force surged within him. An unseen energy continuously crashed into Li Jingchen's body until it reached a limit and halted. Breakthrough achieved. First-tier ability user. Li Jingchen lightly clenched his fist, sensing the changes within. Both physique and spirit had significantly increased. Most importantly, it seemed his ability had also been enhanced. Li Jingchen snapped his fingers, and a spark of electricity flickered. Previously as thin as a hair, it could only serve as a stun rod. However, it had now evolved to the thickness of chopsticks. Although it couldn't directly inflict damage on enemies yet, when attached to a blade, it seemed capable of causing paralysis. With a thought, the blue electric arc from his fingertips coursed along Li Jingchen's palm, spreading towards the star fragment blade. In no time, the blade was enveloped in thunder. With a flick of his wrist, he slashed towards the adjacent wall. Debris flew as a corner of the wall was sheared off, revealing a charred surface. Indeed, The ability finally exhibited some effectiveness. Yet, he pondered what conditions were necessary to upgrade this ability. If he were to possess a level or even a higher tier ability now, he could face the fire-scaled boar herd without evasion, boldly slaying them all. Nevertheless, he could now give it a try. Name: Li Jingchen level, first tier lower class, ability. Weak electricity, physique. 300 vitality, spirit. 241 Hz, skills. Advanced swordsmanship, intermediate steel body forging, master level god of killing blade. Beginner thunder flash step, ability points. 13 Li Jingchen's confidence surged. Although his physique had only increased by a few dozen points, it signified a breakthrough of a limit. The enhancements to his body's reaction and speed had escalated significantly. The increase in ability strength also greatly amplified the Thunder Flash step. Given that Thunder Flash step was inherently a lightning-based technique, the stronger the lightning element within him, the greater its effectiveness. This instilled Li Jingchen with the confidence to withstand the charge of the fire-scaled boar. Without delay, he decided to test it out. With so many ability points merely sitting idle, he felt quite envious. With that thought, Li Jingchen's feet flashed, and he dashed towards the direction of the stadium. His speed had already increased noticeably from before. Upon reaching the stadium, he found that the herd of fire-scaled boars was indeed present. Li Jingchen found himself pondering little about the fervent dedication of the fiery-scaled boars to their activities in the stadium. He picked up 2 stones and hurled them in their direction. Thud! The stone pillar collapsed. This time, the fiery-scaled boars appeared to have learned their lesson. Instead of sending just 2 to investigate, 7 or 8 rushed over, charging fiercely towards the fallen pillar like a battalion of tanks. Now was the moment. Li Jingchen took a deep breath, shifting his grip on the knife from one hand to both, and stepped forward forcefully with his right leg. The God-slaying blade. The God-slaying strike. A fleeting flash of brutal killing intent crossed his eyes, only to be replaced by clarity in an instant. In the next moment, a 3-zhong crimson blade of light cleaved through the air, aimed directly at the 7 fiery-scaled boars. The leading boar, still in full sprint, met its demise as the red light sliced through, its massive head falling with a satisfying thud. The body of the boar continued its forward momentum, crashing into a nearby wall after covering several dozen meters, before collapsing to the ground. After slaying 1 boar, the crimson blade remained undiminished. Another boar was cleaved in 2. Then came the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th. In a relentless display of power, 5 fiery-scaled boars fell victim to the God-slaying strike in rapid succession. Slain a first-tier lower-level fiery-scaled boar, gained 100 ability points. Slain a first-tier lower-level fiery-scaled boar, gained 100 ability points. Slain a first-tier lower-level fiery-scaled boar, gained 100 ability points. Slain a first-tier lower-level fiery-scaled boar, gained 100 ability points. Slain a first-tier lower-level fiery-scaled boar, gained 100 ability points. Ability points. 513. After breaking through to a new realm, the power of the God-slaying strike had intensified. Furthermore, with the enhancement of his mental strength, the emotional toll of wielding the God-slaying strike seemed less burdensome than before. If he continued to progress, it was only a matter of time before the God-slaying strike transformed from a grand maneuver into a commonplace action. Li Jingchen's thoughts swirled. His hands remained steadfast in motion. As he activated the Thunder Flash step, he evaded the charge of another fiery-scaled boar, swiftly turning to deliver a strike to its neck. With a splatter of blood, a massive boar's head soared into the air. Slain a first-tier lower-level fiery-scaled boar, gained 100 ability points. Ability points. 613. The blade flashed like lightning, and the man moved as one with the knife. Li Jingchen executed the Thunder Flash step to perfection. No matter how many fiery-scaled boars charged, none could lay a finger on him. In that moment, he resembled a magnificent dancer, his mind a blank slate, his senses heightened to their utmost. He entered a state of utter immersion. Evade with the Thunder Flash step. Strike down. Evade. Strike down. He even found moments to deliver supplementary strikes with the red whip. This state of flow persisted for a quarter of an hour, and when Li Jingchen sought to strike again, he discovered that the area was devoid of any living fiery-scaled boars. The stadium lay strewn with their lifeless bodies. Exhilarating. Had I just entered some wondrous state of cultivation? System, display the panel. Name, Li Jingchen. Rank, first tier lower level. Ability, weak electricity, physique, 300 vitality, mental strength, 250 Hz. Skills, advanced swordsmanship, intermediate steel bone refinement. Master level god of killing blade, beginner Thunder Flash step. Ability points, 2,150. Alas, the increase in my ability points is astonishing. Li Jingchen murmured. Moreover, My mental strength has surged by several points in an instant. It seems that the intense battle earlier has considerably enhanced my psyche. Such a state is indeed rare and fleeting. If only I could fight like this perpetually, wouldn't my mental prowess ascend like a rocket? He refocused his gaze on the system panel. With over 2,000 ability points, his strength could witness a significant augmentation. System, enhance my steel bone refinement. Although there were numerous skills available for improvement, the refinement technique and fundamental attributes are the cornerstone of any ability user. Without hesitation, Li Jingchen allocated his ability points to steel bone refinement. Skills, intermediate steel bone refinement skills, advanced steel bone refinement ability points, 200 skills, advanced steel bone refinement skills, master level steel bone refinement ability points, 200 ability points, 1750. As the steel bone refinement reached its pinnacle, a torrent of fierce heat surged through Li Jingchen's limbs and bones. His skeleton cracked and popped like the roar of a tiger and the growl of a dragon. Muscles rippled across his body in waves. Thunderous and fierce, his form embodied the essence of the steel bone refinement at the master level. Chapter 39. Decades of grueling practice. Master level swordsmanship. Li Jingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a mere thought, he deftly maneuvered the shattered star longsword towards his forearm. The razor-sharp blade did not immediately slice through the skin. Instead, it pressed down as if encountering tough hide. With another exertion of force, the tip of the sword finally breached the surface, revealing the sinews and bones beneath. The color of the exposed bone had indeed transformed. It gleamed with a metallic sheen, reflecting the sunlight with a glimmer. This metamorphosis was the result of mastering the steel bone refinement. At this moment, the hardness of Li Jingchen's bones rivaled that of steel. This was merely the foundational iron bone. Advancing to the master level would allow him to transcend into steel bone. Ultimately, upon reaching perfection, he would transform into jade bone. At that juncture, the hardness of his entire skeletal structure would be akin to high-grade alloys, offering a defense equivalent to donning several sets of elite combat gear. His entire being would become a weapon. Feeling the changes coursing through his body, even though Li Jingchen had become accustomed to the rapid pace of his enhancements, a fervor ignited within him. With another thought, he glanced once more at the system panel. Name, Li Jingchen. Rank, first tier lower level. Ability, weak electricity physique. 420 vitality, mental strength 250 Hz. Skills, advanced swordsmanship, master level iron bone refinement, master level god of killing blade. Beginner thunder flash step, ability points, 1750. Once both his vitality and physique reached 300, he would advance to the first tier middle level. My vitality has surged, yet my mental fortitude has yet to catch up, leaving my realm unchanged. However, with my current vitality attributes, I have unequivocally surpassed a mid-tier first-level ability user, and I am on the verge of reaching a high-tier first-level status. This is merely the foundation of my attributes. With advanced sword techniques, the steel bone body refinement method, and the amplification from the master-level Slayer's blade, my combat prowess is now comparable to that of a second-level ability user. Indeed, vanquishing a second-level ability user is well within my capabilities. Li Jingchen clenched his fists, feeling a surge of immense energy yearning to roar towards the heavens. Since his arrival in this world, he had remained cautious, never daring to let down his guard. In this moment, he truly felt a sense of security. Yet, he admonished himself that such strength was still insufficient for arrogance. Even a second-level ability user, within the vast realm of the Great Xia, could merely be regarded as a slightly more formidable insect. At the very least, one must attain the 8th or even 9th level abilities to possess the capital for pride. Li Jingchen reminded himself of this reality. With 700 ability points remaining, he decided to enhance his body movement techniques. System, upgrade the Thunder Flash step. Li Jingchen would never hoard his ability points due to the low tier of his cultivated techniques, waiting to invest them in higher tier techniques later. Such thinking is fundamentally flawed. Regardless of who one is, even those 9th level ability users from the Great Xia have ascended from weakness to strength step by step, progressing from low to high. Gaining strength incrementally will only yield more opportunities for obtaining ability points in the future. This is how one can establish a positive cycle of strength, step by step, towards the pinnacle. Skill, Thunder Flash Step Beginner to Thunder Flash Step Intermediate. Ability points, 200. Skill, Thunder Flash Step Intermediate to Thunder Flash Step Advanced. Ability points, 200. Skill, Thunder Flash Step Advanced to Thunder Flash Step Master. Ability points, 200. Ability points, 1. 150 in an instant, a multitude of techniques associated with the Thunder Flash step surged into Li Jingchen's mind. The Thunder Flash step ascended directly from beginner to master level. As he shifted his body, a flash of lightning erupted beneath his feet, as if he were treading upon two clouds of thunder. In a mere second, Li Jingchen's figure traversed dozens of meters, appearing outside the stadium. His speed had more than doubled. With agile maneuvers and swift lateral jumps, Li Jingchen practiced until he could control his form and come to a halt. My current speed has at least doubled compared to before. Moreover, the greatest enhancement brought by elevating the Thunder Flash step to master level was the improvement in both control and explosive power. In terms of movement alone, even a second-level ability user would be unable to touch me. Li Jingchen murmured to himself. Since these techniques have reached master level, he might as well elevate his sword technique to master as well. Li Jingchen, with his obsessive tendencies, commanded, System, upgrade the sword technique. Skill, sword technique, advanced, to sword technique, master, ability points. 950 in an instant, Li Jingchen felt the scenery shift, as if he had arrived at an ancient temple. A figure, whose visage was obscured, practiced swordplay before the temple. In the next moment, as the perspective shifted, Li Jingchen found himself transformed into the figure wielding a blade. He then realized that he was grasping a wooden sword. Before him stood a stone pillar. Striking stone with wood, especially with mere timber, seemed utterly implausible. Li Jingchen felt a profound sense of disbelief within. Yet, his body moved autonomously, as if he were merely an observer, a spectator tethered to the figure. Days turned into weeks, and seasons changed relentlessly. The figure appeared tireless, and in the blink of an eye, decades had passed. The stone column remained impervious to the passage of time. Conversely, the wooden sword, after countless strikes, had become worn and ragged, seemingly on the verge of splintering. The figure, once a vigorous youth, had transformed into a weary elder. Just when Li Jingchen thought the figure would never succeed, suddenly, a peculiar rhythm surged forth from the figure. In the next instant, the figure unleashed the sword with fervor. Crack! The stone pillar split in two, its surface smooth and pristine at the fracture point. Li Jingchen's eyes snapped open. He raised his hand, and a branch fell into his grasp. With a swift motion, he swung it at the stone pillar. Crack! The pillar was cleaved in two, crashing down with a thunderous roar. This was the essence of blade intent manifesting through the weapon, unparalleled in sharpness. Is this what constitutes master-level swordsmanship? Remarkable. Li Jingchen's gaze sparkled with brilliance. He had not anticipated such a significant enhancement upon elevating his foundational skills to the master level. Previously, he believed his strength could rival that of a second-tier ability user. Now, armed with master-level swordsmanship and bolstered by other enhancements, Li Jingchen felt confident in effortlessly dispatching a second-tier ability user. Alas, there were no second-tier ferocious beasts nearby. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to hone his skills. This experience had yielded ample rewards, and it was time to return to the city. With 900 ability points remaining, he decided to reserve them for future use. Sheathing his sword, Li Jingchen prepared to leave the arena in search of Tang Xian, intending to have him dispatch someone to retrieve the corpses of the fire-scaled pigs. The remains of over 20 fire-scaled pigs were worth between 200,000 to 300,000. Although some had already been mutilated by Li Jingchen's strikes, a sum of 200,000 daxia coins was certainly attainable. Despite possessing a substantial sum of 1.5 million daxia coins, every penny counted. The training of ability users, whether it be in combat skills or weapon elixirs, demanded considerable resources. High-grade weapons or combat techniques could easily consume millions, if not tens of millions, of daxia coins in a single instance. Li Jingchen's wealth, in the grand scheme, was rather modest. Suddenly, a startled voice rang out. What? All the fire-scaled pigs are dead? Did another team get here first? Li Jingchen turned to see a quartet of ability users, 2 men and 2 women, striding towards him, each wielding diverse weapons. At the forefront was a burly man with a thick beard, evidently the leader of the group. His astonishment was palpable as he surveyed the ground littered with the corpses of the fire-scaled pigs. After scanning the area and noticing that Li Jingchen was the only one present, he inquired with incredulity, "Young brother, are you alone? It seems the team that dispatched this herd of fire-scaled pigs has already left without taking the bodies. It appears that the strength of that team is formidable. Perhaps they look down upon these trifling spoils. This inadvertently benefits us." The burly man with a beard did not wait for Li Jingchen to respond and began to stroke his chin, musing aloud. In contemplation, He summoned his teammates to commence the transportation of the corpses of the fire-scaled pigs. Who would have thought such fortune would befall us? Alas, it is unexpected that our Xuzhang city harbors such a powerful team of supernatural beings. 20 fire-scaled pigs. We would never have been able to consume them alone. The 3 members of the team chuckled heartily, their faces alight with joy. They had merely come to investigate, intending to return with reinforcements to slay the fire-scaled pigs, only to find that they had already been dispatched. It was akin to acquiring a windfall of hundreds of thousands. Who would not be delighted by such serendipity? Among them was a voluptuous blonde female supernatural being, her presence commanding attention. She noticed Li Jingchen standing motionless, fixated on their efforts to transport the fire-scaled pig corpses, and approached him with a smile, saying, "Hey there, handsome. Come help your sister out. Who knows, if I'm in a good mood, I might share a few thousand with you." Giggle. "Hey, I say, don't you think you ought to inquire with the rightful owner before taking anything?" Li Jingchen could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. The 4 paused their actions, turning in astonishment to gaze at Li Jingchen. The bearded middle-aged man scrutinized Li Jingchen, his eyes narrowing as he assessed him from head to toe. After a considerable pause, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Kid, I understand that you discovered this place first and believe the spoils should belong to you. However, this is not within the city limits. Outside the city, the one with the mightiest fist reigns supreme. Thus, the spoils here now belong to us. Out of kindness, as I have a son who is much like you, I shall not make it difficult for you today. You may leave." As he spoke, the bearded man muttered, "School must have dulled your wits. It's astonishing how the education system fails to prepare you for the harsh realities of the world." The other 3 burst into laughter, clutching their stomachs in mirth, seemingly mocking Li Jingchen's naivety. Li Jingchen, rendered speechless, shook his head and sighed. Then, with a swift motion, he struck a nearby stone pillar. In the next moment, a thunderous crash resonated. The pillar, which required 2 people to embrace, shattered as if struck by a freight truck. Fragments of stone cascaded to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The flying debris grazed the bearded man's face, leaving a trail of blood. Yet, he stood there, stupefied, with wide eyes. He gulped. "Little brother, let us talk this over calmly. 1 punch to obliterate a 2-meter-thick stone pillar. What kind of monstrous strength is this? How much physical prowess must one possess to achieve such a feat?" They were all supernatural beings, undoubtedly stronger than ordinary individuals, but had they truly reached such heights? Not to mention, it appeared that the boy had exerted little effort in his earlier action. The other 3 stared at Li Jingchen in shock, momentarily forgetting their tasks. "Since you have all begun the transport, kindly assist me in returning these carcasses to the treasure pavilion. Seek out Tang Xian, he is well versed in the procedure." Li Jingchen remarked nonchalantly. As he spoke, his wrist flicked, causing the blade of the shattered star knife to shimmer with lethal brilliance. In an instant, the fiery scaled boar held by the blonde-haired psychic was cleaved in 2. Li Jingchen uttered no threats. Yet the middle-aged man with the scruffy beard felt a chill run down his spine, his heart tumultuous with dread, a master-level sword technique. What a remarkable young man. No, an esteemed figure indeed. Rest assured, we shall ensure the safe delivery of these fiery scaled boar carcasses to the treasure pavilion. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his brow and hastily complied. He too wielded a blade and was an astute judge of skill. The rhythm that had accompanied Li Jingchen's strike was unmistakably the aura of a sword technique honed to mastery. The youth before him not only possessed formidable physical prowess, but also wielded a master-level sword technique. Absurd. When did such an extraordinary young talent emerge in Xuzhang City? "I trust you will make the right decision," Li Jingchen replied, nodding in satisfaction. He believed the man to be wise enough not to make an unwise choice over a trivial sum of money. With his gains almost complete, Li Jingchen activated the Thunder Flash step, moving swiftly toward the city. The middle-aged man's eyes widened once more, staring in disbelief at Li Jingchen's vanishing figure, exclaiming, "What the hell? Master-level movement technique? Even his agility is at a master level?" Nearby, a team member, having witnessed Li Jingchen's departure, began to entertain nefarious thoughts regarding the pile of fiery scaled boars left behind. However, before he could utter a word, he was met with a resounding slap from the middle-aged man. The man's expression shifted from pale to green, his demeanor grave. "If you wish to perish, then indulge your greed, but do not drag us down with you." A youth of such age, possessing both exceptional strength and mastery of 2 advanced combat techniques, is definitely not someone we can afford to offend. "Brother, no spoils?" Upon their return to the city, the captain of the border guard, Sun Ruetian, greeted Li Jingchen, who returned empty-handed, with a jovial inquiry. it is not uncommon to return without rewards. While a single fiery-scaled boar may not be formidable, a herd can pose a challenge even to ordinary psychics. These beasts typically remain within their territory. However, it has been unusually frequent for them to encroach upon Xuzhang City lately. This is quite abnormal. Our border guards have begun organizing personnel to deal with the fiery-scaled boars. If you are interested, you may join us. Rewards will be calculated based on the number of beasts slain, Sun Ruetian said cheerfully. No need. I have already slain all the fiery-scaled boars. You may go and deal with other beasts, Li Jingchen replied, waving his hand dismissively. Without waiting for Sun Ruetian's astonishment, he departed the city walls, leaving the captain speechless, nearly bursting into laughter. Slain all the fiery-scaled boars? What a jest! Is that something a single person can accomplish? The youth of today truly have a penchant for grandiloquence. Shaking his head, Sun Ruetian continued his patrol. Suddenly, he caught sight of the bearded middle-aged man and his team, who had just exited the city, driving a truck toward the city wall. Upon the truck lay the carcasses of fire-scaled pigs, stacked together like a moving hillock. Chapter 41. It is impossible for anyone in their final year of high school to cultivate foundational skills to the mastery level. Sun Ruetian was momentarily taken aback. As the bearded middle-aged man approached, he hurriedly stepped forward, pointing at the corpses of the fire-scaled pigs on the truck, and inquired, "Did you kill all these?" "No. We merely assisted in transporting them. These were, it seems that particular individual did not leave a name. We are unaware of who they are. We were only instructed to help transport them to the treasure pavilion." The bearded man scratched his head, speaking awkwardly. Sun Ruetian immediately recalled a possibility, as if driven by an urgent need to confirm it. Grasping the bearded man's hand, he asked anxiously, "Is it a young boy with 2 knives on his back? One black and one red?" "Ah, yes, that's the one," the man exclaimed. "I never imagined that our humble Xuzhang city harbors such hidden talents. To have a youth capable of mastering 2 combat techniques to the mastery level is truly astonishing. Being able to slay dozens of fire-scaled pigs single-handedly indicates that this individual must possess at least the strength of a first-tier superior ability user. With 2 master-level combat techniques in a first-tier superior realm, I fear even an average second-tier ability user would find it challenging to contend with him. Quite impressive indeed." The bearded man's tone was filled with admiration, his eyes gleaming with awe. The 3 accompanying team members also wore expressions of astonishment. However, Sun Ruetian heard none of this. A singular thought echoed in his mind. "You need not go. I have already slain all the fire-scaled pigs." After a considerable moment, he finally emerged from his stupor, a shiver running through him. Such an extraordinary genius existed in Xuzhang City. Upon returning to the city, Li Jingchen made his way directly back to his hotel. He had booked the presidential suite for an entire month, sufficient for him to reside there until the martial arts examination concluded before heading to the Ability User University. He removed his backpack and weaponry, entering the bedroom to indulge in a luxurious hot shower. Following that, he ordered several dishes of food and collapsed onto the bed, quickly succumbing to deep slumber. Although he had not spent much time outside the city, the energy and stamina expended were immense, particularly during the battle with the fire-scaled pig horde, which had thrust him into a state of oblivion. Even now, he felt ravenous and mentally exhausted. A night passed in silence. The following day, Li Jingchen awoke promptly. He descended and opened the floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing the bright sunlight to flood the room. Instantly, the space was illuminated. Feeling the warmth on his face and observing the bustling activity below, Li Jingchen felt a surge of elation. Sometimes, basking peacefully in the sun is a form of happiness. Alas, with the looming threat of ferocious beasts, such tranquility was merely a fragile illusion, ready to shatter at any moment. One attack from a ferocious beast or a tide of beasts could reduce these cities to ashes, transforming them into the overgrown ruins akin to those outside. Only by growing stronger, only by becoming a formidable force, can one seize control over their own destiny and attain stability in this world. Li Jingchen felt a deep sense of reflection. After standing for a while, he faced the sunlight and seated himself on the ground to practice the steel-bone body tempering technique. Although the system could directly enhance the level of his body tempering, Li Jingchen remained diligent within the city. As he circulated his vital energy in a complete cycle, he felt an invigorating surge of blood coursing through him, invigorating his spirit. With merely 3 days remaining until the martial arts examination, Li Jingchen had no intention of leaving the city to hunt ferocious beasts. Instead, he chose to patiently await the impending examination. Given his current prowess, he could easily gain admission to any academy for extraordinary abilities across the vast realm of Great Xia. Not to mention, he was confident that he could surpass not only the top scorer of the martial arts examination in Shujing City, but also the provincial champion of Su Province. And even the national champion, he had no doubt of his capabilities. Ding! At that moment, his phone screen illuminated. Upon inspection, it was a message from Fei Xin. Sun Xiaomei was once again requesting his assistance for a private tutoring session. Her persistence was truly remarkable. Sigh, it is what it is. The combat technique gifted to me by Sun Guoyang had been immensely helpful, and I owed Sun Xiaomei a lesson, so I might as well fulfill that obligation. Online teaching via Lanwang? How novel. If memory serves, the Tinglong Martial Arts Academy has access to Lanwang's virtual platform. Coincidentally, I still have a piece of combat gear left at Tinglong Martial Arts Academy, so I shall make a trip there. With that thought in mind, Li Jingchen stood up and stepped outside, heading towards the Tinglong Martial Arts Academy. Meanwhile, within a beautifully adorned villa in the western district of Shujing City, a young girl clad in a silver, form-fitting combat suit, with her hair styled in twin ponytails, practiced her spear techniques with a black long spear. Her figure was already remarkably graceful, and under the contouring of the tight combat suit, she appeared as if sculpted by the heavens, flawless. Her fair and exquisite face bore a pair of determined eyes, resolutely gazing ahead. Gripping the long spear with both hands, the girl seemed to meld with the weapon, exuding a fierce aura. The 100-battle spear technique. This time, I must elevate my spear skills to a master level. Yuningma exclaimed in surprise, her eyes sparkling like stars as she wielded her spear, creating a dazzling display of spear flowers that blossomed around her. The long spear sliced through the air, emitting a series of low, piercing whistles. Surrounding her were countless spear shadows, striking the high-grade alloy target with the tempest of force. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the high-grade alloy target resonated with a cacophony of explosive sounds. On the nearby screen, bright red numbers continuously surged. 660 calories. 685 calories. 700 calories. Boom. Yuningma, seemingly tireless, continued to fire one shot after another. The dense shadows of her spear transformed into a dark tide, akin to 100 individuals simultaneously attacking the target with their long spears. Boom. A thunderous sound eclipsed all preceding noise as the myriad spear shadows vanished. The high-grade alloy target trembled violently. 840 calories. If fellow students in their final year of high school were to witness this vivid red number, they would undoubtedly be astonished beyond belief. The combat power stands at 840 points. The standard for a first-tier lower-level ability user is 500 points, while that for a first-tier mid-level ability user is 1,000 points. Achieving a combat power of 840 is nearing the threshold of a first-tier mid-level ability user. For a high school senior to attain such a score is indeed a remarkable feat that would astonish the entire high school community. However, Yuningma wore a face devoid of joy, her expression tinged with frustration as she carelessly cast her long gun onto the ground, her demeanor somewhat despondent. Is reaching master level truly this arduous? I have been stuck at this stage for a whole 4 years. The world recognizes Yuningma as a prodigy in marksmanship, having honed her skills to an advanced level at a tender age. Yet, few are aware that she had already achieved this level 4 years prior, during her 3rd year of junior high. For the subsequent 4 years, she has made no progress in her marksmanship. Little you. It is already a rarity for someone your age to elevate their foundational skills to an advanced level. Do not impose excessive pressure upon yourself. Foundational skills are not like combat techniques. The higher one ascends, the more challenging it becomes to break through. To reach an advanced level in marksmanship in your senior year is something only the exceptional talents from major cities like Kyoto and Donghai can accomplish. As for mastering foundational skills at your age, it is virtually impossible. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man with a square face approached, emanating an air of authority coupled with kindness in his gaze as he looked at Yuningma. You are merely 18, still young. Do not burden yourself too much. Achieving mastery in marksmanship before 20 would already be quite extraordinary. In my day, I did not reach mastery until I was nearly 40. Yu Jiangwo said with a self-deprecating tone. All right then. Dad, did you not just say that combat techniques are easier to master than foundational skills? Since mastering advanced marksmanship seems out of reach, I shall focus on practicing the God of Death Spear. I aim to elevate it to an advanced level before the martial arts examination. Encouraged by her father, Yuningma's spirits lifted significantly, her face rekindling with determination as she clenched her delicate fist and declared her intention. Yu Jiangwo's mouth twitched at her words. Noticing her father's expression, Yu Ningma inquired with surprise, "What is the matter, Dad?" "And nothing." Yu Jiangwo hastily waved his hand. He intended to convey that mastering combat techniques is indeed advantageous, but that pertains to ordinary combat techniques. The God of Death Spear is not a conventional skill. Enhancing its proficiency is as challenging as advancing foundational marksmanship. Perhaps even more so. He had devoted nearly his entire life to mastering the God of Death Spear and had yet to touch the fringes of the advanced level, let alone attain mastery. It seems unlikely he would ever achieve it, though his daughter is a genius. Expecting her to master the God of Death Spear by 18 is utterly unrealistic. Even the esteemed elder who created this technique only reached mastery at the age of 30. However, fearing that it might dishearten Yu Ningma, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. At that moment, the sound of a ringtone echoed. Yu Ningmo glanced at her phone, and her brows instantly relaxed, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Chapter 42. Is this the kind of tea you serve to my little brother? Noticing her expression, Yu Jiangwo questioned with skepticism, "Whose news has brought such joy to my daughter?" This was the first time he had witnessed such a smile from Yu Ningma. Could it be that his daughter was involved in a romance outside? "It's nothing. Just a message from Xiaomei." "Dad, do you remember the incident I mentioned last time regarding Sun Xiaomei's defeat?" The person in question is named Li Jingchen. This time, Sun Xiaomei has invited Li Jingchen to teach at Blue Network, and he has accepted. She asked me to teach him a lesson. Coincidentally, I failed to advance my marksmanship to master level and am feeling somewhat defeated, so I thought I could regain my confidence by confronting Li Jingchen. A mischievous grin spread across Yu Ningma's face. Hearing this, Yu Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. "Well, don't let your failure to elevate your marksmanship to master level instill any self-doubt. Your current strength still makes you the most formidable among all third-year students in Xujiang City." Yu Jiangwo, the president of the Xujiang City Ability Users Association, was aware that those qualified for first-level ability certification would gain extra points in the martial arts examination. Most of the third-year prodigies capable of attaining this certification had done so in recent days. However, only 5 students in Xujiang City had reached the threshold of a low-tier first-level ability user during their third year. Among them, only Sun Mingyang and Bai Zihao had barely surpassed the average level of low-tier first-level ability users, while the other 2 were merely touching the threshold. Only his daughter, Yu Ningma, far exceeded the capabilities of a first-level ability user, standing on the brink of a mid-tier first-level ability user. His daughter was undoubtedly the foremost among the younger generation of Xujiang City. "Well, I shall take my leave, Dad." With that, Yu Ningma ascended the stairs with long strides and entered the virtual chamber. At that moment, a frantic ringtone erupted from Yu Jiangwo's pocket. After answering the call and discerning the content of the conversation, his expression shifted dramatically. "What? You say Sun Mingyang has been killed? And there are suspicions of someone manipulating events behind the scenes. Killed during a fair competition? Who could possibly slay Sun Mingyang? Could it be an experienced first-level ability user? Or perhaps another third-year student? Are you jesting?" Yu Jiangwo frowned, his tone laced with incredulity. He had personally overseen Sun Mingyang's first-level ability certification and was well aware of the latter's strength. Now, to suggest that another third-year student had slain Sun Mingyang in a fair contest? How could there be such a powerful student of whom he was unaware? And had this individual not yet undergone first-level ability certification? No wonder. What was the name? Li Jingchen? What? The name is Li Jingchen. Yu Jiangwo's voice escalated, instinctively glancing in the direction his daughter had departed. If memory serves him correctly, the person his daughter mentioned needing to teach a lesson to is likely Li Jingchen. No worries. I am aware of the situation and will head to the Ability User Association immediately. By the way, please move the Blue Net virtual pod from the 16th floor to my office without questioning the reason. I have a purpose for it. With that, Yu Jiangwo hung up the phone. He hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to go upstairs and remind Yu Ningma not to underestimate her opponent. However, after calling out twice with no response, he decided against it. Although Sun Mingyang was indeed powerful, he was still somewhat inferior to Xiaoyu. The fact that Li Jingchen could defeat Sun Mingyang did not necessarily mean he would pose a threat to Xiaoyu. Perhaps no reminder was needed after all. With these thoughts, Yu Jiangwo hurried out the door, making his way to the Ability User Association building. Before long, Li Jingchen arrived at the Tunglong Martial Arts Hall. Upon entering again, he could distinctly sense a change in the demeanor of the receptionist. "Li Xiaoga, you're here," she exclaimed. "The hall master is currently instructing students." "I will fetch him right away." The receptionist poured him a cup of tea, her curiosity evident in her gaze. on his previous visits. She had assumed he was just an ordinary high school senior, but the special attention he received from the hall master suggested he was far more than he appeared. "Haha, little brother, you've come." Wang Tenglong's hearty laughter resonated from within. He held out a pure black combat suit. "It's all ready for you. Come try it on and let me know if it meets your satisfaction." Li Jingchen accepted the suit and followed the instructions to put it on. The perceptive receptionist pushed a full-length mirror towards him. In the mirror stood a striking young man, 184 meters tall, with chiseled features and an extraordinary presence. The black combat suit clung perfectly to his every muscle, accentuating a physique that exuded both balance and explosive power, adorned with gold trim that added a touch of elegance. The overall aura he projected was both fierce and intimidating, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. This combat suit is crafted from nanomaterials. It can withstand certain external impacts while maintaining a constant temperature throughout the seasons. It is also scratch-resistant and durable, Wang Tenglong explained. "It's impressive. Thank you, Hall Master." "Ah, little brother, don't be so formal. Just call me Wang Ge," he replied, laughing heartily while casting a glance at the tea on the table. "Do you think I, Li Laudi, am unworthy of such tea? Head to my office and bring out the premium Yudong mist tea I purchased from Haidu." "Of course, Hall Master." The receptionist's astonishment at Li Jingchen only deepened. The Hall Master was a second-tier ability user, a figure of considerable renown in Shujing City. The fact that he addressed a young man as a brother was surprising enough, but to generously offer tea that he typically reserved for himself was truly astonishing. The black-haired receptionist hurried off to comply. "There's no need for such formality. I merely came to borrow the blue net virtual pod." Li Jingchen waved his hand, halting Wang Tenglong's hospitality. Wang Tenglong's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Oh, are you planning to engage in a battle in the Blue Network?" "Not exactly a battle," Li Jingchen replied with a smile. "I merely promised to guide someone in their training. The Blue Network simulates reality at 99, so it can be considered practical experience." After sipping his tea, he added, "All right, follow me." Wang Tenglong nodded and led Li Jingchen to a room. The chamber spanned several dozen square meters, but at its center stood a sleek, silver virtual pod measuring 2 meters in length and width. "This is the latest model of the virtual pod," Wang Tenglong remarked cheerfully. "It offers a more comfortable experience and a heightened sense of realism." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Tenglong glanced at Li Jingchen, his expression betraying his hesitation. "Brother Wang, if you have something to say, please feel free to speak," Li Jingchen encouraged, having noticed his friend's unease and recognizing the borrowed nature of the virtual pod. "Indeed, I cannot hide anything from you, dear brother," Wang Tenglong confessed. "Recently, I have been mentoring a group of students. Since you were teaching in the Blue Network, would it be possible for some of the students from my martial arts school to observe and learn? This would also enhance the influence of Tenglong Martial Arts School." He added sheepishly, "Of course, it won't be for free. There's no need for that. It's not a significant matter. If they wish to observe, they may join us," Li Jingchen responded with a smile. With that, he leaped into the virtual pod. "All right, I will summon those youngsters right away. Please send me your username on the Blue Network, and I will observe directly," Wang Tenglong instructed. "My username is something like mysterious high school student," Li Jingchen replied, having logged into the Blue Network once at school and created the account. "Haha, you truly are modest," Wang Tenglong chuckled. "I'll be joining you shortly." With that, he turned and exited the room. Chapter 43. What the? Here to fish. Once Wang Tenglong left, Li Jingchen leaped into the virtual pod. As he connected, the scenery before him transformed into an endless starry sky. Ethereal voices resonated around him. "Please set the realism level of the 5 senses." 100%, Li Jingchen contemplated. This time, he intended not only to instruct Sun Xiaomei but also to engage in practical combat within the Blue Network to assess his current strength. A 100% simulation would enhance the authenticity of the experience. Although the Blue Network could achieve 99 realism, the remaining one could significantly influence the outcome in actual combat. However, this primarily applied to high-tier ability users. Those below the 5th tier would be less affected, and for Li Jingchen, who was barely at 2nd tier, it would have even less impact. Very well, setting the 5 senses to 100%. With the ethereal voice resounding once more, Li Jingchen found himself in a quaint tavern. The dimly lit establishment featured a bar counter, several dozen tables, and an alluring bartender mixing drinks behind the counter. Many patrons were already seated, most wearing masks and dressed in ordinary attire or combat gear. Li Jingchen had visited this place once before. It is understood that the birthplace is arranged according to the Blue Network rankings. The higher the blue network level, the more opulent the birthplace, and the greater the strength of the surrounding individuals. It is said that some of the top-ranked 9th-tier ability users hail from towns exclusively serving their needs. At this moment, Li Jingchen also wore a mask, resembling a swift wolf. This marked the first formidable beast he had slain, carrying great significance. Seated comfortably, Li Jingchen chose not to contact Sun Xiaomei immediately. Instead, he opted for the ladder ranking competition. The Blue Network offers numerous modes for competitive matches, team battles, solo matches, and battle royales. Upon his initial entry, Li Jingchen had selected the team match, only to be eliminated instantaneously before he could even comprehend the situation. Among all the modes in the Blue Network, the ladder ranking undoubtedly reflects one's true prowess. The match commenced successfully, with his opponent classified as a stubborn scrap metal, holding a record of 2 wins and 3 losses. The scene transitioned to an arena, where a figure donned in a cat-faced mask appeared before Li Jingchen. After enduring several defeats, he finally encountered a novice. He thought to himself, I must regain my confidence. The voice that spoke belonged to a student, and upon glancing at the opponent's information, Li Jingchen noted the age was merely 18. The individual, relieved upon seeing Li Jingchen's record, mused that he was just a newcomer, a novice, likely just awakened like himself. However, the cat-masked figure was unprepared to hold back, drawing a blade and charging at Li Jingchen. In the Blue Network, unless one spends money, initial weapons and equipment are basic. Most individuals invest in costumes rather than gear, as the majority log into the Blue Network primarily for training. Using superior equipment would render the experience meaningless. The clang of metal resonated. Before the cat figure could reach Li Jingchen, the screen abruptly cut to black. The cat-masked figure stared in bewilderment at the sudden interruption, exclaiming, "What just happened? Congratulations on your victory. Current ladder record, 1 win, 0 losses. Would you like to continue matching?" Continue. This time, the opponent was a veiled girl, also 18 years of age, with a slightly better record of 3 wins and 1 loss. A newcomer? Allow me, your senior, to guide you, she said, motioning for Li Jingchen to strike first with an air of superiority. The clang of metal sounded again. The veiled girl perceived a flash of silver before the scene abruptly ended. Damn it. This is no novice. It's someone here to dominate. Congratulations on your victory. Current ladder record, 2 wins, 0 losses. Would you like to continue matching? Continue. The previous opponents were all newly awakened individuals, likely with physical attributes below 120. Li Jingchen found that he didn't even need to wield a sword. A single punch would suffice to eliminate them. He chose to proceed. In a relentless series of 10 matches, without exception, each ended in swift victory. His matchmaking level had now ascended to the realm of a first-tier lower ability user. Yet he continued to secure victories effortlessly. Dear esteemed Xiaoma, I have discovered an exceptionally talented newcomer. Just moments ago, I was swiftly defeated in a single move. Xiaoma, I am a devoted fan of your leaderboard. Please help me avenge this loss. The streamer, Xiaoma, is currently engaged in combat on the Blue Network. His swordsmanship is nothing short of dazzling, as he effortlessly eliminates his opponent amidst their unwillingness to concede. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, he finally turns his attention to the barrage of comments, offering his insights. That opponent was quite formidable, likely of mid-tier strength. However, their sword techniques were somewhat lacking, merely at an intermediate level. I suspect they are also a freshman like myself. Fortunately, my prowess is superior. Had it been an average individual, they would have likely been thoroughly defeated. Xiaoma beams with pride. As a prodigious freshman at the Zhonghai University of Extraordinary Abilities, he has taken to live streaming online, specifically targeting freshmen and high school students for some competitive practice. With a knack for humor and the ability to explain the nuances of combat, even in victory, Xiaoma has amassed a following of 1 million fans, establishing himself as a prominent streamer. Who dares to defeat my fan? What rank do they hold? How old are they? Though he speaks with bravado, Xiaoma employs a strategic approach in selecting his opponents, typically avoiding those older than himself. This method of filtering adversaries, combined with his status as a genius among freshmen, has resulted in a favorable win-loss record. The opponent, ranked silver and aged 18, appears to be a young woman with an impressive physique. Goodness, Xiaoma must certainly give this junior a taste of seniority, his fans exclaim. Upon hearing that the opponent is an attractive girl, the audience erupts in excitement, for young women captivate the attention of these admirers. Xiaoma cannot help but smile at the atmosphere. Sensing the moment is ripe, he responds in the chat, regardless of whether she is a girl or not. Anyone who dares to bully my fans must be taught a lesson today. Chapter 44. Allowing the junior to experience the shock of a senior while the Blue Network allows for anonymity in appearance. Age is not so easily concealed. 18 years old. She is evidently preparing for the martial arts examination this year, likely seeking to hone her skills on the Blue Network. As a mid-tier individual with mastery in advanced sword techniques and enhanced dynamic perception abilities, Xiaoma is confident in his ability to easily dominate a high school senior. Even if the opponent is a genius, they would still pose no threat to him. With this thought, Xiaoma enters the information provided by his fan into the user search and clicks the challenge button. On the other end of the Blue Network, Sun Xiaomei is diligently practicing her marksmanship under the guidance of Yuningma. Xiaomei, your shooting is powerful and precise, executed with commendable speed and accuracy, yet it lacks a degree of agility. To progress further, you must focus on flexibility and truly connect with the sensations that the firearm provides you. When you feel as though the gun and your essence are one, that will signify your mastery of advanced shooting techniques, Yuningma remarks with a smile, aiming to make the learning experience more intuitive for Sun Xiaomei. Yuningma had just taken the time to arrange a match for Sun Xiaomei, providing her with practical guidance. I understand, Sister Momo. Sun Xiaomei replied eagerly, determination shining in her eyes. I will certainly hone my skills and strive to reach master-level marksmanship like you in my 3rd year of high school. She nodded enthusiastically, her gaze towards Yuningma filled with admiration. As she put away her long gun, Sun Xiaomei glanced at her friend List, her brow furrowing slightly. Why is Li Jingchen still in a match? Could it be that he is aware of your presence today, Sister Momo, and is too intimidated to show up? Yuningma also looked over. It was evident that the status bar behind Li Jingchen's avatar still displayed the words in match. Noticing the impressive record behind it, Yuningma was somewhat astonished. He has achieved an astounding 10 wins and 0 losses. Not really, Sun Xiaomei shrugged. He started ranking with a new account. So he likely matched with novices who have just awakened or haven't awakened yet. Achieving a 10-0 record is quite normal. However, as he continues, he will soon face opponents with physical prowess above 160 or even first-tier ability users. At that point, it will certainly become challenging. Yuningma pondered this thoughtfully, remaining silent. Just then, a notification chimed. A light blue pop-up appeared before Yuningma. User Xiaoma Gu has challenged you. Would you like to accept? Xiaoma Gu. Who is this person? Yuningma furrowed her brows, unfamiliar with the individual. She scrutinized the information behind the username, and her exquisite features displayed a hint of seriousness. He had already participated in over 500 ladder matches, boasting a win rate of over 75. This individual is formidable. Ah, he is 20 years old, likely a freshman, she mused. From the data and his age, one could easily gauge a person's general capabilities. Yuningma estimated that this Xiaoma Ji's abilities were at least at the mid-tier of first-tier ability users, although not on par with some of the renowned school prodigies. He could still be considered a genius among ordinary ability user universities. I accept. Yuningma chose without hesitation, eager to challenge her limits. Xiaomei, please observe my match with Xiaoma Gu. It will benefit your improvement in marksmanship. Okay, Sister Momo. Sun Xiaomei responded, excitement coursing through her. This was the first time she saw someone elicit such seriousness from Yuningma. A cross-diet challenge. Well, she accepted without hesitation. It seems this junior, Rainy Gunner, is quite confident in her abilities. Seeing his challenge invitation accepted within seconds, Xiaoma Gu grinned widely. It appears I underestimated this junior. I thought she might decline. Haha. In that case, let her experience the shock of a senior. Xiaoma Gu, what strategies will you employ to defeat the junior? Please go easy on her. After all, she is a beautiful junior, and she is about to participate in the martial arts examination. Should this leave you with a psychological shadow, that would be unfortunate, hee. I wager that within 3 moves, Brother Ma shall triumph. 3 moves? You underestimate Brother Ma's prowess far too much. Did you not observe the serious expression on his face? I bet on 2 moves. If Brother Ma emerges victorious, I shall shower him with a grand rocket. The barrage of comments erupted with fervor, brimming with anticipation for the spectacle. Little Brother Ma chuckled softly, relishing the intended entertainment value. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, he wasted no time and clicked to begin. In an instant, the scene transformed. In the Blue Network battle, one could select the setting, and Little Brother Ma chose the pinnacle of a lofty mountain, even opting for a light drizzle to enhance the ambience. Why this choice, you ask? Simply for the elevated aesthetic. Little Brother Ma chuckled inwardly. The next moment, a flash of white light illuminated a figure appearing 100 meters away. The silhouette held a long spear in one hand, its tip resting on the ground. The gentle rain fell, droplets cascading down the length of the spear. Beside this figure, a spectator's area emerged, revealing another female figure observing the match. What the? Little brother Ma was instantly captivated by the enchanting presence of Yu Ningma. Initially expecting an ordinary pretty girl, he was taken aback to discover she possessed the beauty of a campus goddess. Although her face was obscured by a mask, he felt that, judging solely by her figure, she surpassed even the most stunning girls from his own school. Good heavens, what a striking physique. I am smitten. Oh woo. Brother Ma has changed his mind. I wish for her to win. I shall bestow upon you 10 rockets if you let this lady triumph. Not only is this maiden breathtaking, but look at the other beauty in the audience. Her figure is equally extraordinary. 2 stunning girls. Oh my, this live stream is absolutely sensational. The comments exploded with excitement, cries echoing fervently. Beautiful girls invariably ignite the passions of young men, and those with such captivating physiques are truly mesmerizing. Hee, you appear to be a senior high school student. I am a freshman at Zhonghai University this year, thus I am your senior. As a senior, I shall not bully you. I will lower my level to match yours. Little brother Ma stood with one hand behind his back, a gentle smile gracing his face, exuding an air of mastery. To compete in front of an enchanting maiden is a natural inclination for all men, and he was no exception. Even though he had reduced his strength to match his opponent, his insight and practical experience remained formidable. A slight intimidation of the junior would pose no challenge. Moreover, with his advanced swordsmanship, he felt emboldened. Shall we commence? A cool voice emerged from Yu Ningma, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yes, we may begin. You may make the first move. Little brother Ma paused momentarily, then chuckled. Chapter 45. Astonishing little brother Ma. Is the girl about to dominate again? Battlefield spear technique. In the next instant, Yu Ningma moved. Her figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, charging fiercely toward little brother Ma. The speed was so astonishing that it seemed to disperse the raindrops. The first technique, as the wind howled and the clouds surged. In the midst of his sprint, Rain Ningma's long spear, held firmly against the ground, was suddenly thrust forward with great force. A glimmer of cold light shot forth. Then, like a dragon, the spear was unleashed. Initially, the spear's shadow appeared as a singular line. Yet, as Rain Ningma exerted his strength, it instantly transformed into dozens, then hundreds. The myriad of spear shadows engulfed the space before little brother Ma, resembling a black tide, akin to a monstrous wave crashing towards him. At that moment, the rain falling from the heavens seemed to freeze in time due to the overwhelming presence of the spear shadows. Little brother Ma gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. What the hell? Advanced spear techniques? The spear shadows encircled him completely, leaving him with no avenue for escape. The sharp aura of the spear made his skin prickle even from a distance. Little brother Ma's composure shattered instantly, concealed behind a facade of bravado. He swiftly drew forth his long knife, gripping it with a serious expression. Damn it, I encounter a junior mastering advanced spear techniques right off the bat. I almost faltered. Yet, fortunately, as a senior, my strength is formidable. You still have a ways to go if you wish to defeat me, junior. Brothers, watch me break her technique. Wave-cutting blade. Little brother Ma roared. With a flip of his long knife, the blade's shadow erupted forth. Layer upon layer of knife shadows descended upon the spear shadows. Possessing the ability of dynamic perception, although the spear shadows were numerous and swift, to little brother Ma, their speed appeared to slow down severalfold. The long knife flipped, striking precisely against each spear shadow. Using my strongest technique right off the bat? This junior's strength is indeed impressive. How could it not be formidable? Hadn't you heard little brother Ma mention that the opponent employed advanced spear techniques? To master such techniques as a high school senior is undoubtedly the mark of a genius. However, in comparison to little brother Ma, she still fell short. Look, he has already scattered her spear techniques. To accurately intercept hundreds of attacks. Little brother Ma's wave-cutting blade, combined with his dynamic perception ability, is truly remarkable. The barrage of comments erupted in fervent discussion. They were astonished by Rain Ningma's prowess. Yet most were extolling little brother Ma's strength. But only little brother Ma understood the true extent of her capabilities. What on earth is this genius? Not only has she mastered advanced spear techniques, but she also possesses a unique ability. Such talent must at least rank her among the top of the city, if not the province. He felt he was in over his head. Little brother Ma's arm trembled, nearly losing grip on his knife. Despite his words sounding nonchalant, it was only when faced with those spear shadows that he grasped how terrifying the opponent's offense truly was. Nearly every thrust possessed an attack power of at least 700 calories. Hundreds of thrusts maintained an unwavering attack power exceeding 700 calories. It was nothing short of terrifying. To the onlookers, it appeared as though little brother Ma had triumphed. However, he had already exerted the strength of a mid-tier first level. In reality, it was he who had lost. Your ability is a rare form of gravity manipulation. At the moment the spear strikes the enemy, you increase its weight, instantly augmenting the attack's potency. Impressive. To unleash continuous mid-tier first-level attacks right after entering the lower first level, commendable. I concede, my abilities are not on par with yours, remarked Xiao Ma, casting his long blade to the ground, genuinely impressed. Your prowess is commendable as well. In a true confrontation, I might not be able to defeat you in a short span. Observing that his opponent had ceased her attack, Yuningma also retracted her spear, her voice resonating like a clear spring, ethereal and melodious. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ma felt a wave of elation wash over him. To receive such praise from a gifted junior was indeed worthwhile. Junior, may I add you on Feixin? He inquired. No, Yuningmo replied succinctly. Ah, well then. Xiao Ma said, unperturbed. His inquiry was merely a tentative one. He recognized that with Yuningma's talent, her admission to one of the 4 renowned schools for practitioners was inevitable. Even among those institutions, she would surely be regarded as a prodigy, one beyond his reach. Wait, what? Xiao Ma actually conceded? Is this for real? The genius freshman from Shanghai University has been bested by a junior who has even participated in the martial examination? The revelation of her being a grade A practitioner, particularly in the illustrious domain of gravity manipulation, sent ripples through the audience. It was said that when fully unleashed, this ability could obliterate a small town with a mere gesture. Astonishing. The combination of gravity manipulation and advanced marksmanship would indeed classify her as a genius even within the 4 elite academies. Xiao Ma's concession was understandable. Furthermore, it was evident that she had yet to reveal her trump card, rather than face a direct defeat. It was wise to concede early and preserve his dignity, truly a testament to Xiao Ma's emotional intelligence. I hereby declare this junior to be my goddess. The barrage of comments flowed in. Noticing that Yuningmo had no intention of engaging in small talk, Xiao Ma prepared to withdraw from the exhibition. At that moment, Sun Xiaomei descended from the audience, her face radiating admiration as she gazed at Yuningma. Sister Imo, you are phenomenal. To have defeated even a senior is remarkable. I have seen this person's live streams, and his strength is formidable. Your victory is simply outstanding. Sun Xiaomei's hands flushed red from excitement, as though she had achieved the victory herself. By the way, Sister Imo, Li Jingchen has finished his match. Shall I bring him in? She continued, her enthusiasm palpable. Let us allow Li Jingchen to witness your prowess. Yes, please bring Li Jingchen in, Yuningma replied with a smile. Did you not mention last time that Li Jingchen had broken through your killing god spear? I shall demonstrate its application and variations in combat against him. Sun Xiaomei nodded eagerly and sent an invitation to Li Jingchen for a duel. Oh, the junior has a match lined up? Is she perhaps seeking to vindicate her friend? How intriguing, my friends. Xiao Ma decided to stay a while longer to showcase the junior's talents. The recent battle with Yuningma had garnered him a significant following, with the live viewership skyrocketing past 1 million, setting a new historical record. Naturally, Xiao Ma would not let this opportunity to expand his fanbase slip away. Moreover, he had gleaned from their conversation the mention of the killing god spear, indicating that this junior still possessed an ace up her sleeve. The marksmanship displayed moments ago was already impressive, yet there exists an even greater prowess. Curiosity was instantly piqued within Brother Ma, who yearned to witness this skill firsthand. Brothers, let us unleash the rockets. I suggest you refrain from streaming anything else today. Ma Go. Let us solely observe the goddess as she climbs the ranks. 10 rockets are hereby dedicated. It appears the goddess is preparing to dominate the competition. I wager the opponent will endure no more than 3 strikes. Upon seeing Brother Ma take his seat among the audience, the barrage of comments erupted with excitement, and rockets flew in abundance. At that moment, the screen flickered. A figure adorned with a Gale Wolf mask materialized in the arena. Chapter 46. Everyone, log on to the Blue Network to spectate. Though each individual wore a mask, Li Jingchen quickly identified Sun Xiaomei. This girl had a penchant for cartoon attire. Even her mask bore a whimsical design, presenting a vivid lowly image. Why are there so many people? Was this supposed to be a one-on-one training session? Li Jingchen frowned. Besides Sun Xiaomei, another strikingly beautiful girl stood present. Additionally, there was one more individual in attendance. Li Jingchen cast a glance at the information regarding this person. At 20, it was evident they were not a high school senior. Hey, Li Jingchen, the techniques you taught me last time felt off. This time, I've brought my boss along. If you can defeat my boss, I'll follow your lead, Sun Xiaomei declared, hands on her hips, addressing Li Jingchen. How tedious. If you believe what I taught was incorrect, then there's no need to summon me for lessons. I have matters to attend to, which will save everyone's time, Li Jingchen responded, rendered speechless. Were it not for the obligation to Sun Guoyang, he would have had no interest in attending. Sun Xiaomei now seemed to act as if she were the one begging for instruction. Li Jingchen silently grumbled, casting an unintentional glance at her. Thinking her beauty was accompanied by a lack of intellect. Sun Xiaomei appeared to decipher the implication in Li Jingchen's gaze, her temper flaring. What are you thinking? However, being astute, she quickly realized that provoking him wouldn't work. With a clever shift in tone, she approached and wrapped her arm around Yuningma's. Smiling as she said, how about this? You and my sister Momo have a match, and regardless of the outcome, we'll consider the lessons concluded. What do you say? Momo is the top genius of Xujiang City. Many aspire to duel her. You are Yuningma from the first high school? Li Jingchen's eyes sparkled with interest. He regarded Yuningma more intently. She was clad in a silver stealth combat suit that accentuated her already flawless figure, her proportions seemingly crafted by divine hands. Particularly her long, slender legs, standing perfectly without a hint of flaw. Li Jingchen had certainly heard of Yuningma's reputation since her first year of high school. She had been undeniably the strongest genius among the 6 high schools in Xujiang City, revered as the goddess among all boys. I accept, Li Jingchen said after a moment of contemplation, acquiescing to Sun Xiaomei's suggestion. It was not that he harbored any particular thoughts about Yuningma. Rather, he was eager to witness the true caliber of Xujiang City's foremost genius. Li Jingchen's self-perception is, to be frank, rather ambiguous. However, one might use Yuningma as a point of reference. Oh yes, Sun Xiaomei immediately revealed a triumphant smile. Dearly, please enlighten us. You may choose the scene. With a subtle smile, Yuningma clasped her hands in a gesture of respect towards Li Jingchen. Her voice was melodious and pleasant, devoid of any arrogance. Li Jingchen returned her smile and mirrored her gesture. In the next moment, the scene beneath their feet transformed, and they found themselves on a familiar playground, the grounds of 3rd High School. Hey, brothers, this lad possesses quite the character, doesn't he? He seems rather impressive. Yet he only agreed to the duel after being urged by a girl? Xiaoma, arms crossed, silently observed from the sidelines. Noticing Li Jingchen's hesitance, as if he were reluctantly acquiescing, Xiaoma was taken aback. He glanced at Li Jingchen's profile. 11 wins, not a bad record. Alas, he holds a white rank, making it difficult to gauge his true skill. White ranks are matched from the lowest tier, facing opponents of minimal strength. Anyone with a physique over 160 can easily achieve a streak of victories. Watch closely, everyone. This is undoubtedly a one-sided match. The girl wielding the firearm was the city's top prodigy, and this young man, named Li Jingchen, was clearly a newcomer to her. Despite residing in the same city, it was their first encounter, signifying that Yuningma had not regarded Li Jingchen as a worthy opponent. Coupled with the fact that Yuningma was seeking a challenge for her friend, it was unmistakably a match ripe for domination. Xiaoma analyzed the situation confidently. Living in the same city, if they are both of similar caliber, there is no way they would not recognize one another. Even if unfamiliar, they would have undoubtedly heard of each other's names. Just like before a competition, one would certainly study the capabilities of their rivals. Clearly, Yuningma has no knowledge of Li Jingchen, as she has not considered him worthy of her attention. With this thought, Xiaoma took a seat in the audience. Coincidentally, Sun Xiaomei was also seated there, prompting Xiaoma to curiously inquire, Dear Junior, what is your assessment of this Li Jingchen's prowess? He's just average. Barely a notch above me. However, he is certainly no match for Sister Momo. I estimate she could defeat Li Jingchen within 3 moves. Sun Xiaomei confidently retorted, pursing her lips. It seems my assumptions were correct. Xiaoma nodded discreetly. Her words validated his previous thoughts. With this in mind, Xiaoma began to watch the match intently, directing the video towards the arena. Hurry, Li, your ladder match has commenced. Get onto the blue net. Everyone, pay close attention. Li and his peers were all seniors, soon to partake in the martial arts examination. If they could glean even a fraction of knowledge from Li's battle, it would be immensely beneficial for them. At the Tunglong Martial Arts School, Wang Tunglong beckoned the students to enter the virtual chamber. A dozen students, under his guidance, climbed in an orderly fashion, activating the blue net. Sometimes, certain martial techniques and skills are impractical for actual combat. Thus, the Tunglong Martial Arts School has invested significantly in acquiring a batch of virtual arenas, which have proven useful today. Brother Hao, who is this Li Xiaodi that the master mentioned? He seems quite impressive, remarked a youth with dyed yellow hair and a cheeky demeanor, glancing at his companions. I'm not sure. Among the notable figures in my senior year, I don't recall anyone named Li, replied the young man referred to as Hao, who, although not a senior, was a formal disciple of the Tunglong Martial Arts School. Frankly, he had frequently heard the name Li Xiaodi from his master over the past few days, to the point of it becoming tiresome. This was the first time he had seen his master place such importance on someone, especially a senior student. Wang Hao wore an expression of defiance. During recent training sessions, whenever his movements were flawed, he would be reprimanded by Wang Tunglong, who would say, "If only each of you possessed half the talent of Li Xiaodi, I would have it much easier." This phrase had almost become a catchphrase for Wang Tunglong, and Wang Hao heard it daily. I refuse to believe it. Today, I shall see just how remarkable Li Jingchen truly is. Without further ado, Wang Hao declared, "Let us log onto the Blue Network," and proceeded to join with his yellow-haired companion. Jiang Yingxue and Tang Yusen were also among them, eagerly entering the virtual arena to connect to the Blue Network. They had witnessed Li Jingchen's prowess firsthand, and were keenly anticipating observing his battle. Ah, splendid. You all seem quite enthusiastic. If you little ones possessed even half the talent of Li Xiaodi, I wouldn't have to exert myself so much in teaching. Wang Tunglong noted as he saw everyone log in. However, he then chuckled self-deprecatingly. I almost forgot. If everyone had the talent of Li Xiaodi, my Tunglong Martial Arts School would surely face closure. Chapter 47. Disappointment. Is this the extent of his strength? Why are there so many spectators? Xiaoma, who was boasting to his fans, noticed flashes of light and shadow as a dozen individuals suddenly appeared beside him. Most were unmasked youths, around 17 or 18, clad in attire emblazoned with the Tunglong martial arts emblem. It appeared that either Yu Ningma or Li Jingchen was affiliated with this martial arts school. This group seemed to have come to rally support. Upon seeing Wang Tunglong arrive among them, Xiaoma pondered thoughtfully. That one wearing the Gale Wolf mask must be Li Jingchen, right? Who is his opponent? Such an impressive physique. Goodness, is that the esteemed Yu Ningma? Li Jingchen's adversary was indeed Yu Ningma. The majority of these students were seniors, well acquainted with the notable figure Yu Ningma from Shujiang High School. Videos of Yu Ningma's battles on the Blue Network were frequently shared on the school forum, garnering daily views from many. No wonder Master Wang wanted us to come and watch. It's a battle against the esteemed Yu Ningma. I suspect Master Wang's true intention is not merely for us to witness Li Jingchen, but to observe how Yu Ningma engages in combat. Li Jingchen is likely just a supporting character. This time, it was truly worth it. Wang Mao's eyes widened, fixated on the stunning figure on stage. He is a devoted fan of Yu Ningma. Is that really Yu Ningma? Her strength is indeed formidable. Wang Hao wore a grave expression, his gaze firmly locked on the gun-wielding figure in the arena. One can discern a person's strength from their aura. Yu Ningma struck Wang Hao as a drawn long spear, sharp, piercing, and relentless, almost as if she aimed to pierce the heavens. Her prowess undoubtedly reached the realm of a low-tier first-level ability user, and she might even possess combat capabilities akin to a mid-tier first-level ability user. Wang Hao sighed, acknowledging, though I too am a low-tier first-level ability user. My strength pales in comparison to that of Yu Ningma. Xin, who do you think would win, Li Jingchen or the esteemed Yu Ningma? Jiang Yingxu and Tang Yusen sat upright, their eyes darting between Li Jingchen and Yu Ningma. This must be the renowned Yu Ningma. After all, her reputation is monumental, and she has been recognized as the top genius in Shujiang City since the first year of high school. Tang Yusen remarked uncertainly, fame often shadows reality. The might of Yu Ningma and her title as a prodigy had deeply resonated within their academic circles for 3 years. I believe Li Jingchen is formidable, Jiang Yingxu countered, shaking her head. Have you forgotten the 3 ability users that Li Jingchen dispatched outside the city? While I am unaware of their exact strengths, Wang Tunglong's demeanor indicated that they were indeed powerful. Yet, they were still defeated by him. Li Jingchen's strength must be extraordinary. He may very well be on par with Yu Ningma, Jiang Yingxu asserted with unwavering conviction. For some reason, she sensed that Li Jingchen's abilities were far more complex than they appeared on the surface, Perhaps it was a woman's intuition. Impressive, little brother. I didn't expect you to make such a grand entrance right away. Ah, it seems you are ready to reveal your true self, Wang Tenglong mused from the audience. Observing the two poised individuals in the arena with amusement, he never believed Li Jingchen would lose, even with Yu Ningma's illustrious reputation. It would merely be a matter of enduring a few more moves at Li Jingchen's hands. Yu Ningma's strength was not to be underestimated either. He thought to himself that she could resolve the matter within 30 exchanges. Please, enlighten me. In the arena, Yu Ningma, holding a gun with one hand, greeted Li Jingchen before assuming her stance. Since it was Xiao Mei who invited you, I shall allow you to make the first move. Yu Ningma spoke coolly. No need. If I strike first, you will have no chance. You should go ahead, Li Jingchen replied with a smile, twirling his long knife playfully as he declined. Yu Ningma's eyes narrowed, her gaze fixed on the seemingly nonchalant Li Jingchen, and she uttered two words, arrogant. Very well then. The 100 battles gun technique, flames of war. Yu Ningma was not one to be verbose. After Li Jingchen finished speaking, he let out a fierce shout, and his spear swung horizontally with great force. Boom. In an instant, sparks flickered in the air, and the spear was suddenly enveloped in a layer of gold. The tip of the spear quivered, producing a piercing hum. The next moment, Yu Ningma's figure, holding the spear, abruptly vanished from her original position. She soared through the air like a golden meteor, tearing apart the atmosphere, and charged directly at Li Jingchen. What a formidable technique. It surpasses even the one she used against me earlier. In the audience, Xiao Ma Gu involuntarily stood up, his expression one of astonishment. If Yu Ningma's previous battle technique, winds rising and clouds gathering, was a formation style, with attacks relatively dispersed to seal the enemy's retreat, then this time, her flames of war was a concentrated single-target lethal move. Xiao Ma Gu was confident that the power of Yu Ningma's attack had undoubtedly reached 800 calories, sufficient to annihilate a low-tier ability user. Meanwhile, the fans of Xiao Ma Gu were all captivated by this stunning strike, holding their breath, silent, and completely focused on the arena. The ability to create sparks in the air indicated that this technique possessed tremendous speed and strength. It seems I have underestimated Yu Ningma. I wonder how Li Jingchen will respond. Wang Tenglong wore a solemn expression, murmuring as he watched this breathtaking strike unfold. Is this the true strength of Xujiang's #1 genius? It's simply monstrous. How are we supposed to compete with this? The yellow-haired boy stared at Yu Ningma, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, his shock evident, even tinged with a hint of despair. Yu Ningma's technique instilled within him a profound sense of defeat, akin to gazing up at an insurmountable mountain, invoking feelings of hopelessness. Wang Hao also wore a shocked expression. Just one strike. It obliterated any lingering sense of defiance within him. He was utterly convinced. As for Jiang Yingxue, Tang Yusin, and the other students of the Tenglong Martial Arts Academy, they too were left agape, utterly astonished. The young genius of Xujiang, truly deserving of the title. Your spear technique is quite remarkable, exhibiting such a variety of moves. The strength of your attacks is undeniable. You indeed live up to being Xujiang's #1 genius, Li Jingchen remarked with surprise at the intricacy of Yu Ningma's techniques. His admiration evident. Arrogant. The condescending demeanor of looking down upon the lower tier ignited even Yu Ningma's typically calm disposition. With renewed determination, she intensified her grip, accelerating once more. The blue net was all virtual, eliminating concerns about inflicting harm through excessive force. Thus, Yu Ningma unleashed her full power without reservation. At that moment, Li Jingchen had yet to make his move, almost as if he had surrendered. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yu Ningma's face. Had she overestimated Li Jingchen's abilities? But in the next instant, just as the spear was about to pierce Li Jingchen, he finally moved. Chapter 48. A single strike to annihilation. Astonishment. With a casual flip of his long knife, he lightly tapped the tip of Yu Ningma's spear. In the next moment, a magnificent spark ignited, accompanied by a forward momentum of an imposing spear. In an instant, however, it veered off its intended path. Subsequently, it soared. Whoosh. The 3-meter-long obsidian spear spun through the air for several revolutions before plummeting to the ground. It bounced a few times upon landing, then lay still. Silence. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. The sudden turn of events left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. What just transpired? Did not the spear seem poised to strike down Li Jingchen moments ago? How could it suddenly be deflected as if by a miracle? What on earth happened? Xiao Ma rubbed his eyes, utterly confounded. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, yet Xiao Ma had no desire to engage with them. His mind was consumed by a singular question. What just occurred? Brother Hao, What is happening? The trembling voice of Huang Mao instinctively tugged at Wang Hao's sleeve. Wang Hao, equally perplexed, paid no heed to Huang Mao. He too was at a loss to comprehend the recent events. All he witnessed was Li Jingchen seemingly nonchalantly adjusting his long blade, lightly grazing the spear aimed by Yu Ningma, after which the spear was sent flying. The sequence was clear and straightforward, yet so astonishing that he could scarcely believe it. As he attempted to articulate his thoughts, words eluded him, suddenly recalling something. He turned anxiously to Wang Tingling, inquiring, "Master, did you discern what just transpired?" His master was a second-tier ability user, undoubtedly possessing far greater insight and understanding than he could fathom. A quick inquiry would surely yield answers. As Wang Hao's question hung in the air, all eyes in the audience, Jiang Yingxue, Tang Yusen, Xiao Ma, Huang Mao, and several other students, including Xiao Ma's million followers, turned expectantly toward Wang Tingling. Indeed, there was another second-tier ability user present. If they could not comprehend the events, surely he could. Just as they had anticipated, Wang Tingling, under the weight of their collective gaze, instinctively swallowed hard. His eyes displayed profound astonishment as he incredulously stated, "In the presence of absolute power, even the most dazzling techniques become mere illusions. Just now, Brotherly exerted overwhelming force, effortlessly sending Yu Ningma's spear soaring away. It is as simple as that." So simple? Xiao Ma stood aghast, a look of disbelief etched upon his face. If the combatants had been two unfamiliar ability users or those of differing tiers, Xiao Ma might have accepted Wang Tingling's explanation. However, the one wielding the spear was no ordinary opponent. She was the foremost talent of Shujin High School. At a mere 18 years of age, she had mastered advanced techniques of marksmanship. He has obtained the certification of a first-tier lower-level ability user, and he possesses the talent to execute a first-tier mid-level attack. Little brother Ma had just secretly searched for information on Yu Ningma and was thoroughly astonished by her exceptional gifts. Having engaged with Yu Ningma in combat, he was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess she possessed. Setting aside the question of whether such a genius could lose, even in the event of defeat, it would surely be at the hands of another renowned genius after an intense exchange of hundreds of moves. Yet, how could it be that an obscure individual, no more than 18 years of age, whose name was nowhere to be found even on the forums of Shujing University, could effortlessly dispatch the foremost talent in a single move? Moreover, it was said that the overwhelming disparity in strength led to this instantaneous defeat, with the opponent not even employing any combat techniques. Is this conceivable? Is this scientific? Little brother Ma's mind was in turmoil, voicing the sentiments of the audience. This astonishment was particularly palpable for Sun Xiaomei, who, only days prior, had experienced a similar scene. But now, the one who faltered was none other than Yu Ningma, her own uncrowned queen, a being radiating with the brilliance of the sun. How could she be vanquished by Li Jingchen in such a manner? It was claimed that Li Jingchen's strength utterly overwhelmed Yu Ningma, leading to her downfall. Sun Xiaomei's mouth hung agape, as if she could swallow an egg whole. This is impossible. In the arena, Yu Ningma stared blankly at the spear lying on the ground, raising her hands in disbelief, questioning whether she was trapped in a dream. When she had unleashed her strike moments ago, she had envisioned countless scenarios, yet she had never imagined that her spear would be effortlessly knocked away by Li Jingchen's blade. In her heart, this was unfathomable. Perhaps there existed peers of her age within Daxia capable of defeating her, but they would undoubtedly be extraordinary talents of a higher level. Such a being could not possibly emerge from Shujing City, and it was utterly inconceivable that she could be defeated in a single strike. This was the confidence Yu Ningma had, born from mastering advanced spear techniques, obtaining first-tier ability user certification, inflicting first-tier mid-level damage, and slaying first-tier ferocious beasts outside the city. Yet in that moment, her confidence shattered, far exceeding Yu Ningma's comprehension. Do not despair, your strength is already formidable. Had it not been for me, securing the top position in the Shujing City martial arts examination would have been a certainty for you, Li Jingchen remarked with a smile. He approached the fallen spear, picked it up, and tossed it to Yu Ningma, continuing, "My physical prowess surpasses yours significantly, resulting in this outcome. How about this? I will suppress my physique and spirit to match your level, and we shall compete once more." At that moment, Li Jingchen had likely assessed his own strength and recognized it as being at a level that utterly dominated his peers. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had surpassed the realm of senior high school students, now standing at the level of a university student among ability users. However, the specific standing within the University of Superpowers remains uncertain to Li Jingchen. Presently, he is consumed by another thought. when he wishes to validate. He seeks to ascertain the extent to which supernatural abilities can amplify a person's strength at the same level of mastery. What resources are necessary to equalize such enhancements? Do not hold back. Unleash your powers to their utmost and strike me with your most formidable technique. I shall refrain from using my abilities and see if I can withstand your assault, Li Jingchen stated calmly. Yuningma, upon hearing this, fell silent, offering no response. Wordlessly, she picked up her long spear and assumed her initial stance. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at Li Jingchen and uttered a single word. All right. Be cautious with this next move, for even I struggle to control its magnitude. Chapter 49. What was that just now? With that declaration, a crimson hue flickered in Yuningma's eyes, and her aura transformed dramatically. The atmosphere thickened with a palpable bloodlust, her fierce gaze fixed intently on Li Jingchen. If moments ago, the technique of the 100 battles spear method showcased her as an unparalleled spear, unyielding and relentless, in this moment, she embodied a weapon forged in the crucible of battle, exuding sheer murderous intent. Kill, kill, kill. In a flash, Yuningma's figure vanished, her spear morphing into a blood-red arc that surged forth, imbued with infinite malice, aimed squarely at Li Jingchen's face. To his astonishment, she had mastered the spear technique and advanced it to an intermediate level. Wang Tingluan's expression grew grave, his body instinctively tensing. Xiaomeigo's mouth fell agape, astonished. He had believed that the previous display was the apex of Yuningma's capabilities, but it turned out to be merely an appetizer. Even as a mere spectator, Xiaomago felt an overwhelming sense of dread, a tremor coursing through him, urging him to flee. Have the younger students become this terrifying? He voiced the unspoken fears of the audience, echoing the sentiments of Wang Hao, Jiang Ishu, Tang Yusen, and all present observers. At that moment, a singular thought resonated within each spectator's mind. This strike is insurmountable. You too wield the god-killing spear, and you've infused it with the power of gravitational manipulation. The augmentation of strength has reached an astounding level. Li Jingchen, observing the spear hurtling towards him, felt a grave seriousness wash over his expression, even before the spear arrived. The chilling aura it exuded was enough to make one's skin crawl. Coupled with the gravitational enhancement, the spear's weight intensified. Now, with its maximum velocity compounded by its formidable weight, Li Jingchen sensed a precarious danger. Given identical attributes, and without his powers, he might not withstand this strike even with his master-level swordsmanship. In a split second, he invoked the lightning flash step, instinctively dodging to the side. Blue arcs of electricity crackled as, in the fleeting moment before the god-killing spear would have pierced him, Li Jingchen's body shifted laterally with an uncanny swiftness, evading by several meters. Skillfully evading the deadly spear of Rain Ningma. You have indeed mastered a master-level martial art. Rain Ningma's pupils constricted, and astonishment flickered in her crimson gaze. Yet, at the same time, she felt a sense of relief, since he could dodge. It indicated that Li Jingchen lacked the confidence to withstand her strike. Perhaps she was not as weak as she had thought. The disparity between herself and Li Jingchen was not as significant as she had presumed. In her heart, Rain Ningma mused, disregarding the fact that Li Jingchen had suppressed his attributes to match her level. Master-level martial arts. It was unexpected that Li Jingchen possessed such a hidden skill. Impressive, truly extraordinary. It is remarkable that a senior could cultivate such techniques to a master level, particularly the most challenging of martial arts. Not to mention within Shijiang City. It was likely that few in the entire Su province could achieve such a feat. Wang Tingling expressed his sentiments with a tone of awe. While Li Jingchen's master-level martial arts were indeed astonishing, he chose not to confront Rain Ningma's spear head-on, but instead utilized his skills to evade. This further underscored the formidable power of her strike. Judging solely by this attack, Rain Ningma's prowess would rank among the top 10 in our University of Supernatural Abilities as first-year students. Xiaomeigo's expression was complex. The superiority he felt as a freshman dissipated in an instant. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and several others were left with no thoughts beyond sheer shock. Only astonishment remained. Shock at Li Jingchen's master-level agility and further astonishment at the brilliance of Rain Ningma's spear. They were all seniors. Why was there such a vast difference? Humph. Li Jingchen dared not face Sister Momo's spear head-on. It seems Sister Momo is indeed formidable. Sun Xiaomei, her large eyes fixated on the movements of the two, felt a sense of relief when she saw Li Jingchen evade. She stubbornly proclaimed, despite secretly acknowledging Li Jingchen's strength. Yet, if Li Jingchen could withstand Rain Ningma's strongest attack while suppressing his attributes, Sun Xiaomei would be at a loss for words to express her feelings. Li Jingchen, you cannot withstand my spear, and I cannot match your speed. Continuing this battle would likely lead to a stalemate. Perhaps we should conclude this contest here. Another counterattack was effortlessly dodged by Li Jingchen using the Thunder Flash step. Sensing her stamina waning, Ningma suggested, though she already knew in her heart that she had lost this contest. However, the pride of a prodigy compelled her to find a graceful exit. A draw, then? Very well. Having nearly grasped the nuances of abilities, skills, and techniques, Li Jingchen prepared to conclude the battle with the god-slaying blade. Upon hearing Ningma's proposal, the momentum he had been cultivating dissipated. He nodded at Ningma and smiled. Your strength is formidable, and your talent is exceptional. Let us end the contest here. I have also fulfilled my teaching agreement with Sun Xiaomei. With that, Li Jingchen sheathed his long sword on his back, voluntarily severing his connection with the blue net, and vanished from the spot. Always leave a way out. Indeed, there is no need to reveal all of one's trump cards. However, Ningma remained motionless for a prolonged moment, her pupils unfocused, lost in a state of stupor as she gazed blankly at the spot where Li Jingchen had vanished. Murmuring to herself, what was that just now? Chapter 50, Grade of Extraordinary Abilities. In that fleeting instant, Ningma felt as if she were ensconced within a vast expanse of crimson soil, the entire landscape shrouded in a blood-red hue. It was desolate and dilapidated, reminiscent of a wasteland post-apocalypse. A figure surged towards her, clad in blood-stained garments, wielding a blood-soaked blade, seemingly emerging from a pool of sanguine. It emanated a ferocious and tumultuous intent to kill. Merely glimpsing it nearly shattered her psyche. In stark contrast to that murderous intent, the faint aura exuded by her own Godslayer gun appeared utterly insignificant, floating and gazing up at the brilliant moon. The weapon Li Jingchen intended to wield was undoubtedly the Godslayer blade. What caliber of Godslayer blade was this? How could it possess such terrifying murderous intent? Waves of horror crashed through Ningma's mind, her thoughts bombarded as though by 100 nuclear detonations, leaving her in a state of blankness. After a considerable interval, she emerged from her shock, her complexion pale as she gasped for breath, a blade of the Godslayer caliber, with a physique level exceeding 300 points. Must be at least of advanced rank. It is even possible that Li Jingchen's swordsmanship transcends the master level. How could such a formidable being exist in Xujiang City? Ningma, oh Ningma, you pride yourself as the foremost talent of Xujiang City, yet compared to Li Jingchen, what is your strength worth? A bitter smile crept onto her face, a profound sense of defeat welling within her. Yet concurrently, an intense curiosity regarding Li Jingchen blossomed. She was desperate to ascertain the true level of the combat technique he intended to employ. What was the true extent of Li Jingchen's power? What was that murderous aura emanating from Li Jingchen moments ago? In the audience, Brother Xiao looked around, uncertainty etched on his features. In that fleeting moment, he had sensed a chilling presence. Though it was ephemeral, it had raised every hair on his body. It even induced a sensation of near asphyxiation. Recalling the posture Li Jingchen had assumed before unleashing his blade, Brother Xiao's eyes widened in shock, his expression reflecting profound astonishment. Could that murderous intent just now have originated from Li Jingchen? What kind of technique was that? It's utterly terrifying. Damn. It seems I must be more discreet when live streaming my fishing escapades in the future. Today's high school students are truly fearsome. Master, why did it suddenly come to an end? Was it that Li Jingchen could not withstand Ningma's assault, and likewise, Ningma could not keep pace with Li Jingchen's speed, resulting in a stalemate? The abrupt conclusion of the duel left Wang Hao somewhat bewildered as he hastened to inquire of Wang Tinglong beside him. A stalemate? Humph. Wang Tinglong scoffed, shaking his head as he cast a discerning glance at the arena. Reluctant to explain to his foolish disciple, he addressed the students with a succinct remark. Today's competition should be observed attentively. It will benefit your martial examinations. That will be all. You may disperse. With that, he abruptly severed the connection and vanished from the audience. The remaining students exchanged bewildered glances, questioning one another. Did you learn anything, brother? Wasn't the competition concluded in an instant? Indeed, they had learned something. What had they learned? They realized that in future encounters with these two esteemed figures, they should earnestly seek their support. At the Tunglong Martial Arts Academy, Wang Tunglong emerged from the virtual chamber and hurried towards the room where Li Jingchen was situated. At that moment, Li Jingchen had just exited the virtual chamber. Upon seeing Wang Tinglong approach in haste, he expressed surprise. Oh, Brother Wang, is there something urgent? Hee. My dear brother, there is indeed a matter at hand. Wang Tinglong rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit sheepish. It's not a significant issue. Merely a curiosity. I wanted to inquire if the final technique you intended to employ was the Godlayer Spear. He added, of course. If it's inconvenient for you to disclose, I completely understand. Wang Tenglong had sensed an ominous intent that sent shivers down his spine, a murderous aura potent enough to unsettle even a second-tier supernatural being like himself. His curiosity regarding how Li Jingchen had achieved such a feat was palpable. However, he recognized that he was prying into someone else's privacy. If Li Jingchen chose not to respond, he would have to accept it. It is not a secret. I don't mind sharing with you, brother. Li Jingchen replied. The martial technique I ultimately employed was indeed the Godlayer Spear. However, I wielded a blade, transforming it into the Godlayer blade through my training. Regardless of whether it was the Godslayer Spear or the Godslayer blade, the commotion they generated was unmistakable. Anyone who had witnessed it could easily recognize it. Thus, Li Jingchen had no intention of concealing this fact. As I had surmised, a look of understanding appeared on Wang Tenglong's face. He glanced at Li Jingchen, seemingly about to speak, but then hesitated. With a deep sigh, he remarked, "My dear brother, you are truly extraordinary. Your future prospects are boundless." Wang Tenglong had contemplated inquiring why Li Jingchen's Godlayer blade technique differed so markedly from that of Yuningma, and to what level Li Jingchen had cultivated this technique. Wang Tenglong had witnessed several individuals employing this technique, including military leaders and high-ranking martial artists, yet none had demonstrated such a terrifying presence as Li Jingchen. However, he deemed such inquiries too intrusive and opted for silence. With your prowess, dear brother, achieving the top position in the martial examinations of Xujiang City would be a mere formality. It is likely that even the provincial champion of Su province would be no match for you. Wang Tenglong poured tea for Li Jingchen from a nearby tea table, reflecting. Had it not been for the emergence of two prodigious second-tier supernatural beings from Kyoto and Donghai, you might have even contended for the national champion. What a pity. If only you had participated in a different year's martial examination, you would undoubtedly have claimed the national title. Wang Tenglong shook his head, clicking his tongue in admiration. Second-tier supernatural beings? Li Jingchen's interest was piqued. Recently, he had been engrossed in his training, neglecting the news from both within and outside the city. To one's astonishment, the great Xia this year has unveiled two extraordinary abilities. In the recent battle with Yuningma, Li Jingchen has already witnessed the terrifying nature of advanced abilities. Just a single ability has multiplied Yuningma's attacks several times. Li Jingchen had previously experimented, if he were to suppress his physique to match Yuningma's attributes. Even with his mastery of blade techniques, he could not contend with Yuningma's advanced abilities. It was only through employing his master-level lightning step and blade techniques that he could achieve a stalemate with Yuningma, clearly illustrating the horror of advanced abilities. Moreover, as one progresses in their abilities, their strength becomes increasingly formidable. It is rumored that certain 9th-tier ability users, when unleashing their full power, can obliterate an entire city, wielding destructive force akin to that of a nuclear bomb. There are also advanced abilities that can freeze vast expanses with a mere wave, rendering the land barren. These disparities cannot be bridged merely through physical training. This is precisely why Wang Tenglong, after witnessing Li Jingchen's prowess, believes that Li Jingchen cannot contend for the National Martial Arts Examination Champion due to the overwhelming nature of advanced abilities. The book does not contain much data. It merely earns a meager sum each day, a testament to the author's relentless dedication. The author humbly requests readers who appreciate this work to bestow a 5-star rating as a form of acknowledgement. Chapter 51. Yuzhangwo's Speculation. Currently, the external world is abuzz with wagers on which of the two will secure the National Martial Arts Examination Champion title. It is said that even before the examination, both have already been granted admission to prestigious institutions, namely the Capital Ability University and the Haidu Ability University. How enviable. Wang Tenglong took a sip of tea, his face brimming with admiration. However, with your strength, dear brother, securing a position within the top 10, or even the top 5 nationally, should pose no significant challenge. It has been many years since a candidate from Xujiang City has reached the national top 10. This time, it seems the 3rd high school will soar to new heights alongside you. With the martial arts examination yet to commence, none can predict the outcome. Li Jingchen filled his cup and drank it in one go. The amber tea exuded a rich aroma, accompanied by an unusual fragrance. Upon tasting it, the refreshing scent exploded on his palate, transporting him to vast tea fields and clearing his mind considerably. Li Jingchen could not help but exclaim, "This tea is exquisite." Hee. This is top-grade amber spirit tea, available only in the central region of the number 3 wilderness area. A single ounce costs 500,000 great xia coins. And even then, it is rare to find. I was fortunate to acquire a few ounces. Had you not come today, I would have hesitated to indulge, Wang Tinglong chuckled. As he spoke, he approached the tea cabinet and retrieved a jade jar, offering it to Li Jingchen. There are still 2 ounces left, if you enjoy it. Feel free to take some. No, I have little knowledge of tea. You should keep it, Brother Wang, Li Jingchen replied with a smile, gently declining after savoring another sip. Very well then, Wang Tinglong said, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes, but he refrained from pressing further and returned the jade jar. All right, Brother Wang. It's getting late. I should return to my training, Li Jingchen said, exchanging a few more words with Wang Tinglong before rising to leave. As Li Jingchen approached the doorway, he seemed to recall something. Turning around with a chuckle, I suppose I can consider myself half a disciple of the Tinglong martial arts school now, right? Would it be too much to ask for a testing room to be reserved for me? Not at all. From now on, all the facilities at Tinglong Martial Arts School are at your disposal, my dear brother. The door shall forever remain open for you. Wang Tinglong was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with joy. Li Jingchen's words were worth their weight in gold. Given Li Jingchen's prowess, securing the title of top candidate in the martial arts examination in Xujiang City, and even in the entirety of Su Province, was almost a foregone conclusion. With exceptional performance, he could even rank among the top 10 or 5 nationally. When others inquire about where Li Jingchen practices, would it not elevate the reputation of Tinglong Martial Arts School to unprecedented heights? Sometimes, the strength of a disciple serves as the very emblem of a martial arts school. Brother, I shan't say more. I remember you don't have a place in Xujiang City, right? I happen to have a spacious flat that I purchased but never occupied. Consider it a gift from me to you. A preemptive congratulatory present. After much insistence, seeing Wang Tinglong's resolute intention to bestow the gift, Li Jingchen reluctantly accepted, feeling no burden in his heart. After all, if he were to truly attain the title of top candidate in Xujiang City, or even in Su Province, it would essentially serve as an advertisement for Tinglong Martial Arts School. The value of a large flat in Xujiang City hovers around 3 million. Certainly, it would be a fitting reward for Li Jingchen's promotional efforts. The community Wang Tinglong gifted was named Huayujiang Community, located in the southern part of Xujiang City, an area blessed with scenic beauty, where tranquility is found amidst the bustle. Upon entering with the keys, Li Jingchen discovered that the furnishings were already in place. The 6-bedroom, 2-living-room flat, spanning 280 square meters, was fully equipped with furniture. He could move in with merely a suitcase. And it even boasted a small gym, luxurious indeed, surpassing even a presidential suite in a hotel. He was quite content to reside here before heading to the Ability University. Meanwhile, in the building of the Xujiang City Ability Association, which stood 66 stories tall, Yu Jiangwo listened intently to the report from Vice President Wan Xiao, his expression turning grave. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. I never anticipated that the second-ranked genius of Xujiang City could be manipulated by external forces. I suspect that Sun Mingyang's rapid enhancement in strength is likely related to these powers behind him. President, could it be the zeroing cult orchestrating this? Wan Xiao glanced around, his tone hesitant. If there truly exists a force capable of such swift enhancement of an individual's abilities, it would undoubtedly be the zeroing cult. Yu Jiangwo fell silent, gazing out at the street view beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, his expression tense. What you say is not without merit. However, the zeroing cult typically operates in major cities. What brings them to our small city of Xujiang? Let us conduct an investigation first, until we ascertain the facts. We must refrain from publicizing this matter, lest we incite panic among the populace. Ordinary citizens may be unaware of the implications associated with the zeroing cult. But as the president of a city's ability association, the presence of a third-tier ability user is significant. Yu Jinghua has now qualified to delve into some of the secrets of the Great Xia, and is acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the Zero Reset cult. To label it merely as a cult would be an understatement, for even among the many malevolent sects within Great Xia, this organization stands apart. While most cults aim to overthrow the current regime to seize power for themselves, the Zero Reset cult is fundamentally different. Originally an extreme environmentalist group, its doctrines have morphed into a radical ideology following the emergence of ferocious beasts. They believe that the arrival of these beasts is a direct consequence of humanity's relentless destruction of the natural environment, and that cosmic laws have unleashed these monstrosities to obliterate mankind. They perceive humanity as parasites upon the blue planet, deserving of total annihilation to allow for a rebirth of the world. Their ruthlessness is such that they would annihilate even their own ranks if necessary. Under normal circumstances, such a foolish organization would attract little attention. However, the crux of the matter lies in the presence of ninth-tier supernatural beings within their ranks. They possess methods to rapidly enhance the abilities of these supernatural entities, leading many disillusioned individuals who had lost hope of ever gaining strength to willingly align themselves with the Zero Reset cult, becoming their pawns. Furthermore, the cult maintains an extraordinarily close relationship with the ferocious beasts, even managing to temporarily harness their power for their own ends. Li Jingchen is aware that recent calamities, where waves of beasts have devastated human towns, are orchestrated by the Zero Reset cult. As the martial examination looms on the horizon, the revelation of the Zero Reset cult's presence in Fujian City would undoubtedly incite widespread panic. A discreet investigation must commence. Typically, when the Zero Reset cult infiltrates a city, there is always a local authority figure who oversees their operations. The priority is to identify this individual. Li Jingchen made arrangements accordingly. Will this matter concerning Li Jingchen be a potential issue? Wan Xiao pondered. Chapter 52. My daughter cannot be defeated in one blow. Cultivation. Perhaps I am overthinking this. Wan Xiao mused, chuckling softly. I have perused Li Jingchen's dossier. Although he was previously inconspicuous, his strength has surged remarkably. However, his ferocity in slaying beasts seems driven by a personal vendetta, as if he harbors a grudge against them. He is certainly not affiliated with the Zero Reset cult. Moreover, the assassination attempt by Sun Mingyang has indirectly exonerated Li Jingchen of any suspicion. Indeed, there is little to discuss regarding Li Jingchen. He is unlikely to be associated with the Zero Reset cult. The most plausible explanation is that he has matured late in his abilities, Li Jingchen reflected. I have heard of historical figures, geniuses who, initially unnoticed, experience profound catalysts that trigger their explosive potential. For instance, individuals who have faced broken engagements or the annihilation of their families often rise from weakness to showcase previously hidden talents. If memory serves, Li Jingchen encountered a breakup with his childhood sweetheart following his awakening as a supernatural being. Li Jingchen chuckled. After Li Jingchen defeated Sun Mingyang, the Supernatural Association conducted a thorough investigation into his background. It was clean yet tragic, fitting the criteria of a weak individual rising against the odds. This must indeed be the case. Let us observe further. As it stands now, Li Jingchen appears to be on the side of humanity, Yu Jiangwo remarked with a smile. He had reviewed Li Jingchen's previous records of leaving the city, noting that he had vanquished numerous ferocious beasts each time. To be frank, had he not known that Li Jingchen was an orphan with such a penchant for slaying these beasts, Yu Jiangwo might have surmised that they were responsible for the demise of his parents. President, it seems that Li Jingchen has yet to undergo the ability certification. Wan Xiao interjected. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiangwo's eyes brightened, and he slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about that. Wan, please arrange for Li Jingchen to receive his ability certification at once. We cannot allow another city to seize this opportunity first. After all, they too had their own talents. Should their jurisdiction be home to numerous prodigies, it would confer substantial advantages in future promotions and the allocation of training resources. Although the likelihood of other cities getting ahead of them was slim, if news of Li Jingchen's talent were to leak, surrounding city associations might send representatives to register him, claiming him as their own. That would create quite a predicament, as such occurrences had transpired before. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside. Come in. Yu Jiangwo called without looking up. A secretary hurried in and whispered a few words into Yu Jiangwo's ear. I nearly forgot about this matter. Quickly, activate the projection. The secretary mentioned Li Jingchen's duel against Yu Ningma in the Blue Network. Yu Jiangwo had intended to ponder this before arriving, but it had slipped his mind until the secretary's reminder sparked his recollection. Were they not speculating about Li Jingchen's true strength? This presented the perfect opportunity. Wan Xiao also turned his gaze toward the screen. Soon enough, with the secretary's deft handling, the duel was projected. The image of Li Jingchen and Yu Ningma appeared, followed by Yu Ningma's icy voice. 100 battle spear technique. Fire Phoenix blazing. Wow, I didn't anticipate that Ningma's marksmanship would be even stronger than before. This strike must possess an attack power at least at the mid-level of the first tier, Wan Xiao remarked in astonishment, secretly envious. This was true talent. Just this move alone could earn him the title of the foremost genius in Xujiang City. All mere practice, Yu Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively, though he could not conceal the pride etched upon his face. Then they witnessed Yu Ningma's full-force attack being effortlessly countered by Li Jingchen. As if he merely waved his hand, her spear was even sent flying. The stillness in the room was palpable, as Wan Xiao and the secretary exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with shock. Yu Jiangwo, too, sprang from his chair, exclaiming in disbelief, "This is impossible." Moments later, a more profound exclamation echoed from the office. "How can this be possible? This is absolutely inconceivable. My daughter could not have been defeated so easily. No. I must personally seek out Li Jingchen for his ability certification. The outcome of this duel is undoubtedly false." Yu Jiangwo harbored suspicions regarding the legitimacy of this competition, finding it hard to believe that it was genuine. As a father, he was acutely aware of Yu Ningma's abilities. Among her peers, it was implausible for anyone to so decisively defeat his daughter. If such a feat were indeed possible, the individual would at the very least be a second-tier ability user. Could it be that Li Jingchen's prowess had ascended to that level? Yu Jiangwo could scarcely comprehend this notion. If it were true, the implications would be staggering. A genius in the third year of high school achieving second-tier status was terrifying, rivaling even the two esteemed ability users. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room. Li Jingchen sat cross-legged on the balcony's mat, diligently practicing the steel body refinement technique. As he completed a full cycle, he felt his vitality surge. Although his progress was gradual, he had cultivated a habit of daily training. Following the steel body refinement, he practiced his sword technique and the thunder flash step. With flashes of lightning, Li Jingchen's figure darted back and forth, moving with such speed that he appeared to leave after images. After an hour of training, he finally concluded his session, exhaling deeply. Turning his head, he suddenly noticed a little girl sitting in a stroller below, gazing up at him with wide-eyed wonder. Mom, look at that big brother who can teleport," she exclaimed, pointing at Li Jingchen. "Foolish child, no one can teleport," her mother replied, a young woman in her mid-20s with an attractive appearance and figure. Upon following her daughter's finger to Li Jingchen, her face flushed and her eyes sparkled. What a handsome young man. Just as she was about to scrutinize the neighborhood for this striking figure, Li Jingchen had already vanished from sight. He almost forgot he was in a residential area. Clearly, he would need to adjust his training schedule or find a more secluded locale in the future, he mused, feeling quite embarrassed by the young mother's gaze which seemed to devour him. System, open the panel. Chapter 53, Li Classmate. I wish to meet you. Name, Li Jingchen. Level, first tier lower. Ability, weak electricity, physique. 421 vitality, mental strength 250 Hz. Skills, master level sword technique. Master level steel body refinement. Master level killing blade. Master level thunder flash step. Ability points, 950. His vitality had increased slightly, indicating that his training was indeed effective. Though his mental strength was progressing rather slowly, he realized that he must seek out a combat skill capable of enhancing his mental fortitude. Once his mental strength reached 300 points, he would advance to the first-tier middle. However, Li Jingchen was hesitant to allocate his ability points to mental strength at this time. He intended to reserve the remaining points for emergencies or to find a technique that could bolster his mental training. The higher his mental strength, the greater the potency of his abilities. One day, if my mental strength were to surpass the threshold of 1,000, perhaps, with my modest electrical abilities, I could even vanquish a first-tier beast. However, techniques for enhancing mental prowess are exceedingly rare. It seems I can only await my entrance to the University of Psychics to learn them, mused Li Jingchen. Suddenly, as he pondered, his phone rang. Surprised, he wondered who would be calling him at this hour. Upon answering, a video call notification appeared. Sun Xiaomei. What could this girl want with a video call? We hardly know each other well enough for that, he thought. Yet, considering the possibility that she had something significant to discuss, he accepted the call. Immediately, Sun Xiaomei appeared on the screen. What do you want? Li Jingchen inquired nonchalantly. Humph. Who said I was looking for you? Sun Xiaomei retorted with a haughty snort. At that moment, the video feed shifted, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, adorned with expressive eyes that seemed to speak. Below them, a delicate nose complemented full, luscious lips, creating a visage that seemed divinely crafted. Who are you? Li Jingchen felt a twinge of familiarity, yet could not place her. Hey, Li Jingchen. You don't even recognize Sister Momo, the goddess of all the boys in Senior 3? Are you even a man? A lively voice chimed in. The video switched back to Sun Xiaomei. Though Sun Xiaomei was also quite beautiful, her charm paled in comparison to the presence beside her. Sister Momo? You mean Yu Ningma? Li Jingchen's brows furrowed as he finally recalled the identity of the girl in the video. No wonder she seemed familiar. Both his desk mates, Wang Hao and Lu Ming, used her picture as their phone wallpaper. Previously, he had not seen Yu Ningma's true appearance due to their masked identities on the Blue Network. Now, it was evident that her beauty matched her figure, both astonishing. However, Li Jingchen was puzzled as to why Yu Ningma would seek him out, especially to initiate a video call. Do you have something to discuss with me? He asked. Li, could you please put on a shirt first? Yu Ningma blushed slightly, turning her head away in embarrassment as she noticed his bare, muscular torso. It was her first encounter with a boy without a shirt in front of her, leaving her feeling bashful, yet secretly admiring his physique and striking looks, akin to a figure from a painting. On the Blue Network, Li Jingchen had worn a mask, making this the first occasion for Yu Ningma to see his actual face. Realizing his oversight, he glanced down and remembered he had just finished training and intended to shower. Having removed his shirt, in his haste to answer the call, he had forgotten about his attire. Oh, wait a moment, he said, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he set his phone aside to put on a shirt. She picked up her phone once more, perplexed, and inquired, "What is it that you wish to discuss?" "Well, there are certain matters that are not suitable for conversation over the phone, and I wonder if classmate Li has some time. I would like to meet him privately," came the ethereal and melodious voice of Yu Ningma. "Not interested." Click. Li Jingchen terminated the video call. On the other end of the line, Yu Ningma gazed at the disconnected video call, her expression one of astonishment. Turning to Sun Xiaomei, she pointed to her own face and asked, "Xiaomei, do I look very unattractive?" "Not at all, Sister Imo. If you were unattractive, then no one in Shujing City would be considered beautiful," Sun Xiaomei asserted confidently. "Then why did Li Jingchen hang up so quickly?" Yu Ningma mused. Sun Xiaomei was momentarily speechless. Li Ziyu's reaction also took her by surprise. In Shujing City, how many boys would yearn for the chance to exchange even a single word with Sister Imo, let alone meet in person? Yet, Li Jingchen, in a rather blunt manner, had simply rejected her, showing no inclination to provide an explanation. Truly a blockhead, Sun Xiaomei lamented. Yu Ningma placed a hand on her upright chest, inhaling deeply. Perhaps geniuses all possess their own peculiarities. I shall call again. With that thought, she redialed. Why is she calling again? Inside the house. Li Jingchen frowned at the sound of his phone ringing, which he had carelessly tossed onto the bed. After some contemplation, he decided to answer. Classmate Li, please do not misunderstand. My intention in wanting to meet you is not what you might think. I believe you are quite curious about the origins of that weapon behind you, are you not? I know where you can uncover the answers to your questions. Chapter 54. A meeting in a high-end CAF near the city center. The atmosphere was bright and the decor exquisite. In the center of the CAF stood a grand piano, with a musician playing a soothing melody that enveloped the space, effortlessly easing the spirits of those present. Li Jingchen sat by the window, gently stirring his coffee with a spoon while observing the bustling scene outside. Excuse me, are you here alone? Could I add you on Fei Xian? A girl with bright eyes, who had been observing him for quite some time, finally gathered the courage to approach him, spurred on by her friends. Apologies, but I am waiting for someone, Li Jingchen replied with a polite smile. Oh, very well then, the girl said, disappointment flickering in her eyes. However, she did not press the matter further and returned to her seat, though her gaze remained fixed on Li Jingchen. She considered herself to be quite attractive and fit, with countless admirers at school. This was her first attempt to initiate contact with a boy, and to her surprise, she had been rebuffed. She could discern that the person Li Jingchen was waiting for was a girl, and her curiosity about this unknown girl began to grow. As she pondered where she might have fallen short, ding ding. At that moment, the CAF door swung open, and Yu Ningma entered, scanning the room. Upon spotting the figure by the window, she hurried over. The girl with bright eyes, who had been gazing at Li Jingchen, gasped upon the appearance of Yu Ningma. A flicker of astonishment crossed her features, and the disappointment from being previously rejected by Li Jingchen vanished in an instant. With such a stunning female companion, she understood why he would turn down others. Li, I apologize for my tardiness, Yu Ningma said as she settled down opposite him, playfully tossing her hair and revealing a pair of charming dimples. We still have 20 minutes before our scheduled time, so you have arrived quite early. Would you care for a drink? Li Jingchen replied, sliding the menu toward her with a smile. Although he had decisively declined her video call earlier, the basic courtesies of meeting in person still needed to be observed. As Yu Ningma lowered her gaze to select her order, Li Jingchen took the opportunity to scrutinize her closely. Her attire was simple yet striking, a a white shirt paired with blue jeans and a pair of pristine white sneakers. Nevertheless, her modest clothing accentuated her captivating curves. Her hair seemed to dance in the breeze, and her eyes sparkled like scattered stars, pure enough to quicken one's heartbeat. Indeed, she was the goddess acknowledged by all her peers, Li Jingchen mused. Yu Ningma's eyes fluttered slightly, and her delicate hand, perusing the menu, became momentarily stiff. As an adept esper nearing the first-tier mid-level, her senses were exceptionally acute. Upon sensing Li Jingchen's gaze, she felt a blush creeping up her cheeks. Typically, she seldom conversed with boys, let alone sat face-to-face with one. A wave of nervousness washed over her, especially as she felt his eyes wander from her face to more sensitive areas. Unable to contain herself, Yu Ningma admonished playfully, "Li, where are you looking?" Cough, cough. "My apologies, it's a habit," Li Jingchen said, rubbing his nose, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. The truth was, Yu Ningma's physique was indeed extraordinary for a high school senior. He couldn't help but wonder if such attributes might affect her balance in combat against foes. "All right, you. Let us discuss serious matters," he said, intertwining his fingers on the table, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. He carefully unwrapped the cloth beside him, revealing the red fluff knife, and stated, "You mentioned knowing the secret of this blade? Pray, enlighten me." Li Jingchen was exceedingly curious about the knife's mysteries. After days of nurturing, its weight had increased by at least 20 kilograms from its initial state, now weighing 100 kilograms. It surpassed even the weight of his star shard knife. To be candid, given Li Jingchen's current prowess, the 80-kilogram weight of the star shard felt insufficient. Ironically, he found himself wielding the red fluff more frequently than the star shard. He had even observed that as he hunted more formidable beasts, the defenses that the star shard could not breach were easily overcome by the red fluff. The name red fluff was indeed quite fitting. Yu Ningma appeared thoughtful, her face adorned with delightful dimples. After stirring the coffee handed to me by the waiter, I remarked, "Li, I presume this dagger must have been purchased at the Treasure Pavilion. Am I correct? I did come across this long sword at the Treasure Pavilion myself, but I initially dismissed it as an ordinary blade." However, Yu Ningma's expression shifted as she recalled, "If my conjecture is accurate, Li, your crimson blade must indeed alter its weight after slaying ferocious beasts, correct? It appears, Yu, that you possess a certain understanding of this sword," Li Jingchen replied, as he reached out to touch the hilt, slightly astonished. "Regarding this matter, I sought out someone to inquire specifically. It is said that this sword is forged from bloodstone, and due to the properties of bloodstone, its weight changes after defeating a beast." He continued, "This was part of a research initiative launched by the Obsidian Weapon Company a century ago, during which the Crimson Blade was created." "Bloodstone?" Yu Ningma's expression turned incredulous as she shook her head. "That contradicts my knowledge. Nevertheless, I suspect it is not merely bloodstone. While bloodstone can increase in weight by absorbing blood, its durability is somewhat lacking, rendering it incapable of breaching the defenses of ferocious beasts. Consequently, bloodstone weapons have been supplanted by Asmar alloy. The Crimson Blade, however, is distinct, isn't it? It not only augments its weight, but its sharpness far exceeds that of Asmar alloy," she noted gravely. "Indeed, after absorbing the blood of 100 ferocious beasts, I now find the Crimson Blade sharper than the alloyed sword I wield," Li Jingchen affirmed. This was a recent discovery for him. The weight of the Crimson Blade had not only increased, but its sharpness had also improved significantly. 100 ferocious beasts. Yu Ningma appeared astonished, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Li Jingchen. "You have already slain 100 beasts?" Chapter 55, A Turn of Events. "Yes," Li Jingchen replied calmly. After a considerable pause, Yu Ningma composed herself, casting a complex glance at him. "No wonder your prowess is so formidable, Li. It seems that your strength has been forged in the crucible of life and death. I have always considered myself the greatest talent in Shuzhong City. Yet in comparison to you, it appears rather laughable." While she often ventured outside the city to hunt beasts, her training primarily took place within the city walls. And even when she did venture out, she was accompanied by others. This was the typical approach for most third-year students. However, Yu Ningma was acutely aware that Li Jingchen was an orphan. The thought of him frequently battling for survival outside the city at such a young age extinguished the last remnants of her defiance. Recently, while training outside the city, I stumbled upon a relic. The walls of the relic were adorned with numerous murals, one of which depicted a blade strikingly similar to the Crimson one. I suspect that the sword illustrated in the mural is indeed the Crimson Blade. If you wish to uncover the secrets of the Crimson Blade, it may be worthwhile for you to visit that relic." Yu Ningma pondered thoughtfully. "A relic?" Li Jingchen mused. Then why have you called upon me? Upon first encountering Hong Fu at the treasure pavilion, Tang Xian remarked that the Hong Fu knife was obtained by a warrior in some ancient ruins. It remains uncertain whether this is the same ruin mentioned by Yu Ningma. Typically, such ruins are abundant in treasures. And Li Jingchen did not believe that the other party would share any valuable finds without ulterior motives. Indeed, there were other reasons. I discovered a considerable number of spiritual plants within those ruins, though it seems there is a second-tier ferocious beast guarding the area. My current strength is far from sufficient to contend with a second-tier beast, and I initially planned to return once my abilities had improved. However, after meeting you, Li Xiong, I have reconsidered. Given your prowess, dealing with a second-tier beast may pose no trouble for you. Yu Ningma sipped her coffee, her pink tongue delicately licking the remnants from her lips, gazing at Li Jingchen with anticipation. There are other items within as well. All of them will belong to you. I shall take nothing. I have but one request. I hope you can teach me the technique of the God-slaying spear. If I am not mistaken, you have already mastered this technique, correct? As long as you can impart to me the secrets of the God-slaying spear, I shall forego any claim to the treasures within that ruin. With her dark eyes filled with hope, Yu Ningma leaned forward eagerly. You mentioned a second-tier ferocious beast guarding the area? How did you come to that conclusion? Li Jingchen pondered. It was merely intuition, Yu Ningma replied, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her face. Although she had not seen the beast, she had sensed danger and instinctively retreated. In hindsight, it could have been a figment of her imagination. Nevertheless, caution is never unwarranted. A second-tier ferocious beast. Li Jingchen drummed his fingers on the table, deep in thought. With his current capabilities, it was not impossible to defeat a second-tier beast. Moreover, he still possessed over 900 ability points. Should he find himself at a disadvantage, he could break through in the heat of battle. At the very least, escape would certainly be feasible. A first-tier beast already yields over 200 ability points, so a second-tier beast would surely grant double that. There was even the possibility of uncovering the secrets of the Hong Fu knife. To be frank, Li Jingchen felt a stirring of excitement. After some contemplation, he finally nodded in agreement. Very well. However, should we encounter an enemy beyond our means, I shall prioritize my own escape without concern for you. His candidness caught Yu Ningma off guard, yet she sensed his sincerity and nodded in response. No problem. When shall we depart? Right now? Yu Ningma replied with a smile, her face radiating joy akin to flowers blossoming in spring, brightening the spirits of those around her. This decisive demeanor left Li Jingchen somewhat impressed. With a chuckle, he sheathed the Hong Fu knife and stood up first. Excellent. If that is the case, let us proceed at once. Indeed, Yu Ningma echoed, rising to leave alongside him. This handsome gentleman, your girlfriend, is truly beautiful. The young girl who had just flirted with Li Jingchen finished her coffee and was about to leave. Encountering him at the door, with a face full of envy, she remarked to him, I thought you two were a couple. Yu Ningma felt my cheeks flush at her words and was about to explain, but Li Jingchen spoke first. She is not my girlfriend. We are merely classmates. I assumed you were dating, the girl replied, somewhat surprised, then covered her mouth and giggled. You two are simply perfect for each other. After inquiring about directions, Li Jingchen and Yu Ningma proceeded outside. Following the earlier episode, Yu Ningma's expression became somewhat nuanced, stealing glances at Li Jingchen from time to time. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? He asked, noticing her repeated looks. By the time she had glanced at him for the 10th time, Li Jingchen could no longer contain himself, looking exasperated. No, it's nothing. Yu Ningma's cheeks turned crimson as she hurriedly waved her hands to dismiss her embarrassment, continuing. The ruins are approximately 80 kilometers from the city walls. I think we should take a vehicle. Otherwise, we might not arrive until nightfall. It's only 80 kilometers. There's no need, Li Jingchen replied, dismissing the idea. With his mastery of the lightning flash technique, he could cover that distance in less than half an hour. Moreover, the outskirts were filled with obstacles, making walking more convenient than driving. Well, if you say so, Yu Ningma agreed, and the two set off toward the city's exterior. Suddenly, a piercing bird call echoed from above. A colossal creature descended with a thunderous crash onto the street, crushing parked cars beneath it. It then leaned down and snatched the driver from one of the vehicles, swallowing him whole, blood splattering everywhere. Pedestrians were momentarily stunned by this abrupt turn of events. In the next instant, panic ensued as everyone screamed and scattered. The once orderly flow of traffic and pedestrians devolved into chaos, with cars colliding as if out of control. A monster has entered, someone shouted. It's a level 1 superior beast, a carrion hawk. How could such a beast appear within the city? Li Jingchen's expression changed as he gazed at the massive creature. Chapter 56. Confronting the terror of the beast. This beast was as large as 2 SUVs, resembling an enormous vulture magnified hundreds of times. Its scales were layered and covered its body like armor, emitting a metallic clanging sound as it shook. With claws half a meter long, akin to steel blades, it casually crushed several bystanders into pulp. "Li, we must save them," Yuningma exclaimed, her face pale. She quickly retrieved her long gun from her bag and began assembling it, ready to assist. However, the carrion hawk seemed to sense her intentions. Its emotionless orange eyes suddenly locking onto her. The fierce and indifferent gaze left Yuningma frozen in place, desiring to take action. Yet her legs felt as though they were encumbered with lead, rendering her utterly incapable of advancing a single step. The oppressive force emanating from the high-dimensional creature loomed ominously. When the disparity in strength is vast, one cannot merely contemplate an offensive. Even the slightest movement becomes an insurmountable challenge. A piercing cry echoed once more. The enormous head of the carrion eagle darted down towards the roadside, seizing a fleeing passerby with its beak, and after a few gruesome chews, it tilted its neck and swallowed its prey whole. Blood spilled profusely onto the ground. "Ah!" the crowd screamed, hastening their escape. The eagle's amber eyes fixated on a young girl, poised to devour her. "Darling, are you not an ability user? Hurry, save her." A woman in a nearby shop, stricken with terror, grasped her husband's arm in desperation. She was acutely aware of her husband's formidable powers and held him in high regard, often expressing her admiration. "Daddy, quickly, defeat the monster." A young boy looked up at his father, imploringly. I. The burly man's complexion turned pale, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate coherent words. A look of distress etched across his face. "I cannot go out. If I do, you will be in danger. I must protect you." "Yes, I must protect you," he reiterated, as if attempting to convince himself. He was merely a mid-level ability user, and facing this upper-level beast was beyond his capacity. Even a mid-level beast might pose a challenge he could not surmount. Despite the privileges that ability users enjoyed and their obligation to safeguard the vulnerable, when confronted with genuine peril, human instinct tends towards selfishness. He did not wish to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. Although he believed he could momentarily delay the beast, the risk to his life was substantial. "I am doing this to protect my family. It is a last resort," he thought, his pallid face fixed on the carrion eagle as it approached the girl. Repeating his mantra, the woman beside him fell silent, refraining from further urging her husband, turning her head away in sorrow, unable to bear the sight of the girl beneath the beast's feet. Yuningma, act now. Please, do something." Yuningmo gripped her gun, her arms trembling uncontrollably. She yearned to rush forward and save the girl, yet her legs remained immobilized, as if bound by leaden weights. She recognized the girl before the eagle as someone she had encountered at the CAF. Although Yuningma had ventured outside the city to battle beasts, most were of the lower tier, and she had never faced even a mid-level creature, let alone this upper-level carrion eagle. Only by standing before such a beast could one truly grasp the depth of its terrifying presence. It was akin to being fixated upon by a primordial predator. Fear engulfed Yuningma like a tidal wave, rendering her breathless. The sensation was reminiscent of being cast into the abyss of a 10,000-meter deep sea without the ability to swim. Were it not for her spirit and physique having reached the first tier, and her training in the will of the god of murder still lending her some resilience. At this moment, it seemed that she had already collapsed to the ground in despair. It was only now that Yuningma truly comprehended the absurdity of her desire to invite Li Jingchen to join her in battling the second-tier ferocious beasts within that ancient ruin. The terror posed by even the first-tier superior beast was overwhelming, let alone the second tier. They were utterly incapable of confronting such adversaries, lacking even the courage to face them head-on. "What kind of genius do you think you are, Yuningma?" she internally lamented. At that moment, she felt a warm hand gently resting on her shoulder, accompanied by a voice that was calm, devoid of any panic, and even infused with a hint of gentleness. "Classmate, did you not wish for me to teach you the god-slaying spear? Allow me to enlighten you now. The foremost principle to mastering the god-slaying spear is to possess an indomitable heart, one that dares to strike down any foe. Watch closely, as I shall demonstrate." Yuningma instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, meeting the gaze of Li Jingchen, whose deep and tranquil eyes were fixed upon her. She then witnessed him transition from a one-handed grip on his blade to a two-handed stance, slowly raising the weapon before him. God-slaying blade. The God-slaying strike. Boom. As Li Jingchen's words reverberated through the air, a crimson blade of light abruptly manifested, as if a sanguine silhouette melded with him. Blood-soaked garments, a blood-stained blade, and an endless wave of slaughter emanated from Li Jingchen's strike. Yu Ningma, positioned closest, felt as though she were enveloped in a sea of blood. The terrifying aura of carnage caused her heart to momentarily skip a beat. This technique, the God-slaying blade. You wield the God-slaying blade. A master-level God-slaying blade. Yu Ningma exclaimed in astonishment. During her time on the Blue Network, she had suspected that Li Jingchen was utilizing a master-level God-slaying blade. And now her conviction was only strengthened. Help me. In the center of the road, the girl gazed blankly at the colossal creature before her. Her mind was a void, her body trembling as panic took hold. With a stiff neck, she turned her head toward Li Jingchen's direction. Upon recognizing him, she instinctively grasped onto the hope he represented. A piercing screech erupted once more as the massive beak of the carrion hawk suddenly lunged toward the girl. Those fleeing halted in their tracks, unable to bear witness to her impending doom. In such dire circumstances, there was seemingly only one outcome. The girl believed this to be true, as despair flickered vividly in her eyes. Just then, whoosh, a whirlwind of blades swept past, brushing against the hem of the girl's garment. The crimson blade grazed her cheek, soaring skyward to confront the descending beak. Chapter 57. Not everyone can be a hero with a swift slice. The blood-red blade tore through the scales of the carrion hawk, instantly erupting a plume of crimson mist from its neck. The hawk let out a heart-wrenching cry, its massive form staggering backward. The beak that had been aimed at the girl veered off course, striking the ground instead. I will distract it. You go rescue her. With a determined strike, Li Jingchen's expression grew solemn. The ferocity of the beast indeed surpasses that of humanity. The strike I delivered, were it aimed at an ordinary first-tier superior ability user, would have resulted in an instant kill. Yet, when it struck the carrion eagle, it merely inflicted severe wounds. Although the gash upon the eagle's neck exposed bone, it was evident that it had not met its demise. This was no ordinary first-tier superior beast. A sense of gravity weighed upon Li Jingchen's heart. Ah, splendid. Yu Ningma, having witnessed the carrion eagle nearly have its neck severed by Li Jingchen's blade, finally broke free from her terror. Upon hearing Li Jingchen's words, she dashed towards the girl without hesitation. Holding her firearm with one hand, she imbued herself with gravitational abilities, moving with the agility of a swift swallow. Wait here, my love. I shall also go to rescue. In the shop, a burly man observed as both Li Jingchen and Yu Ningma dared to confront the carrion eagle. With a steely resolve, he pushed open the door, preparing to rush outside. Dear, the woman grasped the man's arm, concern flickering in her eyes. Yet, she gritted her teeth and released him. Be careful. We, your family, still need your protection. She wished to dissuade him, but the reason humanity could live securely within the city was due to those fearless ability users who battled the beasts. Now, two students had bravely stepped forward. Though worry clouded her heart, she could not utter words to prevent her husband from acting. Daddy is going to fight the monster. Daddy is a hero. The young boy leapt up, cheering in admiration. The burly man gazed at his son, then cast a glance out the window at Li Jingchen. Shaking his head, he spoke with a complex tone. Daddy is not the hero. It is the brother outside who is. With that, he resolutely pushed open the door and charged towards the carrion eagle. Classmate, I will help you hold it off. But in the next instant, the carrion eagle casually raised its claw. The charging man was sent hurtling back at an even greater velocity, crashing heavily against the wall, his head tilting as he lost consciousness. The young boy, who had been cheering in the shop, suddenly froze, confusion filling his gaze as he looked to his mother. The woman, taken aback for a moment, sighed softly. Not everyone can be a hero. Yet, your father did manage to distract the carrion eagle for a second, which is a form of assistance. Classmate, quickly, get out of the way. At this moment, Yu Ningma had reached the feet of the carrion eagle. Grabbing the girl's arm, she pulled her aside. Rage. The carrion eagle, now in a state of fury, was incensed to see yet another insignificant human daring to rescue someone right under its nose. Ignoring the wound on its neck, its crimson eyes fixed menacingly upon Yu Ningma, its sharp claws lunging towards her. Under the gaze of those scarlet eyes, Yu Ningma felt her body stiffen. A wave of overwhelming terror engulfed her once more. Earlier, from a distance, she had managed to conquer her fear of the carrion eagle. But now, with the threat so immediate, that sense of peril magnified exponentially. Yu Ningma felt her mind go blank, her entire body slipping from her control. What are you dawdling for? Quickly dodge. Li Jingchen was immediately filled with urgency. Wasn't he this the renowned genius flower of Xujiang City? How could her mental fortitude be so lacking? To freeze in the presence of a severely injured beast was utterly absurd. Unbeknownst to him, Li Jingchen was projecting his own experiences onto the high school students, mistakenly assuming that most of them shared his resilience. In reality, individuals like him, who ventured out daily to hunt ferocious beasts, were exceedingly rare among students. The majority of high schoolers focused on personal cultivation, with few engaging in battles against such creatures. This trend extended even to seasoned practitioners who had long been immersed in society, unless absolutely necessary or driven by the lure of wealth. Few would casually seek out ferocious beasts to hunt. Li Jingchen might not even realize that he had transcended into a different realm compared to his peers. Nevertheless, despite his frustration, he was counting on Yu Ningma to guide him to the ruins. She simply could not afford to be harmed. With that thought, lightning crackled beneath his feet as his electrical abilities surged through his legs. Mastering the thunderflash step, he swiftly pulled Yu Ningma out of harm's way just as the steel claw of the carrion eagle was about to strike. In one fluid motion, he swung his blade down towards the beast's claw. Clang! Sparks erupted. A thunderous roar echoed, and a deafening sonic boom created a visible shockwave that radiated outward, shattering every pane of glass in its path into mere dust. Yu Ningma, positioned closest to the explosion, bore the brunt of the impact, her ears ringing as if they might burst. Yet, this very shock revived her senses, and she stood there, mouth covered, gazing in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her. At that moment, dusk enveloped the sky, the evening glow casting a warm light upon Li Jingchen. With both hands gripping his sword, he stood firm against the carrion eagle. A striking image frozen in Yu Ningma's mind. She perceived him as an imposing figure, radiating strength. Beside her, the rescued girl stared at Li Jingchen's silhouette with wide eyes, admiration sparkling in her gaze. So handsome. Mommy, this big brother is a hero. A little boy, his eyes twinkling with wonder, pointed excitedly at Li Jingchen, proclaiming his admiration. This scene etched itself deeply in the little girl's memory. Yes, this big brother is a hero. The mother nodded vigorously, adding, Daddy is a hero too. Yes, Daddy is also a hero. The little boy nodded enthusiastically, mimicking a chick pecking at grains. This moment of valor ignited admiration not only in Yu Ningma, the girl, the boy, and his mother, but captivated all passers-by, who momentarily forgot their instinct to flee, instead mesmerized by Li Jingchen's presence, their eyes gleaming with awe. In Chapter 58, as the surroundings cleared, Li Jingchen raised his gaze to the carrion eagle, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now, it's just the two of us left. This is our personal vendetta. In an instant, the muscles in his left arm rippled, veins bulging as he single-handedly restrained the beast's claw. With his right hand, he gripped the sword, preparing to unleash a powerful upward slash. The god-slaying blade was ready to strike. The blade of the killing god is Li Jingchen's ultimate trump card, requiring both hands to wield effectively. However, it is the first strike that possesses the greatest power. The second strike is unnecessary. With a resounding hiss, a single move reigns supreme. The crimson blade aura, infused with a savage intent to kill, tore through the air, soaring skyward. As the blood-red light emerged, a shadowy figure, seemingly bloodstained, appeared behind Li Jingchen, overlapping with his form. Following Li Jingchen's movements, the figure viciously drew the blade upward. At this moment, the other claw of the carrion eagle was unleashed, striking fiercely at Li Jingchen. The half-meter-long talon glimmered ominously, and as it swung, a tempest of wind roared. The force contained within that claw left no doubt that it could crush a heavily armored tank. Yet, when the talon collided with the crimson blade aura, it was as if butter had met a hot knife, instantly torn apart by the blade's ferocity. A mist of blood erupted as the carrion eagle emitted a harrowing shriek. Astonishingly, it did not perish. Its scarlet eyes turned wild with rage, fixated on Li Jingchen as if it yearned to consume him whole. In the next moment, the carrion eagle flapped its wings and ascended into the air. Two blazing fireballs began to coalesce between its wings, gradually swelling in size. With the appearance of the fireballs, the very air grew scorching. Li, you must evade. This is the carrion eagle's innate skill. Ningma, witnessing the scene, turned pale and shouted from a distance, brandishing her weapon in an attempt to assist Li Jingchen. Li Jingchen, sensing the urgency, shuddered. He could not afford to divert his attention from the carrion eagle and urgently waved Ningma off. Please, miss you. Do not approach. I cannot spare my focus on protecting you. At that moment, Rain Ningma froze, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face, coupled with a tinge of annoyance. As the top genius of Shujin City, she found herself dismissed as a burden while trying to aid another in battle. However, recalling her own lackluster performance earlier, she refrained from pressing forward and resigned herself to watching Li Jingchen fight from afar, to withstand my 2 strikes without succumbing, and to still unleash its innate skill with such vigor. Indeed, the strength of a first-tier apex beast is formidable. Moreover, its ability to fly poses a calamity for any ability user limited to close combat. Li Jingchen's body tensed as he gripped the red blade once more. Taking a deep breath, this time, he truly comprehended why beasts of the same rank often required multiple ability users to subdue. The might of these beasts far surpassed that of the ability wielders. However, you have encountered me. The blade of the killing god strikes. Li Jingchen bellowed, his gaze fixed on the deformed carrion eagle, and before its innate skill could manifest, he executed his final strike with tremendous force. It was not that Li Jingchen's techniques were limited. Rather, the killing god's strike was simply too effective, and it even allowed for long-range attacks. The crimson blade aura reappeared, slicing towards the carrion eagle's wings. Li Jingchen deliberately avoided targeting the eagle's neck, as it was too small a target, and the beast's speed was too swift. Should he miss this final strike, the carrion eagle was likely to flee, its wings being a significant target. In the next moment, amidst the spray of blood, Li Jingchen's blade severed the eagle's wings with a single stroke. The fireball that had coalesced in front of its wings was extinguished as well. Following this, its body lost balance, crashing to the ground in a disoriented manner. Thunder Flash Step. Master-level swordsmanship. As the carrion eagle plummeted to the earth, Li Jingchen's weak electrical abilities instantly converged beneath his feet, activating Thunder Flash Step, allowing him to traverse several dozen meters in an instant. The red fluff blade aimed fiercely at the eagle's eye, plunging down with great force. With a splatter, the eyeball burst open. In agony, the eagle flailed its wings wildly. Aren't you supposed to fly? Aren't you capable of using your innate abilities? Use them against me. I dare you. Die. Li Jingchen bellowed, his voice a fierce roar. With each shout, the red fluff blade struck down brutally upon the carrion eagle's head, delivering a relentless barrage of blows. At last, the system's voice echoed in Li Jingchen's ears. One first-tier mutated ferocious beast has been slain. Ability points gained. 540. Damn. Indeed, it was a mutated beast. No wonder it was so challenging to kill. Li Jingchen, holding the blade with one hand, sat atop the eagle's head, wiping the blood splattered on his forehead and spitting disdainfully onto the ground. Having witnessed the eagle use its innate skills, Li Jingchen realized it was no ordinary beast. Just like the mutated scorpion-tailed leopard he had slain previously, it was indeed a mutated creature. However, the reward in ability points was substantial. It is dead. The monster is finally vanquished. Oh, dear. Son, please wake up. Father, I have no father anymore. Seeing the carrion eagle eliminated, the hidden onlookers dared to emerge and begin to clean up the aftermath. Some wept over the bodies of deceased loved ones, while others cast hateful glares at the carrion eagle. Yet, Li Jingchen remained seated upon the eagle's corpse, and they did not dare approach. He observed this tapestry of humanity, realizing that in this world, without strength, one could not even grasp their own fate. Merely a first-tier ferocious beast attack had resulted in dozens, if not hundreds, of casualties. In the face of such beasts, ordinary individuals were akin to ants, utterly powerless to resist. This was merely an incursion by low-tier beasts. If high-tier beasts, capable of annihilating entire cities, were to appear, the devastation would be unimaginable. Only by growing stronger could one truly seize control of their destiny. Gazing at the sorrowful crowd, a sudden clarity dawned upon Li Jingchen. With a resounding force, he felt something within him shatter explosively. The surrounding clamor abruptly fell silent. Chapter 59. This liquid is detrimental to the skin. The conspiracy of the Zero Reset cult. In an instant, Li Jingchen felt his consciousness seemingly detached from his body, as if observing himself from a third-person perspective. His vision began to ascend continuously. 10 meters. 50 meters. Soon, he reached a height of 100 meters, surveying the fleeing throngs and streets below. At that moment, Li Jingchen felt an unprecedented transparency of his mind. The resolve to grow stronger solidified within him to an extraordinary degree. So many lives have been lost. Yu Ningma gazed at the crowd, some weeping inconsolably, while others numbly collected the bodies, her own heart heavy with sorrow. Her hands gripped her spear tightly as she approached the corpse of the carrion eagle. its lifeless body lying like a small mountain, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence that deterred many from coming closer. Yet, Yuningma pressed on with unwavering determination. In life, she had been too afraid to confront the carrion eagle. If she continued to cower in death, she believed there would be no purpose in her training. She might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. However, through this battle, she had realized a significant flaw within herself. Her temperament was lacking, and her practical experience against fierce beasts was insufficient. Yuningmo vowed that this time, upon leaving the city, she would rectify this shortcoming. She would not allow such cowardice to manifest again. Li Tong? What is this? Yuningmo noticed Li Jingchen sitting motionless atop the carrion eagle's corpse and assumed he was in a daze. As she approached to call out to him, she was struck by the sight of his closed eyes, a look of surprise flashing in her own. Could it be that Li Jingchen had entered a state of enlightenment? She was well aware of this elusive state, one that could not be sought after but only encountered. She had experienced it once before, but that had been the culmination of years of effort. How could Li Jingchen achieve it after just one battle? You've recovered? Li Jingchen opened his eyes and smiled at Yuningma. His moment of enlightenment had been brief, merely a fleeting instant. Yet it felt as though an entire month had passed. Nevertheless, he remained attuned to everything happening around him. As he noticed Yuningma approaching, he teased her with a playful blink. Are you no longer afraid of the carrion eagle? It's merely a fierce beast. What is there to fear? Come. Take your spear and poke it a few times. Let us build your courage. Did you not wish for me to teach you the art of the killing god spear? The first principle of mastering the killing god spear is to have a bold heart. When you encounter a fierce beast, strike it down. Slay one if you see one. Slay a pair if you see two. You must make them tremble at the sight of you for your killing god spear to reach its potential. As he spoke, Li Jingchen adjusted the carrion eagle's head to face Yuningma, revealing its large, emotionless eyes. A chill ran through Yuningma as she beheld the orange-yellow orb staring back at her. Memories of the eagle's prior terror flooded her mind, causing her delicate form to instinctively retreat a step, exclaiming in shock. Li Jingchen, once again speechless, thought to himself that her timidity was excessive. How could she face fierce beasts with such a small heart? Come here, he commanded, leaping down from the carrion eagle's body. He grasped Yuningma's hand, along with her spear, guiding it toward the eagle's eye. With a swift thrust, the spear pierced through, resulting in a splatter of yellow and white. Yuningma gasped, instinctively trying to evade the grotesque scene. However, recalling how Li Jingchen had urged her to thrust towards the carcass of the carrion eagle, it was evident that he intended for her to cultivate her courage. Thus she endured and did not shy away, allowing the crimson and white liquid to splatter upon her. Why aren't you dodging? Li Jingchen leaped aside, observing the drenched Wang with a hint of surprise. Aren't you disgusted to be soaked like this? Was it you who told me to get splashed? Wang's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. I meant for you to poke the carrion eagle to bolster your bravery, not to stand there and get drenched in blood. Li Jingchen facepalmed, feeling that this girl was rather foolish. Wang was momentarily speechless, her complexion alternating between crimson and pallid. She attempted to articulate her thoughts, but realized that Li Jingchen had indeed not instructed her to avoid the blood. You should hurry and wash it off. The blood of the carrion eagle is said to be particularly harmful to the skin, Li Jingchen remarked with a chuckle. Harmful to the skin? Why didn't you mention that earlier, Li classmate? Wait for me. I shall return momentarily. Women are invariably conscious of their skin, particularly beautiful women. Upon hearing that her skin might be at risk, Wang's expression froze, and without a second thought, she vanished from the spot to cleanse herself. Thank you, classmate. The rescued girl approached Li Jingchen at a brisk pace, her gaze filled with gratitude. No need, it was merely a trifling effort. Li Jingchen waved his hand, dismissing her thanks. He picked up his phone, found Tang Xian's number, and dialed. Hello. Brother Tang, there's a beast carcass here that needs to be collected. By the way, it's quite sizable. It would be best to send an entire truck. Meanwhile, on another street not far from Li Jingchen's location, atop a 6-story building, a beautiful young woman pushing a baby carriage stared vacantly at Li Jingchen and the carcass of the carrion eagle. After a moment, her gaze sharpened, as if emerging from a trance, and she spoke with a grave expression. Preliminary estimates suggest that Li Jingchen's strength is at the first-tier upper level. Those 3 blood-colored blade lights must be his trump cards. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility that he has yet to reveal other abilities. If we are to act, it is prudent to treat Li Jingchen as a peak first-tier ability user. To ensure absolute certainty, we should regard him as a lower second-tier opponent. With a talent like this, if he strikes, he must do so with lethal intent. After the incident with Sun Mingyang, our superiors are already dissatisfied with us. If it weren't for our insufficient manpower in Xujiang City, you and I might not even have the chance to converse here. The young woman maintained a cold demeanor, analyzing the information she had gathered. If Li Jingchen were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as the neighbor he had seen strolling with a child in the Huayu Jiangnan community. In just half a month, he had elevated his strength to rival that of a second-tier individual, and with only a first-tier ability, he was capable of slaying a first-tier upper-level mutated beast. Such talent and potential were indeed terrifying. If we fail to subdue Li Jingchen this time, he will surely become a significant threat to us in the future. I shall take matters into my own hands this time. Beside the young woman sat a figure cloaked in shadow, the features obscured beneath a hood. Upon hearing her words, a solemn expression crossed their face. Given your second-tier lower realm status, with the aid of your abilities, you should be adequately prepared. However, I advise bringing along a couple more individuals to ensure we do not encounter any unforeseen difficulties, she stated. The figure remained silent, a clear indication of doubt regarding their capabilities. Yet, recalling the discontent caused by the recent incident involving Sun Mingyang, the cloaked figure acquiesced, nodding in agreement. Very well. Casting a glance at the sleeping little girl in the stroller, the figure asked indifferently, Li Jingchen is merely an unexpected gain in our purification operation. The primary focus remains the execution of the mission. However, once the operation concludes, we must vacate Xujiang City. What do you intend to do with her? My daughter? The woman looked at the cherubic child nestled in the cradle. The little girl seemed to be dreaming of something delightful, or perhaps reminiscing about tender moments shared with her mother. Her plump face breaking into a smile as she occasionally smacked her lips. This is merely a byproduct of concealing my identity. It will be dealt with following the completion of our endeavor. Such sacrifices are necessary on the path to achieving our grand purpose. Her eyes were devoid of emotion, only reflecting profound indifference. That is reassuring. For purification. For the future of Blue Star. For purification. For the future of Blue Star. The figure pounded their chest with fervor. An expression of zeal mirrored on the woman's face. Chapter 60. Why does that person resemble Old Li? What has caused such disturbances recently? How could Wang Ruitian allow a first-tier beast to infiltrate the city? A fully armed convoy sped down the road, with Lin Tao seated in the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, slamming his fist against the door. The street where the carrion eagle had attacked was less than 10 kilometers from the border military station. Originally, Lin Tao had been resting at the station, but upon receiving the urgent order regarding the beast's assault, he immediately rallied his team to the scene. The beast had appeared directly within the city, likely unrelated to Captain Wang. However, Captain, that carrion eagle is a first-tier superior beast. With just our numbers, do you think we can defeat it? Should we wait for reinforcements? Questioned a hesitant team member at the wheel. What? Are you afraid? Lin Tao shot a glance at the soldier, scoffing. Even if we cannot kill it, we must still engage. Every second late means more lives lost. If we arrive first, we will restrain that carrion eagle. Even if it costs us our lives, we cannot allow it to wreak havoc in the city. That is our duty as soldiers. Fear is irrelevant. I've already written my farewell letter. What do I have to fear? At his words, the team member's face flushed with embarrassment, and he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The armored vehicle roaring forward. No one better try to outpace me. I will be the first to charge. Mouse, if you don't get into the Ability Users University, what do you plan to do afterward? Asked a bespectacled chubby boy, glancing at the long-faced youth beside him as they munched on food at the roadside fried chicken shop. I plan to enlist. The requirements for physical fitness in the military are less stringent than those for the University of Extraordinary Abilities. Moreover, the military offers a comprehensive path for cultivation. Both of us are at the level of extraordinary abilities, perhaps after spending a few years in the military. We might achieve something noteworthy. Lu Hao, known as Mouse, declared with determination, then turned to the bespectacled youth. Sun Yang, if you fail to gain admission to the University of Extraordinary Abilities, what do you plan to do? I might enlist in the military as well. I certainly do not wish to lead the life of an ordinary person. By the way, have you been in touch with Old Li recently? Do you know what he intends to do? Sun Yang inquired curiously while stuffing his mouth with chicken leg. Both Sun Yang and Lu Hao were in Class 6 and counted among the few classmates of Li Jingchen with whom they maintained a good relationship. They had both awakened their extraordinary abilities. With only 2 days left until the martial examination and their physical and mental prowess still below 150 points, They felt hopeless about being accepted into the University of Extraordinary Abilities and had come to this fried chicken shop to alleviate their worries through food. They had initially intended to invite Li Jingchen, but were unable to reach him. Even their attempts to find him at the Blue Sea restaurant, where he worked, proved fruitless. Lu Hao shook his head in response. After old Li's breakup, I intended to offer him some advice, but I haven't been able to contact him. I sent him messages, but received no reply. Sigh. I had warned old Li several times that Li Mengyao was not a good match, even treating him to several servings of greens, but he simply wouldn't listen. Sun Yang sighed in response, a hint of helplessness on his face. After all, they grew up together and have been together for so long. It's not easy to move on. However, now that they have broken up, I believe he should have gained some clarity. I will try to reach out to him again and see if old Li wants to join us in enlisting. Although he only possesses level extraordinary abilities, having him in the military under our care would certainly be better than being an ordinary person. The atmosphere fell into silence for a moment. Both felt a sense of nostalgia, choosing not to speak further. Such is the state of the world. Those who are admitted to the University of Extraordinary Abilities soar to great heights, while those with lesser talents are left to enlist, risking their lives for a chance at a better future. The most unfortunate are those who lack any extraordinary aptitude. They can only lead ordinary lives. In the event of a beast attack or any danger, they would be utterly powerless to control their fate. Goodness. Mouse, look at how many armored vehicles there are. The ground rumbled ominously. A convoy of armored vehicles sped past the fried chicken shop. Sun Yang's mouth fell agape, momentarily forgetting the chicken in his hand as he quickly tapped Lu Hao on the shoulder. Lu Hao's expression mirrored his astonishment as he gazed out at the rushing armored vehicles, excitement evident on his face. This is a major event, a significant occurrence. Come on, let us follow and see. Both were naturally curious and, without further ado, dashed after the convoy. Position the machine gunners. If the carrion hawk takes to the skies, shoot it down. The rest of you, charge forward with me. The armored vehicles screeched along the road, leaving a white mark behind. Lin Tao, brandishing a knife, was the first to leap from the vehicle, rapidly advancing towards the street where the carrion hawk was sighted. Several team members hurried to follow, their faces reflecting a hint of tension. They were not afraid of encountering ordinary beasts. However, the first-tier formidable beasts are far beyond their capacity to contend with. To put it bluntly, despite their swift and seemingly elegant advance, they are merely serving as cannon fodder, fulfilling a role of diversion. Lin Tao surged forward at great speed, reaching the street where the incident occurred in less than 2 minutes. There, he beheld a youth standing atop the massive corpse of a carrion hawk, methodically polishing a long blade. Lin Tao was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape. Upon recognizing the silhouette atop the corpse, he was utterly bewildered. Li, my dear brother? Did you slay this? Good heavens. Rat, doesn't that corpse resemble a carrion hawk? After a brief interval, Sun Yang and Lu Hao also arrived at the street, their eyes widening at the sight of the carrion hawk's body. In this era, every student is educated about the knowledge of monstrous beasts. While many might not recognize higher-tier creatures, information about those below the first tier is widely known. Not to mention, a beast as notorious as the carrion hawk is universally recognized. Goodness, was this carrion hawk slain by the border defense troops? When did they become so formidable? Lu Hao exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment as he observed the border troops encircling the carrion hawk. Clearly not. We arrived around the same time as the border troops. They couldn't possibly have dispatched the carrion hawk in such a brief span. They lacked the strength for that, Sun Yang countered, pointing towards a figure standing beside the carrion hawk, adding, I surmise it was that individual who vanquished the beast. Remarkable. I wonder from where such a powerhouse hails. Moreover, judging by their silhouette, they appear rather youthful, since Li Jingchen was positioned with his back to the two, and given their distance. Sun Yang and Lu Hao could only make out a vague outline. Gazing at the figure's shape, Sun Yang suddenly hesitated. Rat, does that silhouette not resemble old Li? I think it bears some resemblance, Lu Hao replied, though he quickly dismissed the absurdity of his thought with a chuckle. I've surely imbibed too much soda. How could it possibly be old Li? As Lu Hao and Sun Yang turned their attention back, they noticed a female figure approaching the male silhouette. The two of them watched in astonishment as the pair laughed and strolled away side by side. They exchanged incredulous glances, their necks stiffening in disbelief. After a moment, Sun Yang, trembling with shock, pointed out, my goodness. If I'm not mistaken, that figure was the illustrious Yu Ningma, the campus belle? This can't be. Isn't she single? How could she be walking alongside another man? My goddess. The two lamented in despair, clutching their chests in heartache. Li Jingchen, I think we should perhaps postpone our exploration of the ruins for another time. Yuningma turned her head to glance at Li Jingchen, inquiring, why? Li Jingchen savored the enchanting fragrance that wafted into his nostrils. Mo has exchanged her bloodstained combat attire for a refreshing ensemble of short sleeves and shorts. Her slender arms and ivory legs are exposed, exuding an alluring charm. I underestimated the prowess of the savage beasts. Even a first-tier beast is so formidable. And the ruins may harbor second-tier beasts, whose strength would undoubtedly be even greater. I believe we are not equipped to confront such challenges at this moment. The terror I felt when facing the carrion eagle lingers in my mind, and Mo still feels a shiver of fear. Upon hearing this, Li Jingchen smiled broadly. No need to worry. You just need to guide the way, and I shall handle the rest. During the encounter with the carrion eagle, Li Jingchen had not exerted his full strength. He felt that with his current abilities, he might not yet possess the overwhelming power to defeat a second-tier beast. However, he still had 900 unused ability points. If he were to enhance his strength further, he should be capable of overwhelming an ordinary second-tier lower beast. Li Jingchen's curiosity about the secret of Hongfu was insatiable. Very well, Mo hesitated for a moment, but the thought of Li Jingchen's strength solidified her determination. Simultaneously, an unfamiliar feeling of being protected arose within her, an emotion she had never experienced before, leaving her somewhat flustered. Yet, a sense of shame also crept in. Li, your character is truly admirable. Compared to you, my title as the first genius of Xujiang City seems like a mere jest. Outside the city of Xujiang, two figures moved swiftly through the ruins, one following the other. Li Jingchen's feet crackled with lightning, allowing him to leap several meters in an instant. Over half an hour had passed since they left the city, yet they had covered less than 20 kilometers. Despite the continuous pace, Li Jingchen's breathing remained steady, and he hadn't even broken a sweat. In contrast, Mo trailed behind, panting heavily, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Even her bangs were dampened by sweat, clinging together in strands. After a while, Mo could no longer endure. She leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. Embarrassed, she said, Li, perhaps we should take a short break. Initially, Mo had been unwilling to concede, gritting her teeth to keep pace with Li Jingchen. However, she now found herself utterly exhausted. Seeing Li Jingchen remain unfazed, Mo was astonished. His physical endurance was astonishing. You've already reached your limit in less than half an hour? Li Jingchen approached and handed her a bottle of water, his tone somewhat incredulous. He then glanced up at the sky and remarked, it's getting dark soon. It's perilous to be out in the wilderness at night. We should hasten our pace. But I truly can't continue, Mo replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. As she spoke, her cheeks reddened further, feeling like a burden. Shall we find a place to rest? She suggested awkwardly. But in this desolate wilderness, where could we possibly rest? If you don't mind, I can carry you. Perhaps they could reach the vicinity of the ruins before dusk. Li Jingchen pondered for a moment, glancing at Yuningma, whose shirt clung to her form, drenched in sweat. He suggested, if I carry you, it will undoubtedly involve physical contact. Yuningma paused, her gaze dropping to her attire, her cheeks flushing crimson. The thought of being carried by a boy was foreign to her. She rarely engaged in conversation with them, let alone being physically lifted. Yet, upon meeting Li Jingchen's pure and untainted gaze, a shiver ran through her, making her feel her thoughts were rather impure. In a barely audible whisper, she acquiesced, all right. As soon as the words left her lips, she felt herself being lifted into the air. A warm hand grasped her legs, and she found herself pressed against a broad back. A mix of shyness, heat, and an array of bewildering emotions surged within her, causing her to involuntarily exclaim, hold on tight. I'm about to sprint at full speed. Li Jingchen, devoid of any distractions, earnestly cautioned her, I will move swiftly. So please refrain from making noise to avoid attracting any ferocious beasts. Okay, Yuningma's voice trembled, barely audible, heeding his serious tone. She took a deep breath to steady her nerves. However, her hands felt awkward, suspended in midair, unsure of where to rest. Thunderbolt dash, Li Jingchen called out, channeling his energy into his thighs as the technique activated. He launched forward like an arrow released from its bow. The sudden force propelled Yuningma to cling tightly to him. Li, your speed is astonishing. The scenery raced past them in a blur, the wind howling around her. And she was taken aback. She had assumed that Li Jingchen had reached his maximum speed earlier, but this was merely a warm-up, intentionally slowed down to accommodate her. His capabilities were truly beyond her expectations. He was indeed a remarkable individual, she mused. Here we are, he announced, soon arriving at a wild, overgrown hill, where a dilapidated Taoist temple stood. Li Jingchen set Yuningma down, following the direction of her finger towards the temple. The walls had crumbled, and the structure was half destroyed. Vines entwining the weathered surfaces, giving it an air of desolation. Beneath this temple lay a hidden passage leading to a vast underground cavern. I stumbled upon this by chance. I intended to explore further, but upon hearing the breath of a fierce beast, I retreated, Yuningma whispered, indicating the only remaining building of the temple. Let us go inside and take a look. Li Jingchen nodded, gripping his red sleeve blade firmly as he cautiously approached the temple. Chapter 62, Second-Tier Ferocious Beasts. The red sleeve blade now surpassed the shattering star blade in both weight and sharpness. Li Jingchen wielded it with ease, in hopes of unraveling the secrets of the red sleeves and dispelling the doubts that linger in my heart. I stepped into the Taoist temple. Upon entering, I was greeted by an expansive opening measuring over 3 meters wide. Li Jingchen cast a glance at Yuningma, shaking his head in silent communication. Yuningma immediately comprehended Li Jingchen's intent and, without further ado, ventured inside first. Observing this, Li Jingchen followed suit. In this unfamiliar territory, particularly within a narrow passageway, it was only prudent that Li Jingchen did not lead the way. After all, vigilance is a virtue, despite the minimal likelihood of Yuningma posing a threat. Caution is the mother of safety. As the path grew constricted, it eventually opened to reveal a vast expanse after traversing several hundred steps. Yuningma proceeded slowly, frequently pausing to assess the situation ahead. In those moments of unexpected proximity, Li Jingchen found himself pressed closely against her several times, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Yet, the thought of a potential second-tier beast lurking within the cavern quelled any lingering embarrassment, and she remained fully focused on her steps. After walking a few dozen more paces, Li Jingchen was struck by a sudden illumination. Before them lay an underground cavern, sprawling across an area as vast as 4 or 5 football fields. At its center flowed a sluggish underground river, its waters dark as ink, gliding silently. A chilling mist emanated from the surface, obscuring the river's depth. The enormity of this subterranean cavern, coupled with the existence of an underground river, was nothing short of astonishing. Li Jingchen surveyed his surroundings with a sense of wonder. Suddenly, his gaze narrowed as he focused on a central location. Was that a wudao fruit? And so many blood-chi herbs? As he looked closer, he noticed the riverbank brimming with vegetation, all of which bore a striking red hue. What else could it be if not blood-chi herbs? These herbs serve as the primary ingredient for concocting blood-chi pills, each valued at several thousand. The sheer number present here must be in the hundreds. A gasp escaped Li Jingchen's lips. He was elated. This substantial patch of blood-chi herbs alone could be worth upwards of 5 to 600,000. Yet, the most valuable asset was not the blood-chi herbs, but rather the wudao fruit nestled among them. This was a rare find, one that seldom graced the market. Consuming the wudao fruit significantly enhances one's comprehension, accelerating the cultivation of martial skills and abilities, and most importantly, it augments the capacity to grasp supernatural powers. There is even a chance it may lead to a transformation of one's abilities. Li Jingchen was exhilarated, although his supernatural ability was merely at Tier 1. After consuming the wudao fruit, it might potentially amplify his power. The odds were slim, yet one could never be certain. He pondered, "Did you not take the wudao fruit during your last visit?" Suddenly, he felt an unsettling realization and turned to Yuningma, furrowing his brow as he inquired. "I did not notice the wudao fruit during my previous visit either," Yuningma replied, equally bewildered as she gazed at the wudao fruit, which stood out prominently among the blood-chi herbs. Li Jingchen contemplated this revelation. "It seems that during your last visit, the wudao fruit had yet to mature. Its leaves and branches bear a resemblance to the blood-chi herbs. If not for the visibility of the ripe fruit, one might overlook it entirely. It seems fortune is on our side." Li Jingchen nodded, casting a glance around. "Where is the second-tier beast you mentioned?" Yuningmo recalled hearing the beast's breath during her last visit, yet this time, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Li Jingchen expressed his confusion. "I heard the beast breathing right here before, which prompted me to retreat without daring to pluck any blood essence grass. Its absence this time is indeed peculiar." Yuningma furrowed her brow, her delicate face reflecting her bewilderment. "Perhaps it has gone out to hunt?" "Yes, that is a possibility. Its absence is fortuitous. I shall first procure the enlightenment fruit, Li Jingchen mused, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Aside from a tranquil river, there was no sign of any beasts. Once he confirmed the area was devoid of danger, he approached the enlightenment fruit with great care. You brought a container, didn't you? Once I harvest it, you can store it in your bottle. We can divide it later, he remarked as he advanced. Prior to their arrival, Yu Ningma had stated that she desired nothing from the ruins, only the method to cultivate the god-slaying spear. Li Jingchen was not concerned about her changing her mind. He was resolute in claiming the enlightenment fruit. There was no room for negotiation. Indeed, Yu Ningma replied, turning to retrieve a glass vial from her backpack to offer to Li Jingchen. However, just then, the calm river erupted. A shadowy figure suddenly shot forth from the water. Lunging toward Li Jingchen. Li, be careful. Yu Ningma gasped, her breath hitching. Thunder flash step. Li Jingchen had remained vigilant. Sensing danger, he immediately activated his thunder flash step, evading the shadow's assault by shifting his body in midair. The shadow missed its target, crashing violently onto the ground with a thunderous impact that sent dust billowing into the air. As the dust settled, Li Jingchen finally discerned the creature's form. It was a being with a flat, dark head, its body encased in thick scales. Its 4 powerful legs supported a mouth adorned with whiskers as thick as adult arms. Swaying ominously, within its flattened jaws glistened 2 rows of menacing fangs, giving it an appearance reminiscent of a hybrid between an axolotl and a crocodile. It was a second-tier lower beast, the flat-mouthed salamander crocodile. Li Jingchen's expression grew grave. His hands tightened around the red-sleeve blade. His gaze fixated on the enormous creature before him. Although it was not a mutated beast, its aura was no less formidable than that of the carrion-eating bird. Perhaps even stronger. This could be deemed the most powerful beast Li Jingchen had ever encountered. God-slaying slash. Without hesitation, Li Jingchen unleashed his ultimate move. His eyes turned crimson. And as he reversed the red-sleeve blade, a blood-red arc of light surged skyward. Yu Ningma, did you not desire me to teach you the god-slaying combat techniques? The opportunity has presented itself. Let us see if you can conquer your fear of beasts. Li Jingchen shouted as he turned to her. I. Confronted by a creature even more terrifying than the carrion eagle, Yu Ningma was instantly reminded of the dread instilled by that very beast. Although this flat-snout crocodile possessed no eyes and Yu Ningma stood behind it, the aura of oppression remained unabated. The formidable pressure rendered her legs weak. Yet witnessing Li Jingchen's unwavering resolve as he drew his blade without a hint of trepidation ignited a fierce determination within her. In an instant, she retrieved her spear from her back and swiftly assembled it. The next moment, the god-slaying spear was unleashed. A torrent of crimson light surged toward the crocodile's back. Boom. However, despite Yu Ningma's full-force thrust, her spear struck the crocodile's back without even breaching its defenses, causing it to ricochet away. She nearly lost her grip on the spear. Its defensive capabilities were astonishingly high. Yu Ningma's delicate face was etched with shock. Chapter 63, A Surge in Power. Mid-tier first stage, enhancement of the god-slaying blade. Well done. The courage to advance the god-slaying spear had indeed been cultivated. Li Jingchen's expression conveyed approval. The ruins had been discovered by Yu Ningma. The fruit of enlightenment should not be taken lightly. He would certainly impart the techniques of the god-slaying spear to her. For Li Jingchen was a man of high moral standards. Thunderflash step. Master-level blade technique. Master-level body refinement technique. Clang. Although Yu Ningma's assault bore no fruit, the blood-red blade light unleashed by Li Jingchen sliced through the crocodile's outer defenses, creating a gash. Black, foul-smelling blood sprayed from the wound, corroding the ground beneath into deep pits. Ugh. The flat-snout crocodile writhed in agony, its massive form akin to a land tank, crashing into the stone pillars of the cavern, causing them to collapse in disarray. Yet, before long, the wounds inflicted by the god-slaying blade began to heal, vanishing almost instantaneously. The scales restored to their original state, as if the creature had never been harmed. Such formidable regenerative abilities. Li Jingchen felt a heaviness in his heart. He activated the Thunder Flash step, creating an illusion of himself in place. A torrent of blade light erupted from his hands. The myriad of blade shadows enveloped the flat-snout crocodile, as the rhythm unique to master-level techniques infused the blade light. He struck fiercely at the creature. Although this strike lacked the terrifying power of the god-slaying blade, it was still sufficient to surpass an attack power of 2,000 calories. Yet, upon striking the crocodile, it merely left shallow white marks. The crocodile's massive head lunged toward Li Jingchen. He swiftly retracted his blade and dodged, leaping to Yu Ningma's side with a serious expression. Indeed, second-tier beasts were extraordinary. Though this flat-snout crocodile lacked speed, its defensive and regenerative capabilities were remarkably strong, a stark contrast to the carrion eagle. With my current attack power, slaying this flat-snout crocodile would require a war of attrition, Li Jingchen remarked. Perhaps we should retreat for now? Upon hearing Li Jingchen's words, Yu Ningma hurriedly tugged at the hem of his garment. Clearly, Yu Ningma had not anticipated the formidable strength of the second-tier beast, which overwhelmingly surpassed that of second-tier abilities. Fortunately, the flat-mouthed salamander crocodile was slow, otherwise, it would have been impossible for the two to escape. Although the fruit of enlightenment was precious, life took precedence. Observing that Li Jingchen seemed disinclined to leave, Yu Ningma was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening with urgency. Li Jingchen turned his head to glance at Yu Ningma. From this angle, her delicate, upturned nose and rosy lips were vividly apparent, complemented by her expressive, enchanting eyes and porcelain-like skin, seemingly devoid of pores. It was hard to fathom that such features could coexist on a single visage, as if crafted with utmost care by the hands of Yu herself. Li, why are you looking at me like that? Yu Ningma's cheeks flushed a deep crimson under Li Jingchen's unwavering gaze. She spoke softly, a hint of shyness in her tone. While internally feeling a twinge of irritation, this is not the time for such thoughts. We should leave at once. The illustrious Yu, I assure you. My thoughts are not impure. You cannot cast such aspersions upon me, Li Jingchen replied with a grin, positioning the red-sleeved blade before him and gesturing for Yu Ningma to step back. Confused by Li Jingchen's intent, Yu Ningma obediently retreated to a safer distance. Once she had moved back sufficiently, Li Jingchen smiled broadly and silently urged, "System, grant me enhancements." Initially, Li Jingchen had intended to retain 900 ability points for emergencies, but the current situation necessitated immediate usage. After all, enhancing his abilities was an instantaneous process, and he had no fear of Yu Ningma discerning anything amiss. Steelbone Body Refinement, Master Level, to Steelbone Body Refinement, Grandmaster Level. Cost, 200 ability points. Ability points, 750, with a resounding boom. It felt as though an explosive force had detonated within Li Jingchen. His bones crackled violently as surges of heat surged from his lower abdomen, radiating toward his limbs. He felt as though he were engulfed in searing magma, white steam billowing from his body. At that moment, his physical prowess soared. 421 vitality. 430 vitality. 450 vitality. 480 vitality. 490 vitality. 500 vitality. In an instant, Li Jingchen's vitality skyrocketed to 500. If a Scion battle power detector were present, it would have revealed the continuous rise of his combat power at that moment. What is this? A breakthrough in the heat of battle. Yu Ningma gazed in awe at the white steam emanating from Li Jingchen, along with the escalating sense of pressure he exuded, her heart filled with astonishment. When faced with adversity, true talent emerges. Li Jingchen was indeed a remarkable genius. Some individuals, regardless of their circumstances or the challenges they encounter, refuse to yield or retreat. They forge ahead with unwavering determination, resolutely cutting through every obstacle and thorn that stands in their path. In that moment, Yu Ningma couldn't help but reflect on Li Jingchen's life journey from an orphan child. On the day of the awakening of his extraordinary abilities, Li Jingchen not only manifested a formidable power, but also faced the heart-wrenching separation from his childhood sweetheart. While others might have succumbed to despair, he transformed adversity into strength, emerging like a butterfly from its cocoon. This epitomizes the essence of a true warrior's spirit. This revelation elucidates why Li Jingchen has mastered the god-killing blade with such remarkable swiftness, unveiling the profound secret of the blade's techniques. Wang Mo's expression was intricate as she murmured to herself. In that moment, enlightenment struck her like a thunderbolt. With deep sincerity, she bowed 90 degrees to Li Jingchen, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Li Jingchen. I have gained insight." At that instant, she sensed the barriers that had constrained her for 3 years beginning to crumble. She felt confident that within a month, she could elevate the god-killing lance technique to an advanced level and the steelbone body refinement technique to mastery, enhancing her physique and defenses by at least 50%. However, this was merely the beginning. System, elevate my realm. The steelbone body refinement technique could support an extraordinary practitioner until the peak of the first tier. Once it reached the master level, it would shatter Li Jingchen's physical limits, allowing him to ascend to the mid-tier of the first stage. In the next moment, it felt as if shackles were being released within him, a surge of ferocious energy flooding into every part of his being. First tier, lower mid-tier. Ability points, 200. Ability points, 550. The breakthrough in his realm not only fortified his physique, but also amplified his weak electrical abilities. The color of his energy transformed from a pale blue to a deep hue. Name, Li Jingchen. Level, first tier, mid-tier. Ability, weak electricity, physique, 550 chi, blood, mental strength, 250 Hz, skills, swordsmanship, master level, steel bone, body refinement, master level. God-killing blade, master level, thunder flash step, master level. Ability points, 550. Post enhancement, his physique surged by 50 points. The disparity between his physique and mental strength had grown too vast. He could no longer afford to boost his physique without risking a disconnect between his mind and body. Li Jingchen scrutinized himself, recognizing that his mental strength and physique must develop in synchrony. A significant imbalance could lead to cognitive lag during battle. It was akin to a top-tier desktop computer whose hardware, such as the graphics card and power supply, were exceptional, yet it performed poorly due to a lack of coherence. The same principle applied to cultivation. While he could not enhance his physique further, he could elevate his combat techniques. System, augment the God-killing blade. Although he could currently slay the flat-mouthed alligator, he could not achieve an instant kill, which felt precarious. With his newfound strength, Li Jingchen was determined to reach the pinnacle of his power, executing instant kills. Chapter 64. Instant kill of a second-tier beast. The unexpected change. God-killing blade, master level. God-killing blade, master level. In the next moment, the world transformed, and the blood-red apocalypse re-emerged. Li Jingchen once again felt himself merge with a crimson figure. Yet this time, it was no mere solitary specter, but rather a multitude of crimson phantoms. Moreover, they were mounted upon war horses, transformed into a blood-red cavalry. This battalion of iron steeds galloped relentlessly across the sanguine earth, as if born solely for the purpose of carnage. Everything that crossed their path was ruthlessly cleaved asunder, without respite, be it ferocious beasts or humans alike. All who dared to obstruct their advance were reduced to ashes by their blades. In that moment, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth were populated solely by this blood-soaked cavalry. It became evident that the blade of the god of slaughter, upon attaining the master level, no longer focused merely on killing, but rather on obliteration. Li Jingchen gazed at the Hongxiu blade in his hand, murmuring to himself. The flat-mouthed crocodile appeared to sense danger, its sharp teeth bared as it roared menacingly at Li Jingchen, charging forth with the ferocity of a tank. Had it been before his enhancement, Li Jingchen would undoubtedly have shunned direct confrontation, opting instead for a lightning-fast retreat. However, now he merely took a single, gentle step forward with his right foot. The Hongxiu blade crossed before him, and with a delicate motion, he unleashed a strike. The god of slaughter's annihilation slash. This time, the blade's radiance was no longer crimson, but rather an abyssal black. A pitch-black crescent, as dark as ink, erupted from the tip of the Hongxiu blade. This blackness seemed to embody the very essence of violent slaughter, exuding an unfathomable aura of murder, destruction, and fury. What is this? Ray Ningma, witnessing this stroke, was utterly stunned, her mouth agape as she stumbled backward in fright. With a hiss, the black crescent struck the flat-mouthed crocodile. Its hardened scales, under the weight of the black crescent, parted as if they were mere butter, cleaving it in twain from head to tail. Dark blood gushed forth, and with a resounding thud, the crocodile's corpse fell apart, plummeting into the water. Instantaneous kill. Li Jingchen's god of slaughter's annihilation slash had effortlessly vanquished the flat-mouthed crocodile. Slain a second-tier lower-grade ferocious beast, flat-mouthed crocodile, gained 600 ability points. Don't just stand there. Toss me the vial. I need to collect the enlightenment fruit. With the red sleeve blade sheathed upon his back, Li Jingchen paid no heed to the flat-mouthed crocodile's remains. Instead, he turned to the still-stunned Rain Ningma, shouting loudly. The carcass of the flat-mouthed crocodile was laden with potent toxins, rendering it worthless for sale. The enlightenment fruit, however, was a treasure of significant value. All right. At Li Jingchen's command, Rain Ningma finally snapped out of her daze, scrambling to retrieve her backpack. Li Jingchen swiftly took the vial and, with a flash, appeared before the enlightenment fruit, rapidly plucking it and placing it into the vial. Consuming the enlightenment fruit required a process, clearly unsuitable in their current location. With the precious item now secured, Li Jingchen exhaled in relief, realizing the journey had not been in vain. You can gather the remaining chi bloodgrass, he said, glancing at Rain Ningma before recalling something and smacking his forehead. By the way, you mentioned a secret regarding the Hongxiu blade. Where is it? It's at the very front of the cave, where there is a passageway. The walls are adorned with murals of the Hongxiu blade. There may lie secrets of the elusive Hongfu. Yuan Mo exclaimed, her gaze still fixed upon the flowing river, with a face full of disbelief. She could not help but inquire of Li Jingchen, did you truly slay the alligator gar? Of course, he replied with a playful smile. Did you not witness it just moments ago? Upon hearing his affirmative response, Yuan Mo realized that she was not ensnared in a dream, yet her expression remained somewhat dazed. That is no mere cat or dog, nor some lowly beast. It is the formidable second-tier alligator gar. It could withstand my every strike. How could it have been so effortlessly vanquished by you? No matter how she contemplated it, the incredibility of the situation overwhelmed her, especially as she observed Li Jingchen's demeanor, which seemed so nonchalant, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. A profound sense of unreality washed over her. Could it be that he, like herself, was merely an 18-year-old high school student? The disparity in innate talent between individuals was astonishing. Having always been the child who was compared to others, Yuan Mo felt this sentiment for the very first time. Taking a deep breath, she sought to steady her emotions and approached the Qi bloodgrass patch, bending down to gather the herbs. Her extraordinary aptitude caused the very mountains to tremble beneath her, revealing their hidden ravines, evoking an irresistible urge to measure their depths. Yet, in her earnest collection, she remained oblivious to her surroundings. Li Jingchen cast a glance and promptly turned away, mentally repeating, what is forbidden should not be observed. This mantra quelled the restlessness within him. His physique was already formidable, his energy surpassing that of even the fiercest beasts. In the solitude of the cave, with only a man and a woman present, he realized that continuing to gaze could lead to complications. Hey, why did Li classmate leave? Yuan Mo looked up in surprise at his retreating figure. As she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. She tugged at her collar, having hastily changed and forgotten to check the size. Oh, there is an abundance of Qi bloodgrass here. What splendid luck! Suddenly, a voice tinged with astonishment echoed from the cave entrance. Li Jingchen halted in his tracks and turned to see three figures clad in the attire of supernatural practitioners, seemingly having ventured from the city to hunt beasts. At the forefront was a middle-aged man wielding a dagger, whose eyes glimmered with greed upon seeing the scattered Qi bloodgrass. Who are you? We discovered these first, Yuan Mo warned, tightening her grip on her spear. Ha! Little sister, are you jesting with us? The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with cunning, and the two companions behind him exuded a potent aura of supernatural energy. The overwhelming force sent the Qi bloodgrass fluttering backward. Yuan Mo's expression shifted. Second-tier supernatural practitioners. I did not anticipate that the little sister possesses such discernment. I did not quite catch your previous remark. Once more, I ask you, are these blood Qi herbs your discovery? Chapter 65. I decline your proposal. A scarred young man, barely half a foot tall, gazed at Yu Ningma, licking his lips, his eyes glinting with avarice. Yu Ningma's expression instantly froze, her complexion paling. To her dismay, she realized she was in the presence of three second-tier abilities users. The implications of this were all too clear in her mind. Gentlemen, we have just arrived. Everything here is yours. Let us pretend we have never been here. What do you say? Li Jingchen slowly emerged from the passage, fixing his gaze on the trio. This temple, secluded and rarely visited, raised questions in Li Jingchen's mind. How could these individuals appear just as they arrived? Nevertheless, despite his curiosity, he had already secured the most valuable enlightenment fruit. The remaining blood Qi herbs, though worth several 100,000, could be relinquished without consequence. Oh, quite perceptive of you, lad. The middle-aged man replied, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Li Jingchen from head to toe. He gestured to his companions, who promptly stepped aside, creating a path. Today, I am in a good mood and find you agreeable, so I shall let you go. Very well, Li Jingchen nodded, resting his hand on the hilt of his star-shattering blade as he proceeded down the path they cleared. Yu Ningma seized her gathering of blood Qi herbs, rising to follow him. Wait. The middle-aged man suddenly raised a hand, pointing at Yu Ningma and licking his lips. I only agreed to let you leave, but I never promised to allow this little lady to depart. She is your companion, is she not? Heh, such a beautiful girl should stay with us for a while longer. The scarred young man and another youth with a cherubic face grinned, brazenly eyeing Yu Ningma with unabashed greed. You seek death. As a proud daughter of the heavens and the chairwoman of the Abilities Association, Yu Ningma was unaccustomed to such humiliation. Gripping her formidable dark spear, She aimed it at one of them. Clang! Yet, in an instant, the scarred youth caught the spear with one hand, effortlessly flinging it aside and causing Yu Ningma to stumble and fall awkwardly to the ground. Little sister, your strength may be lacking, but your temper is certainly fiery, the scarred youth remarked, glancing at Li Jingchen. Li Jingchen, his expression impassive, shook his head. She is not my girlfriend. Do as you please. Without sparing Yu Ningma a glance, he began to walk away. This left the scarred youth momentarily taken aback. His gaze flickered, instinctively shifting to the middle-aged man. The man squinted slightly, appraising Li Jingchen anew, his voice hoarse. You've got quite the nerve, lad. You pique my interest. Would you consider joining us? As long as you watch us ravage your girlfriend, and then take her life with your own hands. You may join us. Thereafter, we shall indulge you in luxury and extravagance. What do you think? The middle-aged man suggested, observing Li Jingchen, who was still moving forward. This proposal seemed rather appealing. Li Jingchen tilted his head, a contemplative expression gracing his face, as if genuinely weighing the possibilities. Li, you can't. Yu Ningma's face turned pale, her mouth agape in disbelief as she gazed at Li Jingchen. Yet, he ignored her, continuing to ponder as he walked ahead. The middle-aged man, noticing Li Jingchen's wavering resolve, refrained from pressing him further, merely cautioning, do not proceed any further. I will give you 5 seconds to make your choice. Li Jingchen, however, remained indifferent, advancing slowly. At this moment, he was less than 10 meters away from the 3 individuals. I've made my decision. Oh, do share, the middle-aged man replied, intrigued. I see this young lady is still innocent, yes? If you join us, we could allow you to have her first. Your proposal is tempting, but I must decline. Death's blade of oblivion. With those final words, Li Jingchen unleashed a strike toward the middle-aged man. Among the trio, this man exuded the most oppressive aura, clearly the strongest. To apprehend the thief, one must first capture the leader. Without hesitation, Li Jingchen targeted the middle-aged man. In an instant, the world shifted. A violent, murderous, and destructive energy emanated from Li Jingchen. A pitch-black crescent blade surged skyward, hurtling towards the middle-aged man like a harbinger of death. The man's expression changed as the scene before him morphed, revealing a mountain of bones and corpses rising before him, accompanied by a legion of blood-soaked cavalry, suffused with an aura of annihilation, charging towards him. Even the middle-aged man, accustomed to the sights of death, was momentarily paralyzed by fear. Boss, get out of the way, shouted the scarred-faced youth beside him, desperately warning. Without hesitation, he swung his blade toward Li Jingchen, attempting to save the middle-aged man. Yet, the obsidian blade was swifter than lightning. Before the scarred youth could react, Li Jingchen's strike cleaved the middle-aged man in half. A second-tier lower-level ability user, an individual of notable prowess, had been slain in an instant, without even the chance to defend himself. Curse it! I will kill you. The scarred youth seethed with rage, his eyes turning blood-red as flames ignited around him, engulfing him in a fiery aura. His short blade transformed into a flaming weapon, raising the temperature of the air around him several degrees. Purifying slash. Die! He bellowed, bringing down the fiery blade upon Li Jingchen's head. Meanwhile, the youthful figure with a doll-like face, his gaze icy, let out a roar, his frail form expanding rapidly into a towering giant of 2 meters. He raised his fist, ready to strike down upon Li Jingchen. One wielded fire, the other enhanced strength. 2 second-tier psychics with exceptional abilities launched a coordinated assault on Li Jingchen, intent on extinguishing his life. Huh, as if you ever intended to spare me, Li Jingchen scoffed. Utilizing the master-level lightning flash step, he effortlessly evaded several meters back, narrowly avoiding their attacks in an instant. Observing their disdainful expressions, he remarked, if my deductions are correct, you have come specifically for me. Haven to you? How did you know? The scar-faced youth, taken aback by Li Jingchen's evasive maneuvers, displayed a shadow of astonishment, his countenance darkening. Though you feigned interest in the blood-chi grass upon entering, your eyes have remained tranquil as still water. Even when you spoke of sparing Yu Ningma, your gaze subtly lingered on me. Had I not pretended to abandon Yu Ningma and attempted to leave alone, I suspect you would have struck the moment I approached you. Wouldn't you? Li Jingchen replied coldly. From the very first moment these 3 appeared, he sensed something amiss. Such a multitude of second-tier psychics was uncommon in Xujiang. And the timing of their arrival, coinciding precisely with his departure from the city and his acquisition of the blood-chi grass, was too fortuitous. Coupled with their unwavering focus on him and the fact that their weapons had never left their hands, Li Jingchen concluded that these 3 were indeed targeting him. Chapter 66. The genesis of the matter, however, I am curious about your identities. Could you satiate my curiosity? Li Jingchen inquired, tilting his head. You are quite cunning. I should have eliminated you outright. The scar-faced youth glared at Li Jingchen like a venomous serpent. Yet, you will never uncover who we truly are. Kill. With that command, the scar-faced and doll-faced youth charged at Li Jingchen, unleashing their most powerful techniques. Two fiery torrents surged toward him like roaring dragons. Li Jingchen's expression remained unchanged. He did not even shift his stance. Had this been before his power enhancement, he might have chosen to evade and engage in combat with them. However, after his elevation, he could effortlessly annihilate second-tier, lower-tier beasts, let alone these two psychics of inferior strength. God of Death's annihilation slash. With a swift motion, Li Jingchen executed two strikes, slicing toward his adversaries. The pitch-black blade radiance cleaved through the air, dispersing their fiery blades in an instant before descending upon them. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they raised their weapons in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. Yet, the annihilation slash could breach even the defenses of a second-tier, lower-tier beast, making it utterly impossible for the scar-faced and doll-faced youths to withstand. They could barely endure for a fleeting second before being cleaved in two, their eyes wide open in death, refusing to close. If my conjecture holds true, the flat-mouthed lizard was indeed part of your scheme, wasn't he? You timed your entrance, believing that I had already been slain by the flat-mouthed lizard, seeking to confirm it. Am I correct? Li Jingchen reinserted the red scarf onto his back, casting a contemplative glance at the two figures as he spoke softly. The astonishment exhibited by the trio upon their arrival was not due to the discovery of the blood-chi grass, but rather their bewilderment at why the alligator lizard had not dispatched him and Yu Ningma. It seemed the middle-aged man presumed the alligator lizard had not emerged from the water, unaware that it had already been swiftly eliminated by Jingchen, its corpse now sinking into the river. Damn it, Jingchen silently cursed, realizing their affiliation with Sun Mingyang. He resolved to approach the three corpses to search for any potentially valuable information. Suddenly, he froze, a thought striking him. Had he overlooked something? His immersion in the battle had perhaps masked a notification from the system. He quickly glanced at the system panel. You have slain a second-tier, lower-level ability user tainted by the aura of a ferocious beast, earning 400 ability points. You have slain a second-tier, lower-level ability user tainted by the aura of a ferocious beast, earning 380 ability points. You have slain a second-tier, lower-level ability user tainted by the aura of a ferocious beast, earning 370 ability points. Name, Li Jingchen level. First-tier, middle-level ability. Weak electricity, physique. 550 chi blood mentality. 250 hertz skills. Swordsmanship, master level. Steel body forging method, master level. God of Killing Blade, master level. Thunder Flash Step, master level. Ability points, 1710 goodness. How could I have overlooked this? He mused, astonished that taking lives could yield ability points. The identity of these tainted ability users, could they be cultists? As he surveyed the three lifeless bodies, his chin stroked thoughtfully, his gaze flickering. This expedition had not only garnered over 2,000 ability points, but also the fruit of enlightenment. Truly a bountiful harvest. Suddenly, another thought struck him. He turned to Yu Ningma and inquired with a furrowed brow, how did you discover this ruin? Yu Ningma, still reeling from the shock of witnessing the swift demise of the three second-tier ability users, recalled, a few days ago, while I was training outside the city, I encountered a ferocious beast. I tracked it and subsequently arrived at this ruin. Are you suggesting that this ruin was intentionally revealed to me? She questioned, her keen intellect grasping the implications of his words. Unsure, she continued, that can't be the case, can it? If they intended to lure me here, what would their purpose be? The objective might have been to draw you in, or perhaps to eliminate both of us here, Jingchen replied. If I am not mistaken, your discovery of this ruin likely occurred within the last few days, possibly even within the past 3 days. Yu Ningma's mouth fell open in surprise. How did you know that? That can wait, he responded. We cannot linger here. Please rise, and lead me to the passage adorned with the red scarf mural. Li Jingchen stepped forward and extended his hand towards Yu Ningma. With a gentle nod, Yu Ningma placed her hand upon his, rising from the ground with ease, scarcely aware of the naturalness of her gesture. Following the recent confrontation with the three second-tier abilities users, an inexplicable sense of reliance on Li Jingchen had begun to blossom within her, unbeknownst to herself. Li Jingchen trailed behind Yu Ningma, and soon they arrived at the depths of the cave. This was a rectangular passage, approximately 3 meters in height and width, capable of accommodating 3 adults side by side. The surrounding walls were composed of smooth rock, adorned with exquisite murals. It was evident that this relic had existed for a considerable time. The cultists merely sought to exploit this site, intending to eliminate me here. Li Jingchen caressed the murals on the wall. The moss and the stone's texture attested to the fact that these artworks had endured for at least 500 years, possibly even a millennium. Moments ago, he had pondered whether the secrets of Hong Fu hidden within this relic were a mere ruse to lure him. However, it now appeared that this was not the case. Indeed, this site might hold the key to unraveling the mystery of Hong Fu. Professor Ji Linchuan, it seems you have long been acquainted with this relic and are aware of Hong Fu's origins, thus enticing me here. Li Jingchen mused silently. Everything suddenly fell into place for him, including Sun Mingyang's inexplicable desire to kill him and Yu Ningma's claim of knowing the secret of Hong Fu, which led to their encounter with the 3 second-tier abilities users lying in wait. All these events intertwined seamlessly in his mind. Chapter 67. There's something in the water. Li Jingchen suddenly grasped the starting point of this series of events, which had begun after he sought out Ji Linchuan to inquire about the secrets of Hong Fu. At that moment, Ji Linchuan might have discerned his transformation, recognized his potential, and orchestrated a trap to eliminate him. It was highly probable that Ji Linchuan was affiliated with the cult. As for his precise role among these individuals, Li Jingchen could not yet surmise. However, these remained mere conjectures. Li Jingchen resolved that once he exited this relic, he would seek an opportunity for direct confrontation, of course ensuring his complete safety before doing so. He had already formed a rough plan in his mind regarding how to proceed. Yet, such actions would only commence after leaving the relic. For the time being, the utmost priority was to swiftly uncover the secret of Hong Fu and depart from this place. He could not guarantee that the cultists had no further contingencies in place. Classmate Li, have you discerned anything? Yu Ningma inquired, standing beside him. The delicate fragrance emanating from her drew Li Jingchen back from his reverie. Redirecting his gaze to the murals. There were 3 murals in total. The first depicted a horde of monstrous creatures resembling ferocious beasts, besieging a skyscraper. More precisely, they were assaulting a solitary figure atop the building. The man's features were obscured, only a vague outline discernible. He wielded a crimson long knife, engaged in a fierce battle with the beasts. The Hong Fu knife. In the man's grasp lies the renowned Hong Fu. Li Jingchen instantly recognized it as the Hong Fu blade, for its design and the intricate carvings upon it mirror precisely the one he possesses. It was upon seeing this mural that I was inspired to invite you to explore the ruins, said Yu Ningma from the side. Indeed. The weapon held by the figure in this mural is the Hong Fu, Li Jingchen affirmed, continuing his gaze toward the second mural. The scene depicted in the second mural was rather harrowing. The ground was strewn with corpses, both human and monstrous, nearly level with the height of the edifice itself. The Hong Fu blade in the man's hand appeared to be stained a deeper crimson, verging on a purplish hue. This mural seems to convey that the man, wielding the Hong Fu, ultimately triumphed over the beastly foes, yet the battle was fierce, claiming numerous lives on the human side as well. Nonetheless, it appears that the Hong Fu underwent a form of evolution as a result. Li Jingchen furrowed his brow, studying the noticeably altered color of the blade. Given the characteristic that the Hong Fu could become heavier when slaying fiends, he surmised that this was indeed the essence of the mural's message. The third mural presented a stark contrast. The mountains of corpses and the bloodied seas had vanished, leaving only the man and the Hong Fu, accompanied by a colossal beast that had not been depicted in the previous murals. This scene was set not within a towering structure, but rather in a grand palace. Against a backdrop of an infinite starry sky, the man stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing upward, while the Hong Fu lay embedded in the ground beside him. The enormous beast, its face a mask of sycophantic fear, crouched low, its massive claws cradling a square box. The man placed the Hong Fu into the box held by the beast. Subsequently, both the man and the beast vanished, leaving only the box buried beneath the earth. These murals are indeed perplexing. The first 2 appear to narrate the tale of the figure wielding the Hong Fu as he vanquishes the invading beasts. Yet, in the final mural, why does this figure deposit the Hong Fu into the beast box? It is truly puzzling. Yu Ningma tilted her head, her face a canvas of confusion. Li Jingchen, too, felt a frown crease his brow, unable to decipher the intended message of the 3 murals. Moreover, there was no explanation regarding the origins of the Hong Fu. He held the Hong Fu across his chest, pondering deeply. Could it be that the murals suggest the Hong Fu is a cursed blade? Initially, The figure used it to fend off the beasts, but ultimately, he found himself unable to control its power and opted to seal it away. Yet, if that were the case, the box used for its confinement must have been exceptionally sturdy. How then did the Hongfu come to be unearthed by another? As Li Jingchen contemplated these mysteries, he felt increasingly overwhelmed by the questions swirling in his mind. Suddenly, a flash of insight surged through him. Li Jingchen's eyes widened as he turned to Yu Ningma. When did the beasts descend upon Blue Star? 200 years ago, she instinctively replied. For this was common knowledge, something no one on Blue Star could be unaware of. Yu Ningma was puzzled as to why Li Jingchen posed such a question. However, in an instant, Yu Ningma's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Li Jingchen. Are you suggesting, classmate Li, that the ferocious beasts did not descend 200 years ago? They had already arrived on Blue Star long before, and it was this man before us who repelled them? Yu Ningma pointed at the mural, covering her mouth in astonishment. If this mural has existed for centuries, it is indeed plausible. Li Jingchen nodded solemnly, his heart nearly convinced of this notion. Observing the relic and the traces on the mural, it was evident that they had existed for hundreds of years. It is entirely possible that they document the truth. As for why this segment of history has never been recorded in history books, Li Jingchen was at a loss. Furthermore, the current historical texts of the Great Xia only chronicle the past 500 years, with a significant gap concerning events that transpired prior to that time. Whether online or in history books, there is no record of the events occurring over 500 years ago, regardless of what transpired before. It bears little significance to us now. I believe that the square box is likely still hidden within this relic. Perhaps we should search for it. In truth, Li Jingchen felt there was someone who should know the true meaning of these murals, yet he chose not to voice this thought. All right, Yu Ningma nodded eagerly. Her heart ignited with the thrill of uncovering unknown history. Soon, Li Jingchen and Yu Ningma began to search the cavern thoroughly. However, after a thorough search, they found nothing. It seemed that the box depicted in the mural was not located here. Yu Ningma brushed aside her bangs, frowning as she remarked, "This cavern is vast. Yet there are not many places to conceal items." Li Jingchen shared her confusion. Could it possibly not be here? His gaze swept around once more. Suddenly, the inky black river captured Li Jingchen's attention. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes, and a smile crept upon his lips. I might know where the box is hidden. It should be within this river. If that square box truly resides in this relic, then there is but one location they have yet to explore. Li Jingchen lowered his gaze to the river, its darkness unsettlingly tranquil, as if some terrifying beast lurked beneath its surface. Staring at the water, Li Jingchen suddenly recalled something. After the corpse of the alligator-like creature fell in, it seemed to have not resurfaced. Moreover, even its blood had not flowed out. Where did that body go? You, the school beauty, can you bring those 3 corpses over here? Li Jingchen pondered for a moment, pointing towards the distant bodies as he spoke to Yu Ningma. You can just call me by my name or Ningma. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Yu Ningma's face at being addressed as the school beauty. It felt rather strange to her. All right, school beauty you. Yu Ningma shot Li Jingchen a playful glare, then set about the laborious task of dragging the corpses of the 3 scar-faced men over to Li Jingchen's feet. She then looked up at him, perplexed as to what he intended to do with the bodies. Li Jingchen offered no explanation. With a swift motion of his foot, he sent 3 lifeless bodies tumbling into the river, observing in silence. Chapter 68. A terrifying encounter. The corpses sank as if something beneath the riverbed had seized them, vanishing within less than a second, never to resurface. Yet, Li Jingchen's pupils widened in horror, his heart gripped tightly as if by a colossal hand. He abruptly grasped Yu Ningma's arm, retreating frantically. We must leave. Get out of here. In the fleeting moment when the bodies submerged, Li Jingchen had distinctly glimpsed an unimaginably enormous claw flash before his eyes. The shape of that talon felt strangely familiar. What just happened, Li? After traversing several kilometers away from the ruins, Li Jingchen finally halted, gasping heavily, his complexion ashen. Yu Ningma, witnessing this, was also startled. It was the first time she had seen such terror etched on Li Jingchen's face. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Is there something beneath the river?" "Indeed. What it is, I cannot say. However, we must never return to those ruins. Whatever secrets lie within are beyond our grasp at this moment." The mere thought of that claw sent chills down Li Jingchen's spine. It was not merely a claw, but rather a single fingernail. Yet its size was no less than 100 meters. Fortunately, he had exercised caution and refrained from leaping directly into the river, opting instead to test the waters with the bodies. The realization that such a horrifying creature lurked beneath the river filled him with a sense of dread akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Why did that claw evoke such a sense of familiarity? It couldn't possibly be as I fear, could it? If so, how long has this monster been dwelling in the waters? Emerging from the ruins, Li Jingchen made no delay as he and Yu Ningmo returned to Shujing City. Upon reaching the base of the city walls and gazing up at the searchlights and heavy artillery stationed atop, a profound sense of survival washed over him. Reflecting on the ambush by the cult, a second-tier ferocious beast, and 3 second-tier ability users, a typical high school senior would have surely faced certain death in such a scenario. Were it not for his system and the accumulation of thousands of ability points, he might have truly found himself in dire straits. As for the creature lurking in the river, he was uncertain whether it was bound to the water's surface or simply chose not to attack him. Thankfully, it had refrained from doing so. Otherwise, Li Jingchen believed that no matter how he utilized his system to enhance his strength, facing such a terrifying existence would leave him with little hope. He felt that his hidden cards were still insufficient. It was imperative to learn a new combat technique. No, one was not enough. Ideally, it should be a technique related to agility. The tier of the lightning flash step felt somewhat inadequate. Moreover, he could not expend all his ability points at once. He must reserve some for emergencies. Otherwise, he would find himself utterly unprepared in times of need. As Li Jingchen walked towards the city, these thoughts occupied his mind. Although he had not unraveled the mystery of Hong Fu, he did not leave empty-handed. At the very least, after a significant enhancement in strength, I still have nearly 2,000 ability points remaining. Moreover, the greatest reward is the enlightenment fruit. Li Jingchen felt a surge of excitement within, eagerly anticipating the consumption of the enlightenment fruit. Brotherly, during your recent excursion outside the city, did you encounter any ferocious beasts? Sun Ruetian inquired, having observed Li Jingchen's approach and briefly assessing the space between him and Yu Ningma, revealing a knowing expression typical among men. No, we did not, Li Jingchen replied. Noticing Sun Ruetian's weary demeanor, which bore the marks of battle, he asked in astonishment. What has transpired? I thought today was Captain Lin's shift. Why have you taken his place? Li Jingchen, having frequently ventured outside the city, had familiarized himself with the schedule of Lin Tao and Sun Ruetian. Don't mention it. Old Lin was injured, and I have been on duty lately. I don't know what's happened, but the number of ferocious beasts outside Shujing City has surged dramatically. Moreover, beasts that are typically unseen in Shujing have begun to appear outside the city. Just recently, there was a small wave of ferocious beasts attempting to breach the city walls. However, we managed to repel them. Sun Ruetian sighed, his expression grave. The area outside the city is perilous, dear brother. It would be wise for you to limit your excursions for the time being. Yet, there is no need for excessive concern. We have reported this matter to the higher-ups, and reinforcements are en route. A formidable 4th-tier ability user is coming. I believe with such an esteemed presence, the ferocious beast will be less of a nuisance. Oh. By the way, it is said that this esteemed individual, besides overseeing Shujing City, is also tasked with inspecting the upcoming martial examination. Brother, aren't you about to participate in that? You might even cross paths with this notable figure, Sun Ruetian chuckled. He then cast a glance at Yu Ningma and, drawing nearer to Li Jingchen, whispered, You are quite impressive, brother. You've even managed to win the affection of the daughter of our Shujing Ability Users Association president. If you achieve great success in the future, do not forget your brother. You mean Yu Ningma is the daughter of the president of the Ability Users Association? Li Jingchen exclaimed, taken aback by this revelation. What? You didn't know? Sun Ruetian was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. Well, with your talent and strength, you wouldn't need to resort to any schemes. Perhaps Yu Jiangwo would be thrilled to know his daughter is courting someone like you, he remarked with a grin. After chatting for a while longer, Sun Ruetian, perceiving that Li Jingchen had other matters to attend to, took his leave to conduct a patrol. Li, my friend, let me treat you to a meal, Li Jingchen proposed, as the glowing hues of the setting sun bathed the streets in a warm light, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces. Xiaomei mentioned a restaurant with delightful dishes. How about I take you there? Yu Ningma suggested, her hands fidgeting together, her voice barely above a whisper. Li Jingchen, preoccupied with the thought of returning to consume the enlightenment fruit, had little inclination for dining. He casually waved his hand in refusal. No need. I have matters to attend to. Perhaps another day. Huh? Li, what other matters do you have? Have you been invited to dinner by someone else? Rain Ning Imo asked softly, feeling a twinge of disappointment after being turned down for the first time when she took the initiative to invite a boy. No, Aside from that green tea, Wang Mingyao? I do not know any female friends, Li Jingchen replied, shaking his hand dismissively as he turned to leave. However, after a couple of steps, he recalled something and returned with a smile, saying, "The martial arts examination is approaching. If you wish to treat me to dinner, you may do so after the exam." Ah, okay. Rain Ning Mo's mood instantly brightened upon hearing this, her fair face blossoming with two adorable dimples. Even the evening glow in the sky seemed to become much more vibrant. After bidding farewell to Rain Ning Mo, Li Jingchen hurried back to the Huayu Jiangnan community. Regardless of any schemes or upheavals in the outside world, or the secrets hidden in the waters of the relics involving Ji Lin Chuan and Hong Fudao, enhancing his strength remained paramount. "Hey there, handsome. You're back." Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, Li Jingchen spotted a beautiful young woman pushing a baby carriage approaching him. "I haven't seen you for several days." Chapter 69. Enhancement of Supernatural Abilities. Big brother. Big brother, can you generate electricity? A little girl in the stroller waved her tiny hand at Li Jingchen. Warm, mommy told you that ISNT electricity. It's your brother's supernatural ability." The young woman gently ruffled the girl's hair. Oh, big brother is a supernatural being. How impressive. Although the little girl was only 3 or 4 years old, she already possessed a rudimentary sense of right and wrong. Children are truly delightful. Li Jingchen smiled at the young woman, patted the little girl's head, and then entered the elevator. The young woman watched him ascend the stairs with a smile. A flicker of confusion crossing her gaze as she murmured, "How strange. Could it be that Li Jingchen did not go to that relic?" "What did you just say, mommy?" "Nothing, dear. Mommy is taking you to buy some candy," the young woman replied with a smile before pushing the stroller away. This was the second encounter with this neighbor. Quite a coincidence indeed. Standing behind the curtain, Li Jingchen gazed through the balcony at the young woman's departing figure and murmured to himself. Taking out his phone, he noted the time. It was 6 in the evening, indeed the hour for strolling with children. He decided not to dwell on it further and returned to the living room, retrieving the wudao fruit from his backpack. The wudao fruit resembled a peach, but was larger and adorned with concentric red patterns. Li Jingchen thought it bore a resemblance to the devil fruits from One Piece. The method of consumption for the wudao fruit was straightforward. It was to be eaten directly. Within 6 hours of consumption, it could double one's comprehension and potentially enhance the power of one's supernatural abilities. After searching for information about the wudao fruit online, Li Jingchen turned off his phone and drew the curtains. He took a bite of the wudao fruit. The taste was sweet, and as he bit into it, the juice burst forth, transforming into a warm current coursing through his limbs. Thump, thump, thump. His heart began to race violently, and his entire being surged with vitality. It felt as though Li Jingchen had consumed 100 cans of Red Bull and 100 cups of coffee. He sensed a rejuvenation akin to recovering from a high fever, reminiscent of the exquisite moment after a deep 8-hour slumber when one opens the window to breathe in the morning dew. His mind was astonishingly clear. Without any hesitation, Li Jingchen immediately commenced the operation of the steel bone body refinement technique. The speed at which he executed it was at least 80% faster than before. Furthermore, areas that had previously been somewhat obstructed now flowed seamlessly. Li Jingchen was taken aback. He believed that if his proficiency in the steel bone body refinement technique were at a basic level at this moment, he could elevate it to an intermediate level within merely 3 hours. Alas, his combat techniques were all at the master level. Even with the aid of the enlightenment fruit, it was an impossibility to enhance his master-level proficiency by a single tier within 6 hours. Perhaps it would be wiser to cultivate his supernatural abilities instead. Li Jingchen shook his head and ceased the operation of the steel bone body refinement technique. He then began to channel his supernatural powers. The enhancement provided by these abilities was indisputable, and the disparity they created could not be bridged by merely 1 or 2 master-level techniques, especially in the later stages. The true power of supernatural abilities was fully manifested. Although Li Jingchen had been engaged in combat using his techniques recently, he never lost sight of the importance of enhancing his supernatural powers. Zazab, blue arcs of electricity danced upon Li Jingchen's hand, subsequently spreading to his arm and then throughout his entire body, flickering and bouncing rhythmically. Under the enhancement of the enlightenment fruit, Li Jingchen felt his control over his supernatural abilities gradually intensifying. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours had elapsed. Li Jingchen exhaled deeply, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. Even with the support of the enlightenment fruit, he had only succeeded in enhancing his control over his abilities. Elevating the level of his supernatural powers remained an unattainable goal. Could it be that my supernatural abilities are destined to stagnate at this tier? Li Jingchen furrowed his brow, observing the blue arcs of electricity leaping around him. However, he realized that his mental strength had also increased during the cultivation of his supernatural powers, a fact he had not anticipated. His mental capacity should have risen by at least 10 points. The effects of the enlightenment fruit were indeed formidable, he mused. With that, he opened the system panel. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. Name, Li Jingchen level. First tier intermediate, supernatural ability. Weak electricity. Physique, 550 vitality. Mental strength, 263 hertz. Skills, swordsmanship, master level. Steelbone body refinement, grandmaster level. God of Killing Blade, master level. Thunder Flash Step, master level. Supernatural points. 1910. To his surprise, a plus sign had appeared next to his supernatural ability. Li Jingchen could hardly contain his elation. Could this be due to the enlightenment fruit, or for some other reason? He distinctly recalled that there had been no plus sign previously. His thoughts raced, yet he knew the effects of the enlightenment fruit would last for another hour. Without hesitation, he declared, System, enhance my supernatural ability. Superpower, weak electricity, purple lightning, superpower points, 1,000 superpower points, 910 in the next moment. A peculiar energy surged through Li Jingchen's entire being, as if struck by a heavenly bolt. The thunderous power within him erupted with crackling intensity. Astonishingly, his superpower could indeed be enhanced. Li Jingchen was overwhelmed with joy. He snapped his fingers in the air. Crackle. Arc after arc of electricity instantly manifested in his hands, jubilantly dancing through the atmosphere with a resounding crackle. The current had grown thicker and more enduring than before. With a mere thought, Li Jingchen pressed his palm against the wooden table. The mahogany surface was immediately singed, blackening under the electric assault. Although he had yet to master the art of projecting lightning over distance to harm foes, his newfound strength was significantly more formidable than merely incapacitating an opponent. By channeling the purple lightning onto his weapons or fists, he could substantially augment their damage. Li Jingchen mused. The classifications of lightning powers varied by levels. He categorized them as follows. Level 1, the weakest, akin to static electricity, termed static level. Level 2 could inflict paralysis and burn damage, enhancing attacks. This was known as disruption level. Level 3 was designated as conduction level, allowing for the remote use of electricity in assaults, greatly amplifying attack potency when affixed to weapons. At level 4, one truly wielded the essence of lightning powers. Ascending beyond this threshold, it was referred to as thunder level. As the name suggests, it granted mastery over thunder itself. An awakener with a recently discovered level 4 superpower could summon lightning to strike their adversaries, effortlessly obliterating a small vehicle. However, the average awakener's mental fortitude and physical strength were limited, allowing for only a few controlled strikes. Ultimately, despite the superpower's might, it remained tethered to the wielder's capabilities. It was said that some formidable combat techniques required at least a level 4 superpower for training. Clearly, Li Jingchen needed to enhance his abilities. On the system panel, the plus sign next to his level 4 superpower vanished, reverting to an unenhanceable status. Just then, 6 hours had elapsed, and the effects of the enlightenment fruit faded. Chapter 70, an explosive surge in power, breaking through limitations. Was the recent enhancement of his superpower due to the enlightenment fruit, or was there another reason? He resolved to explore this further when the opportunity arose. However, the enlightenment fruit was virtually unavailable in the market, compelling Li Jingchen to suppress this thought. System. Increase my mental capacity. Mental capacity. 263 Hz, 300 Hz superpower points. 370 superpower points. 540 retaining 540 superpower points as a reserve should suffice. As his mental capacity surged, Li Jingchen felt as if he had just consumed a large cup of ice-cold cola on a sweltering day or soaked in an outdoor hot spring amidst a snowstorm. He felt invigorated, as if every fiber of his being was refreshed and his senses sharpened. Name, Li Jingchen level. First tier intermediate ability. Purple lightning, physical strength, 550 vitality, mental strength, 300 Hz skills, swordsmanship, master level, steel body forging technique, grandmaster level. God of Death's Blade, grandmaster level, thunder flash step, master level. Ability points, 540. I am uncertain of my current attack power, which prompts me to seek a suitable venue for experimentation. Tenglong Martial Arts Academy. Exclusive testing room. The floor is covered with thick soundproof mats, while the walls are lined with high-grade alloys. A row of high-grade alloy weapons is displayed on weapon racks, and in the center lies a high-grade combat power testing target. This high-grade alloy target can withstand the assaults of a second-tier intermediate ability user with a peak attack limit of 5,000 calories for a first-tier pinnacle user, 10,000 calories for a first-tier lower user, and 14,000 calories for a second-tier intermediate user. Thus, this high-grade testing target can endure an assault of up to 14,000 calories. I wonder if it can withstand my attack. Well then, let us put it to the test. As I speak, the sword, Hongfu, is drawn and grasped firmly in my hand. My spine arches like a dragon, muscles rippling with energy. In an instant, white steam rises from my body. My fascia begins to circulate, muscles undulating like waves, concentrating all my strength into the long blade. I unleash a strike at the high-grade alloy target before me. Boom. The alloy target shudders violently. On the screen, a vivid red number leaps forth, 10,380 calories. With just a casual strike, I have already matched the attack power of a second-tier lower ability user. This implies that I can engage in combat with a second-tier lower user without employing any combat techniques. Given this, let us test the enhancement of my ability on damage. ZZZ. Purple currents flicker. A blade enveloped in arcs of electricity strikes fiercely against the high-grade testing target once more. Boom. This time, the tremor is even more pronounced, causing the target to stagger backward. 13,380 calories. Remarkably, my attack power has increased by nearly 30%. Truly, this is an extraordinary ability, surpassing the previous tier by more than just one level. Li Jingchen's eyes gleam with brilliance. In terms of sheer attack power, with my master-level swordsmanship augmented by my abilities, I am already capable of annihilating a second-tier intermediate user. Should I encounter the trio led by the scar-faced youth? I feel confident that I could eliminate them without even resorting to the God of Death's blade. Therefore, let me now attempt my strongest strike. The God of Death's thunderous annihilation slash. ZZZ. A piercing sound reverberates through the air. A wave of white energy erupts from the Hongfu sword, cascading outward in layers. Amidst the white energy, a crescent blade of ink black, intertwined with arcs of purple electricity, soars skyward. It violently rends through the high-grade testing target. Boom. In an instant, the high-grade testing target shatters under the onslaught of the pitch-black blade without even a moment's resistance. The dark blade continues its relentless advance. The force struck violently against the walls of the room, causing the very ground to tremble. The entire space, clad in alloy, quaked intensely. The surrounding walls appeared as though ravaged by a cataclysmic earthquake, resembling crumpled sheets of paper, rapidly caving in and distorting. Everything was left in utter disarray. Were the test targets utterly obliterated? How could one assess the power of the attack now? Nevertheless, it seemed to surpass the might of a second-tier advanced ability user. Li Jingchen found himself in a perplexing blend of amusement and exasperation. Goodness, his brother's strength has surged again. Truly a monster. Wang paused his instructional efforts, casting a perplexed glance towards the testing area. Had he not known that Li Jingchen was conducting a strength assessment inside, he might have mistaken it for an earthquake. The other students also looked on, uncertainty etched on their faces towards the source of the tremors. Just as they prepared to inquire about the commotion, Wang Tinglong smacked one of them on the head. What are you staring at? There's only a day left until the martial examination. Shouldn't you be training diligently? If you little brats had even half of Li's talent, you'd be impressive. Chapter 71, Lu Tianyi. The youth is the future of humanity. At the high-speed rail station in Xujiang City, 3 executive cars were parked at the entrance. Yu Zhangwo stood before the first vehicle, quietly observing the exit. Behind him, Wan Xiao, the vice president of the Ability User Association, along with the secretary and several high-ranking officials, awaited in silence. Passers-by, upon seeing the trio of cars, instinctively veered away, their faces reflecting a mix of reverence and curiosity. Who could command such attention that the president of the Xujiang City Ability User Association awaited their arrival in person, accompanied by all the association's senior officials? Ding! With the sound of an arrival announcement, a figure clad in a military coat, enveloped thoroughly, emerged at the high-speed rail exit. This individual, a young man wearing sunglasses, brightened upon spotting Yu Zhangwo and the others, striding towards them. Those nearby kept their distance from the young man. Goodness! Wearing a military coat in this sweltering heat and occasionally rubbing his hands as if cold, he must be out of his mind. Lord Lu has arrived. Yu Zhangwo's expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of discomfort at the other's peculiar attire. He donned a look of respect and, along with the others. Approached the young man. Lord Lu, welcome to Xujiang City to guide our work. With Lord Lu's presence in Xujiang City, no matter how much the zeroing cult stirs, it will certainly not create any significant turmoil. Yu Jiangwo respectfully extended his hand to shake with the young man in the military coat. Brother Jiangwo, you are too kind. It has been years since we last met, and I didn't expect your strength to have grown again. Lu Tianyi replied with a cheerful smile as he shook Yu Jiangwo's hand, glancing at the weather. Xujiang City is quite chilly, isn't it? Yu Jiangwo's lips twitched slightly. He refrained from mentioning that it was 30 degrees today. However, he recognized that the other was a mental-type ability user, inherently sensitive to external conditions. Moreover, having battled ferocious beasts on the front lines, he bore the lingering consequence of being prone to cold. Director Yu, please don't take offense. It's just an old habit. Lu Tianyi acknowledged, aware that his comments were somewhat absurd. With a smile, he retrieved a blue pill from his pocket and tossed it into his mouth. A wave of warmth radiated from him, instantly dispelling Lu Tianyi's previously cold expression. The medication was exceedingly expensive, making him reluctant to use it at times. Shrugging, Lu Tianyi removed his military overcoat and handed it to the person beside him, revealing a floral shirt and beach shorts beneath. He turned to Yu Jiangwo and inquired, by the way, how has Sun Guoyang been lately? Following reports of a suspected resurgence of the zeroing cult in Xujiang City, the Daxiao authorities had dispatched him to oversee the situation there. Lu Tianyi had visited Xujiang City several times before and was relatively familiar with the environment. Furthermore, he had previously fought alongside Yu Jiangwo and Sun Guoyang on the battlefield, considering them half-comrades. They're doing quite well, Yu Jiangwo chuckled, opening the car door and gesturing for Lu Tianyi to enter. Please, Your Excellency Lu, step inside. I will brief you on the current situation in Xujiang City during our journey. Yu Jiangwo did not perceive their past camaraderie as a basis for equality. Recognizing that Lu Tianyi, a level 4 lower-tier ability user and the chief inspector sent by the Daxia Unified Bureau for the martial examination, held a position of considerable authority. The requisite respect and demeanor were essential. I have already grasped the general situation on the way here. The recent incident involving Sun Mingyang can be confirmed as an act of a zeroing cult. Moreover, the recent disturbances caused by beasts outside the city may also be linked to them. However, the zeroing cult likely has not deployed significant forces in Xujiang City. My mission here consists of 2 primary objectives: to provide military support and to ensure the smooth conduct of the martial examination. Seated in the vehicle, Lu Tianyi spoke with a grave expression. This martial examination differs greatly from previous ones. Substantial changes are afoot. Yu Jiangwo's gaze sharpened, instantly discerning a wealth of information from Lu Tianyi's words. He hesitated. Is this related to the events from some time ago? A month prior, 6 first-year students from one of the 4 prestigious academies, the Kyoto Ability University, ventured into the Blackwater Wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts. Logically, those capable of gaining admission to Kyoto Ability University were exceptional talents, and one would assume that confronting beasts of similar levels posed little risk. However, due to their lack of practical experience and inadequate psychological resilience, all 6 students tragically fell victim to the beasts, with 5 of them perishing. The sole survivor was gravely injured and mentally traumatized from the ordeal. The repercussions of this incident reverberated beyond the Kyoto Ability University, drawing the attention of the Daxia Unified Bureau, prompting a critical reflection on their previous focus solely on the candidates' ability levels and superficial strengths. It raised questions regarding the efficacy of such an examination-oriented education in preparing humanity for the struggle against ferocious beasts. Previously, with support from the military, the pressure on the front lines was manageable. Yet, recent developments had rendered the situation increasingly dire, with a significant influx of students being deployed to the battlefield, their performances falling short of expectations. The response from the military was also far from favorable. Some have privately ridiculed that the talents nurtured in the University for Psychics are merely sheltered blossoms, ornamental pillows. The pressure on the Bureau of Unified Education is immense. Lu Tianyi lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, shook his head, and sighed. He gazed out the window, reflecting, the youth represent the future of Daxia, and indeed the future of humanity. If our next generation does not mature swiftly to take the helm, the peace secured by our forebears through sacrifice may very well be jeopardized. Therefore, this martial examination will preferentially select those capable of practical combat. It has long been overdue. Yu Jiangwo nodded, pondering deeply. At that moment, Lu Tianyi shifted the subject, directing his gaze towards Yu Jiangwo. By the way, I've heard you intend to present Li Jingchen with a level 1 psychic medal without undergoing the assessment. Is there any truth to this? Silence enveloped the compartment. Although Lu Tianyi maintained a cheerful demeanor, an invisible pressure bore down upon Yu Jiangwo. Even the driver in the front seat unconsciously slowed his breathing. Chapter 72. Strength Certification. The Bureau of Unified Education's watchful eyes are indeed omnipresent. Yu Jiangwo felt a surge of alarm within. The decision to directly award Li Jingchen the psychic medal was known to very few, and it was a spur-of-the-moment choice. He never anticipated the news would reach the ears of Lu Tianyi, the inspector. Yet, despite his astonishment, Yu Jiangwo maintained a calm exterior. Li Jingchen's ability to slay Sun Mingyang, a level 1 psychic, sufficiently attests to his prowess as a level 1 psychic himself. My decision to grant him the medal directly was also motivated by the impending martial examination. Li Jingchen might not have the time to complete the certification. Without the level 1 psychic medal, should he fail to earn points in the examination, he may harbor resentment towards our daxia. Yu Jiangwo spoke in a low voice. Lu Tianyi extinguished his cigarette but, nodding in agreement, your considerations are valid, and I've also heard that Li Jingchen triumphed over your daughter in the Blue Network. It seems evident that Li Jingchen has indeed reached the level 1 threshold. However, old Yu, we must adhere to the necessary protocols. Otherwise, we risk giving others leverage against us. Moreover, what if Li Jingchen has already attained a mid-level or even high-level status? Awarding him a level 1 lower psychic medal would diminish his scores in the martial examination. Would it not? Lu Tianyi remarked. You are correct, my oversight is apparent. Yu Jiangwo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, nodding respectfully. Despite being a level 3 psychic and the president of the Shujing City Psychic Association, a significant figure in the city, he felt dwarfed before Lu Tianyi, a level 4 psychic who also serves as the imperial envoy overseeing the Bureau of Unified Education. Yu Jiangwo dared not overstep, recognizing that this is a world where power speaks volumes. Nevertheless, he held no objections to Lu Tianyi's words. After all, obtaining the Extraordinary Ability Medal requires passing an assessment, which serves to protect those without connections while simultaneously preventing certain influential families from causing chaos. The Great Xia places considerable emphasis on cultivating talented extraordinary individuals, ensuring a level of fairness in the process. Come, let us go meet Li Jingchen together. I am also curious to see what kind of prodigy can defeat Yu Ningma. Lu Tianyi remarked. With that, the convoy turned around and headed towards the Tinglong Martial Arts Hall. Yu Jiangwo had previously contacted Li Jingchen and knew he was at the Tinglong Martial Arts Hall. Brother, your strength is indeed remarkable. In the grand hall of the Tinglong Martial Arts Hall, Li Jingchen was just about to leave when he encountered Wang Tinglong, who had just finished guiding a group of students. The two began to sip tea and engage in casual conversation. Li Jingchen had some inquiries for Wang Tinglong as well. Not too shabby, Li Jingchen waved his hand dismissively, taking a sip of tea while glancing at Wang Tinglong behind him. Master Wang remains as diligent as ever. It is quite rare in Shujing City to find someone who teaches students with such dedication. Li Jingchen spoke the truth. Although the students were enrolled in Master Wang's class, some martial arts halls would not provide proper guidance even if payment was made. He could discern that Wang Tinglong genuinely wished to manage the Tinglong Martial Arts Hall well. By the way, Brother Wang, I would like to inquire about something. What is the current strength of the most powerful individual in Shujing City? Li Jingchen shifted the topic. The most powerful? Wang Tinglong paused, and a contemplative expression crossed his face. After a moment, he replied, that would be Yu Jiangwo, the president of our Shujing City Extraordinary Ability Association. He is at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier and has awakened a rare ability related to weakness perception, making him exceptionally formidable. Wang Tinglong spoke with reverence. Of course, this is assuming there are no hidden strong individuals residing in Shujing City. However, given that Shujing City is a small town, the probability of hidden powerhouses is quite low. Therefore, Yu Jiangwo is indeed the strongest. Why do you ask about this, brother? Wang Tinglong inquired with curiosity. Oh, just a casual question, Li Jingchen chuckled, offering no further explanation, while internally pondering the implications. A 3rd-tier pinnacle extraordinary individual is indeed quite strong. I wonder how safe it is to seek out Ji Linchuan alongside Yu Jiangwo. Since returning from the ruins, Li Jingchen had been contemplating this matter. He wished to confirm face-to-face with Ji Linchuan regarding the series of assassination attempts directed at him. Was Ji Linchuan orchestrating these events from behind the scenes? Most importantly, Li Jingchen wanted to ask Ji Linchuan whether he was aware of the secrets surrounding the ruins and Hongfu. What exactly lurked beneath the waters of those ruins? It was terrifying to think that such a monstrous entity was concealed outside Shujing City. It felt akin to dining on barbecue atop a nuclear bomb, with the potential for detonation at any moment. Nevertheless, the ruins had likely existed for centuries. If something were to happen, it would have occurred long ago. Perhaps it would be prudent to set this matter aside for now and focus on the upcoming martial arts examination. Li Jingchen mused quietly. Prepare to set aside matters concerning the relics. Primarily, he struggles to find a suitable rationale to persuade Yu Jiangwo to accompany him in seeking out Ji Linchuan. Furthermore, if Ji Linchuan is indeed the mastermind behind the scenes, his capabilities must be extraordinary. Li Jingchen believes that even with the presence of Yu Jiangwo, a third-tier ability user, the situation remains precarious. Suddenly, the door of the Tunglong Martial Arts Hall swung open, and a throng of individuals streamed in. Li, my friend, you are indeed here, exclaimed Yu Jiangwo, approaching Li Jingchen with a jovial demeanor. Unfazed by the astonished and reverent gazes of those around him, he smiled broadly at Li Jingchen. I am Yu Jiangwo, the president of the Ability Users Association, and I have come to conduct your ability certification. President Yu, it is an honor, Li Jingchen replied, rising to acknowledge him. The arrival of the president was fortuitous. As a prominent figure in Shujing City, it was only fitting that Li Jingchen extend him the respect due. He recalled receiving several calls and messages from Yu Jiangwo regarding the certification of his ability level. At the time, he had been preoccupied with consuming the enlightenment fruit and had been unable to respond. To his surprise, Yu Jiangwo had pursued him to the Tunglong Martial Arts Hall. Wang Tunglong, upon recognizing the visitor, widened his eyes in astonishment. Naturally, he was familiar with Yu Jiangwo. Yet it was customary for ability users to seek certification at the ability users building rather than having the president personally come to them. The hall was filled with onlookers, all of whom recognized Yu Jiangwo. Witnessing this spectacle, their eyes grew wide, their faces reflecting admiration and awe. Truly, geniuses receive special treatment wherever they go. You must be Wang Tunglong, Yu Jiangwo remarked, nodding in acknowledgement. Tunglong Martial Arts Hall has produced numerous talented individuals for our Shujing City. After expressing his approval, Yu Jiangwo shifted his attention back to Li Jingchen, adopting a kind and benevolent expression. He made way for the previously silent Lu Tianyi, introducing him with respect. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Lu Tianyi from the Great Xiao Education Bureau. Chapter 73. How many points does a second-tier ability user medal add? Li Jingchen was momentarily taken aback. Wang Tinglong, standing at attention, glanced behind Yu Jiangwo. As the head of the martial arts hall, Wang was well acquainted with the significance of positions within the Great Xia. The Education Bureau was a vast entity, overseeing nearly all assessments related to ability users, including martial examinations. To be part of such an organization and serve as an inspector implied immense power and status. Notably, even the president of the Shujing City Ability Users Association, a peak third-tier ability user, displayed utmost respect towards this inspector. Li Jingchen was intrigued by Wang Tinglong's reaction. While he was unaware of the inspector's clout, the deference shown by Yu Jiangwo and Wang Tunglong spoke volumes. Li Jingchen was acutely aware that the individual before him was no ordinary person. He turned his gaze towards Lu Tianyi, his heart suddenly heavy with gravity. This person possessed formidable strength. Li Jingchen found it utterly impossible to see through him. Ever since he ascended to the mid-tier of the first rank, his senses had become exceptionally sharp. In the presence of abilities comparable to his own, even some second-tier practitioners, he could generally gauge their level. Yet, Lu Tianyi, in Li Jingchen's perception, appeared entirely as an ordinary individual, devoid of any discernible aura. Ah, how astonishing. I never anticipated underestimating the prodigy from Shujing City. His physique has evidently reached the upper echelon of the first rank. Remarkable. Even more impressive than I was in my youth. Li Jingchen marveled at Lu Tianyi's prowess. Unbeknownst to him that Lu Tianyi was equally astounded, unable to suppress an exclamation of admiration. Lu Tianyi possessed a combat technique that allowed him to probe the physique of others. Moments ago, he had employed this technique to assess Li Jingchen. Expecting to find Li Jingchen's physique at the mid-tier level of the first rank, he was instead met with the perception of a blazing furnace. This was far beyond the mid-tier level. It had unequivocally reached the upper tier of the first rank, with a physique at least around 400. What? The upper tier of the first rank? Beside them, Yu Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to maintain his composure as he glanced at Li Jingchen. How is it possible? A high school student possesses the physique of the upper tier of the first rank? My Lord Lu, please do not misunderstand. I am not questioning your judgment. Realizing the inappropriateness of his words, Yu Jiangwo hurriedly clarified. Lu Tianyi discerned that Yu Jiangwo was merely overwhelmed by astonishment and waved it off. Instead, he gazed at Li Jingchen with sparkling eyes. To achieve the upper tier of the first rank while still in your senior year is astonishing, indeed. I had no idea Xujiang City harbored such a genius. Li Jingchen, would you allow us to witness your prowess? Lu Tianyi chuckled, his demeanor entirely devoid of frivolity. His expression earnest as he regarded Li Jingchen as if assessing a raw gem. Prior to their meeting, Lu Tianyi had perused Li Jingchen's profile. Though Li Jingchen was merely a first-tier ability user, his accomplishment of cultivating his physique to the upper tier at such a young age was indeed remarkable. While his potential and combat power might not rival that of higher-tier practitioners, his rarity surpassed that of many. Your physique has indeed reached the upper tier of the first rank. If your combat strength can match the attack power of the upper tier, you would be eligible for the upper tier first-rank ability user medal. This medal not only grants additional points during the martial assessment, but also provides discounts at certain designated establishments in Daxia. Furthermore, the Unified Bureau offers a monthly subsidy. Though modest, it amounts to around 10,000 Daxia coins each month, Lu Tianyi added. Li Jingchen nodded in agreement. These benefits were indeed enticing, and he was keen to seek an opportunity for certification with the Ability User Association. At this moment, it is quite convenient. There is no need for you to go elsewhere. How shall we conduct the test? Is it to be done right here? Li Jingchen inquired. Indeed, it is quite simple. All you need to do is to attack me. I will suppress my realm to the peak of the first stage. If you can make me take even a single step back, you will have met the standard. Lu Tianyi replied with a smile, glancing at the team behind him. Immediately, someone from the team retrieved a circular object resembling a shield from their backpack and handed it to Lu Tianyi with both hands. Lu Tianyi accepted the shield, holding it in his right hand, and pressed a button on it. In an instant, a blue light appeared, forming a blue barrier in front of the shield. In the center of the barrier, a red number displayed, 0. This is the latest testing device developed by the Weapon Research Institute of the Magic City Ability User University, capable of recording the data of the attacker. Its function is akin to that of a testing target, yet it remains a prototype, with a limit to recording the combat power of the peak first stage. In a moment, you need only to unleash your full strength against this surface. It will naturally display your combat power. Of course, the data will remain concealed. Utilizing this testing device is merely a procedural formality. The paramount goal is for you to make me take a step back, Lu Tianyi indicated, pointing to the testing device in his right hand, his expression cheerful. As a low-tier fourth-stage ability user, even though Lu Tianyi would suppress his realm to the peak of the first stage, his strength would still rank among the elite of that stage. After all, it is merely a suppression of realm. His combat skills and abilities remain unaffected. Otherwise, if everything were to be uniformly suppressed, and should Li Jingchen surpass the peak of the first stage, forcing him to retreat 10 steps, it would indeed be quite an embarrassment. Understood, Li Jingchen nodded and positioned himself for the attack, moving to stand opposite Lu Tianyi. The crowd parted to create space for the demonstration. Observing this, Wang Tenglong quickly instructed the members of the Tenglong Martial Arts School to clear the area. To be honest, Wang Tenglong was also quite curious about Li Jingchen's strength. Previously, Li Jingchen had managed to defeat 3 mid-tier first-stage ability users from the Violent Bear Martial Arts School. Wang Tenglong felt that Li Jingchen had grown even stronger, eager to ascertain his current realm. The onlookers stepped back, their attention fixed on Li Jingchen and Lu Tianyi. Among them was the front desk girl from the Tenglong Martial Arts School, who always greeted Li Jingchen, now wide-eyed with curiosity. At that moment, the training class just concluded, and those who had been training came out, intrigued by the unfolding events. It became apparent that Li Jingchen had reached the upper tier of the first stage, explaining his ability to defeat Su Zhang's foremost prodigy, Yu Ningma, with a single blow. They wondered just how formidable Li Jingchen's combat power truly was. Lu Hao, the eldest disciple of the Tenglong Martial Arts School, watched intently. Although he had long since acknowledged Li Jingchen's prowess, his curiosity about Li Jingchen's strength persisted. By the way, President Yu, I forgot to ask earlier, how many points can the ability user medal add to the martial arts examination? Li Jingchen suddenly turned to Yu Jiangwo, who was documenting the process, and inquired. Chapter 74, Knockback. Astonishment. Yu Jiangwo was taken aback. Although he did not comprehend the reason behind Li Jingchen's inquiry, he still responded amiably, stating, a first-tier lower-level ability badge grants an additional 20 points, a first-tier mid-level ability badge provides 50 points, and a first-tier upper-level ability badge bestows 100 points. Li Jingchen awaited further elaboration from Yu Jiangwo. When he fell silent, he pressed on, asking, "What about the first-tier peak ability badge? How many points does it add for the martial arts examination?" With a chuckle, he replied, "A first-tier peak ability badge can add 150 points. However, achieving the peak of the first tier by the third year is nearly impossible unless one possesses an ability of higher rank. Even the two individuals with high-level abilities this year barely reached the combat strength of a first-tier peak." Lu Tianyi interjected with a smile, explaining to Li Jingchen, "If one were to attain the combat power of a first-tier peak by the third year, there would be no need to participate in the martial arts examinations. They would be specially recruited into the 4 prestigious academies. Li Jingchen, if you are confident in your abilities, you might consider a challenge. Perhaps you could secure a special admission into one of the 4 academies without taking the martial arts examination," Lu Tianyi chuckled. Yet, he harbored doubts about Li Jingchen's potential to reach the first-tier peak. After all, the disparity between the first-tier upper level and the first-tier peak is significant. Achieving the combat power of a first-tier peak without the enhancement of abilities is virtually unattainable. Unless Li Jingchen possessed a high-level ability along with a robust physique at the first-tier upper level, he might stand a chance at the combat assessment for the first-tier peak. However, with only a basic ability, the prospect seemed bleak. What if someone were to attain the strength of a second-tier ability user during their third year? How many points does that add for the martial arts examination? Li Jingchen pondered before posing the question. A second-tier ability user? Haha. Lu Tianyi erupted in laughter upon hearing Li Jingchen's query. Yu Jiangwo also chuckled, glancing at Li Jingchen with a hint of resignation. It is impossible for a student in their third year to possess the combat strength of a second-tier ability user, Li. There are no regulations in the Great Xia regarding bonus points for second-tier ability users in the martial arts examination. Oh, so there are no additional points for second-tier ability users, Li Jingchen mused, his expression tinged with disappointment. This reaction amused Lu Tianyi, who chuckled and shook his head at Li Jingchen. "What's this, Li? You don't mean to say your combat strength has already reached the level of a second-tier ability user, do you? If that were the case, I wouldn't stand a chance even if I suppressed my level to the first-tier peak. Haha, young people are bold in their aspirations. I admire that." Lu Tianyi laughed heartily, clearly perceiving Li Jingchen's earlier performance as jest. The usually taciturn Wan Xiao and others could not help but chuckle as well. Li, who typically appears so reserved, turns out to have a sense of humor, Wang Long exclaimed in surprise, interpreting Li Jingchen's earlier display as a bid for attention before the monitors. At that moment, Lu Tianyi added, "Daring to dream is not a bad thing. Give it your all. If you can push me back 20 steps, I will personally apply to award you the second-tier ability badge." Before Lu Tianyi could finish his words, he felt a chilling aura emanating from Li Jingchen. In an instant, a long blade materialized before Lu Tianyi's eyes. The next moment, an immense force, akin to the weight of a mountain, surged from the testing device directly into Lu Tianyi's chest. He felt as if he had been struck head-on by a speeding locomotive. With a thunderous crash, his figure was propelled backward like a cannonball. The glass door shattered, and Lu Tianyi flew over 100 meters, crashing violently into the wall across the street. A large hole was left in the concrete wall. What just flew out? Could it be a beast attack? No, wait. That seemed to be a human silhouette. It came from the Tunglong Martial Arts School. Has someone gone there to challenge and got thrown out? It seemed that the Tunglong Martial Arts School indeed possessed formidable prowess. Once I have the means, I shall enroll as well. Students passing by the street stared in astonishment at the sudden hole in the wall. Meanwhile, inside the Tunglong Martial Arts School, Yu Jiangwo, Wang Tunglong, Lu Hao, and Wan Xiao, along with others, were utterly bewildered, gazing at the shattered door in a state of shock. Lu Tianyi has been thrown out. Wan Zhao's mouth fell agape as he instinctively glanced at the president, Yu Jiangwo. Yu Jiangwo, staring at the gaping hole in the street wall, widened his eyes in disbelief. Exchanging glances with Wan Xiao, did Lu not suppress his realm to the peak of the first stage? Could it be that the suppression was not to the peak of the first stage, but rather to the upper echelon of the first stage? Could it be that Li Jingchen's strength has indeed surpassed the upper echelon of the first stage? Hiss. It seems plausible that Lu Tianyi was caught off guard and thus sent flying. Wan Xiao nodded in agreement. If not, it would imply that Li Jingchen's strength has reached the level of a second-stage ability user, striking Lu Tianyi down with a single blow, which is too far-fetched. They swiftly dismissed that conjecture. Let us check the records on the testing device. We'll know the power of Li Jingchen's attack in terms of cards. Yu Jiangwo urged. The testing device was connected to a terminal for data storage, which recorded the recent testing data from Li Jingchen. As the president of the Ability User Association and the one overseeing this certification, Yu Jiangwo had the authority to access this data. Wan Xiao nodded, ready to access the terminal. However, before he could do so, a whoosh echoed as a gust of energy shattered the testing terminal into countless fragments. Lu Tianyi calmly walked through the doorway, hands clasped behind his back, and addressed Yu Jiangwo and Wan Xiao. There is no need to check. I was momentarily careless and suppressed my realm to the upper echelon of the first stage. I did not anticipate that Li Jingchen's strength had surpassed the upper echelon of the first stage, reaching the peak of the first stage. Thus, I was caught off guard and sent flying. It was my negligence. I never expected that such an extraordinary talent would emerge from Xujiang City. Li Jingchen, you are quite impressive. Lu Tianyi spoke with composure, offering a look of approval towards Li Jingchen, with no hint of embarrassment from being knocked back. Yu Jiangwo scrutinized the testing device in his hand, deep in thought. Suddenly, a possibility struck him, and a wave of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Wan Xiao also sensed that something was amiss and instinctively opened his mouth to inquire. However, just as he was about to speak, Yu Jiangwo shot him a fierce glare, silencing him instantly. Yet, within, a tempest of shock surged. He realized the truth. The situation was undoubtedly not as Lu Tianyi had described. It was highly likely that Li Jingchen's strength surpassed the pinnacle of the first tier. Could it be? Was Li Jingchen a second-tier ability user? Unthinkable. The two lowered their heads to conceal the astonishment etched upon their faces. Despite their extensive experiences, believing themselves to have reached the zenith of composure, they found it challenging to suppress the overwhelming emotions roiling within. They could only disguise their shock by averting their gaze. Chapter 75. Frame it for me. As for Lu Tianyi, the astonishment he felt was no less than that of the two men, perhaps even greater. A tempest surged within his mind. He had faced Li Jingchen's attack directly and was acutely aware of the power behind that strike. It had undeniably achieved the combat prowess of a lower-tier second-tier ability user. And not just any lower tier, but that of a top-tier lower-tier ability user. The mastery displayed in Li Jingchen's earlier slash, with its rhythmic movement, was undoubtedly of a master-level swordsmanship. Yet, that strike encompassed more than just master-level technique. It seemed to incorporate other combat skills as well. Nevertheless, it was clear that Li Jingchen's strength had indeed reached the lower tier of the second tier. Goodness, an 18-year-old second-tier ability user. What an anomaly. Has there ever been such a phenomenon in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom? Lu Tianyi was uncertain. Though his thoughts spiraled, he maintained an expression of utter calmness. He gazed at Li Jingchen and remarked, "Classmate Li, your strength has reached the pinnacle of the first tier. You are quite remarkable. In Great Xia, you are among the top talents, fully meeting the criteria for special recruitment. Allow me to contact the higher-ups regarding this matter. If all goes well, you may be exempted from the martial examination," Lu Tianyi said with a genial smile. Li Jingchen raised an eyebrow, looking at Lu Tianyi in surprise. Realizing that Lu Tianyi was subtly signaling him, he quickly grasped the situation. It seemed his earlier display of strength had been too extraordinary, too astonishing. Lu Tianyi was concerned about the trouble it might attract and wished to downplay the incident. "Rest assured, you will receive all due privileges," Lu Tianyi added hurriedly, fearing that Li Jingchen might harbor dissatisfaction, emphasizing the term privileges. "Very well, Lord Lu," Li Jingchen replied, nodding in compliance. "Now, you may wait for me in the vehicle while I step out to make a call," Lu Tianyi said with a smile, gesturing to Yu Jiangwo to escort Li Jingchen to the car. Li Jingchen accepted without objection and entered the administrative sedan, waiting for Lu Tianyi to make contact. Li Jingchen turned around only to find that Lu had vanished from in front of the car. Li felt a surge of emotion. Truly, he was sent by the higher-ups for inspection, and his agility was remarkable. Goodness, an 18-year-old second-tier ability user? Is this some sort of jest? Such a prodigy has surely not emerged from either the Magic City or Kyoto. How could this happen in the small city of Xujiang? Lu Tianyi stood atop the building, unleashing a torrent of expletives. He couldn't recall the last time he had lost his composure in such a manner, nor the last time he had uttered such foul language. However, the events of today were simply too astonishing. Has such an occurrence ever graced the annals of Daxiao's history? This year, those two top-tier ability users barely reached the pinnacle of the first tier, right? Lu's lips twitched. The cold wind brushed against his face, slowly calming his tumultuous emotions. He retrieved a phone from his pocket, found an unnamed number, and dialed. "Minter, you owe me a favor this time." After hanging up, Lu Tianxiang could not suppress a grin. He hadn't expected his mentor to come in person. How amusing that he didn't believe his words. Ah, the combat techniques I have my eye on will finally be within reach. I just wonder if my esteemed mentor possesses the capability to recruit Li Jingchen into his fold. After all, he is the head of the Magic City's Weaponry Academy. Surely, it can't be too difficult to take on a student when so many seek his tutelage, right? Lu Tianxiang's smile widened, his heart brimming with gratitude for having come to the right place. He had just informed his mentor about Li Jingchen. Although, as an inspector, he had the responsibility to report matters upward. The timing and recipient of such reports were crucial. The sequence in which information is conveyed can yield significant consequences. This year, his mentor's rival had taken on a gifted ability user and flaunted it before him, almost driving his mentor to the brink of fury. If his mentor could successfully recruit Li Jingchen, it would be a sweet revenge. Haha. The more Lu Tianxiang pondered, the more exhilarated he became, especially with his mentor personally visiting Xujiang. Regardless of whether there were any disturbances caused by the Zero God sect, it would hardly create any significant turmoil. As he contemplated, Lu Tianxiang glanced down from the building. Suddenly, he remembered that Li Jingchen was still waiting for him in the car. Collecting himself, he hurriedly leaped down. With a swift strike, he sent the inspector flying, and moreover, he could uniquely enroll in one of the 4 prestigious academies. Brother Li is truly on the verge of soaring. Ah, the golden-scaled fish could not remain in the pond. Once encountering the winds and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Henceforth, Brother Li shall spread his wings like a great rock, soaring across the vast skies and seas. It seems that Xujiang is genuinely on the cusp of prosperity. At the Tunglong Martial Arts School, Wang Tunglong watched as Li Jingchen waved goodbye to him through the car window, his lips unable to contain a smile. Once the convoy had moved far away, Wang Tunglong swiftly turned to the young lady at the front desk, inquiring, "Did you capture the photos just now?" "Yes, Master," she promptly replied, cradling the camera with care, which held 2 images of Li Jingchen, the backdrop perfectly featuring the sign of the Tunglong Martial Arts School. "Frame them immediately," he insisted. "This photograph is worth a fortune. In the future, when recruiting new students, should we encounter any hesitations regarding enrollment, we shall present this photograph to them." Haha. "Oh, by the way, I also have several older photos with Brother Li on my phone. Please frame those as well." Wang Tunglong grinned widely. "In 5 days. No more than 5 days. Once the martial arts examination concludes, Li Jingchen's name shall resonate throughout the entirety of Xujing City. At that moment, the Tunglong Martial Arts School will truly soar. Brother Li, I sense you have many questions. Feel free to ask me. I shall answer all without reservation." In the rear seat of the administrative vehicle, Lu Tianxiang handed Li Jingchen a cigarette. After several exchanges, their titles had already evolved into brother and little brother. Noticing that Li Jingchen refrained from smoking, Lu Tianxiang retrieved a bottle of champagne and 2 fluted glasses from the car's mini-fridge. Pouring a glass for Li Jingchen. "Here, savor this exquisite wine I brought from the Magic City. It possesses extraordinary calming effects." "Thank you." Li Jingchen initially intended to decline the alcohol, but upon hearing this, he accepted the glass and took a sip. The wine, having been chilled, still bore a hint of frost, and its rich flavor enveloped him, a warm current rising within him upon swallowing. After finishing, he felt an immediate tranquility settle over his mind, and even his thoughts seemed to race with clarity. Remarkably, it appeared to bear a fraction of the effects akin to enlightenment. Chapter 76. The Revelation. To the Ji Linchuan family, the Magic City is truly an extraordinary place. First, there was Wang Tinglong's tea that accelerated mental cultivation, and now this wine that promotes serenity. Li Jingchen felt a sense of novelty, his curiosity towards the Magic City blossoming. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to leave Xujing City. Haha, these are merely trifles of little value. Such items are abundant at the Magic City's University of Supernatural Abilities. Provided your points are sufficient, you could indulge in them as freely as water, Lu Tianyi declared, downing his glass of wine with a hearty laugh, though inwardly he lamented the cost. To claim that it was worthless was absurd. If memory served him correctly, a bottle of this calming wine required a staggering 1,000 points to exchange. That equated to 1,000,000 daxia coins. Moreover, it was exclusively available at the Magic City's University of Supernatural Abilities, entirely absent from the outside world. Even he, a 4th-tier lower-level supernatural being, seldom indulged in such luxuries. Nevertheless, In an effort to cultivate a favorable impression of the university in Li Jingchen's mind, Lu Tianyi was willing to splurge. With a sigh, he looked at Li Jingchen and remarked, "Little brother, what a pity this is. Talent, if not showcased early, may find its opportunities slipping away. The special recruitment period has already passed." Indeed, the special recruitment concluded 10 days ago, as the processes of registration and review necessitate time. It is improbable that one could be discovered today and be recruited tomorrow. Lu Tianyi sighed. "With your capabilities, younger brother, you are undoubtedly qualified for special recruitment. However, with the martial arts examination scheduled for tomorrow, it is too late to pursue that route now." "No matter," Li Jingchen replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. "Participating in the martial arts examination in the usual manner suffices for me. Acquiring the system was a recent development. Just 10 days prior, he was merely a humble worker in a restaurant, lacking such formidable talent. Even if special recruitment had been available then, he knew he would not have been considered." "Haha, you maintain a commendable attitude, brother. Nevertheless, with your prowess, whether or not you participated in special recruitment would ultimately yield the same outcome. You are bound to be accepted by one of the 4 prestigious academies." Lu Tianyi chuckled heartily, raising his glass of wine to finish it, then pouring himself another. This is the mindset of a champion. Some exceptionally gifted abilities would rather forego special recruitment to partake in the martial arts examination, seeking to establish their merit. He continued, "Take those 2 prodigies. They refuse to pursue special recruitment and insist on participating in the martial arts examination. Why? Because neither is willing to concede to the other. Both believing themselves to be the strongest, they wish to determine superiority through the examination." Lu Tianyi chuckled, reflecting on the pride inherent in such strong talents. Clearly, the actions of those 2 prodigies did not evoke disdain in Lu Tianyi. Rather, he admired their resolve. Suddenly, Lu Tianyi seemed to recall something and, after a moment's contemplation, spoke. "By the way, Li, it appears you have a penchant for slaying ferocious beasts to hone your skills. Allow me to share a piece of insider information with you." He glanced at the driver ahead and then leaned in to speak in a tone only Li Jingchen could hear. "What news?" Li Jingchen inquired, intrigued at the mention of ferocious beasts. Traditionally, the martial arts examination consisted of 2 components, assessing the candidate's physical fitness and ability level, each contributing differently to the total score. Would this examination be different? Well, it's not exactly a secret. The Unified Education Bureau will announce this rule tomorrow. Previously, the examination focused on candidates' physical fitness and ability level, but this year, there is a greater emphasis on practical combat. The rules have shifted to include assessments of mental fortitude, combat effectiveness, and real-world confrontations with ferocious beasts. Your ability level may be low, but under the old rules, you would have faced disadvantages. This time, however, the focus is entirely on practical skills. You possess a considerable advantage. If you perform well, your scores could potentially surpass those of the 2 prodigies, and who knows, you might even emerge as the national champion. Lu Tianyi explained with a smile. Under the previous rules, the weight of the ability level score was substantial, and Li Jingchen's abilities were significantly unbalanced. Even if one excels in other subjects, possessing an ability that hinders progress inevitably precludes attaining high scores. However, this time, the reform of the martial arts examination is markedly different. The separate assessments for abilities and physical fitness have been abolished, now consolidated into a practical test of combat prowess. This means that regardless of the level of one's gifted abilities, if they cannot be translated into combat capability, high scores remain unattainable. Naturally, this pertains specifically to combat-oriented abilities. In the case of specialized abilities, the assessment criteria are distinct. This aspect happens to be a forte of Li Jingchen. With his mastery of several advanced combat techniques, combined with the physical prowess of a second-tier ability user, the combat potential he can unleash is undoubtedly comparable to that of some higher-tier abilities. In fact, it rivals that of tiered abilities. Furthermore, regarding actual combat against fierce beasts, among this cohort of senior students, few can match Li Jingchen. He has personally vanquished a first-tier formidable beast, the carrion eagle. Although those 2 higher-tier individuals may also experience breakthroughs in strength during this period, Lu Tianyi believes that Li Jingchen has a significant chance of surpassing them and securing the title of National Martial Arts Examination Champion. Even if he does not achieve the national champion title, placing within the top 3 is certainly within reach. The combat capability test and fierce beast confrontation will undoubtedly pose no issues for him. It is the temperament assessment that carries considerable uncertainty. How it will be evaluated is something I cannot even ascertain. Lu Tianyi pondered aloud. However, there is no need for you to feel an immense burden, dear brother. Simply maintain a calm mindset and perform naturally. Thank you, Brother Lu, I understand. I will certainly remember your assistance today, Li Jingchen expressed with a look of gratitude. He contemplated Lu Tianyi's intentions inwardly but soon came to terms with it. A fourth-tier ability user, particularly one from the Supervisory Bureau, extending goodwill towards him is merely a means of early investment and establishing rapport. This is entirely normal. Interpersonal interactions are unavoidable in any context. It's all trivial. You will encounter such matters in due course, Lu Tianyi remarked with increasing joviality, refilling Li Jingchen's cup without a trace of the earlier hesitation. This young man, Li Jingchen, is quite remarkable. By the way, Brother Lu, I was just about to visit a teacher at the school. Would it be possible for the car to take me there? Li Jingchen suddenly recalled, a thought striking him. He had long wished to seek clarification from Ji Linchuan in person. Previously, going alone felt precarious. Now that he had this fourth-tier ability user by his side, it would be fortuitous to go together. Li Jingchen reasoned that even if Ji Linchuan were indeed affiliated with a nefarious cult, his strength could not possibly exceed the fourth tier. Otherwise, there would be no need for such elaborate measures to deal with him. A simple strike would suffice. Despite Li Jingchen's current overwhelming prowess among senior students, he still could not contend with a fourth-tier ability user, who is 3 tiers above him. Li Jingchen does not believe Lu Tianyi's presence is solely for monitoring the examination. He likely also bears the responsibility of investigating cults and overseeing Xujiang City. Bringing Lu Tianyi along would serve 2 purposes. However, Li Jingchen does not intend to conceal anything from Lu Tianyi. If one were to be taken there unknowingly, it would indeed be the case that Ji Linchuan is associated with a cult, and an unexpected confrontation with them could occur. If Lu Tianyi had been better prepared, his chances of success would have increased, preventing him from being caught off guard. Contemplating this, Li Jingchen carefully chose his words and spoke. Supervisor Lu, I trust you are aware of the incident involving Sun Mingyang's assault on me? To be forthright, the attack occurred shortly after my visit with teacher Ji Linchuan. I suspect there may be a connection between the 2 events. Initially, I intended to conduct a more thorough investigation with greater strength, but since you are here, I will speak plainly. I believe your visit to Xujiang City is not solely for oversight, is it? Li Jingchen set down his glass, his expression serious as he gazed intently at Lu Tianyi. Chapter 77. Is there a traitor among us? A profound silence enveloped the scene. Lu Tianyi narrowed his eyes, his demeanor turning grave as he regarded Li Jingchen, as if he were reassessing him. You have discerned this, my young friend. It seems I have underestimated you. Indeed, my purpose in Xujiang City includes additional tasks, which are directly related to the incident you mentioned involving Sun Mingyang. He turned abruptly, commanding the driver to head towards Ji Linchuan's residence. As he spoke, an aura of deep, intimidating seriousness enveloped him. His right hand continuously rubbed the ring on his left hand. If your conjecture proves correct, you will have rendered me a significant service, and I owe you a favor. Lu Tianyi declared earnestly. He had no intention of reporting this matter upward or waiting for reinforcements before approaching Ji Linchuan's home. The prodigies emerging from the 4 prestigious academies each carry their own pride. As a fourth-tier ability wielder, Lu Tianyi possessed unwavering confidence in his prowess. He did not believe there was anyone in Xujiang City stronger than himself. 10 minutes later, the administrative vehicle halted beneath the happiness community. Not only had Lu Tianyi arrived, but also Yu Jiangwo and Wan Xiao, both third-tier ability wielders, accompanied him. Although Lu Tianyi was confident in his abilities, he did not venture forth alone without consideration. However, he chose not to divulge the specifics of the situation to Yu Jiangwo and Wan Xiao. Yet, from Lu Tianyi's expression, they could sense that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Li, on which floor does your teacher reside? Building 12, Unit 2, Apartment 301. Li Jingchen replied while leading the way. The old complex lacked an elevator, and the group ascended the stairs to Ji Linchuan's door. As Li Jingchen beheld the security door before him, a sense of anxiety welled within him. Do not worry, just knock. I will handle the rest, Lu Tianyi said. His hands tucked into his pockets, an aura of anticipation brewing around him. As he spoke, 2 elegantly crafted circular blades soared into the air, swirling around him. Witnessing Lu Tianyi's actions, Yu Jiangwo and Wan Xiao exchanged glances, and without further ado, began to gather their own abilities, readying themselves for battle. Very well. Taking a deep breath, Li Jingchen extended his hand and knocked on the door. The heavy knocking reverberated through the quiet corridor, starkly jarring the stillness. The door thudded insistently, yet no one responded. The dark security door stood silently, but in Li Jingchen's eyes, it resembled a monstrous entity, lurking within, poised to devour those it deemed worthy. Had they fled in advance? Was there a traitor among the convoy? Lu Tianyi furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Yu Jiangwo and Wan Xiao. Their visit had been a spontaneous decision, merely communicated by Li Jingchen, without any prior disclosure to Yu Jiangwo and Wan Xiao. Logically, there should be no reason for any information to have leaked, let alone so blatantly. As he pondered, a potent surge of mental energy emanated from Lu Tianyi. His originally dark pupils split into two, transforming into a deep azure hue. From Li Jingchen's perspective, it appeared as though he possessed four eyes, an extraordinarily eerie sight. The realm of extreme, illusionary eyes. Li Jingchen was taken aback, realizing that Lu Tianyi had mastered this unique ability. Although not an elemental or enhancement type that could directly attack foes, it could conjure illusions, disorienting adversaries' senses and thoughts, even inducing hypnosis. It was rumored that at its pinnacle, it could read enemies' memories and manipulate their will. Such a power was undeniably terrifying. No wonder Lu Tianyi had dared to venture forth alone upon hearing Li Jingchen suggest that Ji Linchuan might be part of a cult. His trump card lay in this ability. Li Jingchen silently resolved to cultivate a technique capable of withstanding mental assaults. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly suffer significant repercussions in the future. His heart raced with vigilance. Wait, he nearly fell into the enemy's trap. Just as Lu Tianyi prepared to unleash his extreme illusionary eyes, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. His brows knitted together. To suspect his own teammate before even encountering the enemy was a grave error in the midst of battle. Moreover, Yu Jiangwo was the president of the Xujiang City Ability Association. Even as an inspector, he could not use his mental abilities against someone without just cause. Besides, Yu Jiangwo had his own connections. Break the door, Lu Tianyi commanded, retracting his abilities and gesturing toward the door. Li Jingchen drew forth his red whip, ready to breach the entrance. However, before he could act, Wan Xiao struck the door with a powerful palm. The security door buckled inward under the force of the blow, the frame creaking ominously under the impact. The surrounding rivets began to succumb to the strain, one by one dislodging from the reinforced concrete. With a resounding crash, the door collapsed to the ground. Lord Lu, please enter. Wan Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The visitors might very well be dangerous individuals, potentially even members of the zero-return cult. It seemed the adversaries had received word and fled beforehand, leading Lu Tianyi to cast suspicion upon his own allies. The fastest way to dispel such doubts was to confront the enemy directly. President Wang was quick to react. Realizing his earlier blunder, Lu Tianyi cast a glance at Wan Xiao before stepping through the door, with Yu Jiangwo closely following. Wan Xiao entered next, while Li Jingchen remained outside to observe. Is anyone there? Hey, what are you all doing? Just then, an elderly man clad in a blue security uniform appeared, brandishing a fork and eyeing Li Jingchen and the others with suspicion. Upon noticing the damaged security door, his eyes widened in alarm, and without uttering a word, he vanished into the building, presumably to call the authorities, mistaking them for robbers. So you are Lord Yu. I've seen you on television, he exclaimed, realizing his misunderstanding. After Yu Jiangwo communicated with him and displayed his Association of Abilities badge, the security guard relaxed his vigilance. You say Ji Linchuan left Xujiang City 3 days ago? Li Jingchen offered the elderly guard a cigarette, frowning. The guard, however, dared not accept it, waving his hands in panic and displaying eagerness on his face. Yes. I heard he was taken to Kyoto. A prominent figure from Kyoto personally came to escort him. It seems he discovered something extraordinary and was directly recruited as a professor at the Kyoto Academy of Abilities. The guard animatedly recalled, pride evident on his face. I knew long ago that Ji Linchuan was no ordinary teacher. When he has free time, he teaches our community as children about abilities. Thanks to him, several kids in our neighborhood have achieved top scores. As he spoke, the guard gave a thumbs up. Lu Tianyi abruptly interrupted him, stating with conviction, impossible. The Kyoto Academy of Abilities cannot possibly recruit someone with associations to cults as a professor. Moreover, what qualifications does a teacher from Xujiang City have to be specially appointed by the Kyoto Academy? As he spoke, Lu Tianyi's eyes transformed into a striking dual-colored gaze. activating his abilities as he focused on the guard. Chapter 78. The Conspiracy of the Zero Cult, A New Era. After a moment, Lu Tiany's expression darkened, a grave look crossing his features. What he said is astonishingly true. The ones who came for Ji Linchuan were indeed from the Beast Research Institute of the Kyoto Academy of Abilities. But how could this be possible? Lu Tiany fell into deep contemplation. Li Jingchen turned his gaze toward Lu Tiany, feeling a weight in his heart. What a terrifying ability. Did Lu Tiany just directly access the security guard's memories? And he could even see the scenes within? What a horrific power. You need not worry. The extreme illusion I can perceive another's memories only because they are an ordinary person with weak mental fortitude. If it were a powerful ability user, they would be unable to access another's memories, Yu Jiangwo interjected, seemingly sensing Li Jingchen's concern. After a brief pause, he added, however, this ability is indeed formidable. It would be wise to cultivate a mental defense technique when the opportunity arises. Indeed, Li Jingchen nodded. The aspiration to cultivate a spirit protection technique has reached its zenith. One must confront an adversary of elevated stature, endowed with the extraordinary ability of memory reading. Would this not unveil the workings of my own system? Li Jingchen pondered whether such a scenario might transpire. Nevertheless, precaution must be taken in advance. Let us depart. This matter pertains to the Beast Research Institute of the Kyoto University of Abilities and involves the 4 major schools of practitioners, far beyond my capacity to intervene. I shall report this to the Bureau of Special Affairs and allow them to investigate. Lu Tiany, furrowing his brow, gestured to the security guard, instructing him to forget all that transpired today. He then promptly returned to his vehicle and initiated a phone call. Following this incident, Lu Tiany refrained from further idle chatter with Li Jingchen, merely offering a few words of encouragement for him to perform well in the upcoming martial examination before bidding farewell. The complexity of the situation exceeded my expectations. Ji Linchuan, what is your true identity? At the entrance of the Huayu Jiangnan community, Li Jingchen watched the convoy depart, his expression growing grave. The secrets of Hongfu, the monsters of the ruins, the schemes of the Zeroing sect, and now, Ji Linchuan's identity. Does it now intertwine with the Kyoto University of Abilities? Surely, there cannot be agents of the Zeroing sect lurking there as well. It seems implausible. The intrigue is simply confounding. The waters of Xujiang City run deep indeed. I must focus on completing the martial examination and leave this place of turmoil as swiftly as possible. Li Jingchen sighed, mentally dismissing the option of attending Kyoto University of Abilities. Regardless of the circumstances, enhancing one's strength remains paramount. Hello, may I speak with Lord Li? I am from the Treasure Pavilion, sent by Boss Tang Xian to deliver something to you. Inside the apartment, Li Jingchen received the package from the attractive saleswoman, closed the door, and unwrapped it. Inside lay a technique manual, elegantly inscribed with the characters for spirit heart protection. This second-tier, mid-level spirit protection technique can significantly enhance the mental will of a practitioner while providing a slight boost to their mental power. Upon reaching master level, it can even form a mental shield within the practitioner's spiritual realm and neural pathways, offering resistance against mental attacks. Li Jingchen recited the introduction of the spirit heart protection technique, which he had requested Tang Xian to procure for him. Originally, Li Jingchen intended to wait until after the martial examination to select a technique at the university. However, witnessing Lu Tiany's use of abilities prompted a change of heart. It was imperative to address the vulnerability of his mental strength. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly suffer considerable losses. This technique costs 1.9 million. I possess 1.5 million in my account. Coupled with the 500,000 acquired from selling the carrion eagle to Tang Xian, I now have 100,000 Daxia currency remaining. Once again, I am impoverished. Yet, this expenditure is worth it. Li Jingchen felt no regret. Money that cannot be transformed into power or substance is no more valuable than worthless paper. System: enhance my spirit heart protection. Skill: spiritual heart protection. Uninitiated: spiritual heart protection. Beginner: spirit. 300 Hz, 330 Hz, ability points, 200 ability points, 140 has my mental power only increased by 30 points? Yet, it seems that something has changed within me. Li Jingchen carefully sensed his own transformation. In addition to the heightened acuity of his 5 senses brought about by increased mental power, his mental realm appeared to have become more stable. This sensation was quite extraordinary. Though Li Jingchen could not see it, its existence was undeniable. If one were to attempt a description, it would be akin to a person who previously prone to impatience and haste when faced with challenges, now remained composed and unperturbed by external influences. This was not merely an elevation of temperament. It represented a profound shift in his mental state. The intricacies of the mental realm were indeed fascinating. Name, Li Jingchen. Level, Intermediate Tier 1. Ability, Purple Lightning Physique. 550 Vitality, Spirit. 330 Hertz. Skills, Swordsmanship, Master Level. Steelbone Forging Technique, Master Level. God of Killing Blade, Master Level. Thunder Flash Step, Master Level. Spiritual Heart Protection, Beginner. Ability Points, 140. Having 140 ability points remaining feels somewhat insufficient. However, with the martial examination approaching, it should suffice for now. Once I complete the martial examination, I shall gather more ability points. Moreover, there will be opportunities to earn ability points through confrontations with ferocious beasts during the examination, Li Jingchen contemplated. With that in mind, he began to cultivate in seclusion. I had underestimated Li Jingchen's prowess. I never anticipated such rapid advancement. No wonder that esteemed individual holds Li Jingchen in such high regard. In another building, a beautiful woman set down her telescope, murmuring to herself. The Great Xia Unified Bureau dispatched Lu Tianyi, a Tier 4 Esper, to oversee matters. Lu Tianyi has already interacted with Li Jingchen, making any attempts to manipulate him likely problematic. A middle-aged man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and resembling a white-collar worker, emerged from the kitchen. With a scarf draped around his waist, he quietly approached the beautiful woman, his lips moving in hushed tones. The esteemed one has already departed from Xujiang City. That fool from the shadows has perished at Li Jingchen's hands. Now, aside from the two of us, only 10 individuals remain in Xujiang City. The purification plan may prove difficult to execute. The man with gold-rimmed glasses said, his expression grim. Fear not. The esteemed one has expended considerable effort to summon a peak Tier 4 ferocious beast to Xujiang City. With that beast restraining Lu Tianyi, coupled with the onslaught of the beast tide in our combined strength, Xujiang City shall inevitably succumb to the fate of purification. At that time, Li Jingchen will not escape death. The beautiful woman nodded, a fervent glint in her eyes. She then struck her chest with her right hand, speaking with reverence. For the new era. For humanity. For the new era. For humanity. The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses fervently echoed her sentiment. Daddy, Mommy, I am hungry. At that moment, the sweet voice of a little girl echoed through the living room. Come here, darling. The meal will be ready soon. The young woman's tone was filled with affection, yet her eyes betrayed a profound indifference. Chapter 79. The martial examination commences. 9 cannons celebrate Long He. The martial examination has officially begun. The first segment is about to conclude. What unexpected events do you believe will unfold during the examination? The outcomes are bound to exceed everyone's imagination. In a private duel room within the Blue Network, a large firearm was wielded single-handedly by Li Jingchen, who tossed it back with a swift motion. Yu Ningma fell to the ground with a thud, her slender arms supporting her weight as her small mouth formed a shape of disbelief, her expression somewhat dazed. I've failed again. I can't even withstand a single move from Li Jingchen. Beside them, Sun Xiaomei, who was watching the duel, widened her dark eyes in astonishment. Glancing from Li Jingchen to the fallen Yu Ningma, unable to comprehend the scene before her. How can Li Jingchen possess such extraordinary strength? Do not be disheartened. Your current abilities are already commendable. To achieve mastery in marksmanship by the age of 18 is a rarity even throughout the vast Great Xia Empire. This martial examination offers you a hopeful chance at one of the 4 universities for gifted individuals. Li Jingchen reassured her with a smile as he stowed away his weapon. Yu Ningma, displaying remarkable insight, had made significant progress in her marksmanship within just a few days since returning from the ruins. Eager to hone her skills further, she invited Li Jingchen to engage and practice on the Blue Network. However, the disparity in their physical capabilities was considerable. Li Jingchen estimated Yu Ningma's physique to be around 200, while his own had reached 500. Even though Yu Ningma had attained mastery in marksmanship, she remained no match for Li Jingchen. Initially feeling a tinge of disappointment, Yu Ningma's spirit reignited upon hearing Li Jingchen's encouraging words. Yes, I will definitely strive to improve. By the way, which school are you planning to apply to, Li classmate? She inquired curiously as she rose from the ground, her eyes sparkling with interest. I'm still undecided. I shall see when the time comes, Li Jingchen mused, a fleeting thought of the Magic City University of Abilities crossing his mind. Though he refrained from rushing to a conclusion. With a chuckle, he added, perhaps my scores might not even qualify me for those 4 universities. Yuningmo rolled her eyes in disbelief. If someone of your caliber cannot gain admission, then no one from Xuzhou City would stand a chance. As the two engaged in light-hearted banter, Sun Xiaomei observed them with wide eyes, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Li classmate saved my life. If it weren't for you last time, I would have perished at the hands of the carrion eagle, Yuningma expressed sincerely. This is a token of my gratitude, 1 million great xia coins. Though it may not be much, please accept it as a gesture of my appreciation. In the next moment, Li Jingchen received a notification from the Blue Network indicating the transfer of 1 million great xia coins. Is 1 million not substantial? He marveled. But he did not decline the generous gift. Li Jingchen has now come to the realization that Yuningma's father is none other than Yu Jiangwo, the president of the Xuzhou City Ability Users Association. For Yuningma, 1 million great xia dollars is indeed a considerable sum, yet it is by no means insignificant. Thank you, Li Jingchen expressed with a nod of gratitude. Ever since he began cultivating the spirit heart shield, his finances had dwindled to a mere whisper. Thus, this 1 million great xia dollars arrived at a most opportune moment. I shall take my leave, he announced. See you at the martial arts examination, Li. See you at the martial arts examination. On June 7, 2266 of the Great Xia calendar, all businesses and establishments in Xuzhou City came to a standstill, with the streets sealed off well in advance. Armed border guards stood vigil, while the Public Security Bureau was fully mobilized to maintain order, with sentries positioned every few steps. For today marked the annual martial arts examination. In these times of beastly invasions, humanity has retreated within its city walls. One of the reasons human civilization continues to endure is due to the valiant efforts of those formidable ability users who relentlessly confront the beasts, often at the cost of their own lives. Thus, no one voiced dissent against the roadblocks. In fact, there was a collective sentiment that this was entirely warranted. The more one sacrifices, the more one deserves to enjoy. Those who bravely fight for humanity's survival should rightfully receive greater privileges. The citizens of Great Xia have always supported such notions. Their disdain is directed instead towards those who contribute nothing yet still partake in the resources. The throngs of Xuzhou's populace lined the barricades, eagerly awaiting the event. As the clock struck 8, a fleet of gleaming, brand-new buses emerged from the end of the street. They are coming. The candidates are arriving. My son is participating in the martial arts examination this year. He is on the very first bus. Go, daughter. Regardless of how you perform, you are always a source of pride for your parents. Go, son. If you are admitted to the Ability Users University, you can choose any vehicle under $1 million. The cheers were thunderous, a cacophony of excitement. Congratulations to the students of Xuzhou City on their martial arts examination achievements. 3, 2, 1. Launch. Boom, 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 boom. At the command of Chief Lin Juanxiong of the Border Guards, the prepared artillery fired into the sky. 9 resounding cannon blasts erupted, echoing through the heavens. 9 cannons herald the dragon's ascent, exclaimed the crowd. This time, the spotlight is finally on us. On the bus carrying the students from the 3rd high school, Lu Hao gazed out the window, his heart racing with exhilaration. Previously, they stood on the sidelines, watching their seniors partake in the martial arts examination. Now, the spotlight had finally shifted to them. Observing the envious and awed gazes from the roadside, Lu Hao felt a surge of impulse to fight valiantly for Great Xia, to battle the beasts to the bitter end. What a spectacle it was! The 9 cannon blasts were merely a prelude, inconsequential compared to the celebrations for the national top scholar. It was said that even the governor would personally attend to offer congratulations. Although Sun Yang pretended to be indifferent, his eyes were fixed eagerly outside, his face alight with excitement and fervor. The youth's greatest passion lies in their individuality and self-expression. What Sun Yang just articulated was merely a reflection of youthful exuberance. The earlier excitement surrounding Zhou Pao and He Denglong was undeniably genuine. By the way, where's Old Li? Surely, he hasn't truly decided against participating in the martial arts examination, has he? Once their emotions settled, they recalled their close friend Li Jingchen. They had inquired with their homeroom teacher earlier, only to discover that even the teacher was unaware of his whereabouts. The bus was filled with students from Class 6 of the 3rd high school. Every participant of the martial arts examination was present. Even Li Mingyao was on the bus. Yet Li Jingchen was conspicuously absent. Captain Jiang, do you happen to know where Li Jingchen has gone? Lu Hao queried. Old Li can't genuinely be abandoning martial arts for academics and not preparing for the examination, can he? Lu Hao turned to Jiang Yingsheng, who at that moment was clad in a form-fitting silver combat uniform, her figure exquisitely graceful, her long legs perfectly proportioned. She was seated on the bus, gazing out the window. Upon hearing Lu Hao's question, Jiang Yingxing seemed to have an epiphany, a cunning smile gracing her lips. If Li Jingchen is not on our bus, he must be on the first one. In the first bus? Captain Jiang, are you jesting? Sun Yang responded incredulously. The first bus is reserved for the elite of Xujiang City. Only the top 30 students are privileged enough to board that vehicle. You know old Li's capabilities. How could he possibly be on the first bus? Well, I can't say for certain, Jiang Yingxing shrugged. Lu Hao and Sun Yang exchanged glances, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Unable to extract any further clarification, they returned to their seats. On the first bus, Li Mingyao was also present, and she had clearly heard Jiang Yingxing's remarks. Her expression was a tapestry of emotions, envy, regret, resentment, all swirling within her. Li Mingyao recognized the possibility that Jiang Yingxing's words held truth. Li Jingchen might indeed be on the first bus. After all, when she had previously sought to teach Li Jingchen a lesson, she had witnessed firsthand the transformation in his abilities. With his current prowess, he could easily rank among the top 30 students in his class. Li Mingyao's thoughts spiraled further. With Li Jingchen's talent, he might very well secure admission to a prestigious university for extraordinary abilities. His future prospects would undoubtedly be bright. If she refrained from breaking up with him, wouldn't all the resources available to him eventually benefit her once he entered that university? No. Li Jingchen was merely a level 1 extraordinary. The scores he could achieve during the assessment would undoubtedly be low, even if he excelled in the other 2 examinations. He could not possibly gain entry into a top martial arts university. At best, he would qualify for an ordinary university for extraordinary abilities, or perhaps even fail to gain admission to any such institution. Li Mingyao thought fiercely, and with this reasoning, her heart felt considerably lighter. Inside the bus for Class 6 of senior year, the atmosphere was lively, with everyone admiring the scenery outside. In stark contrast, the air within the first bus was thick with tension. 30 students directed their gazes towards the first seat in the front row, each harboring a sense of curiosity. Who was this individual? How did they come to occupy such a prestigious position? Is it not the case that only those of acknowledged exceptional ability are permitted to sit there? Indeed, it should rightfully belong to the illustrious school beauty of Yuda. So who is this person? Look, it appears that the school beauty seems to be acquainted with him. How peculiar. The students aboard the bus whispered amongst themselves while observing Li Jingchen's silhouette, particularly the top students from the 4th and 5th high schools, Jiang Lei and Inyuchi, who shared a look of bewilderment as they regarded him. Inyuchi, known for her quiet demeanor and limited interaction with the outside world, contrasted sharply with Jiang Lei, who had always aimed to surpass Yu Ningma. He was acutely aware of Yu Ningma's prowess. In Xujiang City, there should be no one whose strength surpasses hers. The front seat ought to be Yu Ningma's domain. Li, I suspect everyone is speculating about your identity, Yu Ningma remarked. Comfortably seated in the luxurious airline seat of the first bus, her long legs swaying effortlessly as she looked at Li Jingchen, stifling a laugh. Yes, I heard that. Li Jingchen did not linger on Yu Ningma but instead turned his gaze to the window, his eyes sweeping over the envious and admiring looks from the crowd outside. Among them were many hopeful parents, as well as students who would soon partake in the martial arts examination. Once upon a time, he too stood among this throng, gazing up in admiration at the young prodigies seated within the convoy, dreaming of one day occupying the front bus seat and participating in the martial arts examination under the watchful eyes of many. Little did he expect that today, that aspiration would come to fruition. How could it be him? He was seated in the front row. Bai Ziheo's expression darkened, particularly upon witnessing the camaraderie between Yu Ningma and Li Jingchen. It was not that Bai Ziheo harbored a secret affection for Yu Ningma. Rather, his displeasure stemmed from the closeness between her and Li Jingchen. He discerned a striking message from Yu Ningma's demeanor towards Li Jingchen. Yu Ningma was a person prouder than himself. The fact that she exhibited neither hostility nor dissatisfaction towards Li Jingchen's presence indicated her acknowledgement of his strength. Bai Ziheo understood the implications of this realization. Recalling how he had previously offended Li Jingchen due to Li Mingyao, a wave of regret washed over him. Regardless of how Li Jingchen came to sit in the front row, it was decidedly unwise to antagonize someone of his caliber over a trivial matter involving a green tea character. No, he could not afford to make an enemy of someone he could not fully comprehend. Bai Ziheo recalled his older brother's earnest admonitions. If one incurs the ire of another, one must either decisively overpower them without granting a chance for retaliation or avoid provoking them altogether. With this in mind, Bai Ziheo took a deep breath, rose from his seat, and approached Li Jingchen with a friendly smile, saying, "Li, I owe you an apology." Who are you?" Li Jingchen replied, surprised as he regarded the short-haired youth before him, seemingly oblivious to his identity. Bai Zihao was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Did Li Jingchen truly not recognize him? Or was he merely feigning ignorance? Was it possible that the other party had no intention of reconciling? Did he reject Bai Zihao's apology? Was he secretly planning to retaliate? Bai Zihao's expression darkened, caught in a dilemma of whether to remain or to leave. Especially under the scrutiny of the other passengers in the carriage. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. "Li classmate, he is Bai Zihao," remarked Yu Ningma, unable to bear the discomfort. "Oh, so you are Bai Zihao," Li Jingchen said, suddenly enlightened, waving his hand dismissively. "I never cared about who Li Mingyao is with. That is your prerogative." "Ah. So Li Jingchen, you are agreeable to reconciliation?" Bai Zihao chuckled. "In fact, I have discerned that Li Mingyao is quite the manipulator. I have already severed ties with her." Bai Zihao chuckled again, but soon realized that his words could be misinterpreted. By stating that he had ended things with the girl that Li Jingchen coveted, was he inadvertently suggesting that he was superior? Realizing this, Bai Zihao hastily clarified, "She was the one who ended things with me. You are quite amusing." Li Jingchen remarked, casting a surprised glance at Bai Zihao. He felt he had underestimated Bai Zihao's emotional intelligence. With a single statement, Bai Zihao not only alleviated the tension, but also fostered a sense of empathy. Previously, novels depicted the second generation as inept, but it seemed that notion was utterly unfounded. Li Jingchen mused with self-deprecation. "Indeed, we bear no real conflict of interest. Our previous misunderstandings were all instigated by that manipulative Li Mingyao. Once the martial arts examination concludes, I shall treat you to a meal, Li classmate," Bai Zihao declared with a hearty laugh, preparing to return to his seat. However, Li Jingchen regarded Bai Zihao, remaining silent for a moment before coolly stating, "I do not care about the matter involving Li Mingyao, but regarding your actions in sending someone to confront me. Surely it cannot be brushed aside without explanation?" Bai Zihao's expression abruptly stiffened, his face shifting between shades of green and white as anger surged within him. After he had humbled himself to apologize, Li Jingchen had the audacity to take advantage. "Rest assured, after the martial arts examination, I will provide you with a satisfactory response, Li classmate." With that, Bai Zihao returned to his seat, his expression rigid. As he observed Li Jingchen's retreating figure, his eyes flickered with intrigue. Was Li Jingchen confident in his own abilities, or was he merely putting on a facade? He was eager to uncover the source of Li Jingchen's audacity. Most would have harbored animosity towards Li Jingchen at this point, preparing to seek revenge later. However, Bai Zihao was deeply influenced by his older brother's teachings. Never act recklessly until one fully comprehended the opponent's hand. The last time he acquiesced to Li Mengyao's request and sent someone to trouble Li Jingchen was only because he had thoroughly investigated Li Jingchen's background. Yet, it appeared that the previous intelligence had been flawed. "Students, we have arrived at the martial arts examination venue. Please disembark in an orderly fashion without crowding. This is the most formidable defense in Xujiang City, constructed entirely from 1,000-grade concrete, ensuring your safety without a doubt." After approximately 20 minutes of travel, the convoy halted before a structure that resembled a fortress. Each city has dedicated a site for the martial arts examination, underscoring its significance. Li Jingchen disembarked from the bus, gazing up at the circular fortress before him, filled with admiration. The 1,000-grade concrete, developed by Obsidian Corporation, is currently the hardest concrete in the Great Xia. Capable of bearing a weight of 100,000 tons per square meter, its hardness rivaling that of steel. Such material is exclusively utilized in critical military constructions. Yet, for the martial arts examination, an entire fortress has been erected. Once again, Li Jingchen felt the elevated status of those with extraordinary abilities in this world. It is an era where strength equates to power. There are no rigid social classes. With a sufficiently strong fist, one can shatter any barrier and attain anything. He silently cherished this world. Observing the group of young children, he was reminded of his own self from 20 years past. Within the fortress, Yu Zhangwo examined the students entering through various surveillance screens, his expression contemplative. Besides the rooms designated for the martial arts examination, the fortress also housed a command center and a lounge. The entire examination would last 3 days, during which all teachers and students, including the supervising officials, would rest within this stronghold. It could be said that the upper echelons of Xujiang City had gathered here on this day. If this place were to be destroyed, the entire strength of Xujiang City would be obliterated. However, that is simply impossible. The perimeter of 10 kilometers is secured by border troops, with guards stationed every few steps. Armored vehicles, tanks, drones, and armed airships remain on standby 24/7. The dignitaries within the command room possess combat capabilities sufficient to form an army of their own. Lord Liu, the security for this martial arts examination is entrusted to you, Yu Jiangwo remarked, turning to Lu Tianyi, who seemed lost in thought. Lu Tianyi was gazing towards a corner of the command room, where an elderly man with dark skin, resembling a security guard, sat. Upon hearing Yu Jiangwo's words, Lu Tianyi withdrew his gaze from the old man, flashing a confident smile at Yu Jiangwo and the others, stating emphatically, "Rest assured, unless the 8th-tier archbishop or the 9th-tier sect leader of the Zero cult personally arrives, no one can harm Xujiang City in the slightest." Lu Tianyi spoke with unwavering certainty, though his eyes occasionally darted towards the elderly security guard in the corner. He was surprised to see his mentor disguised so modestly. Was it to deter the rival deans from poaching students? Yu Jiangwo's lips twitched. How had he not noticed before how boastful the other party could be? An archbishop in person? Those were figures who resided high above the clouds. With a mere wave of their hand, they could obliterate this place. Not to mention these top-tier dignitaries. Yu Jiangwo harbored the belief that even a 5th-tier ability user from the Zero Return sect would pose a grave danger to Xujiang City. However, in the presence of so many dignitaries, including the mayor of Xujiang City and the principals of several esteemed schools, he chose not to contradict Lu Tianyi, merely offering an awkward smile. Lu Tianyi, sensing that he had perhaps overstated his bravado, chuckled. "I was merely jesting. After all, we have you, President Yu, a peak 3rd-tier ability user, among us. Alongside President Wang, Mayor Wang, and the 6 principals, we are well protected with our brothers from the Border Patrol keeping watch. There is no cause for concern. Indeed, it is primarily due to Lord Liu's presence that we feel secure. We are merely here to lend our support," they echoed. The portly Mayor Wang and the few principals with receding hairlines quickly chiming in. Despite their prominence in Xujiang City, their status paled in comparison to Lu Tianyi, a notable figure from the Education Bureau. Moreover, aside from Vice President Wan Xiao, who was a 3rd-tier ability user, the rest were merely peak 2nd-tier users, significantly outclassed by Lu Tianyi's 4th-tier prowess. Even without his official capacity, encountering Lu Tianyi in public would warrant a display of utmost respect, for in this world, strength ultimately dictated hierarchy. That esteemed official from the Education Bureau seems somewhat unreliable, Jiang Yinzhou mused internally. As the principal of the 3rd high school, he held the right to be in the command center. "Hey, Lao Jiang, do you recognize that elderly gentleman in the corner?" inquired Principal Li of the 2nd high school, nudging Jiang Yinzhou's shoulder with curiosity. "I'm not sure. I saw him being brought in by Inspector Liu. He is likely affiliated with the Education Bureau and beyond our purview," Jiang Yinzhou replied, shaking his head. Principal Li nodded in understanding and refrained from further inquiries. Unperturbed by their discussions, Zhen Nantian remained composed, his gaze fixed upon the surveillance screen in the command center, particularly on Li Jingchen. He pondered. His demeanor is quite composed. Yet I wonder if his abilities truly match Lu Tianyi's claims. Achieving the combat power of a 2nd-tier ability user by the 3rd year of high school is remarkable, especially as a singular tier ability. If that is indeed the case, how extraordinary must his comprehension be? Zhen Nantian muttered to himself, for he was the mentor Lu Tianyi referred to, the esteemed dean of the Weaponry College at the Demon City Ability University. Zhen Nantian stood as a 7th-tier upper-level ability user. Initially engaged in training and preparing for a breakthrough at his institution, he hastily arrived upon receiving Lu Tianyi's call. Though Lu Tianyi often exhibited a carefree demeanor, Zhen Nantian understood that he discerned the gravity of situations and would not jest about such matters. If Li Jingchen's abilities proved as formidable as suggested, he would devise a plan to bring him under his tutelage. Humph. Then, let us see if that old Baiting dares to boast in my presence. Chapter 82. The Transfer Student. Aiming for the martial arts examination. Top scholar, ladies and gentlemen. The students have assembled. It's time for us to descend. Observing that the students have arrived at their respective examination halls, Lu Tianyi waved his hand grandly and led everyone out of the command room. As supervisors, they were not merely seated in the command room issuing directives. It was imperative for them to conduct on-site inspections. This served 2 purposes, to prevent cheating and to anticipate any unforeseen circumstances. By the way, are there any transfer students in Xujiang City this time? Upon reaching the doorway, Lu Tianyi suddenly turned and inquired. Mayor Wang and Yu Jiangwo exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback and somewhat hesitant. Yes, there are transfer students, Principal Jiang interjected, wiping the sweat from his brow as he stepped forward. The transfer students Lu Tianyi referred to were those who did not typically attend school in Xuzhou City but had come to participate in the martial arts examination. Although the martial arts examination of the Great Xia Kingdom was quite equitable, educational resources and circumstances varied significantly from city to city. The educational opportunities in affluent regions undoubtedly surpassed those in less developed areas. Some resourceful parents exploited loopholes to allow their children to receive education and training in larger cities, only to return to smaller cities for the martial arts examination. Despite the Regulatory Bureau's prohibition against such practices and the implementation of certain control measures, this phenomenon had not yet been completely eradicated. From which city do they hail? Lu Tianyi inquired with a calm demeanor. They come from Kyoto, Yu Jiangwo replied hesitantly. Recently, some candidates aspiring for the city's top scholar have sought ways to avoid competition with a certain elite. He glanced at Lu Tianyi, noting his expressionless face, which left him uncertain about Lu Tianyi's thoughts. It seemed these transfer students were indeed aiming for the title of top scholar in Xuzhou City. If I am not mistaken, candidates who achieve the title of city and provincial top scholar receive additional rewards of advanced training resources upon entering the university for extraordinary abilities, which include numerous valuable items. Even new enhancement potions developed by researchers from the Great Xia. Such rewards could indeed compel those old fogies to swallow their pride and secure transfer student slots for their descendants. Lu Tianyi chuckled softly. The laughter sent beads of cold sweat cascading down Mayor Wang's face, prompting him to wipe his brow and say, "Then, Lu Supervisor, should we? There's no need. They have transferred legally and in accordance with regulations. If I were to cause trouble for others, what kind of situation would that create? Let the examination proceed as normal." Lu Tianyi shot a sidelong glance at Mayor Wang. It was impossible for Mayor Wang to be unaware of such matters. However, this had been going on for quite some time, and Lu Tianyi was not inclined to intervene, secretly amused instead. Aiming for the title of top scholar in Xuzhou City, these individuals were truly misguided. Goodness, goodness, goodness. That's really old Li. In examination hall 36, Lu Hao found himself at a loss, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Though he was in a different examination room from Li Jingchen, he had clearly seen him as he disembarked from the bus. That was indeed Li Jingchen, his close friend, Sun Yang's confidant. What on earth is happening with old Li? He has somehow made it to exam hall 1. Has he truly struck it rich? Sun Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a portrait of confusion as he turned to Jiang Yingxue. Class leader Jiang, were you aware of old Li's circumstances all along? Have you not heard of the phenomenon of broken engagements? Jiang Yingxue shrugged, casting a glance backward where Li Mengyao stood. Sun Yang, upon hearing this, gaped, his mouth agape in sheer incredulity. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to utter, "Is such a thing even possible? What are the odds that old Li would encounter this? Does this mean old Li is destined for greatness?" Lu Hao appeared dazed, genuinely happy for Li Jingchen. Yet his feelings were somewhat complex, not born from jealousy, but rather envy. He murmured to himself, "So, a breakup can yield such unexpected results? No. It must be a humiliating breakup for it to be effective." With a newfound resolve, Lu Hao turned to Jiang Yingxue, took a deep breath, and said, "Class leader Jiang, I have always secretly admired you. You all sitting for the exam in Hall 1 are the pride of Xuzhou City. Surely, you wouldn't act foolishly. Nevertheless, I shall reiterate the rules. The first examination hall spans an impressive 1,000 square meters. 30 candidates are arranged in 3 rows, standing in the center of the hall. Li Jingchen occupies the foremost position, attentively listening to the 3 proctors delineating the regulations. One of the speakers, whom Li Jingchen recognized, was Niu Yud, the vice principal of the 3rd high school. The examination comprises 3 components: a temperament assessment, a combat capability evaluation, and a practical test against ferocious beasts. The scoring for each component is as follows: 150 points for the temperament test, 300 points for the combat test, and 300 points for the beast confrontation, culminating in a total of 750 points. Cheating is strictly prohibited. The use of weapons or equipment exceeding the designated grade is forbidden. The use of medicinal pills for assistance is also not allowed. Any violations will result in disqualification. Niu Yud's voice resonated loudly. Indeed, as Lu Jianxia had indicated, Li Jingchen was already privy to this information and displayed no reaction. However, the others erupted in a flurry of discussion. How is this year's assessment different from the previous two? What exactly is a temperament test? And to combat ferocious beasts? I have never faced one in actual combat. This surely spells disaster for my score. While it makes sense to add a combat capability test, why eliminate the ability assessment? Isn't it reasonable that those with higher ability levels would deliver greater offensive power? Excellent. Though I possess only a primary ability, my combat skills are intermediate. I am certain to achieve a high score this time. While some wore grim expressions, others were elated. For the focus would be on combat effectiveness rather than merely ability levels. This undoubtedly provides many with an opportunity. The perspectives of those from small cities are narrow, easily astonished. In a corner of exam hall 1, 2 boys and 2 girls stood casually. A boy with a doll-like face and black-framed glasses stifled a yawn, impatiently eyeing the stage. Enough with the rambling. Let us get this started already. Zhuyu, could you please tone it down? Among the 4, the youth adorned with earrings cast a sidelong glance at the boy with a doll-like face, admonishing. Let me inform you that the one overseeing the inspections in Shuzhong City this time is Lu Tianyi. You are likely more aware of Lu Tianyi's temperament than I am. We are already occupying a quota in Shuzhong City. To ensure a smooth assessment, we must maintain a low profile. We cannot afford to attract Lu Tianyi's attention. Understood. Brother Yi, replied Zhuyu, evidently intimidated by the youth with earrings. He shrank his neck, daring not to retort in front of the 2 young ladies. Yi Yuxiao's expression softened slightly. Rest assured, once I secure the top position in the martial arts examination of Shuzhong City, I shall not neglect you. Yes, yes. Zhuyu nodded vigorously, harboring no doubts about the veracity of Yi Yuxiao's words, nor did he perceive Yi Yuxiao's claim of attaining the top position as mere boasting. The 4 of them attended the same prestigious high school in the capital, all having accompanied Yi Yuxiao to provide cover and prevent him from standing out too much. Zhuyu was well aware of Yi Yuxiao's prowess, an advanced-level superhuman with mastery over the 3rd-tier combat technique, Gale Blade, achieving a proficiency that had reached the master level. Even more astonishing, Yi Yuxiao possessed a wind-based superpower at the elite level. With such an amalgamation, it was effortless to unleash peak attacks at the 1st tier. Were it not for the emergence of a monstrous entity possessing elite-level powers in the capital, Yi Yuxiao would not have ventured to participate in the martial arts examination in a place like Shuzhong City. However, now that he was in Shuzhong City, with Yi Yuxiao's capabilities, he was assuredly destined to be at least the city champion, if not the provincial champion. As for the so-called genius of Shuzhong City, Yu Ningma, Yi Yuxiao regarded him with utter indifference. Chapter 83. Rules of the Martial Arts Examination, a simple test? Silence. If the noise continues, you will be disqualified from the examination. Niu Yud bellowed, his attention also drawn to Yi Yuxiao and Zhuiyu's group, yet feeling helpless. Following his admonition, the examination hall fell silent. Observing this, Niu Yud's demeanor softened, and he reassured, this year marks the first day of rule changes. And the reason for not notifying you in advance was to ensure fairness. However, you need not worry excessively. Everyone across the Great Xia faces the same circumstances. Just give your utmost effort. Niu Yud was unaware of the reasons behind the sudden changes in the examination rules. As his current status did not afford him access to such information, yet he could vaguely infer that it was related to recent occurrences. At that moment, Niu Yud added, by the way, it's worth mentioning that the full score of 750 is merely the base score and does not account for additional bonus items. Those who obtain the superhuman medal can earn extra points. Moreover, the 4 prestigious institutions do not consider scores, but only admit the top 2,000 candidates based on rankings. So, strive for high scores, Niu Yud stated nonchalantly. As for the fierce beast combat, Li Tongxue had fortunately trained outside the city with a classmate just a few days prior. Yu Ningma discreetly glanced at Li Jingchen, her eyes glimmering with relief. Yu Ningma was not concerned about the combat skill assessment or the temperament test, though she felt that, in terms of temperament, she certainly could not compare to Li Jingchen. However, when compared to others, she is certainly not lacking. Yu Ningma's greatest concern lies in the practical combat against ferocious beasts, as her previous experience in such confrontations was minimal. Nevertheless, after venturing out of the city with Li Jingchen for training, Yu Ningma feels a newfound confidence in battling these formidable creatures, unlike before. However, the martial arts examination is of paramount importance in her life. Despite her confidence in her abilities, a sense of nervousness lingers in her heart. The Magic City Ability University, the Kyoto Ability University, the Tsanglong Ability University, and the Shangpan Ability University do not have fixed admission scores. They only accept the top 2,000 candidates from the National Martial Arts ranking. Being assigned to a school means that it comprises fewer than 500 students, and the absence of a set admission score can be quite daunting. Listening to Niu Yud's words, Li Jingchen ponders deeply. This reveals just how challenging the admission requirements for the 4 prestigious universities truly are, as there is fundamentally no upper limit. If fortune smiles upon you, and this cohort of candidates performs poorly, a score of 500 might suffice for admission to one of the 4 renowned institutions. However, if luck is not on your side and this year's candidates are exceptionally talented, even a score of 600 or 650 may not guarantee admission. The principle is one of survival of the fittest. It is a contest of sheer competition. It is no exaggeration to assert that those who manage to gain admission to the 4 esteemed universities are nothing short of prodigies, truly exceptional individuals. The difficulty surpasses that of the prestigious Tsinghua and Peking universities by several folds. For instance, in Xuzhou City, it has been a decade since the number of candidates admitted to the 4 elite universities could be counted on one hand. Nevertheless, I am not worried. Li Jingchen remarked with a chuckle. Li's mindset is indeed commendable, someone mused. Not only is he unfazed, but he can even smile. Clearly, I have a long journey ahead compared to him. Yu Ningma, who had been observing Li Jingchen, was struck by his expression. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Given Li Jingchen's prowess, he has little to worry about concerning this martial arts examination. The only variable might be the psychological assessment. Who is this person? He seems quite confident. Yu Xiao frowned as he observed Li Jingchen's silhouette. He had noticed Li Jingchen on the bus but had not thought much of it. Yet now, it appeared that the individual was brimming with self-assurance. Unfamiliar with him, Yu Xiao dismissed the thought, convinced that as long as he outmatched Li, it was of no consequence. Zui furrowed his brow, struggling to recall Li Jingchen's identity, and soon shifted his focus elsewhere. Yu Xiao pondered for a moment and, feeling similarly, decided not to dwell on it further. He closed his eyes to recuperate and adjust his mental state. Li Jingchen seems quite confident. Is he merely posturing? Or does he truly believe in his success? Bai Zihao also kept an eye on Li Jingchen's demeanor, noticing a smile on Li Jingchen's face. He felt a mix of surprise and doubt. However, he remembered that although the ability assessment subjects had been cancelled, the level of ability is directly linked to combat effectiveness. As a mere level 1 ability user, Bai Zihao doubted Li Jingchen could exhibit significant combat prowess. With this thought, Bai Zihao felt a sense of relief and regained confidence. All right, it appears everyone is prepared. If there are no issues, I hereby announce that the testing shall commence. Niu Yud spoke, nodding to the 2 proctors, signaling that they could commence. The 2 proctors reciprocated with nods and approached a corner where a large box, previously situated there, was opened. This was the latest apparatus developed by the Dixia Research Institute, based on the insights from the Enlightenment Monument of the Magical City's University of Supernatural Abilities. Designed to simulate the aura of ferocious beasts, I will set this device to level 2 shortly. Anyone who can advance 150 steps despite the interference of this apparatus will receive a perfect score of 150 points. The scores will decrease incrementally based on the number of steps taken. However, adjustments will also be made according to individual performance. Therefore, even if you cannot take another step forward, strive to endure for as long as possible, Niu Yud explained while manipulating the device. Is it merely a contest of who can walk the farthest? That seems rather simple, some students murmured after hearing Niu Yud's introduction. Li Jingchen, too, was taken aback. For him, traversing 150 steps under the aura of ferocious beasts shouldn't be overly difficult, yet he sensed that it would not be so straightforward. These little rascals will soon realize their folly, Niu Yud thought to himself, secretly amused by the students' bravado. All present were the elite students of Xuzhou City, each brimming with pride. Niu Yud understood their arrogance, but he couldn't help shaking his head at the thought of their impending struggles. Prepare yourselves. The test will commence in 30 seconds. 30, 29, Niu Yud announced, reading from his stopwatch. Chapter 84, what is that Li Jingchen up to? The device, under the control of the 2 proctors, began to emit strange waves gradually. The sensations evoked unease, akin to being alone in a primeval forest, sensing a predator stealthily approaching. However, the elite students of Xuzhou City steeled themselves against the oppressive pressure. Even the typically jovial Zui Yu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he focused intently on resisting the aura. Yu Xiao also tempered his arrogance. Among them, only Li Jingchen remained unfazed. not only unaffected but also intrigued by the underlying principles of the device. At this moment, Niu produced a pair of black goggles, a smile creeping onto his lips as he donned them. Li Jingchen was taken aback, suddenly realizing something. In the next instant, the entire room was enveloped in darkness. It was pitch black, rendering the visibility non-existent. What happened to the lights? Panic surged as he found himself in an impenetrable void. Are we really expected to walk with our eyes closed? I knew this test wouldn't be simple. As Li Jingchen acclimated to the surrounding darkness, he reflected that merely walking under the oppressive aura of ferocious beasts, though daunting, was manageable since the candidates understood it was a simulation. But closing one's eyes transformed the experience entirely. The sense of dread multiplied. Anyone who had ever walked blindfolded understood the terrifying sensation. They wouldn't take away our sense of hearing too, would they? Li Jingchen pondered, feeling utterly speechless. The assessment of willpower officially commences as the equipment's power and simulations are entirely activated. As Niu's words resonated, an extraordinary wave of sound enveloped the entire hall. Li Jingchen suddenly found himself engulfed in silence, as if the world around him had vanished. The only sound that pierced through the stillness was the rhythm of his own breathing. Was that the panting of a ferocious beast? Moreover, the equipment seemed to emit an almost imperceptible interference with one's perception. In a matter of moments, he experienced the illusion of having traversed several days and nights, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. The degree of realism was astonishing. Li Jingchen was taken aback. The sound of the beast breathing, combined with an intangible pressure and the indistinction of the real and the unreal, made him feel as though a terrifying beast loomed before him, coldly scrutinizing him. The sensation was indistinguishable from facing a beast directly. Furthermore, the fact that his eyes were closed intensified the unknown, heightening his fear. This test is intriguing. Huh? This equipment seems to possess the ability to temper one's spirit as well? Calming his emotions, Li Jingchen took a deep breath, prepared to advance. When suddenly the world brightened before him, he chose not to move further and instead sat cross-legged to meditate. Principal Niu, how many of these 30 students do you think will manage to take 100 steps? Inquired the meticulously groomed proctor, smiling as he surveyed through his night vision goggles. I reckon fewer than 10, he replied. The transfer students should have no issues, and Yuningma will certainly excel. As for Bai Zihao, he shouldn't face significant challenges either. The others, however, are uncertain. After all, you all tested this equipment yesterday. The farther one progresses, the greater the pressure becomes, coupled with the obscured senses. You know how terrifying it can be. Niu shook his head. This martial arts assessment appears to be rather challenging. Fewer than 10? That aligns closely with my expectations. However, Principal Niu, why have you not considered Li Jingchen? He seems to be one of your students and was placed first. That is quite peculiar. The proctor nodded thoughtfully, his gaze shifting toward Li Jingchen in the lineup. At that moment, all students were advancing, having taken 10 steps. Leading the group was Yi Yuxiao, followed by Zui Yu, and then Yuningma. Bai Zihao and 2 other transfer students were close behind. Yet, Li Jingchen remained completely still, not having moved an inch. This clever boy. Did no one else realize that this equipment could also temper one's spirit? Yet here he was, meditating cross-legged. The longer one remained under the influence of these fluctuations, the greater the pressure endured. The proctor's lips twitched involuntarily, finding himself at a loss for words regarding Li Jingchen. Among the few I mentioned, I did not account for Li Jingchen. He should only have awakened a low-level ability. He shouldn't be in the first examination room. And how he got here remains a mystery to me. Niu furrowed his brow upon witnessing Li Jingchen seated in meditation. His lips also twitched. Having strength is futile if you squander it. I will undoubtedly surpass you this time, Li. Yuningma thought as she steadily advanced through the darkness. With each step forward, the oppressive presence of the ferocious beast intensified, causing Yuningma's heart to race tumultuously as though a true beast stood before her. Moreover, this beast was a formidable third-tier creature. However, Yuningma's composure had significantly improved compared to before, enabling her to advance steadily. Before long, she had traversed 50 steps, surpassing Zuiyu, and positioned herself second, closely following Yi Yuxiao. Although Bai Zihao did not match Yuningma's pace, his strides were nonetheless stable, allowing him to gradually overtake the 2 transfer students and trail behind Yuningma. Brother, I must secure the top spot in the martial arts examination of Xujiang City. I will not let you down. Bai Zihao pressed his lips together, his fists clenched tightly in determination, moving forward with unwavering resolve. His motivation to progress was never to outshine Yuningma or Li Jingchen. Bai Zihao harbored a singular ambition, to avoid disappointing his elder brother and to showcase his own talent as a younger sibling. He aspired to bring pride to his family and, in the future, to lead the Bai clan beyond the confines of Xuzhang City. I bear the weight of the Bai family's future on my shoulders. How could I possibly fail? At that moment, his resolve solidified like iron, and Bai Zihao accelerated, swiftly overtaking the two parallel transfer students, closing in on Yu Ningma. Bai Zihao is surprisingly impressive. To accelerate under the pressure of a third-tier beast is quite unexpected. I had previously recognized such strength, Nyoyid remarked in astonishment. Yet, the invigoration of an early surge may not bode well, the invigilating teacher mused, shaking his head. Soon, all 30 students had covered 70 to 80 steps, their pace abruptly slowing, losing the ease they once enjoyed. Some students even began to pale, their legs trembling. What tier of beast is this? It's terrifying. Yu Ningma's heartbeat quickened, her entire being trembling involuntarily. Her speed decreased, her legs felt as though they were laden with lead, making each lift a struggle. A fourth-tier beast. The terrifying aura unmistakably belonged to a fourth-tier creature. This was an examination. This was an examination. Yu Ningma repeatedly chanted affirmations to herself. Yet the escalating pressure and distractions blurred the line between reality and illusion. The suffocating dread of being preyed upon instilled a sense of fear within her, causing her to freeze at 85 steps, unable to advance further. As for Bai Zihao, he too succumbed at this point. Upon reaching 84 steps, his knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Only Yu Xiu continued unperturbed, advancing steadily with each step. 91, 92. Hiss. Just how formidable is this transfer student Yu Xiu? He has managed to surpass Yu Ningma by such a margin. Nyoyid's expression darkened. Yu Ningma was recognized as Xuzhang City's foremost prodigy, yet she now stood immobile at 85 steps, while Yu Xiu was nearing 100 steps. The disparity was glaringly evident. Though aware of the considerable disparity between the education systems of Xuzhang City and Kyoto, this gap remains intolerable for Nyoyid. As for the other students, aside from a few transfer students, the highest score reached a mere 79 steps before stagnation. Such a lack of resolve is truly disheartening. Nyoyid's expression grew increasingly grim. With such weak willpower, I doubt they will even need to take the final beast combat exam. The two invigilators also wore displeased expressions. Despite recognizing the difficulty of the test, the attendees are all exceptional talents from Xuzhang City, with the top 30 students. Yet, the majority can only manage 70 or 80 steps. Only Yu Ningma and Bai Zihao managed to halt at 85 and 84 steps, respectively, which is still somewhat acceptable. And what of Li Jingchen? Why has he yet to commence his walk? What is he doing? Does he still wish to participate in the examination? In the examination corridor, Lu Tianyi, Yu Zhangwo, Wan Xiao, Mayor Wang, and a number of other principals were traversing various examination rooms. At the rear of the procession, Zhen Nantian remained silent, like an invisible observer. There are a total of 30 examination rooms, and Lu Tianyi's ultimate goal is to reach room 1 to observe Li Jingchen's examination. However, as an inspector dispatched by the Education Bureau, Lu Tianyi bore the responsibility of oversight, thus he moved forward from the last examination room, one by one. At this moment, less than 10 minutes had elapsed since the commencement of the mental fortitude test. Within the examination halls, most candidates appeared disheveled, having barely managed to take 60 or 70 steps at most. Old Jiang, Old Li, how do you educate your students? Do you not cultivate their willpower and mental fortitude? Exclaimed Lu Tianyi. With such psychological resilience, how can they hope to withstand the onslaught of ferocious beasts in the future? Observing the numerous candidates who faltered after only a few steps, Mayor Wang's frustration boiled over, especially in the presence of Lu Tianyi, the inspector. He felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could vanish into the ground. He angrily admonished several principals, declaring, "We must alter our teaching strategies next year, applying lessons learned to enhance our students' combat abilities and mental fortitude. We strive for significant improvement in the candidates from Xuzhang City next year." The principals nodded fervently, though internally they lamented. Traditionally, martial examinations focus solely on supernatural abilities and combat prowess. Who could have anticipated this year's drastic reform, gravitating towards practical combat skills? Practical combat training was not meant to commence until entering a university for supernatural beings, subjecting students, who have barely stepped outside the city and hardly encountered ferocious beasts, to such pressures is akin to sending inexperienced recruits directly into battle. Indeed, we must cultivate our students' practical combat abilities, Mayor Wang conceded, his expression softening slightly as he continued to educate his peers. Yet, His gaze furtively drifted towards Lu Tianyi. While his earlier anger was genuine, much of it was performative, intended for Lu Tianyi, given the latter's esteemed position and authority. To return and casually speak ill of oneself to superiors is to forfeit any hope of advancement, and one might even risk losing their position. Mayor Wang, there is no need to discuss them. This matter is only tangentially related to the school. Yu Jiangwo intervened for a few individuals. The president of the Ability Users Association holds a position on par with the mayor. One oversees the welfare of the populace, while the other governs matters of force. The realm of education falls under Mayor Wang's purview. However, given Yu Jiangwo's amicable relationship with Jiang Yanzhou, it is only natural for him to extend assistance to Jiang. Although the majority may lack strength, there are still talents to be found in Xuzhou City. Upon hearing Mayor Wang's remarks, Lu Tianyi remained noncommittal. Inspector Lu noted that Yu Ningma, despite her youth, has mastered marksmanship at a grandmaster level and has also attained certification as a first-tier low-level ability user, which indeed makes her a pride of Xuzhou City. Mayor Wang mistakenly believed Lu Tianyi was referring to Yu Ningma and quickly nodded in agreement. Lu Tianyi merely smiled without offering an explanation and gestured, "Let us proceed. We have completed our inspection and should head to the first examination venue." "What? Which prodigy from Kyoto has managed to traverse 100 steps?" Moments later, Lu Tianyi and his entourage arrived at the first examination site, where they observed that the other candidates were stumbling, while Yi Yuxiao advanced steadily, seemingly without exerting full effort, creating a striking contrast. This individual, known as Yi Yuxiao, hails from a prestigious high school in Kyoto, Yu Jiangwo mused. Quite impressive. It appears he is aiming for the top score in the martial examination in Xuzhou City. Mayor Wang, it seems you have been deceived. Lu Tianyi nodded in acknowledgement of Yi Yuxiao's prowess, casting a cheerful glance at Mayor Wang, whose expression darkened. When Yi Yuxiao and his three companions had sought to join the martial examination, they had not claimed to possess such formidable strength. Mayor Wang had been certain that Yi Yuxiao's abilities would not surpass those of Yu Ningma, which is why he had consented to the proposal from the family behind them to participate in the martial examination in Xuzhou City. However, it was now evident that they were clearly intent on seizing the top spot in the martial examination. Had he known this, Mayor Wang would have never agreed. He could only silently wish for Yu Ningma to surpass Yi Yuxiao. After all, Kyoto is a large city, and its educational resources and the number of high-level ability users far exceed those of Xuzhou City. It was to be expected that Xuzhou's candidates would be overshadowed by Yi Yuxiao. Nonetheless, President Yu, your daughter is not lacking in strength either. Lu Tianyi shifted his focus to the figure of Yu Ningma in the arena. Although she stood immobile at 85 steps, Lu Tianyi's keen eye discerned that she had not yet reached her limit. If she could overcome this hurdle, it was conceivable that she might catch up to Yi Yuxiao. At this moment, Yu Ningma trembled more violently, struggling to maintain her stance, as if engulfed in darkness. The roars of ferocious beasts and the nearly tangible pressure bore down on her, threatening to shatter her resolve. Suddenly, Yu Ningmo recalled her earlier underwhelming performance against the Carrion Eagle, the desire to assist Li Jingchen in battle, only to be rejected and perceived as a burden, filled Yu Ningma with a profound sense of defeat. A person of considerable pride, she had previously masked her feelings, yet they lay buried deep within her heart. In this very moment, her accumulated self-esteem erupted with fervor. With a fierce bite to her own tongue, she summoned every ounce of strength to take a step forward. "I shall never again be a burden to others." With a startled exclamation, Yu Ningma propelled herself forward with all her might. 90, 95, 100, 105. She persevered until she had taken 105 steps, before collapsing with a thud, her face pale as consciousness slipped away. "Save her!" Yu Jiangwo bellowed. Truly, as the pride of Xuzhou City, her willpower was astonishing. Although she did not surpass Yi Yuxiao, she was undoubtedly a top-tier talent. "Yu Huichong, you have indeed raised a remarkable daughter," Lu Tianyi remarked, nodding in admiration. Yu Jiangwo humbly waved his hand, yet pride lingered in his brow. Though Yu Ningma ultimately fell short of Yi Yuxiao, this was within Yu Jiangwo's expectations. Regardless, her performance was surely deserving of a score of at least 120. If she performed well in the subsequent 2 assessments, gaining admission to one of the 4 universities for those with special abilities would be well within reach. The fact that Yu Ningma did not surpass Yi Yuxiao indicated the latter's extraordinary strength. Mayor Wang wore a grim expression, somewhat disheartened. Yet he understood the gap between Xuzhou City and the capital, feeling both reluctant and resigned. At this moment, Yi Yuxiao had reached the position of 125 steps, where she halted, her face ashen and motionless. After much struggle, she ultimately ceased at 130 steps. With this score, coupled with additional performance points, her score for the temperament test was nearing perfection. Yu Jiangwo's expression grew serious, astonished by Yi Yuxiao's talent. The others, too, could not disguise their astonishment. Indeed, she was exceptionally strong. Yi Yuxiu was likely to be the second-place contender in this assessment, Lu Tianyi affirmed with a grin. Chapter 86, directly to the finish line. Second, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, bewildered. Following Lu Tianyi's gaze, they turned their attention to the examination field. At this moment, all candidates had completed their assessments. Save for one figure, seated cross-legged and motionless, yet to advance. Did Inspector Lu believe that Li Jingchen's strength surpassed that of Yi Yuxiao? Mayor Wang tentatively inquired. Yu Jiangwo and Wan Xiao exchanged uncertain glances. To be candid, they had initially held confidence in Li Jingchen's abilities. However, Yi Yuxiao's emergence had cast doubt upon their convictions. Observing Lu Tianyi's demeanor, it seemed he was quite certain of Li Jingchen's potential to secure first place. As they pondered, all eyes turned toward Li Jingchen. Even the previously unnoticed Jin Nantian was no exception. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. All gazes fixated upon Li Jingchen, eagerly anticipating a display of extraordinary prowess. As a result, Li Jingchen remained seated, utterly still. Eventually, even Lu Tianyi could no longer contain himself, his lips twitching. Brotherly, what's going on? Are you not planning to take the exam? Goodness. While training under the pressure of ferocious beasts can indeed hone one's mental fortitude, the longer one remains under such pressure, the greater the burden becomes when moving forward. If you wish to cultivate, once we reach the Anomaly University in Magic City, I can request the instructor to arrange for you to train with the Enlightenment Tablet, all right? Please rise. Lu Tianyi felt speechless. Just moments ago, he had confidently boasted that Li Jingchen would emerge victorious. Now, an unsettling premonition of being proven wrong began to take shape. How much time is left for the exam? Lu Tianyi could not help but inquire. 5 minutes remain, Yu Jiangwo replied hesitantly, glancing at Li Jingchen. It seems unlikely that he will make it. Even if he stands up and moves forward now, he could not possibly traverse 100 steps in 5 minutes. Brother, you're about to be proven wrong. Lu Tianyi's lips twitched. At this moment, the students who had completed their exams had regained their senses and awareness. First, they were astonished by Yi Yuxiao's prowess. Then their attention was drawn to Li Jingchen, all of them gazing at him in bewilderment. Yi Yuxiao was also somewhat surprised. Why is there still someone who hasn't started the exam? Is he preparing to give up? How intriguing. This lad possesses absolute confidence in his abilities. Yet, I wonder if his strength is truly as formidable as he believes. Jin Nantian murmured to himself. He discerned that Li Jingchen was doing this intentionally, clearly having calculated the time. However, was it not a bit presumptuous to leave himself only 5 minutes? In the darkness, Li Jingchen felt his mental realm being continuously fortified under the onslaught of the ferocious beast's pressure. Even the proficiency of his spirit shielding technique seemed to be growing. Indeed, cultivating mental strength under specific circumstances yields exponential benefits. Earlier, Principal Neo mentioned that this testing apparatus was modeled after the Enlightenment Tablet of the Anomaly University in Magic City. Then, would cultivating mental strength under the Enlightenment Tablet yield even greater results? Li Jingchen pondered aloud. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Li Jingchen level, intermediate first order ability, purple lightning, physique, 550 vitality, mental strength, 350 Hz skills, swordsmanship, master level, steel bone body refinement, Grandmaster level. God of Killing Blade, Grandmaster level. Thunder Flash Step, Master level. Spirit Shielding, Beginner level. Ability points, 140 in just half an hour. His mental strength had increased by 20 points. Remarkable. Oh, if only this exam could last a bit longer. However, for now, let us conclude the examination. Li Jingchen thought to himself. With that, he slowly rose from the ground. He stepped forward. 30, 50, 70. He moved. He finally moved. What the hell? How's he running? And he has reached 70 steps in mere seconds. Yu Jiangwo, Mayor Wan Xiao, and the others stared in disbelief as they witnessed Li Jingchen cover 70 steps in just a few seconds, their eyes wide with astonishment. Intriguingly, I did not anticipate that such a genius resided in Shuzhong City. Yi Yuxiao gazed intently at Li Jingchen, a hint of astonishment flickering within him. Having gleaned from those around him that Li Jingchen had been meditating cross-legged moments prior, he understood that under the oppressive presence of ferocious beasts, the longer one endured, the greater the challenge. Yet, the mere fact that Li Jingchen had traversed 70 steps in such a brief span was sufficient to attest to his formidable prowess, one that warranted Yi Yuxiao's respect. As Yi Yuxiao fixated on Li Jingchen, he murmured to himself, however, hastening to such a pace may not be prudent. But in the next instant, his pupils constricted with disbelief. 120 steps. How could this be possible? Was he entirely impervious to the pressure exerted by the beasts? In the arena, Li Jingchen ambled forward with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression betraying no hint of alteration. Soon, he surpassed the limit that Yi Yuxiao had just achieved and continued onward, even accelerating further. 130 steps. 140 steps. In the depths of darkness, Li Jingchen sensed the formidable presence of several terrifying beasts looming before him, their predatory gazes fixed upon him. With a single step further, he would be torn to shreds. At that moment, it felt as though he stood at the precipice of a cliff, facing an abyss of unfathomable depth and a landscape of fiery blades. One more step, and he would plunge into the void, beneath the crushing pressure. Li Jingchen struggled to perceive this as merely an examination. An urge to halt arose within him, and as that thought emerged, it surged forth like an unstoppable avalanche, engulfing his entire being. His body began to tremble violently. A terrifying roar of a beast reverberated in Li Jingchen's ears, jolting him awake. For reasons unknown, the sound stirred an instinctual irritation within him, unleashing a wave of murderous intent. "You a bunch of anomalies, how dare you?" In an instant, Li Jingchen found himself transported back to the blood-soaked earth of his training with the god of killing's blade. Bloodied garments, bloodied blades, and crimson cavalry surrounded him. Before him loomed countless massive, fearsome beasts, roaring menacingly, poised to charge and rend him apart. Yet, the blood-clad warriors exhibited no fear, their faces alight with excitement at the prospect of their prey. Kill, kill, kill. In the next heartbeat, a cataclysmic surge of destructive bloodlust erupted from the blood-clad knight. Racing toward the beasts, and with a fierce strike of his bloodied blade, he declared, "The god of killing. Kill, kill, kill. God blocks, kill God. Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. In this realm, nothing shall escape death." As the blood blade descended, the roars of the beasts before him weakened significantly. In the following moment, the protection of his spiritual heart commenced its gradual activation, slowly alleviating the pressure imposed by the beasts. Subsequently, the indomitable will that Li Jingchen had amassed through prolonged battles with the ferocious beasts transformed into a brilliant blade, shattering the roars of the beasts into silence. A thunderous explosion ensued. In that moment, all shadows and the roars of ferocious beasts vanished. Li Jingchen took another step forward. 150 steps. He reached the finish line directly. Chapter 87. Allow you to experience the awe brought by a genius from Kyoto. Hiss. Is this really the pinnacle? 150 steps? How could it be so effortless? Is the equipment malfunctioning? Yu Jiangwo, Mayor Wang, and a host of principals exchanged incredulous glances, and someone gasped in astonishment. Previously, they had witnessed others struggle immensely. How could it be so simple for Li Jingchen? It was as if he were merely strolling. Were it not for the terrifying pressure emanating from the equipment, they might have suspected a malfunction. My goodness, this is incredible. Our Xujiang city has produced a remarkable prodigy. Mayor Wang exclaimed. Haha, my dear brother Li has indeed not disappointed me. Lu Tianyi grinned broadly. Smiling, he turned to glance in the direction where Zhen Nantian stood, his expression seemingly seeking acknowledgement. Zhen Nantian nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting admiration. In terms of temperament, Li Jingchen ranks among the top 3 geniuses I have encountered. Hey, have you heard? A prodigy has emerged from the first examination hall. TSK, TSK, TSK. He walked directly 150 steps to reach the finish line. Who is it? So impressive. Could it be Yu Ningmo? During the break, candidates from the other examination halls began to discuss fervently. Shock, skepticism, reverence, varied expressions abounded. Li Jingchen from the 3rd high school. Li Jingchen? Who is that? Is he stronger than the rain god? At this moment, every candidate etched a name into their hearts. Li Jingchen. Goodness. Old Li actually came first. Truly remarkable. Impressive. I always knew old Li was extraordinary. Even when he urinated in the restroom, he always urinated the farthest. Lu Hao exclaimed wide-eyed, repeating the news he had heard, causing Sun Yang and the rest of Class 6 of the 3rd year to be utterly amazed. They gathered around to discuss. Student Li's prowess is truly formidable. Class leader Jiang Yingxue covered her mouth in astonishment. Suddenly, They thought of something and collectively turned their gazes toward a figure, Li Mingyao. The temperament test does not necessarily reflect true strength. I refuse to believe Li Jingchen can secure first place in the combat assessment with his extraordinary abilities. Li Mingyao's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, her thoughts filled with resentment. The first examination concluded. We still need to confer with the supervising officials regarding the scores before announcing them. Observing Li Jingchen, who stood before the testing equipment, curiously examining its principles, Million felt a bit at a loss. Prior to the first temperament assessment, the officials were certain that no candidate could reach the finish line, that is, complete 150 steps. Hence, they established supplementary scoring criteria for the first assessment, namely performance points. Essentially, if one surpassed 140 steps, a few performance points would suffice to achieve a perfect score of 150. However, Li Jingchen completed the entire course, earning a base score of 150. If he were to receive additional performance points, would that not exceed the maximum score? Contemplating, Million hurriedly approached Lu Qianni, entrusting him with this perplexing dilemma. Lu Qianni, equally uncertain, engaged in a deliberation. After a thorough discussion, they decided to copy the recording of the on-site assessment and send it through an encrypted channel. I cannot make a decision. Let those above decide. Soon, an encrypted message arrived on Lu Qianni's phone. He received a perfect score, but the performance points would be compared. If others also achieved full marks, Li Jingchen's performance would serve as an additional merit. Furthermore, if Li Jingchen did not attain full marks in the subsequent two assessments, the performance points from the temperament test would be added to those latter evaluations. Quite reasonable. In the forthcoming combat effectiveness test, Lu's younger brother might not secure a perfect score. However, with the inclusion of the temperament test performance points, the outcome could indeed be different. Lu Qianni silently nodded, inwardly affirming the decision from above, and conveyed the results to the assembly. Million nodded and stepped into the center of the examination venue to announce the scores. First place, Li Jingchen, a perfect 150 points. Second place, Yi Yuxiao, 135 points. Third place, Yu Ningma, 115 points. Fourth place, Bai Zihao, 93 points. A perfect score, indeed remarkable. A smile graced Li Jingchen's lips, though he felt no surprise. It was rather anticipated. However, the individual named Yi Yuxiao exhibited considerable strength, only trailing him by 15 points. The prowess of the students from the capital was indeed extraordinary. I wonder what scores those two exceptional ability users achieved in the first assessment, Li Jingchen mused, turning to Yu Ningma. Class President Yu, your temperament has shown improvement. I owe my high score to your assistance. Classmate Li, Yu Ningma replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Achieving 115 points could be considered an extraordinary performance. Hearing his daughter's score, Yu Jiangwo displayed a look of satisfaction. Initially, he had hoped for a higher score for his daughter, even aspiring for her to be the top scorer in the martial arts examination of Xujiang City. Yet, upon witnessing the talents of Yi Yuxiao and Li Jingchen, he promptly extinguished that notion. Especially Li Jingchen, such an otherworldly performance. Yu Jiangwo thought to himself, Zuiyu, are you certain that Li Jingchen's ability is merely at the level? Yi Yuxiao remarked, her expression slightly troubled as she listened to Million's score announcement. Indeed, it is beyond doubt. Many witnessed it, as Zuiyu assured. Rest easy, Yi Laoda. The temperament test does not equate to true strength. The real evaluation lies in the combat effectiveness assessment and the practical combat test against ferocious beasts. With Li Jingchen's level ability, even with potential enhancements, he can only reach a maximum of level. However, even if Li Jingchen is a level ability user, he poses no threat to you, Yi Laoda, who can exhibit upper-level combat prowess. Zuiyu remarked confidently. The outcome of the temperament test exceeded Zuiyu's expectations, yet he firmly believed that in the combat effectiveness test, no one in Xujiang City could surpass Yi Yuxiao's score. Indeed, all were 18 years old, and most relied on their abilities to achieve high combat effectiveness. Unless Li Jingchen simultaneously masters several master-level combat skills, he cannot bridge the gap created by his extraordinary abilities. Yi Yuxiao pondered, seemingly acknowledging Zuiyu's assertion. With a relieved smile, she shifted her focus away from Li Jingchen and began to adjust her own state of mind. For the formidable, a brief setback is inconsequential. Accumulating strength to tackle the forthcoming assessments is what truly matters. Observing the envious and reverent gazes directed at Li Jingchen from those around her, Yi Yuxiao couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Soon, you shall witness the awe inspired by a genius from Kyoto. Chapter 88. Crisis approaches extremes. Principal Jiang, your third high school is impressive. Mayor Wang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Li Jingchen secure first place. Why have you never mentioned Li Jingchen before? Be honest. Is he the hidden ace of third high school? Mayor Wang chuckled. He had just silently prayed for an unexpected contender to emerge in this martial arts examination, hoping that Yi Xiao would steal the title of champion from Xujiang City. To his surprise, one indeed appeared. Awkwardly smiling, Jiang Yinzhou replied. Seeing this, Mayor Wang assumed Jiang Yinzhou was teasing him, attempting to build suspense for a surprise, and chuckled. You might as well stop keeping secrets now. Just tell me honestly. What ability does Li Jingchen possess? The martial arts examination was in full swing. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers away from Xujiang City, atop a ruined 6-story building, 10 figures cloaked in robes stood side by side, led by the beautiful woman from Li Jingchen's neighborhood, who was pushing a baby stroller. Beneath the rooftop where they stood, a multitude of massive, ferocious beasts lay sprawled or crouched, densely packed, stretching beyond the horizon. If the border patrol were present, they would undoubtedly feel a chill run down their spines. The sheer number of these creatures, even if all were first-tier beasts, would pose a catastrophic threat to Xujiang City. Moreover, among these beasts, many were not merely first-tier. There were even second-tier and third-tier beasts present. It has arrived. Chong Li, a level 3 acolyte of the Zero Return Church, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and gazed into the distance. The beautiful woman, Su Ying, also raised her head to the sky. Roar, accompanied by a deafening roar. A shadow in the sky expanded from small to large, crashing down onto the rooftop where the group stood. The immense impact caused the 6-story reinforced concrete building to tremble, with debris and dust cascading down, hinting at a potential collapse. Mommy, I'm scared. The little girl, who had been soundly asleep in the stroller, was abruptly awakened. Upon seeing the monstrous figure before her, she burst into tears. Su Ying gently patted her daughter's small face, displaying a tender expression as she softly reassured her, Don't be afraid, Wan. It has come to help us. She then looked up at the colossal creature, her eyes gleaming with excitement. A blood-lion crocodile. I never imagined that the adults could truly summon a 4th-tier beast to assist us. And a peak 4th-tier beast at that. Before me stands a colossal creature, towering at a height of 10 meters. Its form resembles that of a lion, with blood-red mane glistening under the sunlight, as if coated in a layer of fresh blood. Yet, it possesses the head of a crocodile, its mouth taking up half of its massive visage, revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth, each half a meter long, still adorned with remnants of flesh, as if it had just feasted. With a thunderous roar, the blood-lion crocodile, its wings unfurled, directed its fierce gaze towards the humans before it. A foul stench filled the air. However, the 10 disciples of the Zero Church, led by Su Ying and Chong Li, remained utterly unfazed. A flicker of anger appeared in the eyes of the blood-lion crocodile. How could these insignificant mortals show no fear, just as it contemplated demonstrating its might? Su Ying withdrew a feather from her bosom and pointed it at the creature. This feather, pitch black and no larger than a finger, resembled a mere dropped quill from an ordinary crow. Yet, the moment it was revealed, the blood-lion crocodile instantly lowered its massive head to the ground, prostrating itself before the feather. Its immense skull pressed firmly against the earth, its body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, the ferocious beasts thronging below the building fell silent, all submitting to the ground, their heads pressed against the ground, quaking in fear. Seeing this, Su Ying could not help but express her astonishment. This feather had been bestowed upon her by her master before his departure, said to possess the power to control ferocious beasts and compel them to act according to their plans. The effectiveness exceeded her expectations. She marveled at how her master had achieved such a feat simultaneously. A curiosity swelled within her. What kind of beast's feather was this, that even a peak 4th-tier beast would cower before it? We plan to launch an assault on Xujiang City tonight to purify it. We will handle the opening of the city gates. However, there is a 4th-tier ability user within the city who possesses a mastery-level ability, and we require your assistance to eliminate this individual. Su Ying commanded the blood-lion crocodile as she stored the feather away. Though it could only be used once, it was undoubtedly worth preserving. After a considerable time had passed, the blood-lion crocodile slowly rose from the ground, gazing down at Su Ying without any sign of compliance. Do you dare defy my orders? Su Ying's expression shifted, her voice sharp with reprimand. Chong Li, standing nearby, also showed signs of concern. Securing the blood-lion crocodile's cooperation to restrain Lu Tianyi was a crucial aspect of their operation. If this creature refused to cooperate, their mission would certainly fail. With a roar, the bloodline crocodile spread its wings and bellowed at Su Ying, its crimson forked tongue flicking out to taste the air, eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty greed. It desired a sanguine feast. Su Ying paused, realizing the creature's intent, and felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as it was not disobedient, she could work with this. Blood feast, this was manageable. With that thought, Su Ying glanced back at the 8 disciples standing behind her. For the new era. For all humanity. For the new era. For all humanity. The figure cloaked in black, observed by Su Ying, displayed a fervent enthusiasm as he approached the bloodline crocodile without a hint of hesitation. The beast lowered its head and swiftly devoured the black-robed man in a single gulp, chewing briefly before swallowing, leaving a pool of blood in its wake. Throughout the ordeal, the black-robed man wore a face of wild excitement, not uttering a single sound. This should suffice. The appointed time is drawing near. We must depart. Su Ying remarked indifferently as she glanced at her watch. Yet, the bloodline crocodile remained still, its crimson gaze fixated on the baby carriage held by Su Ying, clearly expressing its desire. Mama, mama, monster. The little girl, already frightened, burst into tears upon seeing the creature fixated on her, instinctively seeking comfort from her mother. This is the last one, Su Ying said coolly. She bent down to pat her daughter's shoulder gently, whispering, Nuan, do not be afraid. Close your eyes. Once I have completed my mission, I will come for you. The loving mother coaxed her daughter to shut her eyes, and though fear lingered, the little girl obediently complied. In the next moment, with a sharp snap, Su Ying withdrew her hand and extracted her daughter's lifeless body from the carriage, tossing it towards the bloodline crocodile. The beast opened its maw wide, ensnaring the girl's form with its crimson tongue, tilting its head back to swallow her whole, satisfaction evident in its expression as it even burped afterward. Throughout this grim spectacle, the other cloaked figures, including Su Li, maintained their stoic expressions, unflinching despite the loss of Su Ying's daughter. For the sake of their grand mission and the fate of humanity, not even their own lives were beyond sacrifice. Chapter 89. No geniuses in the small town. With a powerful roar, having consumed 2 individuals, the bloodline crocodile finally took flight, its wings flapping as it soared towards Xujiang City. At that moment, an endless tide of ferocious beasts erupted, surging in the same direction as the bloodline crocodile. Dust clouds billowed, and the earth trembled. Let us also set forth, compatriots. Their sacrifices must not be in vain. Our daughter's sacrifice must not be in vain. Su Ying waved her hand, racing in pursuit of the tide of beasts, with all following her fervently. Within the examination hall, 2 proctors wheeled in a towering, 2-meter-tall machine, entirely silver in hue. Neo Yud loudly articulated the rules of the examination beside them. The second round is quite simple. Unleash your full power against the combat power tester. You will strike 3 times, and the average of your 3 attacks will be the benchmark. For those whose attack power is below 1,000 calories, each calorie will translate to 0.2 points. Thus, if your attack reaches the standard of a low-tier ability user, that is, 500 calories, your combat power test will yield 100 points. Should you achieve the standard of a mid-tier ability user at 1,000 calories, you will earn 200 points. As Nilya paused briefly, he continued, however, once the score exceeds 200, it will no longer be calculated based on a single card score of 0.2, but will instead be assessed according to the circumstances. This means that the higher the score, the greater the challenge to attain it. Nevertheless, if any of you can achieve an attack power of 3,000 cards, you will receive a perfect score. Nilya chuckled as he spoke, his words quickening towards the end. He was well aware of the capabilities of the examinees from Xujiang City. It was highly unlikely that anyone would surpass 3,000 cards. Even those with an attack power of 1,000 cards were exceedingly rare. However, given the arrival of a prodigy from Kyoto, anything was possible. The examinees perked up, attentively listening. Their spirits ignited with determination. Lu Qianni, Yu Jiangwo, Mayor Wang, Wan Xiao, and Principal Jiang stood silently to the side, observing. Old Jiang, what do you think Li Jingchen's battle power will be? Principal Li of the second high school approached Jiang Yanzhou, inquiring with a smile. I'm not certain. He shouldn't be weaker than Bai Zihao, right? Jiang Yanzhou responded tentatively. The last time he had seen Li Jingchen was during the match against Sun Mingyang, when Sun was a first-tier low-level ability user. If Li Jingchen was able to defeat Sun Mingyang, then his strength must surely be at least close to that of a first-tier mid-level user. Jiang Yanzhou mused. Stop pretending. You old rascal. Principal Li shot a sideways glance at Jiang Yanzhou, letting out a cold snort. He shouldn't be compared to Bai Zihao. Li Jingchen's counterparts should be Yi Yuxiao and Yu Ningma, right? It sounds as if you don't hold much faith in Li Jingchen's abilities. Principal Li believed that if Li Jingchen had performed so commendably in the aptitude test, his combat prowess should also be considerable. As for Jiang Yanzhou's claim that Li Jingchen was a low-level ability user, Principal Li did not believe a word of it. In his eyes, Jiang Yanzhou had already been labeled as overly cautious. Without a doubt, if Li Jingchen secures first place, you at the Blue Sea Hotel better make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, Jin Nantian quietly trailed behind the others, maintaining a low profile, yet his attention was fixed on Li Jingchen. Who is this person? Li Jingchen noted that he had never encountered this individual before, yet the stranger's gaze remained steadfastly on him, not lingering on Yi Yuxiao even for a moment. This struck Li Jingchen as peculiar. Although many were watching him, the intensity of this individual's gaze felt akin to that of a senior admiring a junior, leaving Li Jingchen feeling somewhat bewildered. However, before he could ponder further, Niu Yud's voice rang out. The order of appearance will follow the student ID numbers. Those whose names are called, please step forward for testing. The first to go is in Yuchi from the first high school. The combat power assessment did not follow a ranking based on strength, but was determined by student ID. The first contestant was a girl from the first high school, sporting twin ponytails. She wore a white, form-fitting shirt and a snug short skirt. Her complexion, while not exceptionally fair, radiated a healthy wheat tone. With a curvaceous figure and long, straight legs, her entrance captured the attention of the male examinees in Examination Room 1. In the prestigious first high school, the civilian goddess in Yuchi had garnered attention. Although her fame and appearance did not rival that of Yuningma, her prowess seemed formidable, securing her a place among the top 10. This was my idol. From the murmurs of those around him, Li Jingchen learned the name of the girl with twin ponytails. After all, Yuningma was the daughter of the president of the Association of Superpowered Individuals, a status that commanded respect and admiration from many boys who dared not approach her. Conversely, the popularity of Yuchi, a goddess of humble origins, was on the rise. However, it was indeed rare to see a girl wielding a hammer as her weapon. As Li Jingchen contemplated this, Yuchi's test commenced. She grasped the round-headed hammer secured at her waist, took a deep breath, and struck the combat power testing device with great force. Yuchi possessed the ability of strength enhancement, and during her attack, a peculiar wave of energy converged into her hand. With the accumulation of force, she delivered a heavy blow to the testing apparatus. A number promptly flashed on the adjacent screen, 650 calories. Following this was a second strike, 690 calories. A third blow followed, 720 calories. The average attack power of 686 calories was commendable, surpassing that of many first-tier lower-level superpowered individuals. Niu announced Yuchi's score. Upon hearing this, Yuchi maintained her expression, silently returning to the ranks. 686 calories is quite impressive, isn't it? Su Zhang's examinee remarked, incredulous. The strength of the students from Shuzhong City is truly lacking. Zhuyu shrugged, seemingly at a loss for words. Do you think everywhere is like the capital? His female companion shot him a sideways glance, pouting slightly, yet she added, but we shouldn't underestimate small towns. They can produce geniuses too. Have you forgotten about Goddess Jiang Xiao from Magic University? She also hailed from a small town and achieved second place in last year's National University League. Well, that's true. There are indeed talents from small towns, Zhuyu conceded, recalling battle videos he had seen online, shuddering involuntarily. However, as his gaze scanned the examination hall, he smirked. You almost had me convinced, but it's been years since a genius like Goddess Jiang emerged from a small town. The odds are not in favor. Even if there are geniuses in small towns, they certainly won't be from Shuzhong City. All right, enough talk. Let us continue watching the examination, his female companion insisted. But Yi Yuxiao waved a hand to silence them. The two exchanged exasperated sounds before focusing back on the test. Chapter 90. Yi Yuxiao. Li Jingchen mused, observing Yuchi returning to her line. In the first examination hall, her strength was indeed commendable. An attack power of 686 calories had already reached the level of a first-tier lower-level superpowered individual. If she performed well in the final beast assessment, gaining admission to a reputable superpower university would not be beyond her reach. The second student registered 470 calories. The third recorded 519 calories. Zhuyu achieved an impressive 761 calories. One by one, students were called to the stage, their combat power announced by Niu Yud. Aside from Inyuchi, only a few students from Xujiang City exceeded 500 calories, while Zuiyu and 2 other female transfer students boasted combat powers above 700 calories. Although the candidates present felt a sense of discontent, reality remains unyielding. The strong continue to thrive. The educational resources and the number of advanced practitioners in major cities far surpass what Xujiang can offer. This significant disparity explains the pronounced sense of superiority that transfer students exhibit upon arriving in Xujiang. The gap is simply too vast. Observing in silence, Yu Jiangwo and Principal Jiang clenched their fists involuntarily at the sight of each impressive score, only to release them helplessly. Next up is Baizaheo. At that moment, Niu Yud called out his name. Finally, it was his turn. This time, he was determined to showcase the fruits of his rigorous training. As Baizaheo stepped forward from the line upon hearing his name, he approached the combat power testing device and took his position. Suppressing his excitement, he cast a glance towards Li Jingchen and thought to himself, a setback in the temperament test means little. The true determinants of final performance lie in the combat power test and the practical encounter with ferocious beasts. Brother, and to my supportive family, I, Baizaheo, will not let you down. Taking a deep breath, Baizaheo slowly raised his hands, activating his ice ability. In an instant, frost billowed from his palms, causing the air temperature to plummet. With fingers splayed, he made a swift gesture. The frost in the air rapidly converged towards his outstretched hand. In less than a second, it coalesced into a 2-meter-long ice spear, translucent and shimmering. The spear radiated a brilliant white light. In the next moment, Baizaheo hurled the ice spear towards the testing target with all his might. A shard strike. Boom. Crack, crack, crack. The ice spear struck the target with a thunderous roar, swiftly encasing it in ice. All eyes were drawn to the spectacle. Moments later, a number flashed on the screen, accompanied by an astonished voice. 755 calories. Not bad. Nearing an attack power of 800 calories, Niu Yud nodded in approval. Baizaheo remained composed, his gaze fixed on the testing device, seemingly awaiting something. Boom. In the next moment, the ice layer enveloping the target exploded violently. Another number emerged on the screen, 802 calories. This was a 2-stage attack. The second explosion was the true killer move. Baizaheo proclaimed proudly. Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, he felt a surge of exhilaration akin to years of modest cultivation culminating in a stunning revelation. While an attack of 800 calories might not secure first place, surpassing those transfer students from Kyoto was already a source of satisfaction for Baizaheo. As for competing with Yi Yuxiao and Yu Ningma, he had set aside such thoughts for now. However, he felt confident in measuring himself against Li Jingchen. This student, Baizaheo, possesses remarkable strength. Achieving an attack exceeding 800 calories as a senior already positions him for entry into prestigious universities. Indeed, our city of Xujiang has managed to preserve its dignity. Unfortunately, with the emergence of the prodigious Yi Yuxiao, our chances of competing for the top position have diminished. Let us continue to observe. Yu Jiangwo, Mayor Wang, and a multitude of principals nodded in quiet approval at Baizaheo's performance. Next up, Yu Ningma. As her turn approached, Yu Ningma gazed intently at the testing target and took a deep breath. With deliberate grace, she lifted the 3-meter-long spear. A peculiar wave of energy emanated from Yu Ningma, gradually enveloping the spear. In that moment, the ebony spear appeared to shimmer with a layer of rippling water. Advanced ability, gravity manipulation, threefold, God of Death spear. As a few words slipped from Yu Ningma's crimson lips, the dark spear quivered slightly, as if imbued with the strength of mountains. In the next instant, the spear was thrust forward. A myriad of spear shadows enveloped the entire space, culminating in a brilliant spear projection that struck the testing apparatus with tremendous force. 1,100 calories. Gasp. This attack reached the standard of a mid-tier ability user. Niu Yud, tallying the scores, gasped in astonishment. This was the first combat power exceeding 1,000 calories recorded. Your daughter's prowess is remarkable. If she excels in the final assessment, she could very well gain admission to one of the 4 prestigious schools. Lu Tianyi expressed his admiration. Yu Ningma's strength indeed surpassed Lu Tianyi's expectations. Such power, even in the realms of Modu and Jingdu, would be considered exceptional talent. Haha, not at all. It's merely practice. Yu Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively, yet the smile on his face was impossible to conceal. To manipulate threefold gravity at such a young age is truly impressive. Li Jingchen remarked in surprise. Yu Ningma's talent is undeniably formidable, or rather, Her gravitational ability is powerful. At the age of 17, she can wield a threefold ability. Mass multiplied by speed equals force. A threefold mass at equal speed translates to an increase in Yuningma's attack power by at least double. Next, Yi Yuxiao. As Yuningma stepped down, all eyes in the room were drawn to the next name. Yi Yuxiao sauntered from the crowd, approaching the testing target with unhurried poise. A transfer student from Jingdu. Li Jingchen regarded Yi Yuxiao's silhouette with a flicker of curiosity. While Yi Yuxiao may not be the pinnacle of genius in Jingdu, he certainly possesses considerable strength. Just right. Li Jingchen was eager to discern the difference between himself and the talents hailing from Modu and Jingdu. Not only did Li Jingchen harbor such thoughts, every candidate in examination hall number 1 focused their attention on Yi Yuxiao. Even Niu Yud wore a serious expression in the psychological assessment. Had it not been for the unpredictable dark horse that was Li Jingchen, Yi Yuxiao would have undoubtedly claimed the top position. Do you believe Yi Yuxiao's combat power surpasses or falls short of Yuningma's? Lu Tianyi casually inquired of Yu Jiangwo. It's difficult to say, at the very least. They are on par. More likely, Yi Yuxiao's strength exceeds that of my daughter. Yu Jiangwo pondered briefly before responding hesitantly. Despite his confidence in his daughter's abilities, Yu Jiangwo discerned from the initial temperament test that Yi Yuxiao was extraordinary. Moreover, it was rumored that she possessed an extraordinary ability. Given this alone, her strength could not be underestimated. One could only await the revelation of her combat skills caliber. Yu Jiangwo's curiosity piqued, while Mayor Wang felt an intensified anxiety. His gaze fixated unwaveringly on Yi Yuxiao, who stood before the testing target. In the next moment, Yi Yuxiao sprang into action. Chapter 91, Li Jingchen. A brilliant azure light emanated from her arm, enveloping her entire being. Onlookers witnessed her sword seemingly stir, though it appeared almost still due to its astonishing speed. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged forth. A white conical cloud materialized before her, only to vanish moments later. Boom, boom, boom. Vivid crimson numbers erupted from the screen. 2,400 calories. 2,450 calories. 2,500 calories. Gasp. A combat power of 2,500 calories. This was nearly on par with a first-tier superior ability user. Niu Yud's voice rose sharply, infused with palpable astonishment. He had anticipated that Yi Yuxiao's prowess would be comparable to Yu Ningma's. However, the combat power displayed by her 3 strikes exceeded all expectations. It far surpassed what anyone had imagined, leaving the venue in stunned silence, followed by the sound of swallowed breaths. 2,500 calories. How could it be so high? Isn't she a senior in high school? Why is there such a vast disparity between us? This is utterly monstrous. Are we even allowed to compete against her? My own attack barely reaches 400 calories. We are all seniors, all human. Why is the difference so pronounced? Is the educational disparity between Kyoto and Shuzheng truly this significant? Examinees stared blankly at the data flashing across the screen, their expressions grim, seemingly unable to fathom the reality before them. An attack power nearly at first-tier superiority, double that of my 800 calories. How is she so formidable? Bai Ziheo's face reflected shock as he fixated on the numbers displayed. He had assumed that even if Yi Yuxiao was strong, she would merely be on par with Yu Ningma. Yet now, it was evident they were not even in the same league. Though he still had a chance to secure second place, the gap seemed insurmountable. Look, I was right, as we remarked. A smirk playing on his lips as he observed the astonished expressions of the examinees. Until they truly encountered the geniuses from outside their small town, they could hardly grasp the magnitude of the differences. Yi Yuxiao was merely providing them with an early lesson. The 2 female transfer students did not contest his assertion, clearly agreeing with Zui Yu's words. It appears we all underestimated Yi Yuxiao's prowess significantly, Lu Tianyi chuckled, though he too was somewhat taken aback. This cohort of talents from Kyoto is rather impressive. It seems that anyone who steps forward can unleash combat power that approaches that of a first-tier superior ability user. The impending battle of the gods reminiscent of our generation loomed near. Lu Tianyi chuckled to himself, contemplating the vast disparity. Yu Jiangwo's expression turned grave, as he felt the weight of this difference for the first time. Old Jiang, I retract my earlier inquiry. Li Jingchen's strength indeed cannot be compared to Yi Yuxiao's. Spoke the principal of the second high school, his demeanor somber. Jiang Yanzhou remained silent, his countenance reflecting both shock and dismay. He instinctively glanced at Mayor Wang beside him, irritation flickering in his eyes. Yi Yuxiao had been strategically placed by Mayor Wang. Should a transfer student seize the championship title from the municipal martial arts examination? It would be a source of humiliation for all in Xuzhou City. Mayor Wang, acutely aware of this predicament, experienced a fluctuation of color in his face. As he noticed Lu Tianyi casting a glance in his direction, he suddenly felt his position was in jeopardy. Mayor Wang, have you considered where to retire? Lu Tianyi remarked with a sardonic smile. Li Jingchen has yet to make his move. There is still hope. Mayor Wang wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, there is hope, but have you pondered how you will express your gratitude to Li Jingchen should he rescue you this time? Lu Jianchao, what do you mean? Mayor Wang blinked, his eyes suddenly alight with realization. Could it be that Li Jingchen might surpass Yi Yuxiao? Quite literally, Lu Tianyi replied nonchalantly, fully aware of Li Jingchen's capabilities. This moment essentially served as a lifeline for Mayor Wang. He could not emerge empty-handed. Lu Tianyi felt it necessary to advocate for his junior. Fear not. Lu Jianchao, I understand. Mayor Wang nodded vigorously before casting his gaze toward the arena. A hint of skepticism on his face. Is there truly such a prodigious talent in Xuzhou City capable of exceeding 2,500 points in attack power? It seems improbable. Next. Li Jingchen. It is my turn. As Li Jingchen heard his name, he nodded and stepped forward. Li, give it your all. Surpass Yi Yuxiao. Show everyone your true strength. Yu Ningma gestured encouragingly at Li Jingchen. Although Yi Yuxiao just demonstrated an attack power of 2,500, do not succumb to pressure. Perform as you normally would, Niu Yud encouraged. Concerned about the potential impact on Li Jingchen's confidence. After all, reflecting on his own strength at 18 had shaken even Niu Yud's resolve. I am unperturbed. Li Jingchen replied with a cheerful smile. Your mindset is commendable. I almost forgot you were first in the temperament assessment. If that is the case, let us commence. Niu Yud, recalling Li Jingchen's impressive performance in the temperament test, raised his eyebrows and chuckled, stepping back to clear the stage for Li Jingchen. Li Jingchen, unleash your utmost power. Let me witness just how formidable you truly are. Allow my mentor to see that my recommendation of you, Lu Tianyi, is undeniably justified. As Li Jingchen ascended the stage, anticipation flickered across Lu Tianyi's face. He knew that Li Jingchen had not previously showcased his full potential. Intriguingly, it appears that Inspector Lu holds a favorable view of Li Jingchen. Yi Yuxiao seems to ponder this, yet remains completely unconcerned. He genuinely cannot believe that in the modest city of Xuzhou, anyone could possess a combat power exceeding 2,500 calories. Such individuals are rare even in the capital. As Li Jingchen approached the combat power testing device, all eyes converged upon him, making him the undeniable focal point of examination in Test Room 1. It was the first time he had been scrutinized by so many. Li Jingchen chuckled to himself, though his composure remained unshaken. He slowly raised his right hand, grasping the hilt of the red blade on his back. Achieving an attack power of 3,000 calories would score full marks on this assessment. However, many prodigies from Modu and the capital had attained perfect scores in the second round of tests. Thus, he resolved to exert his utmost strength. As he spoke, the red blade was brandished before him, his gaze fixed intently on the target. Having decided to participate in the martial examination, his goal was to secure first place. The rewards for the National Martial Examination Champion would undoubtedly surpass those for other ranks. Li Jingchen intended to reveal his full potential. Additionally, there was another reason. This year's martial examination had produced two exceptionally talented individuals with extraordinary abilities. Li Jingchen was unaware of the extent of their power. And should he choose to conceal his strength only to find himself outmatched, he risked losing the title of national champion. With such thoughts, Li Jingchen's aura suddenly sharpened. As the long blade surged, the rhythm of master-level swordsmanship enveloped the red blade, causing it to tremble violently. Subsequently, purple electric arcs emerged from his body, rapidly enveloping the blade entirely. The crackling of the purple lightning resonated through the air as the two distinct forces converged upon the red blade, achieving a remarkable equilibrium. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Once the two forces stabilized, a surge of vitality erupted from Li Jingchen, thick enough to manifest a white wave of energy centered around him. It surged outward like crashing waves. Chapter 92. Who is stronger? Who is weaker? Yi Yuxiao's pupils narrowed in realization, recognizing the techniques Li Jingchen was employing. However, before he could voice his astonishment, an overwhelming killing intent surged forth from Li Jingchen. This relentless aura of menace felt almost tangible, causing Yi Yuxiao's heart to race with a sense of suffocation. A blood-red figure materialized behind Li Jingchen, merging seamlessly with him. In the next instant, Li Jingchen's attack struck the testing device. Boom. It sounded as though a nuclear bomb had detonated within the room. The deafening noise left Yi Yuxiao momentarily stunned. A furious blast of energy erupted, sweeping across the entirety of Test Room 1. The fierce wind made it impossible for anyone to keep their eyes open. It was only when Lu Tianyi waved his hand that the tempest subsided, allowing everyone to finally glimpse the numbers displayed on the screen. Then, as if struck by lightning, all present gasped in disbelief. 18,000 calories? This must be a fabrication. It is impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. How is it possible for someone at the tender age of 18 to unleash an astounding attack power of 18,000 calories? Even the most exceptional abilities cannot achieve such a feat. I must be dreaming. How could anyone possess such strength? Li Jingchen cannot possibly be a senior in high school. The crowd erupted in chaos. All the candidates, gazing at the glaring 5-digit figure on the screen, stood agape, rendered speechless. It was as if 100 nuclear bombs were detonating within their minds. Every candidate felt their brains buzzing, engulfed in a void. They had believed that Yi Yuxiao's attack power was the pinnacle, yet when compared to Li Jingchen, it barely registered. This was beyond their comprehension. A reality too difficult to accept. Impossible. It simply could not be. How could such an extraordinary level of attack power exist? 18,000 calories. Surely that is the strength of a second-tier upper-level ability user? Even Cui Xingtian could not achieve such a feat. The testing apparatus must be malfunctioning. Yi Yuxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze fixated on the numbers on the screen. Her voice trembling with astonishment at the notion that a peer could possess such formidable attack power. Wasn't the combat capability of Goddess Zhang during her testing not even close to this? What level of prodigy is this? Zuiyu's jaw hung open, nearly dislocating. As he stared at the numbers on the screen, his entire being rendered motionless. Yu Ningma was equally bewildered, covering her mouth in disbelief. She knew of Li Jingchen's strength. But this was beyond her wildest expectations. Had Wu really offended such an extraordinarily powerful figure for the sake of a manipulative individual? Bai Ziheo's face fluctuated between pallor and crimson as he recalled his grievances with Li Jingchen. In an instant, his mind spun with a torrent of curses directed at Li Mingyao's entire lineage. 100 apologies to Li Jingchen flashed through his thoughts. Haha, my brother. I truly did not misjudge you. Lu Tianyi laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was aware of Li Jingchen's prowess. Yet this display of strength surpassed even his previous capabilities. It seemed that in just a few days, Li Jingchen's power had ascended once more. Or had he concealed his true strength previously? Even Lu Tianyi, who prided himself as a genius and a figure of prominence from the top 4 prestigious schools, could not help but marvel. Li, your talent is truly unparalleled. To achieve such heights without advanced abilities is astonishing. Lu Tianyi found himself at a loss for words to encapsulate Li Jingchen's talent, merely exhaling deeply. Coming to Xujiang City was undoubtedly the right decision. Brother, as long as you do not falter, there will surely be a place for you in the future of Great Xia. Old Jiang, your performance was exceptional. You dare suggest that this level of power is comparable to Bai Ziheo's? The principal of the second high school pinched himself hard, confirming that he was not dreaming before turning to Jiang Yanzhou. I assure you, I was not acting. Jiang Yanzhou replied, utterly bewildered. He never anticipated that Li Jingchen possessed such formidable strength. However, Jiang Yanzhou is aware of one crucial fact. Xujiang City is on the verge of producing a true dragon. Xujiang City is about to give rise to a dragon. Xujiang City is indeed about to unveil a dragon. Little did I expect that during my tenure, Wang Guangyao would witness the emergence of such a prodigious talent as Li Jingchen. Ha! Mayor Wang's lips trembled with excitement. Not only has his official cap been secured, but he might even ascend to even greater heights. Mayor Wang has already begun contemplating how to express his gratitude to Li Jingchen. Suddenly, he cast a glance at Yu Jiangwo beside him, and a twinge of jealousy arose within him. Damn it, why must I be without a daughter? Chapter 93, a startling turn of events at the city wall. Those who volunteer for overtime are no good. On the broad city wall of Xujiang City, various state-of-the-art artillery, anti-aircraft missiles, and armored tank cannons are positioned. Troops from the border defense are patrolling, poised for any eventuality. During the martial examination, every detail must be meticulously attended to. What is the situation outside the city? Why hasn't the reconnaissance team returned with information? The commander of the border defense, Lin Tianxiong, a Tier 3 ability user, lowered his high-powered binoculars and furrowed his brow, addressing Lin Tao beside him. It may be due to poor signal. I have already dispatched personnel to make contact. Lin Tao replied hesitantly. Reconnaissance soldiers are supposed to send signals back to the city every 2 hours to report on the situation. However, it has now exceeded 20 minutes. During the martial examination, Xujiang City's defenses are typically at their strongest, so the likelihood of issues arising should be minimal. Nonetheless, caution is necessary. Yes. Make contact with the reconnaissance soldiers as soon as possible to ascertain the situation. Deploy additional drones to enhance patrols. At such a critical moment, we must ensure the smooth execution of the martial examination. No mistakes can be tolerated. Lin Tianxiong declared with resolute authority. Understood. Lin Tao stood at attention and saluted before turning to make arrangements. Just then, the figure of Sun Ruetian suddenly appeared, his expression frantic and his face pale, bearing visible wounds as if he had just emerged from battle. Commander Lin, something has happened. What is it? Lin Tianxiong frowned, looking at Sun Ruetian. Within our border defense, a traitor from the Zeroing sect has emerged. I suspect someone is colluding with the Zeroing sect, preparing to collaborate from within to breach the city wall and allow ferocious beasts to enter the city. Sun Ruetian's expression was grim. He glanced around, appearing hesitant to speak further. Noticing this, Lin Tianxiong dismissed the surrounding guards, his expression grave as he said, "Now you can speak freely. I suspect Lin Tao is." Sun Ruetian leaned closer to Lin Tianxiong, lowering his voice. The words were too soft, prompting Lin Tianxiong to lean forward to hear more clearly. A traitor from the Zeroing sect. Lin Tianxiong's pupils constricted sharply, wanting to inquire how Sun Ruetian had discovered this. But suddenly, he saw Sun Ruetian break into a sinister smile and thrust his right hand toward Lin Tianxiong's heart. Lin Tianxiong's expression changed. He had never imagined that his trusted aide of over a decade would turn against him. He instinctively retreated explosively and then retaliated with a punch, intending to deflect Sun Ruetian's dagger. However, despite being a Tier 3 lower-level ability user, Lin Tianxiong found himself at a disadvantage due to the proximity and the unexpected nature of the attack. Once again, the dagger has pierced the flesh. How outrageous. You have betrayed the Great Xia and aligned yourself with the Zero God sect. Lin Tianxiong's expression darkened, a myriad of emotions, rage, disbelief, flashed across his face before transforming into an icy coldness as he glared at Sun Ruetian. With your second-tier strength, did you truly believe you could assassinate me with a sneak attack? As he spoke, Lin Tianxiong drew the long knife from his waist, his form surging forward, intent on capturing Sun Ruetian for interrogation. However, as he exerted his strength, Lin Tianxiong's complexion suddenly paled. A mouthful of blood was expelled from his lips. Clutching his chest in disbelief, the dagger is poisoned. What a surprise. I would expect no less from the commander of the Border Defense Forces. Do you think I could kill you without some means? Sun Ruetian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a cold snort escaping him. His face filled with derision. No wonder you have been persistently requesting patrols of the city wall, even foregoing your leave. It appears you had a plan all along. Why? Why betray the Great Xia and ally with the Zero God sect? Lin Tianxiong questioned, his face grim. Despite being poisoned, he remained surprisingly composed. Although Sun Ruetian's strike had been swift, his personal guards and the remaining border forces had reacted, rushing towards them. The border defense troops operating the fire god cannons had also sensed something amiss and swiftly redirected their cannons to target Sun Ruetian. In no time, a net of encirclement formed around him. Why? Is that even a question? It is, of course, for power. I have reached the second tier, yet find it increasingly difficult to advance further. I refuse to be stuck at this tier for a lifetime. I refuse to remain merely a squad leader in the border defense forces. I, Sun Ruetian, desire immense power. I aspire to stand at the pinnacle of the Great Xia and become a high-tier supernatural being. Sun Ruetian's expression twisted into a grotesque grin as he spoke frantically. But then, it shifted into calmness as he murmured to himself. The mid-mountain is too cramped. I long to see the scenery from the summit. And the Zero God sect can provide me with that opportunity. Everything today serves as a declaration of allegiance. You may not witness it. Do you think you can escape? No wonder the sudden appearance of carrion-eating eagles in Xujiang City is likely linked to you. Lin Tao rushed forward, holding a knife as he coldly regarded Sun Ruetian. Run? Why would I run? Sun Ruetian grinned, a mocking expression adorning his face. A sudden roar erupted, prompting everyone to look up at the sky. Upon seeing the colossal creature soaring above, their expressions changed dramatically. What in the heavens is that? A beast attack? Is that a fourth-tier beast? As realization dawned, dozens of six-barreled fire god cannons sprang to life, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards the monstrous entity above. The anti-tank cannons adjusted their aim, and surface-to-air missiles ignited as they soared into the sky. The barrage of firepower, sufficient to obliterate a town, was unleashed upon the beast. But it was futile. The bloodline crocodile merely swept its wings, effortlessly swatting away the surface-to-air missiles. The remaining armor-piercing rounds and bullets from the fire god cannon struck its body, producing mere clinking sounds, failing to even breach its skin. It could not be deterred in the slightest. In the next moment, the bloodline crocodile descended directly upon the city wall, with a sweeping motion of its 10-meter wings. It sent the fire god cannon and tank cannons crashing down to the ground below. Immediately, it tilted its head and emitted a piercing shriek. Visible sound waves radiated from the bloodline crocodile, swiftly expanding outward. Everyone hunched down, clutching their heads in agony, desperately covering their ears. Some, lacking the requisite strength, fell unconscious, their eyes rolling back and foam escaping their mouths. A pinnacle fourth-tier ferocious beast, the bloodline crocodile. How could the Zeroing Church possibly control such a formidable creature? Li Jingchen's complexion turned ashen, devoid of any color. As someone who had long dealt with ferocious beasts, he was acutely aware of the destructive potential of a fourth-tier beast. It was no exaggeration to say that if left unchecked, such a beast could easily cause thousands, if not tens of thousands, of casualties. And that was merely a standard fourth-tier beast. One could only imagine the devastation that a pinnacle fourth-tier beast like the bloodline crocodile could wreak. It could potentially obliterate an entire town. At that moment, a cloud of dust surged into the sky from afar. The city walls began to tremble violently. Li Jingchen abruptly turned his gaze outward, his face paling. Xujiang City is doomed. Quickly, someone must inform Inspector Li. Bring him here. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jingchen ignited his life force and rushed towards the watchtower. He needed to relay the dire situation unfolding here to the examination site. We must stop it. Do not let it reach the watchtower. Sun Ruetian shouted anxiously at the bloodline crocodile. Earlier, before his identity was revealed, he had cut off the signal from the watchtower, intending to thwart Li Jingchen's distress signal and buy time. The emotionless orange-yellow pupils of the bloodline crocodile turned towards Sun Ruetian. Just as Sun Ruetian believed the beast would impede Li Jingchen, it lunged at him, devouring him whole before he could emit a single scream. A flicker of disdain flashed in the bloodline crocodile's eyes. How dare such an insignificant creature issue commands to it? How thrilling it was to play act beneath the gaze of the bloodline crocodile. When would the so-called big shots that Inspector Liu mentioned arrive? Inside the watchtower, Li Jingchen pressed his hand against his chest and peered outside, his heart racing. Yet, his pallid complexion gradually regained a healthy hue, showing no signs of injury. I never anticipated that the traitor among the border guards would be Sun Ruetian. He hid it so well. We didn't uncover it during the Carrion Eagle incident. Li Jingchen snorted coldly, his heart filled with wrath. I never expected it either. Beside him, Lin Tao's expression was equally grim as he muttered angrily. How could I have thought of him as a brother? Damn it. I was puzzled why Sun Ruetian had been so eager to take on duties. He was preparing to act as an insider for the ferocious beasts. Who wants to volunteer for work like that? Chapter 94. The First Stabilization. Changes in Martial Examination Rules. With a combat power of 18,000. The national champion should be secure, right? Li Jingchen thought to himself. He could not believe anyone could surpass this combat power during their senior year. If there were, he would surely ask, hey buddy, do you have a system too? Only one assessment remains. Yet it appears that no ferocious beasts are present in the examination hall. Where, then, is the assessment involving these beasts taking place? Li Jingchen furrowed his brow as he regarded Niu Yud. At this moment, Niu Yud did not immediately lead them to the battleground against the beasts. Instead, he gathered all the candidates in front of the examination hall into the square, positioning himself before Liu Tianxiang and Yu Jiangwo, seemingly awaiting something. Liu Tianxiang offered no explanation, occasionally glancing down at his wristband and then towards the distance, as if anticipating an event. Suddenly, an urgent and piercing alarm blared from Liu Tianxiang's wristband. Shortly thereafter, a soldier clad in border defense military attire approached with a grave expression. He swiftly reached Liu Tianxiang, saluted, and declared in a resounding voice, Inspector Liu. The commander has instructed me to report a situation. A tide of ferocious beasts has invaded Xujiang City, and the Level 2 Beast Tide Alert has been activated. Reinforcements are urgently needed at the city walls. Finally, the moment had arrived. Lu Tianyi and Yu Jiangwo exchanged glances, their lips curling slightly. It seems the zeroing cult truly underestimates us. Humph. This time, they shall leave with no return. A glint of ferocity flickered in Yu Jiangwo's eyes. However, upon noticing the distant candidates, he suddenly recalled the forthcoming arrangements, promptly masking his expression and regaining his composure. Lu Tianyi's lips curved into a smile as he leapt into the air, suspending himself above the square. He gazed down at the thousands of candidates and proclaimed, "Esteemed candidates, as an inspector of the Unified Education Bureau, I hereby announce that the rules for the third assessment have changed. The assessment has transformed into a practical combat scenario. The location of the assessment is the city walls of Xuzhang. Everyone, arm yourselves and follow me to the walls to repel the ferocious beasts. If you manage to slay a first-tier low-level beast, you will pass the third assessment. Slaying a first-tier mid-level beast will earn you 200 points. Slaying a first-tier high-level beast will grant you full marks. Similarly, should you wish to abstain from this practical assessment, you may withdraw. The Unified Education Bureau will arrange an alternative evaluation for you. However, I must caution you that a standard assessment will not yield such high scores. Risk and opportunity coexist." Upon concluding his announcement, Lu Tianyi surveyed the candidates, allowing them a moment to process this news. The Level 2 Beast Tide. Li Jingchen's expression darkened. The Beast Tide levels range from 3 to 1, culminating in a special grade. A Beast Tide categorized as Level 3 consists of between 500 and 2,000 beasts, with the presence of third-tier beasts. Such a tide is relatively minor and typically does not inflict significant harm on a town. In contrast, a Level 2 Beast Tide signifies that the number of beasts exceeds several tens of thousands. Furthermore, it may include 4th-tier beasts or even apex 4th-tier beasts. A tide of this magnitude, if not met with full resistance, could transform a city into a living hell. The emergence of such a beast tide seems rather abrupt, coinciding with the martial examination period. It is crucial to note that during this period, the city's defenses are at their strongest. The formation of a Level 2 beast tide surely indicates the presence of organization or a powerful beast leading the charge. Those formidable beasts possess a level of intelligence that cannot be underestimated. Choosing to assault the city during the martial examination seems rather imprudent, to be honest. Unless one possesses absolute confidence, the notion of capturing all candidates and forces in Xuzhang City during the martial examination is indeed a far-fetched possibility. However, merely slaying a low-tier beast would suffice to pass, while defeating a mid-tier beast could yield a score of 200 points. This is undoubtedly significantly higher than the scores achievable in ordinary assessments. Li Jingchen mused, casting his gaze back and forth over Lu Tianyi's countenance. Pondering, Lu's expression appears somewhat unnatural, does it not? After all, we wouldn't perish in the second-tier beast tide, would we? Alas, I have yet to enroll in the College of Supernatural Abilities, nor have I experienced the sweetness of first love. I do not wish to meet my end so prematurely. How has the third examination transformed into a battle against the beast tide? What is there to fear? They are merely beasts. Let us engage them. With our numbers, can we truly fear such creatures? Is there anyone willing to form a team? Let us fight together. Upon hearing Lu Tianyi's words, some candidates became flustered and lost their composure, even struggling to maintain their footing. Although they possessed supernatural abilities, they were still merely 18-year-old students, with limited experience in combat against beasts, let alone in the face of a large-scale beast tide. Fear was a natural response, after all. News outlets frequently reported on cities being ravaged by such tides. Nonetheless, a few among them were filled with a fierce determination to fight, though they were in the minority. This psychological response suggests that the reform in the martial examination was indeed warranted. Transitioning to real combat against beasts was also a judicious decision. Lu Tianyi observed the students' reactions with a silent shake of his head, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Though he recognized they were but children, a sense of disillusionment lingered in his heart. Since arriving in Xuzhang City, Lu Tianyi had been investigating the zeroing sect, ultimately concluding that they might instigate trouble on the day of the martial examination. There was a possibility that a traitor among the invigilators was plotting an assassination against the students during the examination. However, Lu Tianyi meticulously scrutinized all invigilators with his mental abilities and found no abnormalities. Coupled with the recent surge of beasts outside the city, he surmised that the zeroing sect was likely colluding with the beasts to orchestrate significant upheaval. Lu Tianyi reported his suspicions to the Education Bureau, initially intending to postpone the martial examination. Yet, upon reflecting on the presence of his mentor, The formidable Tier 7 Master Jin Nantian, he thought. Why fear a mere second-tier beast tide? It would be far more exhilarating to engage in true combat against the beasts. Moreover, Lu Qianyi was aware that this reform in the martial examination was merely the beginning. From next year onward, designated combat zones would be established, where beasts would be released for candidates to confront. His current actions merely accelerated this process. Of course, Lu Qianyi would not gamble with the lives of the candidates. Any particularly formidable beast would be dealt with beforehand, leaving only a selection of those below Tier 2 for the students to contend with. Participation would be voluntary, allowing those unwilling to engage to continue with the regular assessments. Upon learning of Li Jingchen's extraordinary talent, Lu Qianyi immediately contacted his mentor, Zhen Nantian, to come to Shujing City. Was it too much to ask for his mentor to provide support? Moreover, Li Jingchen truly possessed remarkable abilities. Lu Qianyi mused that bringing his mentor to Shujing City was not an act of deception. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Li Jingchen, who was regarding him with a look of skepticism. Lu Qianyi's lips twitched. Could this lad have discerned something amiss? As the rules for the martial arts examination changed, a confrontation with the beast tide loomed ahead. Yi Yuxiao observed Lu Qianyi, who hovered in the air, exuding a menacing aura, along with Yu Jiangwo and the others. And a flicker of brilliance passed through her eyes. A smirk crept onto her lips. Just when I thought the martial examination lacked excitement, a genuine battle against ferocious beasts? How delightful. Perhaps this opportunity to exploit the rule changes could propel me toward a high score and a spot among the nation's top 10 rankings. Yi Laoda, should we consider postponing the examination? Zhuyu hesitantly suggested, sensing the shift in Yi Yuxiao's demeanor. Under normal circumstances, we could easily gain admission to those 4 prestigious schools without taking unnecessary risks. The recent changes in the rules, while promising higher scores, also posed greater dangers. A misstep could indeed prove fatal. If you choose to withdraw, that is your prerogative. But I will not back down, especially not when Li Jingchen remains steadfast. Do you think I am inferior to him? Yi Yuxiao shot a sidelong glance at Zhuyu, her gaze drifting toward Li Jingchen with a disdainful huff. Zhuyu fell silent, following her line of sight to find Li Jingchen maintaining an expression of calm, devoid of any sign of anxiety. It was as though he was completely unfazed by the situation. Clearly, there was no indication that he intended to withdraw. Compared to him, whose combat prowess was formidable, Zhuyu felt inadequate, his own strength barely a fraction of Li Jingchen's. With a subtle grimace, Zhuyu muttered internally. Yet, faced with Yi Yuxiao's piercing glare, he dared not voice his thoughts further and reluctantly joined the assessment. Chapter 95, The Passion of Youth. As Li Jingchen stood his ground, so too did Bai Zihao, who was closely watching Li Jingchen's decision. Tightening his grip on his weapon, he continuously encouraged himself. The beast tide was not daunting. We would have to confront it eventually. It was better to face it sooner rather than later. Indeed, there were some promising candidates among the participants. Yu Jiangwo and several school principals, including Jiang Yanzhou, observed the candidates' reactions closely. They noted with satisfaction that some individuals chose to engage in combat without hesitation. However, not all candidates were willing to take risks. Some opted to postpone their examination. Although they might not achieve his highest score, their choice was one of caution. Lu Qianyi refrained from criticizing their decisions and did not prevent these candidates from leaving. Instead, he arranged for personnel to escort them away. Hey, lousy old Yang, why aren't you leaving? Li Jingchen noticed Lu Hao and Sun Yang mingling with the rest of Class 6. Among them were class leader Zhang Yingxue and Tang Yusen. Li Jingchen approached them. Lu Hao and Sun Yang displayed somewhat awkward expressions upon seeing Li Jingchen approach. They had just heard the news of his remarkable performance in the examination hall. Such achievements placed him in an entirely different echelon of genius. What is this? Have you forgotten me after just a few days? You no longer recognize your brother? Li Jingchen exclaimed, playfully slapping Lu Hao on the shoulder, chuckling lightly. Wow, old Li. Your grip strength has increased tremendously in just a few days. Lu Hao grinned, rubbing his shoulder, the tension in his heart dissipating instantly. Old Li remained the familiar old Li. Sun Yang smirked. Old Li, I thought you had become so successful that you'd forgotten about us. I couldn't reach you by phone, and when I went to the Blue Ocean restaurant, I was told you had resigned. I was preoccupied with training, Li Jingchen replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. My phone card shattered when I was leaving the city, and after I got a new one, I couldn't find your contact information. At that moment, class monitor Jiang Yingxue also stepped forward, greeting Li Jingchen with a smile. By the way, aren't you two planning to take the exam again on another day? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Jingchen glanced at the candidates gradually departing. Those opting to take the martial examination later, his expression turning serious. The second-level beast tide is no trifling matter. Although Li Jingchen and President Yu are overseeing things, the battlefield is unpredictable. A single misstep could lead to life-threatening danger. Li Jingchen was well aware of Lu Hao and Sun Yang's abilities. Both were level 1 mutants with relatively low physical attributes, barely reaching 150. Engaging in combat with ferocious beasts posed significant risks. Hey, are you looking down on us? I haven't mentioned that Sun Yang and I have plans to enlist if we fail the martial examination. Lu Hao chuckled, puffing out his chest proudly. We're brave enough to join the military. Why should we fear danger? Lu Hao continued. Initially, I had little hope of being accepted into a mutant university. But with the recent rule changes, perhaps we can aim for it. Sun Yang chimed in, gazing towards the city walls with a sardonic smile. I'd rather grow stronger than face death. I can always come back if I lose my life, but if I miss this chance to attend a mutant university, I would regret it for a lifetime. They both desired to attend a mutant university. It was that enlisting was undesirable. Rather, the knowledge and growth opportunities available at a mutant university were unparalleled. Li Jingchen fell silent, swallowing back any words of caution. He chuckled lightly, ambitious. I admire that. It seems you've made your decisions. In that case, let us proceed. At that moment, amidst the 1,500 candidates, half remained, their gazes resolute. This was somewhat unexpected for Lu Qianni, who had anticipated only a sparse turnout of a mere couple of hundred. However, a moment of reflection clarified the situation. Danger was inextricably linked with opportunity, and everyone sought to seize it. These young individuals, while lacking in strength, displayed commendable courage. Indeed, sometimes, willpower and determination to grow are far more crucial than mere talent. Today, as long as this group of candidates survives, their future will undoubtedly be bright. Naturally, Lu Qianni will ensure their safety. With this thought, Lu Qianni cast a glance at the transparent figure of Zhennan. Upon catching Zhennan's gaze, which bore a look of exasperation, Lu Qianni chuckled. With a mentor around, you won't meet your demise, ha ha. With that, he waved his hand grandly and turned towards the city wall. Kill. Kill. We old-timers haven't had a good workout in ages. Aha. What a perfect opportunity to see who can slay the most. Yu Jinghua, Wan Xiao, Mayor Wang, and several principals from the first and second high schools displayed sinister smiles as they followed Lu Qianni, drawing their weapons in unison. Even Mayor Wang, a bureaucrat long out of combat, somehow produced a short knife, his face twisted in a fierce expression. I happen to be in a foul mood. I could use a good slaughter. Chapter 96. The Terror of the Beast Tide. Was my guess incorrect? Lu Qianni, Yu Jinghua, and other third-tier ability users led the way. Li Jingchen, along with numerous candidates and proctors, trailed behind them. Many high school teachers were also ability users, albeit most were not particularly strong. Nevertheless, in the face of the beast tide attacking the city, they felt compelled to assist in the battle. No one objected. Not only could they earn military merit for aiding the border defense forces in slaying beasts, but if the city walls were breached, their families would also be at risk of harm from the beasts. The entire populace of the Great Xia had a unified stance against the beasts' annihilation. It seemed that this beast tide was particularly severe, as many retired border soldiers had been recalled to service. As Li Jingchen sat atop the open-armored transport vehicle, he observed the streets on either side. Many shops were shuttered, and most people had taken refuge in air raid shelters. A few citizens remained outside, hiding closely, peering curiously through the cracks of their windows at the young border soldiers. Wife, please start dinner. I'll be back shortly. It's nothing serious. Just a few minor beasts that can be dispatched with a wave of the hand. Is Yin asleep? No need for farewells. She'll see her father when she wakes. As the convoy progressed, the urgent summons of the border soldiers and ability users led many to bid farewell to their families. A middle-aged man who hadn't even had time to shave waved goodbye to his wife before climbing onto the open-armored vehicle after presenting his identification for inspection. Noticing Li Jingchen nearby, he looked at him in surprise. Young brother, were you also drafted? You look so young. Which unit are you with? We're not border soldiers. We are students participating in the martial examination, Li Jingchen replied with a smile. What? You're students? How can students be sent directly to the battlefield? Which school sanctioned this? This is sheer madness. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. Turning his head to survey the surroundings, Mayor Wang, positioned at the forefront of the convoy, bellowed in fury. Is that order the work of that scoundrel? We, the veterans, are not yet done. It is not your place, you youngsters, to tread upon the battlefield. Just wait. I shall have a word with him. Hey, calm down, brother. This is not Mayor Wang's doing. It is a decision from above. Moreover, we volunteered for this. Participating in the battle can earn us extra points in the martial examination. Before Li Jingchen could interject, Sun Yang swiftly restrained the middle-aged man with a beard. You youngsters have no idea of the terror posed by the ferocious beasts, do you? This is sheer folly. Would it not be better to participate in the regular martial examination? The bearded man was perplexed, his brow furrowing. However, upon hearing that it was a directive from above, he too considered the matter of theoretical discourse. Hey, how is it that our going to the battlefield is deemed folly? We are quite formidable, you know? Sun Yang scoffed, displaying his discontent. Forget it. I shan't argue with you. You lack an understanding of the horrors posed by the ferocious beasts. I am a mid-tier esper of the first rank. Stay close to me for a better chance of survival. The bearded man waved dismissively, then sighed softly to himself. When my brother perished, he was around your age. I do not wish for tragedy to repeat itself. After this brief exchange, the group fell into silence. Throughout the journey, Li Jingchen was preoccupied with his thoughts, reflecting on the martial examination, the emergence of the beast tide, the alterations to the examination rules, and finally, his current ride on an armored vehicle heading towards the city wall for support. Everything felt unnaturally smooth. Li Jingchen lifted his gaze towards the first armored vehicle. What troubled him the most was the implication that a level 2 beast tide indicated the presence of level 4 beasts. Only espers of level 4 or above could contend with such formidable foes. As far as he knew, Lu Tianyi was the sole level 4 esper in Shuzhong City. Why was he not hastening to confront the level 4 beasts to prevent further damage to the city? How could he leisurely ride in an armored vehicle, accompanying a group of students to the city wall? Although the armored vehicle was moving swiftly, it could not possibly match the speed of a level 4 esper. Not to mention, Lu Tianyi had the ability to fly using his mental power, reaching the city wall in under 2 minutes. Yet, traveling by armored vehicle would take at least 5 minutes. If a level 4 beast were allowed to wreak havoc during those 5 minutes, it could dismantle several kilometers, even tens of kilometers, of the city wall. Countless lives would be lost. Li Jingchen's eyes flickered as he pondered these various doubts. What perplexed him most was the whereabouts of the old man who had been silently following Lu Tianyi. He had not even noticed when the old man had departed. Could it be that everything unfolding before him was deliberate? That seemed implausible. A level 2 beast tide comprised tens of thousands of beasts. No matter how audacious Lu Tianyi was, he could not possibly use tens of thousands of beasts for our training. Could he? Could he truly manage such chaos? Lost in thought, the armored vehicle convoy traveled for another few minutes before arriving at the foot of the city wall. As soon as they ascended the wall, Li Jingchen stood transfixed, staring blankly at the scene before him. Li Jingchen often ventured beyond the city, having witnessed the original grandeur of the ancient walls, majestic and imposing, soaring hundreds of meters high and stretching for dozens of kilometers, seemingly endless. Yet at this moment, a segment of the towering wall appeared as though it had been forcefully excavated, with several kilometers of concrete fortifications utterly collapsed, revealing a breach hundreds of meters long. Beneath this gap surged a relentless tide of monstrous beasts, their enormous forms undulating like successive tsunamis, heedlessly charging towards the opening. On either side of the wall, 6-barreled artillery unleashed fiery tongues, while missile launchers continuously sent projectiles soaring into the air, showering the beastly horde with a barrage reminiscent of extravagant fireworks. Above, armed airships swept the battlefield with laser cannons, yet the relentless onslaught of the creatures continued to breach the defenses, infiltrating the city walls. In response, border troops wielded their weapons with fury, their eyes aflame as they fought valiantly against the encroaching beasts. The cycle of conflict persisted, an unending surge of terror. Li Jingchen observed as a monstrous creature ferociously swatted a border soldier aside, while a main battle tank, struck by the beast's force, was sent careening through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The acrid stench of smoke and blood enveloped the entire area surrounding the wall. Was this truly the battle we were to engage in against these ferocious creatures below? The candidates stood frozen, paralyzed by the hellish scene before them, their throats dry with fear. Some staggered, regretting their impulsive decisions, wishing they had opted for the conventional martial examination instead. The ferocity of the beast tide was indeed terrifying. This was merely a level 2 beast tide, yet it had wrought such devastation. What horrors would a level 1, or even a special level beast tide unleash? In that moment, Li Jingchen understood the rationale behind the reforms to this martial examination. His expression turned grave as he beheld the fearsome, relentless horde of beasts. A sudden realization struck him. Was his previous speculation misguided? This was the true beast tide, not a mere simulation. Scattered across the ground lay the bodies of numerous border troops. Chapter 97. Li Jingchen's Dauntless Spirit. Howdo, could you lend me a hand? My legs feel rather unsteady, Sun Yang uttered, suddenly conscious of the value of life. Pondering if being an ordinary person might not be so bad after all. The overwhelming sin of blood nearly made him retch. He had never encountered such a scene. Trembling, he grasped Lu how to steady himself. Where are squad leader Jiang and the others? Let us move closer. More people will offer some protection. Lu Hao's face turned pale as he scanned the surroundings, seeking solace in numbers. Despite the presence of hundreds of candidates and prominent figures like Lu Tianyi and Yu Zhangwo ahead, an icy dread gripped him, leaving him devoid of any sense of security. His hand, clutching the hilt of his weapon, quivered visibly. It was evident that Jiang Yingshui and her companions shared similar sentiments, their faces ashen as they hurried in this direction. At last, we've found you, Li. Jiang Yingshui exclaimed upon spotting Li Jingchen, a wave of relief washing over her. Reassured by the presence of the strongest candidate among them, whose prowess was undeniable. Unconsciously, several candidates gravitated towards Li Jingchen, seeking the safety his reputation promised. Even though Lu Tianyi had not explicitly stated that they could not form a team, it remained apparent that Li Jingchen was not inclined to lead them. Following the esteemed leader instills a sense of security. In no time, a considerable number of candidates gathered around Li Jingchen. Even Bai Zihao found himself unconsciously gravitating towards Li Jingchen, mentally reassuring himself that clinging to the strong is not disgraceful. What a captivating presence he possesses. One might think he wields extraordinary abilities. Luo Yu disdainfully curled his lips. If you could exhibit a combat prowess of 14,000 calories during your senior year, you too could command such influence. Yi Yuxiao cast a sidelong glance at him. Silently observing Li Jingchen with a growing admiration, I cannot detect a trace of fear in his eyes. His composure is truly admirable. Frankly speaking, even I feel a twinge of anxiety in the face of such a scene. How about it, young ones? I'm not misleading you, am I? The battlefield is no playground. It's a place where lives are truly at stake. This is your first time in combat, so stay behind me, and I'll look after you. The middle-aged man with a beard retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with a fierce intake. Once the candidates ascended the city walls, Lu Tianyi organized them into squads, integrating some reliable veterans into each group for their protection. The bearded man willingly assumed the role of the elder brother, particularly upon noticing Li Jingchen's shoulders trembling, mistakenly believing it to be fear. He sighed and advised, "Do not be overly afraid. Just consider those ferocious beasts as oversized cabbages. In essence, they are not that formidable. A blade through the neck will still bring death. Just follow my lead and observe how I vanquish them." Suddenly, what the hell? Young brother, why did you charge out? Before the bearded man could finish his sentence, he witnessed Li Jingchen darting towards the breach with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bowstring. The bearded man's mouth fell agape, oblivious to the cigarette, but that fell to the ground. Goodness, this martial examination is indeed fortuitous. So many ferocious beasts and an abundance of extraordinary points. It feels like a divine blessing. With masterful agility, Li Jingchen approached the beasts, his weapon poised. He had been keenly observing these creatures. Despite their numbers, most were of the first and second tiers, with the strongest barely reaching the third tier. However, the third-tier beasts were ensnared by the border guards and Yu Zhangwo. This meant that the majority breaching the defenses were merely first and second-tier beasts. Is this not a blessing? Teacher, you are remarkably swift. Have you dispatched the high-tier beasts in mere minutes? At a corner of the city wall, Lu Tianyi and Zhen Nantian stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, surveying the battlefield below. If we do not act swiftly, shall we wait for the high-tier beasts to breach the walls? Surely, you do not believe that merely relying on the border guards of Xujiang City can withstand the onslaught of the pinnacle fourth-tier bloodline crocodile, do you? Zhen Nantian shot him a glance, retorting, "You, my boy, may not have advanced much in strength at the Bureau of Education, but your scheming has certainly intensified. You dare to exploit your teacher. Heh, I am merely considering the future of the candidates from Xujiang City. I too hail from a small town and understand the scarcity of educational resources there. If these candidates were to participate in the martial examination normally, gaining admission to a university of extraordinary abilities would be a formidable challenge, let alone a prestigious one. However, Should they manage to earn additional points through their contributions in repelling the monstrous tide, they might just secure a place in a reputable institution. Lu Tianyi explained with a chuckle, acknowledging that his instructor was a crucial component of this plan. Without the strength of his instructor, a 7th-tier ability wielder, it would be impossible for him to resolve the threat posed by the bloodline crocodile in such a short span of time. Should the bloodline crocodile, a peak 4th-tier beast, remain unresolved, it would be utterly inconceivable for the candidates to participate in the resistance against the monstrous tide. Even the presence of 3rd-tier beasts in the tide would be sufficient to devastate Xuzhang City. I have slain 40% of the 50,000 beasts, and all those above the mid-3rd tier have been vanquished. The remainder rests upon the frontier forces and the candidates, he declared. In recent years, without engaging in battle, I have observed the frontier forces becoming lax. They require practice. Zhen Nantian gazed down upon the scene of bloodshed and struggle, observing the fallen corpses, and spoke in silence. Even as a 7th-tier ability wielder, it was beyond his capacity to eradicate 50,000 beasts in a short duration. Ultimately, the frontier forces must step up. Now, with the situation under his control, he could minimize casualties. Should a genuine monstrous tide strike one day, the frontier forces, lacking experience and caught off guard, might even witness the destruction of cities. At that point, the casualties would not be merely in the dozens or hundreds, but potentially in the hundreds of thousands. By the way, instructor, what led to the collapse of the city wall? Is there a beast even mightier than the bloodline crocodile? Lu Tianyi shifted the topic, gesturing towards the crumbled wall. To think that even under the assault of his 7th-tier mentor, the wall could still be demolished. What tier of beast could have caused such devastation? Zhen Nantian cast a sidelong glance at Lu Tianyi. Didn't you say you wanted it to be genuine? Lu Tianyi scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. He sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint what it was, observing his instructor's calm demeanor. You little rascal. If I were to admit that I mishandled my strength and inadvertently brought down the wall, it would tarnish the dignity of my role as a mentor. Zhen Nantian mused inwardly, maintaining his gaze steadfastly. Suddenly, his attention shifted to the group of candidates. His eyes narrowing in surprise. Is that Li Jingchen daring to be the first to charge in? What audacity! Chapter 98. Li Jingchen underestimates his own standing well. Li Gu is incredibly bold. He is actually charging straight into the monstrous tide. Sun Yang and Lu Hao, observing from a distance, gaped in astonishment at Li Jingchen's silhouette. They had only just arrived on the battlefield. The candidates were still acclimatizing, with some even leaning against the wall, retching. Yet, Li Jingchen was already charging ahead. Such fearless audacity, regardless of the outcome. Li Jingchen is indeed a formidable opponent worthy of respect. Yu watched Li Jingchen's retreating figure, her eyes revealing a blend of complexity and admiration. Truly, to become a distinguished talent, one must possess qualities that others lack. Although she was astounded by Li Jingchen's capability to unleash 18,000 calories of combat power, deep within her heart lingered a sense of unyielding defiance. Embracing the notion of 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West, there lies a fervent aspiration to surpass the future. Yet, at this moment, Yu is truly in awe of Li Jingchen's audacity. Without genuinely confronting the monstrous tide, one can never fully appreciate the suffocating terror that comes when faced with 1,000 troops and the cataclysmic pressure akin to a collapsing mountain. It is as if one is confronted by a towering peak that is inexorably crashing down upon them. To remain unafraid, with a blank mind and trembling legs, is already a testament to one's bravery. But to charge forward? Yu Xiao genuinely admires Li Jingchen's courage and resolve. This admiration ignites a fire within us. We shall not allow Xuzhang City to underestimate us. Let them witness that the prodigies of Kyoto possess not only strength, but also unmatched valor. Spitting on the ground in defiance, Yu Xiao uttered an expletive for the first time. With a swift draw of his 3-foot-long sword, an aura of azure energy enveloped him as he surged forth towards the monstrous tide without hesitation. The transfer students surged ahead. We shall follow. Let us rally behind the formidable Li Jingchen. We must not allow the people of Kyoto to look down upon us. Charge. Let us vanquish these beasts. With such numbers, can we truly fear these creatures? As the examinees were captivated by Li Jingchen's actions, witnessing the transfer students rushing forth ignited their competitive spirit. With Li Jingchen leading the charge, their blood surged with fervor, each one roaring as they advanced towards the monstrous tide. In that moment, the beasts transformed from terrifying foes into mere obstacles. Li Jingchen and Bai Zihao exchanged glances filled with a torrent of emotions. Although Bai Zihao was reluctant to follow Li Jingchen into battle, he could not deny that, at this moment, He too was captivated by Li Jingchen's indomitable spirit. Damn it! His combat prowess eclipses mine, his talent surpasses my own, and his audacity is unmatched. He excels in every regard. What am I doing here moping around? With a self-deprecating thought, Bai Zihao achieved clarity in that instant. As realization dawned upon him, frost-laden mist coalesced into a spear in his hand, and he too charged towards the monstrous tide. Regardless of the competition, this was an internal matter. Faced with the onslaught of beasts, everyone shared a singular purpose: to annihilate the monsters. These young ones are certainly brimming with enthusiasm. Yet, beasts are not to be trifled with. Mere fervor will not suffice to vanquish them. On the city wall, Lu Tianyi observed the students rushing forward and couldn't help but chuckle, chiding them lightly. Perhaps it is the youth that keeps their hearts unyielding. Watching the examinees below, heedless of the dangers, Zhen Nantian seemed to be stirred by memories of his own past. Smiling in reminiscence. Ah, it seems I, as the senior, must clean up after you lads. But fret not, young men, with me, Lu Tianyi, here. I assure you that none shall perish. As he spoke, 2 flying knives hovered before Lu Tianyi. With a pointed gesture, a student about to be overwhelmed by a beast was saved by the knives, which also dispatched the creature before him. Of course, that student was subsequently pulled down by the border guards, thus deemed eliminated. One thing at a time, and fervor aside, the rules for examinees must not be neglected. With masterful swordsmanship and lightning steps, Li Jingchen plunged into the throng of ferocious beasts, executing his elite lightning movement technique with nimble grace, weaving effortlessly among the monstrous foes. He wielded his blade, reaping the lives of the beasts. Fortunately, within this horde, none possessed an excessively high rank, and under the aegis of his masterful agility, few beasts managed to strike him. Even those that did found their assaults rendered impotent by the protective enhancements of his combat suit and the mastery of his reinforced physique. Each stroke of his sword claimed the life of a first-tier beast. The system's notifications of acquired ability points rang in his ears like the gentle patter of rain on banana leaves. Li Jingchen was too engrossed in the exhilaration of his slaughter to discern the exact tally of his gains. Tang Tang, unleash your ultimate combat technique, urged class leader Zhang Yingxue, valiantly parrying the claws of a first-tier low-level beast, the shadow leopard, while urgently calling to Tang Yusen. Echo of flames. Tang Yusen, wielding her elemental staff, swiftly invoked her fire technique. A blazing ring of fire erupted upon the shadow leopard's head, exploding into a fiery orb. Yet, the creature remained standing, staggering as it lunged at the two with renewed ferocity. After several relentless exchanges, the shadow leopard finally succumbed. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yingxue withdrew to create distance, wiping the sweat from her brow. Why does it seem so effortless for Li? Why is it so arduous for us? Even a first-tier low-level beast poses such a challenge. Her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Li Jingchen, where, encircled by the corpses of beasts, a mound had already formed half a meter high. Goodness! It seems Li Gu has ascended to a realm beyond us, exclaimed Lu Hao and Sun Yang, who, after considerable exertion, had barely managed to fell a single windwolf. Exhausted, they withdrew to rest, watching as Li Jingchen continued